Orcs are not good at lying and don't bother to lie. Reno openly admitted. Yes, that's correct. Is your reason for attacking us because of food? Yanli asked again. Reno didn't answer but nodded, which already showed what he wanted to say. King Swift Snake, you've got the wrong enemy. Our real enemy now is the locusts, Yanli said. If you attack us and take our food, it might solve a short-term problem. But the locusts won't stop. They will keep stealing your food. I can lend you some food. If you're willing to work with us to fight the locusts, I can even give you a discount and let you a less. Adams had told her that the person in charge of their side was a female. Reno didn't believe what Adams said. On the Amand continent, when did females get to speak? Females are so fragile that they can't survive without the help of orcs. Although there are fewer females, orcs are very friendly to them in order to find mates. But in serious matters, females are definitely not allowed to speak. After all, females can only be mates and have babies. They can't do much else. But Yanli was different. Even though Reno was meeting Yanli for the first time, he could clearly feel that she was different from other females. Her pretty face was full of confidence and wisdom. Her dark, bright, and clear eyes shone like stars in the night sky, able to see through what people are thinking at a glance. Her small, slender body seemed to contain great energy, making people listen carefully to what she said. Near my tribe, there are 3 other orc tribes. We live a little apart from them, but they watch our village every day. If they find that our tribe has fewer orcs, or if there is a lot of food, they will definitely attack us. After dealing with the locusts, my tribe can't afford any more trouble. We can't trust the invitation from your outsiders. Even though Yanli's words made sense, Reno had his own difficulties. After hearing her, Yanli didn't show any embarrassment about being rejected. She confidently smiled and said, King Swift Snake, you're worried that working with us to fight the locusts might lead to other tribes attacking you. But aren't you also worried that when we fight over food, we might attack you? Yanli looked at the orcs standing beside her and asked curiously, do we look like easy-to-bully orcs? They are too young. The orcs who came with Yanli are all very young, at least half the age of Reno, but for orcs, being young is not a bad thing. Young orcs are fierce and brave, much better than the older ones. Seeing so many young orcs gather, Reno admits that Yanli is impressive. Since Reno is so considerate, Yanli isn't surprised. Orcs don't trust outsiders easily, especially when they are in trouble. Yanli doesn't want to waste too much time on negotiations. She stands up and says, you can go. I'll say this first, you don't want to team up with us to fight the locusts, and I won't force you. We keep to ourselves. As long as you don't bother us, we won't bother you. But if you dare to attack us, our fists will crush you. She has already said all the kind words she can. The other side still has many concerns and doubts. Yanli doesn't like to force others, so she has no patience to keep persuading. They're not 3-year-olds, so why keep trying to persuade them until they agree? Reno and Goy were shocked by Yanli's simple you can go, and wondered if she really meant to let them leave. Reno, prepared for the possibility they might not return, came here to talk, but Yanli quickly told them to go back. She really didn't want to waste more time with them, so she turned and left. Reno hurriedly asked, do you really have extra food to lend us? Yes. Can I visit your camp? It's a hassle. We have many people here, all strong. We're giving you a chance to team up with us. We've made many concessions for you, yet you keep asking for more. Do you think we can't beat you? Lianyan, impatient, was angry at Reno's constant nagging. Do you think it's just you risking yourself to team up with us? Do you know how many tribes we brought here? We've brought most of our young members to fight the locusts. We still don't know the current situation of our tribe. Do you know how many orcs here are worried about their tribes? We want to finish off these locusts quickly, and once we deal with those spiders, we want to return to our tribe as soon as possible. Yanli looked up at the angry Lai Yen, helplessly rubbing his forehead. Lai Yen, when negotiating with others, don't reveal all your secrets. If they know our tribe doesn't have many young beast men, they might attack us and take over our village. Really? Lai Yen exclaimed in surprise. Ji Bai shot a sharp glance at Lai Yen. He doesn't seem like a fool from the wolf tribe. The wolf tribe was known among their 3 tribes for being clever, But ironically, they sent their two least clever members to lead the team. What should we do now? Lai Yan asked for help, looking at Ba Lin. Ba Lin said, "Don't worry. They don't know where our village is." Lai Yan relaxed a little. Yanli turned to Ji Bai and said, "Take them to the camp." "Are you not afraid?"
Ji Bai asked.
Yanli replied, "If he's not afraid, why should we be?" A leader from another tribe daring to enter their territory is no different from sheep walking into a wolf's den. Reno suggested going to the camp to see, perhaps as a test to see if Yanli's cooperation was real or not. Moreover, Reno wanted to see the food supplies at the camp to confirm if Yanli was telling the truth. If they saw enough food, they might give up their plan to steal and team up with them. Yanli prefers to resolve issues peacefully with words rather than violence whenever possible. Their opponents only had about 10 people, while they had hundreds. If they backed down, it would be embarrassing for the other side. Ji Bai listened to Yanli and nodded in agreement.
All right.
The beastmen of the White Eagle tribe, along with Ji Bai, took Reno and his group to visit the camp. The other beastmen from the Swift Snake tribe didn't expect Reno to make such a decision and followed anxiously. After they left, Lai Yan asked Yanli in confusion, "Yanli, why must we team up with them?" "Lai Yan, you need to understand the current situation. We're here to fight the locusts, not to fight other beastmen. If we don't join forces, they'll always be thinking about our food and might attack us someday," Yanli explained. "Even if we are many and strong, we can still get hurt. If they're willing to work with us, we gain an extra friend to fight the locusts, not an enemy to worry about. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. The words have already been spoken. Reno cannot lose his dignity as a king. Moreover, he is older than them, and breaking his promise would be embarrassing." After walking a while, the tall trees disappeared from sight. The hot, bright late summer sun was a bit blinding. Walking under the sun for some time, they entered another forest. They didn't go far before seeing bamboo strips tied between trees with vines. Reno had heard Goy and others say that when they tried to check the camp, the sound of the bamboo strips gave away their position. Reno didn't understand how they thought of this method to stay alert. For them, a strong wall was the only way to make their people feel safe. Making bamboo strips into alarm bells was something they never even considered. Ji Bai glanced at Reno from the corner of his eye and saw that Reno kept staring at the bamboo alarm bells. He sighed quietly. He understood that Yanli's goal in bringing Reno here was to quickly deal with the locusts. But he found it hard to trust outsiders' beastmen. Maybe the other side saw their large amount of food and became even more determined to steal it. But Ji Bai didn't oppose Yanli's plan because if the other side wanted to steal, they would do so no matter what, whether they saw the food or not. If Reno, after seeing their food, changed his mind, that would be the best outcome. They walked out of the forest and the camp was right in front of them. Reno looked at the whole camp in shock, his mouth wide open. Everything before him was astonishing, but what surprised him even more was that they actually had so many beastmen. Reno thought most of the beastmen who went to kill the locusts had already left. In fact, only about 2/3 of them went today compared to yesterday. When unfamiliar beastmen approached, Yanli strengthened the camp's defenses. Yanli was always thoughtful, building houses, patrolling, gathering food, and also having reinforcements ready to move at any time. No one knew what unexpected events might happen, so being more cautious was necessary. Seeing the beastmen moving around in the camp, Reno immediately understood one thing. The only ones who would be enemies to them were themselves. Their tribe was less than half the size of these beastmen. Most of these beastmen were young, and Reno thought it was good enough that they didn't come to trouble them. They even dreamed of fighting over food with them. "Why aren't you leaving?" Ji Bai asked suspiciously when he saw Reno not following. Reno said, "No need to look. There's no point in checking your food." No matter how much food they had, the beastmen here had already made Reno give up the idea of fighting over it. "Do you want to join us?"
Ji Bai asked.
Leno furrowed his brow, forming a chan shape, and he lowered his head to think, remaining silent for a long time. Ji Bai is not as eloquent as Yen Li and is more patient. He dislikes outsiders and beastmen. He doesn't want to give them even a minute. If you can't decide now, go back. When you're ready, talk to Yenli. Why are you all willing to listen to that female? Leno asked. She is different from other females, but do you really follow her words? This is our matter, Jibai said proudly. You only need to consider what Yenli tells you. I won't tell you how great Yenli is. Being with the fierce wolf tribe and the mighty lion tribe every day is already a torment for Jibai. If Leno knew how powerful Yenli was, he might form an alliance. Yenli loves alliances the most. She prefers alliances that come knocking on her door. After dealing with a locust, Yenli quickly leapt onto a bare branch. Seeing the dense swarm of locusts not far away, she felt a headache coming on. Moi also jumped onto the tree, looking into the distance with a furrowed brow. Although we've only been killing them for a day, their numbers are as many as if we haven't killed any at all, Yenli said. Moi nodded in agreement. The locusts are too numerous. Even if they extract their blood to make antidotes, the numbers must be controlled. Otherwise, even the best locusts would become pests. The locusts gather in large groups, and although their attack power isn't high, they still dare to attack them. Yenli and Moi are skilled, so they weren't hurt. But like the White Eagle tribe and the Fierce Wolf tribe, using beast forms to fight the locusts, they still sustain some injuries. It seems the locusts can drive away surrounding fierce beasts mainly because of their absolute numbers. Another locust rushes toward them. Yenli raises her bone spear and pierces its head. She and Moi climb down from the tree. Standing too high, with green blood on their bodies, they easily attract the anger of the locusts. Just after landing, they hear Jibai calling nearby, Yenli, come over. The snake tribe has something to say to you. Yenli glances over, jumps from the locust corpse, and approaches them. Snake King, what do you want to say? I can't join forces with you to kill the locusts, Leno said. Yuanli heard the news and showed obvious disappointment, but quickly cheered up. All right, I respect your choice. I still believe that as long as you don't bother us, we won't bother you. We keep to our own water and don't interfere with each other. I can tell you some news about the bright locusts to trade for food, Reno interrupted Yuanli. Yuanli's eyes changed. If your information is valuable, I can give you some food. First, we know that bright locusts breed quickly. Trees they eat won't grow leaves for a long time. Also, their blood can detoxify. To avoid unnecessary chatter, Yuanli shared all he knew. Reno said, bright locusts won't live long. Especially the female locusts, which die a few days after laying eggs. Male locusts also won't live much longer, about 10 days or so. Big locusts, if left alone, will die soon. You just need to smash their eggs. Really? Yuanli asked carefully. Reno nodded. As you see, bright locusts reproduce fast. Their young hatch after the mother dies. With enough food, they grow big in just a few days. They have a short lifespan, which makes them breed quickly. Since they die so easily, how do they survive winter?
Yuanli asked.
Does it snow heavily here in winter? Yes, it snows, and trees are covered with snow, Jibai said. Reno added, in some parts of Amon continent, it doesn't snow even in winter, and plants stay healthy. Bright locusts can go to those places during winter. Amon continent is very large, with some areas having 4 distinct seasons and others being spring-like all year round. Bright locusts must have their own ways to survive and get through winter. Yuanli finally understood how bright locusts survive. So, they have special places to go in winter, and when winter ends, they come here from other places to survive and reproduce. I've shared what I know. Can I get some food now? Reno asked. Yuanli nodded. I keep my word. Jibai, have the beastmen go back and bring some food. Jibai arranged for 2 beastmen to go get food. How do you know about the weaknesses of bright locusts? Yuanli asked. Reynard, our tribe has always been attacked by locusts. Since the locusts arrived here, we have been watching them closely. The locusts are actually very clever. Do you see the locusts in the middle? Reynard points to the locusts wriggling in the center of the dead tree. The locusts let their young hatch in the middle and feed on the bodies of dead locusts. They eat the carcasses, so we never see the dead locusts. We keep thinking there are so many locusts that no matter how many we kill, They never run out. But the locusts have a very deadly weakness. They hide this weakness very well. No wonder the bodies of the locusts they kill are eaten by their own kind. No wonder there are so many locusts in the dead tree that has been completely eaten. I see now. Yanli smiles gently. Even if you don't want to team up with us, I appreciate you telling us about this important weakness of the locusts.
We
don't mean to refuse to work with you, Reynard mumbles softly. Just at that moment, Yanli hears him and asks, then why not team up? My tribe is very small, even fewer than the people you brought. There are several other tribes nearby. The strongest is the Eagle clan. They are very aggressive. When the locusts arrived, they already wiped out several tribes. Our tribe is always worried they might attack us today. So every day, we send only 2 tribe members to burn the locust eggs. We can't afford more people. Having only 2 tribe members helping isn't much. Reynard doesn't think they can get much food from them. If they can't get food either way, what's the point of teaming up or not? You can bring your tribe members to our camp, Moy said. Your tribe is small. If you join us, you won't be short of people. When the Eagle clan sees we have so many people, they won't attack you easily. Are you used to staying with outsiders and monsters? Jibai asked with a frown. If Yanli had suggested this, Jibai wouldn't find it strange. But it was Moy who suggested it. Has Yanli influenced him that much? Considering the current situation, Moy said coldly, their tribe is small, but having an extra helper is good for us. Also, they have females in their tribe. Don't you want more females to help Nana and the others cook and do chores? Thinking about this, Jibai paused. Even though Doer and the others only cook and clean in the camp, with so many people, their daily work and fatigue are just as much as theirs. Although Yanli arranged some monsters to help them, there's still a lot to do. Let them come. Even if there are a few more females helping, the work will increase with more people. Jibai looked at Reno. Besides, how many females can our tribe have? Our females are many. At least 3 adult orcs can have partners, Reno said. Other orcs looked at this with envy. Although one orc was still single, what if the other 2 had partners? How does your tribe have so many females? Yanli asked. Other tribes usually lack females, so it's rare for the swift snake tribe to have so many. Our females produce many female offspring. Also, we have an orc who knows healing. With him around, after females give birth, they recover quickly. With so many females, why is your tribe still small? Jibai asked. Reno glanced at Yanli and whispered, having too many females isn't necessarily a good thing. Females are born dependent on orcs. Without strong orcs to protect them, it's hard for females to survive. If the females in our tribe could be like Yanli, maybe our tribe wouldn't be so weak. Yanli understood what he meant and said, if you're willing to come to our camp, we can protect you during the locust extermination. But I need to say this first. No fighting or arguing here. You must do what's necessary. We don't support useless people. Reno thought for a moment. Seeing so many young orcs and food supplies, he felt that their concessions were foolish if they didn't cherish it. Okay, he nodded. Yanli saw him agree and sighed in relief. Jibai, take some people to the camp. Jibai, used to Yanli's way, helplessly nodded in agreement. Next, Jibai helped members of the Swift Snake tribe to the camp. Yanli learned the weakness of the locusts and changed her tactics. She ordered the orcs of the White Eagle tribe to find where the locusts lay their eggs, then have the Fierce Lion tribe and the Fierce Wolf tribe destroy those eggs by air. Afterward, the White Eagle tribe would lead them away. As long as all the eggs are destroyed, the locust population will naturally decrease. The victory over the locusts was within reach. After destroying several egg sites, dusk fell. Yanli returned to the camp. The small camp visibly grew with more people. For the first time, members of the Swift Snake tribe left their tribe and came to a place with many outsiders. They looked a little scared. Yili also discovered that the female members of the Swift Snake clan are quite numerous. At a glance, she could see many females. When Reno saw Yili return, he approached and said, I have already brought all the clan members here. Okay. Yili nodded, then turned to Moyi. They have quite a few females and young ones in their clan. How do you think we should arrange them? Since Mo Yi was the one who called them over, Yili entrusted the arrangement to him. Mo Yi replied, "The females and young ones will live on the second floor with you. It's fine for the beast men to sleep outside. In fact, sleeping outside might be better. If outsiders attack, they can get up quickly to defend. Inside the house, they would have to come out of their beast forms first." "All right, I'll follow your plan," Yili said to Reno. "Let your clan members not be so afraid. We won't hurt them. I will arrange for the females here to help with tasks. They just need to work together." Although they were only temporarily staying at someone else's camp, it still felt like being on someone else's territory. Even though Reno was older than Yili, he was willing to listen to her arrangements at this moment. After assigning people to Schwanger and the others, Yili went to take a bath. The sticky green blood had dried in some places and was still wet in others, sticking to her fair skin. Yili washed off the blood, then used soap to clean herself again, making sure there was no blood from the locusts. Only after she was clean did she dry herself and put on fresh beast clothes before stepping outside. The bathing area was a few meters from the camp. The sunset's golden light bathed the busy camp like honey. The beast men were busy building houses, and the White Eagle tribe's beast men circled in the sky, watching outside the camp. The females cooked a delicious dinner for the hard-working beast men in the kitchen. The young ones sat together, playing a game with stones, following rules only they knew. Everything looked peaceful and harmonious. Yili's bright eyes showed satisfaction. After finishing her bath at the waterfall, Mo Yi saw Yili standing nearby and approached. His footsteps rustled, catching Yili's attention. Yili turned her head and saw Mo Yi with his wet black hair. She threw him a towel and said, "Wipe your hair." The towel was exchanged at the market. Recently, Yili had been busy and didn't check her system's merits and cultivation points every day like before. She only looked at the total amount and how much she gained today. Currently, her cultivation level was 10,826, and her merits were 16,128. On the first day of killing locusts, my cultivation grew rapidly, but after that, it stopped. There is a rule that you can't kill too many fierce beasts at once. If you do, you won't gain cultivation points. The fastest increase in merit comes from the beast men building houses. Recently, because of killing locusts, my cultivation and merit haven't increased much. Since there's no increase, Yanli isn't worried. She enjoys her current life. Mo Yi dried his wet hair with a towel made of animal hide. He didn't know what kind of animal hide it was, but it was lighter and more breathable. Perhaps because he saw too many things on Yanli that he had never seen before, and noticing that the towel was different from the animal hides he knew, he didn't have a strong desire to find out more. Mo Yi, why did you suggest that the Swift Snake tribe stay in our camp temporarily? Yanli asked. When Mo Yi made this suggestion, she was actually a bit scared. She is an outsider and doesn't have the idea that non-tribal outsiders are not welcome. So, it was normal for her to suggest the Swift Snake tribe stay temporarily. But Mo Yi was very unusual. "I've never disliked outsiders," Mo Yi said. Yanli asked, "Because your mother was once an outsider?" "I'm not sure, but I think even if my mother wasn't an outsider, I wouldn't dislike outsiders," Mo Yi replied. "Since I was young, I've heard beastmen around my age say how much they dislike outsiders, but I never thought they were really that bad." "Why not?" "Because they're not strong. If they were strong enough and bullied me, I would dislike them. But since they're not strong and didn't bully me, why should I dislike them? I've never seen these beastmen before, and they haven't harmed me, so why should I spend my time and feelings disliking them?" Yanli didn't speak, but smiled. Mo Yi looked confused. "Why are you smiling? Am I wrong?" "No, you're right. I just think you truly are the smartest beastman I know, with a high level of awareness," Yanli said, giving him a thumbs up. Hearing her praise, Mo Yi's lips slightly curved, feeling as warm as spring. "Are you complimenting me?" "Yes, I am. If all beastmen thought like you, with such high awareness, maybe everyone could live peacefully together," Yanli said, watching the busy beastmen in the camp. Mo Yi also looked at the beastmen. "You can do that," he said. "I've never seen so many beastmen stay in one small place without fighting or arguing." Based on the typical habits and behaviors of orcs, such a scene would never happen. It is Yanli who is changing everything. The next day, the morning light fell on the lush, beautiful land of Amand. Yanli was awakened by the sound of arguing. She sleepily opened her eyes, still unsure of what caused the fight. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached, and Air ran to her and knelt down. Yanli, the White Eagle tribe and the Fierce Wolf tribe are arguing. You should go see. Everything was fine, so why are they fighting? Yanli rubbed her eyes. Her sleeping place was close to the window. She picked up a bamboo pole and propped the window open, looking down at the arguing orcs of the White Eagle and Fierce Wolf tribes in the open space below. The argument gathered orcs from both tribes. The unengaged Lion tribe watched from the side as spectators. They argued angrily, fists clenched, looking ready to fight at any moment, but they were trying to hold back. Not too bad. Yanli thought to herself. Even though they were fighting, they still had some sense and hadn't broken the rules she set. Yanli, why aren't you going to stop the fight?
Ask it.
Yanli replied, that's not my responsibility. I only lead them to kill locusts. I told Jibai and the others to manage their own tribes and not fight with other tribes. So, stopping the fight is their job. Orcs need to change, but it depends on themselves. Yanli knew she was the one who brought them together, but the White Eagle and Fierce Wolf tribes were not her people. Even though the current orcs respected her and didn't see her as a fragile female, that didn't mean they would listen to everything she said. For small disputes like this, it's better to leave it to Jibai and the others to handle. How should the king stop them? Air asked with a worried look, frowning. The king has never intervened in fights before. I know that, Yanli said. Jibai, as a king, had the advantage of authority. It wasn't his style to calmly persuade. He might just punch the fighters or use violence to stop the fight. How to stop it is Jibai's responsibility. That's his duty as king, Yanli said. Seeing Yanli indifferent, Air could only watch from the window, helpless. The main characters needed to resolve the issue appeared. Hearing the argument, Jibai, Lai Yan, and others came over. They reached the crowd and saw who was fighting. Jibai's face darkened as he asked, "What's going on? What are you doing? Didn't we agree that no one should argue with other tribes here?" Balin also stepped forward to criticize the arguing orcs. Yanli rested his chin on his hand and continued to watch the scene. The orc from the White Eagle tribe, who was being scolded, lowered his head unwillingly. The Fierce Wolf tribe, however, did not show any reluctance. Instead, they looked away guiltily, unwilling to meet Balin and the others' gaze. "What's going on?" Balin asked with a cold face. The arguing orcs didn't dare speak. An orc from the White Eagle tribe, full of resentment, said, "King, we've been going behind their backs to smash the locust eggs every day. They say they're riding on our backs because they're weaker than us. How can we not be angry?" "Exactly. If it weren't for us, how would they cross so many locusts directly to the eggs? The locust eggs are protected by many male locusts. If we hadn't flown them over, how long would it take for them to get close enough to the eggs? The back is an area where orcs cannot attack, and it's also their weak spot. Most orcs, in their beast form, are reluctant to let untrusted outsiders sit on their backs. Originally, orcs didn't allow anyone to sit there because it was their weak point. At some point, orcs started only allowing stronger individuals like mates to sit on their backs. Li understood the reason for their argument. Thinking back to yesterday, when the White Eagle orcs carried them to the locust egg area, their expressions weren't good at first. Locust eggs are numerous. Almost every tree that's been chewed on has some. Around the trees, male locusts guard the eggs. Male locusts are more dangerous than females. Their front claws have sharp, blade-like spikes. Getting pierced doesn't necessarily kill, but it can cause some skin to tear. With so many of them, attacking would take a lot of time. Using the White Eagle tribe's flying advantage to quickly approach and smash the eggs saved a lot of time. Unexpectedly, this became the reason for their current argument. Hearing the tribe members' complaints, Li also felt a surge of anger. Orcs hate being called weak, especially by outsiders. They've been holding back, but they're close to losing patience. Balin also heard the complaints and asked, "Did you really say those things?" The orc who had spoken impulsively now dared not speak. Their expressions showed they knew they were wrong, but didn't want to apologize. Apologizing to outsiders is too embarrassing. King, this time the locust eggs mainly depend on us.
Why should we team up with them?
Lord Yenli can just go with us, said an orc from the White Eagle tribe. Other White Eagle orcs agreed after hearing this. Exactly, we can smash those eggs ourselves. Why do we need them? They are useless orcs. If it weren't for Lord Yanli's face, I would have pecked you to death for saying that. With Lord Yanli here, we wouldn't need you. So, my face is really that big. Yanli feels pleased that they respect him this much, but he hopes they won't drag others into the fight. Do you think we only fight with you because of Lord Yanli? What are you guys so proud of? You just have wings. If you dared to come on land, I would bite you. That's right, the White Eagle tribe is naturally weaker, so we ride you. The beastmen of the Fierce Wolf tribe couldn't hold back anymore and started to argue back. Being called weak, Jibai's emotions grew unstable. His forehead veins bulged, and his fierce eyes looked like he saw his enemies from 10 generations ago. The Swift Snake tribe and the Wild Lion tribe watched eagerly. Seeing the fight getting worse, Airbao grabbed Yanli's arm and begged, "Yanli, please go and stop them. They listen to you. If you don't, they might start fighting. Wait a little longer." Yanli's gaze fell on the black lion in the sky. It was soaring with strong, powerful wings, its sharp yet calm golden eyes watching the arguing beasts below. It slowly descended. When the arguing beast men saw its animal form, they gradually moved aside, giving way. Mo Ye's majestic beast form landed, and the fighting beast men parted and looked at Mo Ye cautiously. They didn't know why Mo Ye transformed into a beast. His calm, sharp golden eyes showed no emotion but gave off a cold, intimidating aura that made everyone afraid to breathe loudly. Mo Ye's gaze shifted to Jibai. "Get on my back." He spoke calmly, but with authority. The Wild Lion tribe couldn't sit still anymore. Lion How quickly shouted, "King, how can you let him sit on your back?"
Get on.
Mo Ye ignored the anxious tribe members and firmly told Jibai. Jibai was a little happy to hear that. "Are you serious?" "Yes," Mo Ye replied coldly. "After you get on, you can come down and compete with me." Then, Mo Ye looked up and met Yanli's eyes. "I'm competing with him, not fighting. Is that okay?" Yanli nodded. "Yes." Everyone saw Yanli standing by the window on the second floor, and their faces turned pale. They remembered the fight just now. Good. Hearing about the contest with Mo Ye, Jibai felt a little excited. When he heard Yanli also agreed to compete, Jibai eagerly jumped onto Mo Ye's back. I must say, Mo Ye's beast fur is really soft, and sitting on him feels very comfortable. Seeing the angry expression of the beast man from the Wild Lion tribe, who looked like he wanted to eat him, made Jibai even happier. Mo Ye shook himself and pushed him off his back. "Let's have a contest." Jibai, after hearing this, transformed into his beast form without hesitation. Everyone quickly moved back, leaving a clear space for their competition. A black flying lion and a snow-white eagle faced each other. In the next moment, the lion lunged forward, and the eagle immediately flapped its wings to dodge. The eagle forgot that this was a flying lion, and the lion, with its wings, chased after it. When it caught up, its strong claws stomped on the eagle's back, forcing the eagle, which was about to take flight, back to the ground. The lion seized the opportunity, biting the snow-white neck of the eagle. The eagle stiffened and dared not move again. The lion did not hurt it badly. Its movements froze at that moment. Jibai sensed danger and conceded defeat. "I lost." Mo Ye closed his mouth and stood up, glancing around at the beast men. "Anyone else who thinks sitting on my back makes them stronger than me can come over, sit on my back, and compete with me." The silent aura emanating from Mo Ye made everyone fall silent. The Wild Lion tribe was stunned for a moment, but suddenly cheered loudly. "Lord Mo Ye is the strongest. None of the beast men here can beat Lord Mo Ye." "Shut up." Before Sure How could finish speaking, Mo Yi interrupted coldly. Shi Hao was stunned and awkwardly closed his mouth. Mo Yi looked again at the White Eagle tribe and the Liao Wolf tribe. The back is a beastman's weak spot, but no beastman has ever said that sitting on the back of a strong person makes you stronger than them. Don't think your tribe is so powerful. The locusts are weak, but they are numerous. It takes time to eliminate so many beastmen. Your tribe could be wiped out by the locusts. Then, Mo Yi walked up to a beastman from the White Eagle tribe, his sharp claws pointing at his forehead. Yanli is not from your White Eagle tribe. Don't cause trouble for her. The sharp claws gleamed coldly in the warm morning light, silently threatening the beastman. The intimidating aura from Mo Yi made the beastman's legs weaken. Under the gaze of Mo Yi's golden beast eyes, he mechanically nodded. Yanli saw this and also transformed into her beast form. She jumped out of the window smoothly and landed steadily on the ground, walking toward them. How is it? Are you having fun? Are you enjoying watching? Do you want to compete with Mo Yi too? Yanli walked over to Ma Ye and glanced around. The troublemaking orcs didn't dare speak. Once Ma Ye appeared to settle things, they mostly backed down. I allow you to have a contest, but I won't tolerate fighting. As long as you're in this camp, no fighting. Sometimes, words are like knives that cut deep into someone's heart, and once spoken, they're hard to forget. Seeing them blush with anger, Yanli suddenly understood this. Forcing them to stop fighting only deepens their hatred. Letting them fight to prove themselves can reduce their anger and frustration. Yanli, did you let them fight? Lie Yan asked confidently. It's a contest, not a fight, Yanli corrected him, glancing at the orcs. I didn't expect you guys to be so energetic. Killing locusts all day must be tiring, yet you still have time and energy to argue. Fine, if you want to fight, I'll support you. If anyone doesn't like someone, challenge them directly and tell me. I'll be the judge and watch. Some words in Yanli's speech were unfamiliar to the orcs. They looked at each other, unsure if he was angry or not. Seeing they said nothing, Yanli asked again, Is there anyone else who wants to argue? The orcs shook their heads. Go eat breakfast and get ready to work, he ordered. The orcs obediently dispersed. Why didn't you come out earlier?
Jibai asked. Zan Li stood.
I could have stopped their arguing immediately, but I wanted to see how you handle things. Besides, they're your people. Managing your tribe isn't your job as king? Ji Bai was the king of the White Eagle tribe, and Lie Yan was the future king of the Li Long tribe. Ji Bai's temper was impatient. When challenged, he immediately sided with his people, not knowing how to control the situation or his emotions. Lie Yan, clearly unprepared to be king, watched from the side. Only Ma Ye performed well, as usual. Yanli, this time the Li Long tribe provoked first. It's no surprise if brother gets angry. Try challenging someone else, and see if you get mad, Zhua Fei said, stepping forward to speak for Ji Bai. Yanli asked back, if someone calls me weak, will I really become weak? Zhua Fei hesitated. Zhua Fei, you have wings and can fly high in the sky. When you're up high, can you hear the voices of the orcs on the ground calling to you? Zhua Fei replied, no. I once heard a saying, when you stand face to face with someone, they curse at you, and you get very angry. When you are 10 meters or higher above the ground, you can't hear their words clearly. But when you stand high enough, the insults become just a distant noise, and what you see is a beautiful view you've never seen before. A person's pain comes from lacking perspective. When your view is too narrow, you only see problems. With a limited outlook, you get caught up in trivial matters. After she finished speaking, she turned to Mo Yi and smiled softly. Maybe what I said is a bit hard to understand. Simply put, like what Mo Yi just did. He doesn't mind the beast men sitting on his back because he knows that no matter what others say, he remains strong. He won't weaken just because of a few harsh words. You all are going to be kings someday. You need to learn how to judge situations and control your emotions. Also, broaden your perspective. Don't let small things blind you. Ji Bai and the others listened quietly, all silent after hearing her words. Thinking about what just happened and Mo Yi's actions, she realized that Mo Yi did the right thing this time. If he hadn't stepped in to stop the fight, the White Eagle tribe and the Fierce Wolf tribe would have started a fight. If the tribesmen had not been stopped from arguing, she might have lost to Mo Yi in front of so many beastmen. At that moment, Ji Bai suddenly understood Yan Li's words and felt that perhaps she was not truly fit to be a queen. After Yan Li finished speaking, she went to the river to brush her teeth and wash her face. Mo Yi followed her without much to do. After brushing and washing, Yan Li didn't rush back. She and Mo Yi sat on a large stone by the river, leisurely gazing at the distant scenery. She sighed deeply. Yesterday, I said they wouldn't fight or argue, but today I was proven wrong. It seems you shouldn't speak too soon. They only argued for a little while. Mo Yi comforted her. Even beast men from the same tribe can argue after being together for a long time. It's good that different tribes only argued once in so many days. Yan Li didn't reply, her eyes holding a gentle smile as she looked at Mo Yi. Mo Yi asked, "Why are you smiling? I suddenly feel that you treat me very differently."
Huh.
You always look cold and indifferent to Ji Bai and the others, and you don't show much emotion around Nana and the others. But to me, you're like spring breeze, comforting when I'm down, letting me rest when I'm tired. You're very good, but unfortunately, I am not one of you here, and I will have to go back someday. Yan Li couldn't bring herself to say those words. Previously, when doing missions, I understood that the connection with others is only temporary, so I never invested too much emotion. Furthermore, she had never met a man as handsome, capable, and gentle as Mo Yi. Yan Li knew she liked Mo Yi, but she knew he would eventually leave. Since she couldn't stay with him for long, she thought it was better not to let him waste too much time and feelings on her. "What's so regrettable?" Mo Yi asked. "I said the wrong thing." "No, there's nothing to regret at all." "Mo Yi, you treat me differently because we are good friends, right?" Yan Li asked with a smile. Suddenly, Mo Yi felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked at Yan Li's face, paused silently, then replied, "Yes, we are good friends." Yan Li felt a heavy knot in her chest. Mo Yi said what she hoped, but hearing it still made her feel sad. A tree blooming unexpectedly is painful whether it blooms or not. Yan Li looked at the distant green mountains, trying to steady her emotions. Suddenly, she blurted out, "Why does this scene feel so familiar?" Mo Yi, hearing this, looked quietly at Yan Li with deep golden eyes. After breakfast, they had to set out again to break the locust eggs. There are few young beastmen in the swift snake tribe who can be used. Yan Li considered their unease arriving at the camp. As long as Goy and Adams led the way, the rest of the beastmen could stay behind to help build houses. This was a good plan. Reynolds almost wanted to thank them after hearing it. Yan Li's arrangement showed care for them. Thinking about her attitude and words from yesterday, Reynolds thought, "I'm glad I made a wise decision. Everything here is better than in their own tribe: food, supplies, shelter," and Reynolds understood why the beastmen both feared and respected Yan Li. As a female, Yan Li possessed the decisiveness of a queen, but she also had tolerance that most beastmen lacked. Almost no beastman had ever been able to reject, admit mistakes, and then accept others like she did. In just about a day of interaction, Reynolds already had many good feelings for Yan Li. Yan Li finished arranging everyone's work and then went out with Mo Yi and others to break locust eggs. Lai Yan and Zhuo Fei stayed behind at the camp to help with chores. Although they said they stayed to help, Yan Li knew they were somewhat worried about the swift snake tribe. Today, they changed their usual attack route and went to a nearby hillside to observe the distant locust swarm. At a close distance, the grasshoppers look like chaotic, brainless creatures. However, even ants carry things in organized groups, and bees build their hives together. Even fierce beasts like the grasshoppers have some intelligence. On the edge of the group are larger female grasshoppers, busy eating. Once they have enough strength, they find a tree to lay eggs. After laying eggs, they watch over them with the male grasshoppers. When the female grasshoppers reach the end of their lives, their bodies are eaten by the male grasshoppers and the young grasshoppers. Some male grasshoppers also go outside to eat, but there are fewer of them than females. Thanks to their orderly arrangement, even less powerful fierce beasts can chase away others. Divide into 2 groups, one to break the eggs, and another to kill grasshoppers at the edge, Yanli said. Many of the females eating at the edge are carrying eggs. If we can deal with the females and eggs together, it will save a lot of time. Jibai and Moyua nodded at the same time. Yanli looked at Jibai and asked, "You need your tribe members to help break the eggs. Are you willing?" She asked quietly, and everyone understood what she meant after the morning's events. Jibai's eyes showed some embarrassment. "Why wouldn't we be willing? Only by doing this can we quickly deal with the grasshoppers," he said bravely. "We also want to return to our tribe as soon as possible, so we won't forget what's most important just because of this small matter." "Good," Yanli praised, patting his shoulder. "We don't need many beastmen this time, just 15 will do. Go ask them if anyone is willing to help break the eggs." Jibai nodded and took his tribe members aside to ask for their opinions. The beastmen of the White Eagle tribe looked at Jibai with surprise. They didn't think they had the right to give opinions. Whatever the king said was final. Jibai used to act the same way, doing whatever was asked without asking for their opinions. Suddenly, they were stunned by this treatment. Yanli glanced at them and said to Moyue and Balin, "You each pick 30 people to break the eggs. Choose those who won't cause trouble. I know you're all unhappy with the outsiders, but this time, we're working together to kill the grasshoppers. Everyone here is equally strong. If you only do this for the thrill of defiance, you're just offending me." This last sentence was directed at all the beastmen. After experiencing what happened in the morning, the beastmen understood that they should obediently comply. Soon, the people to break the eggs were arranged. A group of 5, a White Eagle tribe orc, is carrying 4 other orcs to smash eggs. Yanli told them to organize into groups and then said, "From now on, you are a small team. You must protect each other. As many people go out, the same number must come back, understand?" The orcs looked at the people standing with them, reluctant, and responded softly with yes. Bye-bye, with a serious expression, asked, "Haven't you eaten? Why are you answering so quietly? Who are you trying to hide from?" "Yes." Not only the White Eagle tribe, but other tribes also answered instinctively when Bye-bye shouted. Yanli looked into the distance and pointed in a direction. "Today, we will first deal with the eggs over there. Let's go." The orcs of the White Eagle tribe transformed into beast forms, sat on their mounts, and spread their wings to fly toward the direction Yanli indicated. The remaining orcs, led by Bye-bye, went to deal with the locusts feeding at the edge. Yanli, Mo, Goy, and Adams went to smash eggs. Goy told her, "Smashing eggs is dangerous. If you break one, the locusts go crazy. Have you tried?" Goy nodded. "We only dare to smash the eggs on the outside. We don't go inside. But your plan is good. Killing locusts and smashing eggs are on the same side. Starting from one side makes sense. If the egg-smashing team faces danger, the locust-killing team can support them." Yanli said, "Basic common sense. No matter how many locusts there are, scattering isn't good for us. We need to unite to defeat them." Goy scratched the back of his head. His words sounded good, but when separated, he didn't understand fully and could only hide his ignorance with an awkward smile. Mo landed on a tree full of eggs. The locust eggs were quite large, each about the size of Yanli's 2 palms, densely packed on the tree. Mo jumped down from her mount and stood on the smooth pile of eggs. Since all around were eggs, she didn't worry about falling. Yanli said, "Follow the plan. The 3 of you block the locusts, and I will smash the eggs." Mo nodded, took the bone spear from Yanli, and Goy and Adams immediately transformed into beast forms. The Serpentine tribe's beast shape is covered in blue scales, with a round white mark on top of their heads, and their heads are oval-shaped. Yanli curiously identified their beast forms, non-toxic. The 3 of them jumped down from the tree. When the locusts guarding the eggs saw people jump down, they immediately made angry sounds and attacked Mo and the others. Yanli hurriedly smashed the eggs. The shells of the bright locust eggs were harder than expected. Although she brought a stone hammer, it was still quite difficult. At this moment, Yanli really wanted to set fire and burn all the eggs. But fire needs wood, and the trees were covered with eggs, making it hard to see the trunks. Besides, many bright locusts guarded the area, so starting a fire was difficult. Yanli clenched her teeth and smashed the eggs as quickly as possible. After smashing several eggs, she began to regret. She should have gone to kill the locusts. Once the eggs broke, the sticky egg liquid clung to her body. After smashing eggs on 2 trees, Yanli was covered in egg liquid. Every movement left a sticky trail. By noon, the late summer sun was very hot. Considering her time and strength, Yanli called out to Moyi, "Moyi, we should go back now." Moyi finished dealing with the locusts in front of him, then shifted into beast form and flew to Yanli's side. Yanli jumped onto his back. Goy and Adams saw this and hurried to follow. While observing the surroundings, Yanli also instructed the scattered orcs to return. It seemed they had smashed many eggs all morning, but the number of locusts was still very large. They arrived late, and by the time they came, there were already over 10,000 locusts. Even though they had been killing locusts these past few days, they still couldn't keep up with their rapid reproduction. Yanli also noticed that in just these 2 days, the locusts had expanded the disaster by at least half a meter. It was really difficult. Back at the camp, covered in egg liquid, Yanli immediately took a bath. Holding her dirty beast clothes, she came out to find Shuangde waiting outside. She naturally took the clothes and said, "I'll help you wash them later."
Thank you, Schwanger.
It's no trouble. I'm here to do these things for you. Yanli smiled slightly. How was it to spend the morning with the female members of the Swift Snake tribe? Were they obedient? Very obedient. They do whatever I tell them.
Also, they're very similar to me. How so?
They said that there are many females in the Swift Snake tribe, but they are weak and can't do much for the tribe.
They've always wanted to do something.
This morning, they followed me to prepare ingredients for lunch. They found our way of cooking quite unique, but the food was very delicious. Also, they told me you are very impressive. They want to become females like you. Schwanger happily said. The females of the Swift Snake tribe praising Yanli made her even happier than if they praised herself. Hearing that the females of the Swift Snake tribe were obedient and not causing trouble, Yanli felt relieved. Just as I was about to speak, Chui Su hurried over, looking anxious. She said, "Yanli sure how is hurt. You should go see him right away." "How did he get hurt?" Yanli asked as he quickened his steps. Chui Su replied, he was trying to protect a fellow White Eagle tribe beastman. His back was cut deeply by a locust and the wound is large and bleeding a lot. Go get my medicine box. Okay. Chui Su ran to fetch the box, and Yan Li went to see Shi Hao. Shi Hao was on the first floor because he was injured. Many beastmen were standing nearby, and when Yan Li arrived, they automatically moved aside. Next to Shi Hao, Ji Bai and Bai Ming were present, along with a strange beast man kneeling on the ground, tending to Shi Hao's wound. Shi Hao had a deep cut on his back, with skin torn and flesh exposed, but under the care of the stranger, the bleeding had mostly stopped. His name was Kino, the only healer beastman of the Swift Snake tribe. Yan Li quickly guessed his identity. Reynolds had boasted about them, saying their tribe had a powerful healer, which kept their females from falling ill or dying easily. This was also why their tribe had many females. Everyone, go outside. Don't gather too many people here. Yan Li told the beastmen to disperse. Before leaving, Ji Bai asked he'll be okay, right? Yes, just a minor injury. That's good. Ji Bai didn't want to owe them too much since they had saved a member of the White Eagle tribe. Yan Li, I brought the medicine box.
Kuisu entered carrying a small bamboo basket.
Since she started gathering herbs, Yan Li had made herself a small medicine box. Some medicines inside were given by the system, stored in her own jars she had prepared. The reason was simple. Unfamiliar medicines could make beastmen suspicious. Disguising them as herbs she collected and processed prevented unnecessary doubts. Besides, the system provided medicines, some herbs she dried and stored in the box, mainly for treating colds and stopping bleeding. Yan Li was too busy to make medicines herself and lacked the tools. She crouched down with the box and said to Kino, I'll handle it from here.
You can go now.
Kino looked at her but said nothing. He stood up and left. Yanli disliked treating others with many people watching nearby. After everyone was gone, she took out disinfectant to clean the wound. Shihao winced and gasped in pain. Why didn't I hear you were hurt when you returned? Yanli asked. Shihao was lying down and muttered softly, I thought the wound wasn't serious. Do you still think this is not serious? Does it not hurt? There is a bit of pain, but we often go hunting and have gotten used to it. Shihao has many scars of different sizes. Yanli glanced at him, but didn't look further. On the dangerous Amand continent, orcs work hard every day just to find food, and those who kill fierce beasts are covered in scars. It's normal among the native inhabitants of this land. From now on, if you get hurt, you must tell me right away. Look at all this blood. You bleed a little more, and your life could be at risk. Hee with Yanli here, it's okay. Yanli rolled her eyes at him. Such an optimistic person. I'll sew up your wound. Just spare the pain. Sew up? What does that mean? Shihao looked confused. Yanli already took out a needle and thread. Shihao watched the thin needle glinting coldly, and suddenly felt a strange fear. He had never been afraid of a beast's sharp teeth, but now he was scared of a tiny needle. Yanli disinfected the needle and thread, warning him, I'm about to sew your wound. Hang in there.
Oh.
Okay. Shihao answered stiffly. Yanli pierced the needle through his skin.
Ah.
Shihao cried out loudly. Yanli frowned. You don't feel pain from such a big wound, so how could sewing it hurt that much? I don't know. I've never seen what you're using, Yanli. It looks scary. I just got scared and yelled. His voice trembled, and his body shook. Often, fear comes from not understanding something. Yanli said, it's nothing scary. Then she sewed another stitch.
Ah.
Enough. Yanli didn't want outsiders to think she was slaughtering a pig, so she yelled so loudly that anyone not knowing better might think she was killing him. She took a piece of beast hide and covered his mouth. Be quiet for a while. Don't disturb me while I sew up the wound. Without Shihao's noise, Yanli focused on sewing his wound. After sewing more than 20 stitches, she finally finished closing it. She applied some medicine and then removed the beast hide from his mouth. Stay at the camp these days and don't get the wound wet, she advised. Shihao's eyes were red. Why is my wound healing so slowly? You treated Shiwan's wounds before, and they healed quickly. Different medicine. I don't have those medicines anymore. Yanli still has some universal healing medicine, but it's running out. It costs 8,000 merits to exchange for it in the shop. Too expensive. She is now gathering medicinal herbs and has her own medicine. Since Shihao's injury isn't very serious, there's no need to use the universal healing ointment, so she saves it when possible. When Shihao hears there is no medicine needed, he doesn't object much and simply responds, oh. After treating the wound, Yanli packs up her things and puts them into her medicine box. She then asks Shihao if he has any other injuries. Shihao has no other injuries, and because he is afraid of needles, he shakes his head like a rattle drum. All right, rest well. She then leaves the house. Everyone outside the house is waiting. When they see Yanli come out, they can't hide their panic and fear. The screams Shihao made just now were truly frightening. They don't know what kind of treatment Yanli gave him, but it caused him to scream so loudly. After Yanli leaves, the others go into the room to check Shihao's wound. Shihao's back is injured. He is lying face down while sleeping. Because the weather is hot, Yanli covered him with animal hide. When she left, he quickly lifted it off. The beast men who come and see a long, centipede-like stitched wound on his back and shiver involuntarily. Chino carefully examines Shihao's back wound. It looks ugly, but the torn wound has been stitched up and no blood is seeping out. This is the first time he has seen such treatment, and he squats down out of curiosity. How did the Beast King treat your injury?
He asks.
Shihao replies, I don't know how the wound on my back was treated. I just saw Yanli holding a tiny thing and poking it into my back. Such a small thing. Why did you scream so loudly just now? We didn't know what was happening, and we thought Lord Yanli was hitting you, the beast man from the crazy lion tribe complains. Shihao feels wronged. I couldn't see it. I've never seen such a thing before, and it hurt a bit. I was scared, so I shouted. Chino ignores their words and continues to focus on Shirhao's wound, his gaze thoughtful. There are many beastmen from the crazy lion tribe who came along. Yanli had already prepared reinforcements. Even after treating Shirhao, he would need several days to recover. She selected one person from the reinforcements to replace Shirhao. After lunch, they deal with the locusts again. After the nightmare of smashing eggs in the morning, Yanli takes charge of killing the locusts in the afternoon, while others go to smash eggs. Smashing eggs requires a lot of strength. All the beastmen who have done it know that Yanli is female and at a strength disadvantage. They all think it's better for her not to smash eggs. They spend the whole afternoon killing locusts. By evening, everyone returns together. Today was another busy day. The sunset cast a warm glow through the forest, creating a peaceful and cozy feeling. At that moment, Goi suddenly nervously tugged at Yanli Beast's clothing hem. That's the eagle spirit tribe. He looked up at the sky. In the clear spots among the dense leaves, the sky was visible. Two large figures flying high could be seen against the red sunset. They had mostly gray markings on their bodies. Looking closely, the beast forms of the eagle spirit tribe resembled eagles, but were more like carved statues. How is their tribe? Yanli asked. Goi frowned. They definitely won't get along with any other tribe. They only see others as prey. They probably came here because they noticed you. If we keep killing locusts, they might come after us. Are the plants around their tribe eaten by locusts? Yes, but they don't care. Goi's brows stayed tense since he first saw the eagle spirit tribe. There used to be many tribes nearby, but the eagle spirit tribe wiped them out one by one, took females and food. They survive by stealing food, enough to wait until the trees eaten by locusts grow new leaves. Wouldn't that mean they could wait until next spring, with more food than I have? Yanli thought. She looked up again at the sky, but the two eagle spirit tribe beastmen had disappeared. After hearing Goi's words, she felt a little worried. She was lucky so far. Most beast tribes she met early on were reasonable and willing to help her. But the eagle spirit tribe, from Goi's one-sided account, they seemed fierce and brutal. People have different personalities, and beastmen are even more varied in their forms and temperaments. Still, Yanli hoped the eagle spirit tribe wouldn't be too bad, or it would slow down her plan to deal with the locusts.
She had many concerns about this.
Back at the camp, Jihai also told Yanli about the situation. The sky around their camp was patrolled by White Eagle tribe beastmen, so the eagle spirit tribe didn't dare come close. But they had also noticed the camp. Yanli didn't know if the visitors were friendly or hostile, so she told everyone to watch over the camp carefully. The female members of the Swift Snake tribe, upon hearing that the eagle spirit tribe had found their camp, all showed fear. In their old tribe, they constantly worried about when the eagle spirit tribe might attack. After arriving here and settling in peacefully for a few days, they were once again discovered by the eagle spirit tribe. Although there are many orcs here, there is no need to worry. None of them have fallen behind. Yanli is fine. Having faced many storms, she has some minor concerns, but remains emotionally steady. She still washes away the blood of the bright locusts, then returns to the campfire to rest briefly on the ground. Just as she is about to close her eyes for a short rest, she hears approaching footsteps. She opens her eyes and looks toward the sound, seeing Chinu. Master Yanli, he respectfully calls. Yanli replies, no need to be so formal.
Just call me Yanli.
Chinu doesn't speak but looks at her calmly with his brown eyes, as if silently protesting the authority she has given him. Yanli quickly sees through his thoughts and changes the subject. Do you have something to ask me?
Who taught you how to heal?
Chinu asks directly, without beating around the bush. Yanli didn't expect him to ask this. Everyone in the White Eagle, Fierce Lion, and Furious Wolf tribes knows she can heal, but no one has ever asked how she learned, nor did they ask her to teach them. It's the first time an orc has asked about healing. Yanli falls silent for a moment and says, I learned from my previous tribe members. What about you? You know I can heal? When I first met King Swift Snake, he told me that because they have a skilled healer in their tribe, the females live longer than those in other tribes. When you came here, King Swift Snake said that if any orc in our tribe is sick or injured, they can come to you. So I remembered you. Yanli's words are full of praise, but Chinyu doesn't seem happy about being praised. His thick eyebrows furrow slightly. The king doesn't think your healing skills are better than mine. If he knew, he wouldn't say those things in front of you. Chinyu looks a little discouraged. Yanli doesn't understand where his sadness comes from. But you are indeed skilled. Among the orc tribes I've seen, your tribe has the most females, and you healed them. Chinyu hesitates but doesn't speak. Silent Mo, with wet hair, walks over and sits opposite Yanli. Seeing him arrive, Chinyu bows politely. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. What is he here for? Mo asks after Chinyu walks away. Yanli purses her lips and shakes her head. I don't know. He praised me and then talked about himself in a humble way before leaving. As she speaks, she adds, he's a pretty modest orc. Mo did not speak. She looked up at Kino's back. Kino happened to look over at them. When their eyes met, he did not look away immediately. Seeing her satisfied, he turned his head thoughtfully to another direction. In the following days, everyone continued to hunt the Lang locusts. The Eagle Spirit tribe appeared more and more often. Everyone was worried about Yanli. When hunting the Lang locusts, Mo and Ji Bai kept Yanli hidden in nearby trees, not letting her join the hunt. No one knew if the Eagle Spirit tribe might suddenly attack from the sky. As a female, Yanli would likely be their main target. After all, they tend to pick the weakest prey. Yanli agreed with their opinion. The Eagle Spirit tribe never approached them for conversation, and even she couldn't guess what they wanted. She hid in a tree apart from the other beast men, observing the Eagle Spirit tribe. If they suddenly attacked, she could notify the beast men fighting the locusts. The beast men from the Eagle Spirit tribe kept watching them, but didn't do anything. After several days of hunting the Lang locusts, the huge swarm, which once seemed endless, finally decreased a lot. Seeing the fewer locusts, Yanli felt proud and accomplished. But new problems arose. The blood of the locusts could be used to make antidote serum. Extinction of the locusts was absolutely not allowed. Such a good source of antidote material would be hard to find later. When their numbers were controlled enough, they would need to catch some locusts to raise. The best way was to take their eggs, but how to do that was a problem. Looking at the distant scenery, Yanli was lost in thought. Suddenly, Eagle Chu flew over to her side. Lady Yanli, it's noon. Should we call everyone back? Yes, Yanli nodded. Eagle Chu spread his wings and went to inform the beastmen fighting the locusts to return to the camp for rest and to regain strength. In these days, Yanli hadn't been hunting locusts, so she was quite clean. She didn't need to wash twice a day or change clothes often. When she returned to camp, she helped Duo and the others cook. After helping with chores, Yanli realized they also had a hard time. The beast men, now led by Yanli, had become very clean. In the past, they didn't care about bloodstains or dirt. Dirty was dirty, and since they could transform into beast form, it didn't matter. Seeing Yanli as dirty as they were after bathing and cleaning, they also went to wash. But Yanli thought their sudden love for cleanliness was because the dirty beast skins had female beast helpers to wash them. Suar and the others wash hundreds of animal clothes every day, which get dirty from killing locusts. They also cook meals for hundreds of beast men. Previously, Yanli arranged for some beast men to help cook, but they couldn't cook well. Sometimes the food was too salty, other times burnt. Because they didn't control the strength properly, they even tore the beast clothes in half while washing them. Suar teaches them how to do things, and her voice becomes louder without realizing it. The female members of the Swift Snake tribe arrive, which indeed eases Suar's burden. Even if they are not very good at cooking, they learn quickly after a bit of guidance. If they can't learn, they can help wash the beast clothes instead. Seeing the busy females in the kitchen, Yanli rolls up her sleeves and goes to help. Yanli already knows how to cook, but preparing a meal for hundreds of people makes it hard to judge the right amount of salt. Out of respect for the food, she activates her chef skill. Her hands become busy, and she no longer needs to think about how much salt to add or when the food is cooked enough. The activated chef skill has already solved all her problems. She hasn't used her system skills for a while. During this time, her main focus was on dealing with locusts, so she didn't need to do much else, reducing her reliance on the system. The female members of the swift snake tribe stand nearby, watching Yanli cook skillfully and confidently sprinkle seasonings. Their eyes shine with admiration and respect. Just after frying 2 dishes, Jibai comes over and says, "Yanli, the food delivery team has arrived." The first team couldn't bring enough food to support them through killing all the locusts, so every 7 days, beast men in the village send supplies. Hearing this, Yanli goes to check the food. The delivered food is enough to last them at least 10 days. Among the team, Yanli sees Isido, who is transformed into a beast. He walks on short legs and looks at her with a resentful gaze, as if blaming her for something, then turns his head away. Not understanding where his resentment comes from, Yanli asks, "What's wrong, little one?"
He came secretly, Zai says.
"He wanted to come find you earlier, but he didn't know the way, so we didn't let him." "What can a little cub do in such a dangerous place?" Zai adds. Isido protests, "I'm not one of your tribe. You can't control where I go. Why can't we control it?" Yanli crosses her arms.
"You still owe me the meat you haven't paid back."
When Yisudo heard this, his body stiffened, and he lowered his head in guilt. "In your tribe before, I helped you fight fierce beasts. I'm much stronger than the other younglings," he muttered softly. Yanli probably understood where his resentment came from. Since she found him and brought him back, Yisudo had been following her around. Maybe he wanted to repay her kindness for saving him. Yisudo was using his own way to pay back Yanli. Because of the busy locust swarm, Yanli forgot about Yisudo's situation. She didn't expect that he would secretly follow her while bringing food. "Stay safely inside the village, youngling. Even if you're stronger than the others, you're not as strong as a fierce beast," Lions advised. Yisudo snorted, turned his back to them, wagged his tail proudly, and said, "I don't listen to you. Our Night Dragon Tribe younglings are used to training early. There's no need to fear danger. Besides, locust swarms aren't that strong. This little one didn't belong to any tribe here, so his scolding was useless." Lions had never seen such a proud youngling before. He was about to teach this little guy a lesson as a full-grown orc. Yanli spoke up, "Fine, since you insist on staying here, I'll give you a tough task." When Yisudo heard Yanli was giving him a task, his tail revealed his happiness, wagging happily from side to side. The younglings of the Night Dragon tribe never fear difficulties or danger. "So, tell me, what do you want me to do?" Yanli pretended to be troubled and sighed. "There's a group called the Eagle Spirit Tribe nearby. I heard they're quite mean. They've been circling around our camp these days, trying to check our situation. I'm worried they might attack us at any time. Do you want me to chase them away?" Yisudo asked eagerly. Yanli shook her head seriously. "No, what I want you to do is even more difficult." "What is it?" Yisudo's eyes were full of anticipation. Yanli looked at the younglings of the Swift Snake tribe playing nearby and smiled brightly. "You go protect those younglings." "What?" Yisudo looked at the younglings and couldn't believe it. "Aren't they safe in the camp? Why do I need to protect them? Is it really safe? If the Eagle Spirit tribe forces their way into our camp, everything will be chaos. Someone needs to protect the weaker younglings," Yanli said as she crouched down and gave Yisudo a harmless-looking smile. "Isido, aren't you stronger than them? Protecting them should be an easy task for you." Isido looked at the small cubs, about 10 of them, all younger than him. The young members of the Swift Snake clan were now free and relaxed in the camp. They no longer acted shyly, now they played whatever they wanted. Isido came to help Yanli kill locusts, not to watch the cubs. "Are you really going to make me protect them?" Isido asked firmly. "I'm very strong." "Exactly because you're strong, that's why I assigned you this task." "Isido, the hardest thing in the world is protecting others because it adds responsibility to you. You must do your best because of this responsibility. Honestly, I worry if you can really do it." Yanli's face was serious and focused, with no sneaky smile from earlier plans. Isido hesitated and sighed. "All right, I will protect them. I'll take you to meet them." Yanli took Isido to meet the young members of the Swift Snake clan. Isido, the proud little dragon, looked at them with a confident gaze. The cubs looked at Isido in his beast form, their eyes shining brightly. "Big brother, why are you turning into a beast?" "Big brother, I've never seen an orc like you. Can I touch you?" The cubs kept calling him Big Brother from both sides. Isido didn't like them at first, as he was an only child dragon with no siblings. But under their persistent calls, he gradually lost his pride, lowered his guard, and played with them. Having solved Isido's problem, Yanli then went back to check on the food situation. The food was stored in a special house, mainly on the second floor. When Yanli checked the food storage, Mo and Ji Bai were there too. Mo saw Yanli and asked in a deep, magnetic voice, "Is Isido settled?" Yanli nodded. "We told him to leave when he was teaching Lai Yen and the others to gather sweet tree sap. When he saw me again, he was pretty upset. But he listened to your few words and behaved. He's good-natured, so he's easy to persuade. You'll make a great mother." Suddenly, Mo said something without thinking, and Yanli was stunned, startled by the comment. Mo realized what he had said and looked awkward, unable to find an explanation, with his mind blank. The two of them silently agreed not to mention it and quickly changed the subject. "A new batch of food has arrived. Soon it will be several days of dealing with locusts, including destroying eggs and killing mother locusts that are laying eggs. The number of locusts is visibly decreasing. The locusts seem to be afraid of Yanli and her group. They have stopped mindlessly eating leaves and weeds and are starting to band together to fight back. Knowing they are fighting back means the locusts have finally realized there is a threat." Yanli asked the orcs to slow down a bit in killing the locusts. She hasn't forgotten about raising the locusts. She plans to take them back, and the best tool for that is cages. After dealing with the locusts, another problem is the eight-eyed spiders. Their camp can see the movements of both the locusts and the spiders. Fewer locusts are attacking now, but the eight-eyed spiders haven't been dealt with yet. Yanli noticed their nests are growing larger and seem to be moving closer to their group. She can't study the locust's blood immediately, so she plans to bring some back and let Xingyun and the others take care of it. In the past few days, Yanli hasn't gone out to kill locusts, but has focused on making bamboo cages. She and the orcs, who are ready to support at any time, finished the fourth large bamboo cage. Yanli stretched and yawned. It is now evening. The sunset casts long shadows of the mountains and trees, covering the camp in darkness. The returning orcs, after washing off the dirt, came to tell Yanli about the locust situation. Mo and Ji Bai also came to report. The number of locusts has decreased a lot, and they can count the eggs. In about 3 days, even if they can't fully deal with the locusts might choose to escape. Wild beasts behave like this. When their numbers are high, they gather together. When few, they run away. After hearing the reports, Yanli said, "Tomorrow, bring back some locust eggs. In a few days, the tribe will send food, so let them take the eggs back." Mo and Ji Bai nodded. Yanli looked at everyone's serious and thoughtful faces and smiled, saying, "Stay happy. We will soon deal with the locusts, and then we just need to handle the eight-eyed spiders. They will be easier to deal with than the locusts." "How can such large eight-eyed spiders be easy to deal with?" Ji Bai asked, confused. Yanli replied, "It's because there are fewer of them. We only need to deal with the spiders in their nests. Unlike locusts, which are numerous and breed quickly." "That's true," Ji Bai agreed with a nod. "Rest well tonight. Soon, we will be home," Yanli said happily. Everyone quickly felt happy because they could go home soon, and smiles appeared on their faces. After dinner, night fell quickly. The dark sky was filled with stars. For some reason, Yanli did not want to sleep today. She sat by the window, watching the outside scenery. Shuang'er noticed Yanli wasn't sleeping and sat next to her, asking, "Yanli, why aren't you sleeping yet?" Under the moonlight, Shuang'er's silvery hair looked soft and glowing. Her crystal-clear, blood-red eyes showed gentle warmth like the moonlight. Just as Yanli was about to praise how beautiful Shuang'er looked in the moonlight, suddenly, there was a loud clanging sound of bamboo pieces hitting each other. The noise was loud and chaotic, like all the warning bells made of bamboo had been triggered. Yanli. Schwanger looked at Yanli with concern. Yanli said, if I'm guessing right, it might be an attack from the Eagle clan. You and the other young females should stay together and not run around. After speaking, Yanli was about to jump down from the second floor. She suddenly had an idea. She stepped outside the curtain, telling all the females and young ones to stay here safely. She looked for Isido, who was sleeping at the staircase. Isido, your task is here. Protect all the females and young ones. Okay. Isido nodded firmly, without hesitation. Yanli went down the stairs to the open area. Mo Yi and the others had gathered here. It's the Eagle clan. The females and young ones are inside this house. Send some beast men from the White Eagle clan to stand on the roof, and be alert. The Fierce Wolf clan and the Wild Lion clan's beastmen will protect around. Lai Yambalin, you and the Furious Snake clan's beastmen will hold that side and fight off the Eagle clan beastmen coming from there. Ji Bai and Sun Shi, you and the beastmen from your clans will guard this side. Mo Yi, you and I will stay here. They relied on the mountain behind them and only needed to defend 3 sides. After Yanli made the arrangements, everyone took their clanspeople to the designated place. Yanli and Mo Yi, with the beastmen, arrived at their defensive spot. Suddenly, a huge beast man from the Eagle clan rushed out of the woods. He was very fast. The lion beast man in front didn't have time to defend and was caught by the sharp claws around his neck. Before Yanli could react, that lion beastman's head was already severed. The shocking scene stunned even the seasoned beastmen who had seen many storms. The lion beastman hadn't expected to be attacked. After a moment of shock, anger immediately surged in everyone's hearts, and their eyes turned red. For people formed a group, 3 defended while 1 attacked. Do not enter the forest. When you reach a dark place, you won't see anything. Retreat to where the firelight shines, shouted Yanli loudly. The angry orcs, hearing Yanli's words, suddenly realized the truth. They restrained their desire for revenge and retreated to the place Yanli mentioned. Yanli looked again at the corpse of the wild lion orc. Although she didn't know that person's name, she was sure of one thing: she would never side with the Eagle Spirit tribe. The orcs of the Eagle Spirit tribe have night vision and can see clearly in the dark. Knowing this, Yueming kept his tribe members in the forest. The forest was not very advantageous for them, but during the day it was fine. At night, they were very strong. They killed a wild lion orc, expecting him to be furious and rush into the forest for revenge. Surprisingly, he was still rational. Blood dripped from Yueming's sharp claws. He was very proud and turned to his tribe members, saying, "A group of orcs listens to a female. How weak they are. Go out and kill them, take their females." Everyone cheered and rushed out of the forest. They looked down on the orcs who followed Yanli's advice, thinking they were weak for acting that way. The orcs still holding small wooden sticks had not yet turned into beasts. They were proud of themselves, not knowing that the experienced wild lion orcs were well prepared. Their sharp-boned spears repeatedly pierced their necks. In the fight, the wild lion orcs were injured, but most of the dead were Eagle Spirit orcs. As the situation turned, Yueming began to sense something was wrong. Just as he was about to order a retreat, he suddenly felt 2 cold lights coming from his sides. His instinct for survival made Yueming step back, but it was too late. 2 bone spears pierced his neck directly. In an instant, he felt a sharp pain and lost his breath, collapsing to the ground. Ma Ya and Yanli looked coldly at the dead Yueming. After a moment of silence, they raised their heads and looked at each other. Ma Ya's gaze gradually became gentle like moonlight. Yanli watched the scene, feeling strangely familiar. She opened her mouth to speak, but suddenly a vision flashed before her eyes. She felt a terrible pain in her head. Weakly, she kneeled on the ground, supporting herself with her hands, waiting for the pain to fade from her mind. Maya thought she was hurt and hurried over. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing, just a sudden headache." Yanli took a few deep breaths. The intense pain in her head gradually eased. Once she was sure she was okay, she stood up and looked around. After the Eagle Spirit Tribe was defeated, all the surviving orcs from the Eagle Spirit Tribe had left. Few of the survivors remained. Most had been killed. The strong smell of blood made Yanli feel very heavy-hearted. She knew she had killed someone before. In the past, during missions, she was betrayed and falsely accused, and in her emotional state, she had killed. But she was doing it to become an immortal. Over the years, she had mostly done good deeds and hadn't killed anyone in a long time. The orcs were the native people of this land, similar to humans. Yanli had personally killed an orc. Though she was angry, she still felt bad inside. She stayed silent, and the fierce lion tribe orcs looked at her with concern. Under their worried gazes, Yanli gathered her strength. Any orcs who are uninjured, go help Lai Yanji Bai and the others. Let the Eagle Spirit Tribe see the cost of angering us. Oh! The fierce lion tribe orcs raised their bone spears proudly and immediately rushed to help Ji Bai and Lai Yan. The Eagle Spirit Tribe had truly angered the fierce lion tribe. They fought fiercely to help Ji Bai and the others. Ji Bai and the others didn't have bone spears and weren't trained to fight as a team. They suffered many injuries and began to feel exhausted. Just then, the fierce lion tribe joined the fight. Seeing the cooperation and fighting spirit of the fierce lion orcs, Ji Bai and the others were a bit scared. A thought popped into their minds. Good thing we didn't make enemies of the fierce lion tribe. The fierce lion tribe had truly gone mad with killing. Some of them broke their bone spears and turned beastly, joining the battle. The lions and eagles fought, and the lions easily won. Seeing the situation worsen and realizing many of their own had been killed, the Eagle Spirit Tribe orcs dared not stay and fled in panic. The fierce lion tribe wanted to chase after them. Yanli stepped forward and said, "Don't chase." The fierce lion orcs stopped in their tracks and didn't pursue further. Yanli looked at the corpses on the ground, her expression dark. "Tomorrow, we'll go to get revenge. For now, clean this up. Burn all the Eagle Spirit Tribe's bodies, even the piles of corpses." Yes, the other orcs answered together. Orc blood was no different from human blood. Yanli couldn't stand the heavy smell of blood and turned to leave, letting them clear the battlefield. As she took a step forward, a sharp object suddenly pierced her back. Intense pain shot through her body. She looked down at the source of the pain. The weapon that wounded her was actually a broken bone spear. A female actually wants to take revenge on our tribe. Such arrogance, the eagle-blooded orc chuckled, still breathing heavily. Hearing the orc's words, Mo Yi and the others looked over and saw the Yanli beast man pierced through by a broken bone spear.
Montakias pupils shrank suddenly.
He quickly ran over and caught Yanli's faltering body.
Yan.
Yanli. His voice and body trembled uncontrollably. An overwhelming fear spread like wild vines, wrapping Mo Yi tightly. He was stiff and helpless. Ji Bai also hurried over. Seeing the still-alive eagle-blooded beast man, he snatched a bone spear from a wild lion beast man and stabbed it into his head. Eagle-blooded beast man. Yanli. Lord Yanli. Take me back inside. There are medicines that can save me, A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the pain dulled his senses. Mo Yi quickly carried Yanli back to the house. Inside, the female and cub saw Yanli bleeding nonstop, gasping in shock and then worry. Back inside, Mo Yi was at a loss. Yanli still had a bone spear stuck in her back. He had no idea what to do. Yanli was about to speak when Kino hurried over, saying, "Lay Lord Yanli flat on the ground." Hearing him, Mo Yi turned Yanli over and laid her on the floor. Kino knelt beside her. "Lord Yanli, I will pull out the branch now. Please bear the pain." Yanli replied softly. As Kino pulled out the bone spear, she secretly activated a medium-level nutrient potion from her system and held it in her palm. Once the spear was removed, Yanli felt the blood loss and the sharp pain from the wound. Kino took out her own medicine to treat her. Yanli asked, "Feed me what I have in my hand." Kino looked at her hand and saw a strange green bottle. She didn't know what it was, but after hearing her, Moyi immediately opened the nutrient potion and fed it to Yanli. After drinking the potion, Yanli felt her body warm up and the pain lessen significantly. She continued to instruct, take out the largest white medicine from my first aid kit and disinfect the wound. Kino followed her orders and treated the wound. Once disinfected, Yanli asked her to apply universal wound ointment. As soon as the ointment was applied, the pain decreased even more. The bleeding had stopped. Her life was saved. Yanli took a deep breath and looked at the worried people around her. It's okay now. Chino, please take my medicine box and treat the other injured orcs. I'm a bit tired and will rest for a while. Okay. After speaking, Yanli closed her eyes peacefully. Seeing her eyes close, Moyue nervously reached out to check Yanli's nose. When he felt her breath, he relaxed. Chino said the medicine has been applied. Lady Yanli will recover soon. Lord Moyue, you don't need to worry too much. Moyue responded calmly, though his eyes still showed hidden concern. He didn't plan to leave and quietly sat nearby, watching Yanli. Chino, following Yanli's instructions, went to treat the other orc's wounds with the medicine box. After everyone left, Yisudo looked angry and scolded him. Why didn't you protect her well? Protecting females is your duty as a beast man. I'm sorry, Moyue said softly, almost inaudibly. Yisudo heard him, but still looked unhappy. From now on, I will protect her, he declared, sitting on the ground with his tail flicking in frustration behind Moyue. Yanli was pierced through her body by a bone spear. The pain was intense, but thanks to the nutrient and universal healing medicines, her injuries healed quickly. The next day, she woke up to see a large and a small figure sitting beside her. She looked at her wound, which was almost healed. Carefully, Yanli took out another bottle of universal healing medicine from the system and sprayed it on her wound. The faint sound of the spray immediately woke Moyue. He looked at her, and she didn't rush to hide the spray, knowing he was aware of her identity. Moyue glanced at her and then at her nearly healed wound, feeling a mix of happiness and sadness. By noon, you'll probably be as usual. You know, my medicine is very powerful. But it still hurts, Moyue said softly, his fingers gently touching the area around her wound. His rough fingertips brushed her soft skin, making Yanli feel itchy where he touched, and her toes curled involuntarily. Seeing her injury, Moyue wished he could take the pain himself. Yanli, I can't lose you, he said in a deep, slightly hoarse voice. Yanli was stunned. She looked into Moyue's tearful, sad eyes, unsure how to explain his words. His golden eyes held many complicated and unclear feelings. You're awake, Yisudo suddenly exclaimed. Outside the curtain, the twin brothers and others heard Isudo's words and quickly ran in, gathering around Yanli, their eyes red with emotion. Yanli, you're finally awake. Do you know you scared me to death? Lord Yanli, may the beast god protect you. Luckily you're safe. Yanli, I. Boo-hoo. Nana couldn't speak clearly, crying loudly on the ground. Yanli looked at the sea of tears with a helpless smile, exchanging a glance with Moyue. All right. I'm fine now. Don't cry anymore. Don't go to dangerous places in the future. If you do, I need to be with you. Moyue can't always protect you. Isudo's eyes turned red, but he stubbornly held back his tears. Yanli said, You can't blame Moyue. Who would have thought there was still a beast man from the Eagle clan alive? Such sneak attacks are hard to prevent. If it had been a fair fight, Yanli could have defended herself, but the enemy took advantage of her unpreparedness. Last night was so dark, and Moyue and the others didn't have night vision. Such accidents are really unavoidable. Yanli comforted them and told them to go do their own things and not stay around her. After they left, Yanli changed into new beast clothes. The previous outfit was soaked with blood, and they didn't dare to change her clothes. Once dressed, Yanli stepped outside. The beast men saw her and asked about her injuries. Kino heard Yanli was awake and came with a medicine box to see her. Last night, her injuries were so serious that now there was hardly any sign of wounds. Kino kept staring at Yanli. Yanli looked at the medicine box and asked, Are there many injured beastmen? Many from the Fierce Wolf clan, White Eagle clan, Red Phoenix clan, and Swift Snake clan are injured. I only treated the most serious wounds. For lighter injuries, I used my own medicines, Kino replied. This was Kino's personal wish. He wanted to see if his own medicines worked better than Yanli's. Kino's medicines mostly consisted of different herbs ground into powder and mixed based on their effects. Yanli's medicines were mostly water. Yanli's supply of medicines was less, and she didn't dare to use them recklessly. For serious injuries, Kino found that their healing was very fast. He saw it with his own eyes but still found it hard to believe. Yanli listened to his arrangements and didn't think much. She praised him. Good job. Last night, my wound hurt so much I couldn't talk much before falling asleep. My medicines need to be used sparingly. They're hard to prepare, and once used up, it's difficult to get more. Kino nodded. I'll put the medicine box back.
Good job.
I'm not tired. Kino carried the medicine box and walked toward the house where Yanli was resting. After parting from him, Yanli and Moyue went to find Jibai and the others. They were burning the corpses of the Eagle Spirit tribe. Seeing Yanli arrive, Jibai looked a bit surprised. After asking about Yanli's injuries, he stood there gloomily, without speaking. Knowing he was in a bad mood but still needing to ask how many beastmen from the White Eagle tribe were harmed. 7. Jibai clenched his fists uncontrollably with emotion. And the Red Phoenix tribe? 2. Zhuofei answered. Yanli looked at Lai Yan. What about the Wolf tribe?
9.
Finally, Yanli looked at Moyue. From her expression, she knew what she wanted to ask. Moyue spoke first. 1. They will take revenge. They dared to attack us without reason, and they will pay the price for all this. Yanli's eyes shone with determination, like a brave warrior. Seeing her resolve, Jibai and others also shared the same thoughts. Host, do you still remember that cultivators avoid killing? Beasts and humans are no different. Killing them is like killing people, and it will reduce your virtue. Era's voice suddenly appeared. Yanli was slightly stunned but quickly calmed down. Are you confused about right and wrong? What do you mean? In the primal world, if mortals violate the heavenly decree or commit treason, even immortals can punish them. So the saying goes, if they don't offend me, I won't offend them. If the Eagle Spirit tribe doesn't provoke me, why would I go looking for revenge? They shot me, almost took my life. Now, I want revenge, and you say I will lose virtue? Isn't that being confused about right and wrong? However, minor insults or verbal criticism, Yanli can ignore and tolerate. But if someone causes her deep pain or threatens her life, after living 500 years, the thing she cannot tolerate most is this. If comparing the cultivation and virtue points needed to return to the primal world, Yanli would rather stay here forever for revenge. Moreover, she had promised to take Jibai and others back to seek revenge. How could she go back on her word? Probably understood Yanli's thoughts and sighed softly. I will closely monitor your movements these days. You can seek revenge, but don't go too far. Remember your identity, Yanli. Called her by her name directly, no longer using host. Yanli didn't call out to stop or argue further. During her time in the beast world, she had become more accustomed to it. Suddenly, she felt that whether she returned to the primal world or not didn't matter anymore. The Swift Snake tribe lost 2 of their warriors last night to the Eagle tribe's warriors. Reno didn't feel as sad as they did. If they hadn't come to the camp, all the warriors in their group would not have survived. Coming here, with heavy losses on the Eagle tribe's side, losing only 2 warriors was already a fortunate outcome. Yanli gathered the leaders of all tribes to discuss plans for revenge. Reno said, our people can show you the way.
We know where their tribe is.
First, tell us where their tribe is, Yanli said, giving him a stick. Draw on the ground. Reno held the stick, unsure how to start. Yanli said, how many places do we need to pass to reach the Eagle tribe's village? Is their village on flat ground or near a mountain wall? Are their houses built inside caves or made of wood like ours? They build houses with wood. If you walk straight from the area eaten by locusts, you'll see their village. But, although it's easy to find their village, there's a problem. The trees around are stripped of leaves by locusts, so if we get close, we'll be spotted immediately. The Eagle Tribe's village is in an open area, which is both good and bad. Should we go and fight them directly?
Jibai asked.
Yanli pursed his lips, thinking about how to launch a surprise attack. After a moment, he said if we fight them head-on and they are prepared, it could be dangerous. So, what should we do?
Jibai asked.
Yanli thought silently for a long time, but couldn't come up with a plan. Finally, he said, we need to see the area around the Eagle Tribe's village with our own eyes. Only by understanding their situation can we decide what to do. Planning without knowing is useless. Jibai, Mo Yi, and I will go to check the situation first. Is it okay for you to go? Lai Yan asked worriedly. You were badly injured last night. It's been only a short time. You shouldn't go. Lai Yan's tone was firm, and his brows furrowed. Yanli said, if you can come up with a good plan, I won't go. But if not, I have to go.
Let me do it, Mo Yi said.
Jibai, and I will go to check the situation. When we return, we'll tell you our plan. If you insist on going yourself, then go, Yanli said. Lai Yan didn't trust him, but Mo Yi trusted him. Rest well at the camp. We'll be back soon, Mo Yi added. Yanli saw the gentle emotion in his golden eyes and remembered his recent words, I can't lose you. This sentence was vague and unclear. Mo Yi was talking about me, representing himself personally, not the entire wild lion tribe. Additionally, Mo Yi was the only one who knew where her strange and unusual items came from, but he never showed surprise or curiosity, nor did he seem eager to possess them. He had always been himself, indifferent to what Yanli owned. Therefore, I can't lose you probably didn't mean he was worried about losing the system's gifts. After thinking carefully, I represented a person, and you also represented a person.
Could it be that Mo Yi?
Yanli didn't dare to think further. She wondered if her old iron tree was really going to bloom the flower of love on this land called Armand. Jibai was the first to share the same idea as Mo Yi and chose to stand with him. They couldn't rely entirely on Yanli. Even if Yanli was very strong, she was still a female. As beast men, relying on females often felt a bit embarrassing. Also, Yanli had already taught them many things, and it was time to use what she had taught. After planning to explore the Eagle Spirit tribe, Jibai and Mo Yi took some people and set out. Yanli watched their figures leave, feeling a bit melancholy, and sighed. What's wrong? Lai Yan asked. Does your wound hurt? It doesn't hurt. I just suddenly feel that Mo Yi and Jibai have grown up a lot and are thinking of making plans themselves. Lai Yan looked confused and didn't understand what Yanli meant. Yanli patted his shoulder. It's like seeing the cubs who used to cling to me suddenly grow up and no longer need their mother. Sometimes, what you say is really hard to understand, Lai Yan said frankly. Yanli, after you go back, can you teach us how to make bone guns? The wild lion tribe didn't use much beast transformation this time and still managed to deal with many Eagle Spirit tribe beastmen. Not many beastmen were injured, but our fierce wolf tribe. Of course I can teach, but we need materials. Stone turtle bones are very important. If you can find stone turtle bones, I can teach you how to make them.
Great.
After this is over, I'll have everyone go look for them. Yanli nodded, but she couldn't help feeling a bit worried inside. Jibai, Mo Yi, Goi, and 3 other tribe members set out together and soon found the village of the Eagle Spirit tribe. The village of the Eagle clan is located in a very bold position. They have knocked down and burned the surrounding trees, turning the ground into a black mess. Apart from the guard walls, there are no other barriers, leaving the village exposed. This is truly reckless. Goi told them, before, there were trees around the Eagle village to block the view. After the locusts came, they knocked down all the trees and set them on fire. Luckily, the locusts ate the leaves and weeds. Otherwise, their fire could have burned our tribe. The continent of Amand is full of forests and trees. If there's a fire and it's not put out quickly, it could burn down the entire continent. Some orc tribes see fire as a destructive force and absolutely do not allow any flames in their territory. Even when they eat, they prefer raw food. Orcs who use fire also understand that they must not bring fire into the forests. How many other orc tribes are nearby? Jibai asked.
3.
One is the Flying Squirrel tribe, and another is the Gray Bear tribe. The flying squirrels are fast and very smart. They have several villages. When one is attacked, they immediately run to the next village. The Eagle clan hasn't found their villages yet. The Gray Bears are strong fighters. The Eagle clan has fought them several times. With so many tribes fighting the Eagle clan, where do they get so many warriors?
Jibai thought about last night.
They had killed at least 50 Eagle clan orcs. Goi said they weren't brave before. It was only after the locusts came that they started attacking. When the locusts arrived, food became scarce. The Eagle clan first stole food from weaker tribes, then watched other villages, and after they went hungry for a few days, they launched their attack. He already knew where our camp was, but attacked last night. They probably thought we were running out of food, Jibai whispered to Moyue. Moyue scoffed at the intelligence gathering of the Eagle clan. They didn't bother to investigate further before attacking, thinking that since there were no fierce beasts or meat nearby, their orcs would go hungry. But they didn't realize that while there are no dangerous beasts around their camp, there are plenty of wild vegetables. They have dried double-headed wolf meat, which lasts a long time. With both meat and vegetables, their living conditions are quite good, and they have no reason to fear hunger.
Wow.
Shi Hao suddenly shouted excitedly. Everyone looked at him with suspicion. Shi Hao looked up, meeting everyone's gaze, and awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Lord Moyue, I didn't mean to shout. Something suddenly moved on the ground, and it startled me. Lion Hao looked down at the insect that resembled a beetle, with a flat back. The insect's back was covered in ashes from a recent fire. If it didn't move, it would be hard to notice the small insect beside its foot. Moi stared steadily at the insect, then suddenly had an idea and his eyes brightened. That is a beast from the Gray Bear tribe, Goi suddenly said. They looked toward the gate of the Eagle Spirit tribe. 3 Gray Bear members were with vines and dragged into the village. They looked angry and unwilling to move, while the Eagle Spirit tribe's beastmen arrogantly kicked them. Why are they still alive? Why not kill the captured Gray Bear beastmen? Jibai asked. Goi replied, the Gray Bear tribe has also captured many Eagle Spirit beastmen. Both tribes often capture each other's people to exchange. If they just kill each other, both tribes will lose too many members. Moe asked, does the Gray Bear tribe also like to attack other tribes without reason like the Eagle Spirit tribe? No. The Gray Bears are the most peaceful among nearby tribes. As long as you don't provoke them, they won't attack. They're good people. Once, I went hunting with my tribe, got separated, and was attacked by fierce beasts. A Gray Bear hunting team saw me and rescued me, bringing me back near the village. Whenever Gray Bears were mentioned, Goi spoke with admiration. Jibai understood what kind of tribe the Gray Bears were and suddenly had an idea. He looked up at Mo Yi, and in that glance, they both saw the same thought. We've really been influenced by Yen Li. We never used to think about these things, Jibai said. We never did before, Mo Yi replied. But once you do something, you naturally want to do it again. Let's go visit the Gray Bear tribe, Jibai said. Whenever he had free time, his mind was filled with Mo Ye's words. Yen Li wanted to make these new feelings gradually fade, so she found something to keep herself busy. Last night, they were quite exhausted, and many beastmen were injured. Today, only the beastmen on patrol, hunting, and guarding were working. The others had a day off. Yen Li, with nothing to do, gathered everyone and explained tactics and cooperation. The Lion tribe's beastmen already knew several strategies and teamwork methods and listened eagerly. The White Eagle tribe, Red Phoenix tribe, Fierce Wolf tribe, and Swift Snake tribe were hearing this for the first time. Though they didn't understand everything immediately, they listened very carefully. After the conversation, Yanli poured a glass of water to soothe her throat. Shuanga happily came in and told Yanli, Lord Moyue and Wang have returned, and they brought back the king of the Gray Bear tribe. It was the first time Yanli heard the name of that tribe. She stood there in a daze for a moment, unsure how they ended up bringing back the king of another tribe after just exploring the Eagle Spirit tribe's territory. Regaining her senses, she went out to see what was happening. Moyue and the others had just returned and were about to look for Yanli when they bumped into her. Before Moyue and Jibai could speak, Shui happily jumped up and said, Yanli, we've made a deal with the Gray Bear tribe. They want to join us to fight the Eagle Spirit tribe. Yanli looked at the three unfamiliar, muscular beast men. Seeing their size, she was a bit scared. Moyue and the others were nearly 2 meters tall, one head taller than Yanli. The beast men from the Gray Bear tribe were even taller, probably around 2 meters or more. The females looked no bigger than little white rabbits standing in front of them.
That's
good. You found a tribe to work with, Yanli said, regaining her composure at the tall stature of the Gray Bear tribe. Moyue invited the beast men from the Gray Bear tribe to discuss the plan to attack the Eagle Spirit tribe's village. The beast men were not very good at talking. Although they looked big, they seemed a bit slow and simple-minded. Moyue explained the plan, and the Gray Bear King slowly nodded, saying, Okay. He took more than 2 seconds to say the word good, which was longer than usual. Despite their tall and strong bodies, their reactions were slow. Yanli thought all beastmen tribes would be quick, fierce, and serious. But with the Gray Bear tribe, she saw a kind of clumsy and slow side. This contrast was quite interesting. Yanli kept watching them, a gentle, motherly smile on her face. While Moyue was explaining the plan, he kept glancing at Yanli, completely unaware of his own expression. Jibai watched their interaction with a playful attitude, pretending not to notice. After finishing the plan, the Gray Bear King slowly stood up and said, Got it, when the time comes we will come find you, we're heading back. Now Moyue nodded softly and saw the Gray Bear King and his tribe off outside the camp. Yanli watched their slow steps gradually fade away and muttered softly, Will they be back before dark?
Why worry about that?
Jibai asked, confused. Because they walk so slowly. When facing enemies, run quickly, is what Jibai thought. He remembered when they went to meet the Gray Bear tribe, they happened to be dealing with a large swarm of locusts, much bigger than their beast forms. He swung his palm at a locust's head, knocking it clean off. They were so shocked at that moment, seeing such fierce strength in a beast man for the first time. Fortunately, this tribe's appearance matched their inner qualities: honest, lazy, and not fond of fighting. If they made enemies of such a beast man tribe, it would be a tough battle. Living on the continent of Amand must mean they have their own ways, Jibai thought. It's a pity I didn't get to see their beast forms. They must be very cute.
Cute?
You probably misunderstood what cute really means, Jibai thought.
Yanli, Moviekallet.
Yanli snapped back to attention. How do you think our plan with the Gray Bear tribe is going? He asked. Although Yanli had been paying attention to the Gray Bear King, she still listened carefully. She knew the battle plan. She gave Mo Yi a thumbs up.
Great.
Even if we don't win completely, we can catch the Eagle Hero tribe off guard. Her praise made Mo Ye's lips curl into a slight smile. Yanli, can you not join the fight for the Eagle Hero tribe? Mo Yi, are you worried I might get hurt? Yanli's smile froze slightly, and her expression turned serious. Jibai sensed that the atmosphere between them was off and stepped forward to speak. What are you thinking? Do you realize how important Yanli is to us? We can't fight without her. He leaned on his elbow and nudged Mo Ye's stomach, giving him a look. Little brother, you won't win your partner like this. You can't do that. Mo Ye ignored him and replied to Yanli, Yes, Yanli. I've never known what fear is, but when I saw you get hurt, I felt a helpless fear for the first time. I couldn't do anything, just tremble with fear. I don't want to feel that way again. Everyone. That was too direct. He said it so plainly. Shi Hao was secretly happy. He wanted to go back right now and tell Yi too. King, our Lord Mo Ye has finally understood his feelings. Yanli was also startled by Mo Ye's straightforward words. He almost directly said, I like you. And Yanli, this tough old iron tree, felt her heart turn as sweet as honey upon hearing that. What about the supposed emotional seal? Faced with Mo Ye's gentle and caring eyes, Yanli shyly looked away. She cleared her throat and said, Yes, I understand your fear, but I still can't agree to your suggestion. Yanli. Mo Ye was anxious. Let me finish my words, Yanli interrupted him. I understand your worries and accept your concern for me, but I can't do it. While you're fighting ahead, I wait anxiously at the camp for your return. So, you are responsible for fighting the enemy at the front, and I lead the reinforcements from behind. If you win a great victory, I will bring the reinforcements to bring you home. If you are caught in a tough battle, I will fight alongside you with the reinforcements. Mo Yi, I promise you that, to prevent you from falling into such fear again, I will take care of myself. Even in victory, I will stand in a completely safe place, never being careless like that night. Yanli spoke firmly, her eyes sharp. Her resilience and sincerity made it hard for anyone not to accept her words. Hearing this, Mo Yi relaxed, and a smile appeared on his lips. All right. Yanli also smiled happily. Why not after this battle? You two become partners. Ji Bai suddenly suggested. Yanli rolled her eyes at him. While such blessings are nice, saying these things in our world often leads to bad things happening. Thinking of the old storybooks she had read, where generals said, after this battle, I will come back to marry you, but none of them ever returned. What bad things? Ji Bai asked curiously. Yanli replied, it's just bad things. In short, at critical moments in the future, don't make promises easily. Just win first. Can you really say that after winning? Mo Yi asked confidently. At that moment, Yanli saw a hint of cleverness flashing in his golden eyes. She was stunned. It was the first time she saw such an expression in Mo Yi's eyes, but she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, and her chest suddenly felt heavy. She awkwardly patted her chest, feeling confused. The battle with the Eagle tribe was scheduled for 3 days later. During these 3 days, they discussed the battle plan multiple times to ensure it was foolproof. They also prepared the tools needed for the operation, and Yanli took the opportunity to explain tactics and coordination. In war, no matter when, tactics are always the most important. After 3 days, the first team set out under Mo Yi's leadership, just before dawn. Before leaving, Mo Yi looked at Yanli with some worry. Looking into his eyes, Yanli really wanted to give him a hug and tell him not to be afraid. Jinshi told her that such close actions with Mo Yi were inappropriate and that she should be respectful. It's okay, she said casually. Mo Yi nodded gently, stay safe. You too. Your relationship is so good. It's a pity you aren't partners, Ji Bai teased from beside them. Yanli didn't know what to say. Is this guy already a father, and is he just trying to matchmake others? When Mo Yi heard Ji Bai's words, for the first time, his gaze was cold but not dismissive, filled with emotion. We're leaving now. We'll catch up soon, Ji Bai said. After Mo Yi and his team left, Yanli asked Ji Bai, aren't you worried that after Mo Yi and I become partners, you won't be allied with us anymore? No, you're not that kind of person, Ji Bai replied. You love alliances the most. His teasing made Yanli unable to smile. Initially, she wanted to form alliances with any tribe she met because it meant she could find ways to earn merits from them. But now, she didn't want to accumulate merits so quickly. She glanced at her merit points. Her merit had been increasing slowly, but these past few days, it surged rapidly. The main reasons were practicing tactical cooperation, helping cook 2 dishes that day, and making bamboo cages. In just a few days, her merit reached 20,080. Her cultivation increased by 600 from making bamboo cages, plus the 3 points from cooking and daily activities, bringing her total cultivation to 11,466. Thinking about it, since arriving on this continent and over the past few months, from the initial scorching heat to the current oppressive heat, her progress was remarkable. A yellow leaf drifted gently in the wind, signaling the changing seasons to Yanli. At first, she thought cultivating merits and skills was hard to accumulate, but now, in just a few months, she had gathered so much. She wondered if she should spend all her merits and cultivation points at once, or perhaps save them for key moments to exchange for needed items. A beam of light appeared from the mountain range, and the beast men of the Gray Bear tribe came, shadowed by the mountains. There weren't many beast men in the Gray Bear tribe. Their group had few females, and most females died during childbirth, so their population couldn't grow much. During the battle with the Eagle tribe, all able-bodied beast men from the Gray Bear tribe went to fight, so they brought the cubs and females back to the camp. When the Bear King brought his tribe before Yanli, his dull brown eyes showed great seriousness and focus. Please protect our females and younglings. Each tribe member is very important to the bear tribe. Yanli straightened her back and looked determined. I promise you, your females and younglings will be waiting for you when you return.
Yes.
The morning sun peeked over the mountain. Jibai said, let's go. Zhou Fei and Lai Yan, protect the camp well. Brother, don't worry, we will. Since the reinforcements can't be far from the battlefield, Yanli arranged for the camp's people and then prepared to leave with the reinforcements. Suddenly, from behind the crowd, a female let out a pained moan. King, Qingluo's young are about to be born. The Bear King stopped in his tracks and hurried to Qingluo's side. Qingluo's belly was much larger than any pregnant woman Yanli had seen. She looked pale, with beads of sweat on her forehead. Yanli saw she was in a messy state, with blood and amniotic fluid flowing out. Take her inside the house, Yanli ordered. Reino also hurriedly said, go find Chino. And her mate? Yanli asked. The Bear King looked guilty. He was captured by the Eagle Spirit tribe. Go rescue him. I can ensure that the female and the young will be safe. Yanli looked at Balin. Balin, for now, you will be the leader of the reinforcements. After I help with the delivery, I will come to join you.
Okay.
Yanli quickly went to Qingluo's room after receiving the message. The bear tribe members were still worried and hesitant to move. Jibai patted the Bear King's shoulder. Yanli is very capable. Trust her. The female and the young will be fine. Besides, staying here won't help. It's better to rescue her mate and reunite the family. Good. The Bear King nodded and left with Jibai and the others. When Yanli arrived at the room, Chino was already examining Qingluo. She asked, how is she? She's the largest pregnant female I've ever seen, Chino said solemnly. I once delivered a cub for a female of the swift snake tribe, but the cub was stuck inside her and couldn't come out. In the end, both the female and the cub died. For Chino, this was a painful memory. The gray bear tribe orcs' eyes were already red. Many females in our tribe die with their young ones. Yanli suddenly had a guess. The orcs of the gray bear tribe, whether in human or beast form, are larger than other orcs. Maybe their babies are also much bigger than others. The females of the gray bear tribe are no different from others, small in size. Given their small bodies, giving birth to such large offspring could easily cause complications. Yanli checked Qingluo's body. Her was almost fully dilated, and the amniotic fluid was leaking. The baby was about to be born. Qingluo was carried here. She had already been in pain on the way. To avoid trouble for her tribe, she had been holding back, only crying out when she couldn't anymore. The situation was urgent. Yanli immediately activated her intermediate medical skill. Basic medical skills require 5,000 cultivation points. To upgrade to intermediate, she needed 10,000 points plus 3,000 merit points. When she opened the skill, many items appeared quickly. Yanli didn't have time to look at each one. Among the new intermediate medical skills, there was one called Delivery. Inside Delivery, there were two options, one of which was Caesarean section. Yanli clicked to view that skill. After reading it, she said to others, except for Kino, everyone else, please leave. You're asking us to leave? The females of the gray bear tribe looked at Yanli in disbelief. Yanli said, don't worry. The baby and Qingluo will be fine. If anything happens, I can give my life for all of you. Since Yanli said so, they couldn't stay. They watched anxiously as Qingluo's eyes nearly closed from the pain. Yanli turned around, took out a clean beast hide, and placed it on the ground. She opened her medicine box, then took out the necessary tools for a cesarean from the system, arranging them neatly on the hide. Kino had seen Yanli's medicine box before. Back then, it didn't contain so many strange surgical knives. Yanli wasn't afraid of him seeing. Kino had seen her medicine box a few days ago. What was inside a few days later was not something she would casually mention. Yanli kept Kino here because it was her first time performing a cesarean, and she needed help. Kino, with medical experience, could assist. First, disinfect your hands. Yanli took a bottle of disinfectant, washed her hands, and asked Kino to do the same. Then she put on surgical gloves from the system and asked Kino to wear them too. Kino followed Yanli's lead. Once the gloves were on, Yanli opened the cesarean skill, gave Qingluo an anesthesia injection, then picked up a surgical knife. She skillfully cut below Qingluo's navel, about 2 to 3 finger widths. Chino's expression changed dramatically as he looked at Yanli in surprise. What is she doing? Why is she doing this? Does she want to harm the female and the cubs? Yanli focused on the surgery. Soon, she saw the cub inside and said to Chino, "Hurry, take the cub out." Chino also saw the cub in the blood and reached out to hold it. After removing the cub, Yanli cut the umbilical cord connecting mother and baby. The newborn cub was weak and moved its limbs in Chino's hands before crying loudly. This wasn't Chino's first time helping deliver a baby, but every time a new life entered the world, he couldn't help but feel happy and excited. He placed the larger cub, bigger than those he had delivered before, on a prepared animal hide and wrapped it up. Yanli quickly said, "It's twins. Hurry, bring out the other one too." Chino was stunned for a moment, then leaned closer to look. Sure enough, there was another tiny creature. He carefully took out the second cub. Once both cubs were out, Yanli began sewing up the wound. After closing the wound and applying medicine to Qingluo, she finished everything. Seeing that the cesarean skill was still active and her hands were still, she knew the surgery was over. She let out a sigh of relief and looked at the 2 tiny, red, wrinkled babies. She said, "Bring them to their mother." Chino carefully carried the cubs to Qingluo's side. Because of the anesthesia, Qingluo didn't feel much pain, nor did she have other sensations. Hearing the babies crying, she felt nothing much. When she saw the 2 little cubs in her arms, her emotions overwhelmed her. Tears, like beans, rolled down her cheeks. The crying babies, as if by miracle, stopped crying once they were next to Qingluo and peacefully slept beside her. Seeing this scene, Yanli and Chino felt very happy and relieved. "Your wound won't hurt now, but it might later. Chino, stay here and watch over them. If it hurts badly, use the medicine from my box. I need to go to the support team. If there's any big problem, come find me," Yanli said as she cleaned and disinfected her surgical knife.
Thank you, ma'am.
"I never thought they would be born safely. Too many females in our tribe die giving birth to cubs." Qingluo choked up again. Yanli Wendao said, "Not anymore. Once they meet me, the females and young of your tribe will be born safely. Rest well, take good care of your health, and you still need to care for the 2 young ones." Qingluo couldn't speak, only nodded in response. Yanli took off her bloodstained gloves, went outside, and instructed Schwanger to find a beast man to help Qingluo, and the young ones moved to a clean place to rest. After arranging everything, Yanli prepared to leave in beast form. Just as she was about to step forward, Chinua, who had come out, suddenly shouted, "Lord Yanli, after everything is over, can you teach me medical skills?" Chinua had always admired Yanli's healing abilities. At first, he thought Yanli was just a little impressive, but after witnessing the cesarean section, he realized how strong her healing skills truly were. Yanli didn't refuse. "Sure, I need an assistant. After it's over, come to my tribe and learn from me." "Thank you, Lord Yanli," Chinua said happily and gratefully. Yanli smiled. Her agile body quickly darted into the forest toward her destination. She left the team a bit later, but her quick movements allowed her to arrive at the reinforcement team's location soon. Balin saw her return so quickly and asked in surprise, "Did the female give birth?" "Yes, she gave birth to 2 at once." "I can already imagine how happy her partner will be when they see their 2 cubs," Yanli said with a smile. Balin couldn't smile back. We don't even know if we can make it out alive." "Say something nice. With our help, can't we save them?" Yanli said sternly. They were hiding in the high forest, able to see the Eagle tribe beastmen on the plain below. Their plan was to first have the Gray Bear tribe exchange the captured Eagle tribe members. Once the exchange was successful, they would immediately attack the Eagle tribe. The team led by Mo Yi was the first to set out, operating at night. Before leaving, they each carried a wooden board about the same size as their body, painted black with charcoal. When they approached the Eagle tribe's village, they sprinkled some black mud on the boards and carefully crawled along the ground. Near the Eagle tribe's village, once the Gray Bear tribe rescued their people and a fight broke out, they would immediately come out and join forces to attack the Eagle Beastmen. Bai led the parachute team, hiding in nearby trees. When the fight started, they would fly in to help and join the chaos. Yanli's gaze fell on the dark land, which was completely black everywhere. Whether because she was far away or for some other reason, she couldn't find any traces of Mo Yi and the others. Silent Night came up with the idea of using a bug to disguise the tactic. At first, Yanli thought it was unreliable, but now she believes this tactic is very trustworthy. The gate of the Eagle Spirit Tribe village opens. The Grizzly Bear tribe members stand some distance away, while the orcs from the Eagle Spirit Tribe bring out captured grizzly orcs. They have exchanged captured orcs many times and are used to it. The Eagle Spirit Tribe does not suspect much. Unbeknownst to them, the rescued grizzly orcs immediately turn into beast form and rush at them. Even the distant grizzly orcs transform and charge forward, black dust rising from the dark ground. Yanli watches the grizzly tribe's attack in surprise. She quietly retracts her earlier comments about how cute the grizzly tribe is and also her previous opinion that they are simple-minded. The Eagle Spirit Tribe is not afraid of the grizzly tribe's counterattack. In fact, they are expecting it. When the Eagle Spirit orcs inside the village see the grizzly tribe's attack, they cheer happily and spread their wings to fly toward the grizzlies. They were wrong. They thought only the grizzly tribe was involved. When many Eagle Spirit orcs fly toward the grizzlies, Silent Night and others hiding on the ground stand up. Following their plan, one group breaks into the village through the open gates, while another goes to support the grizzly tribe. During these 3 days of preparation, they made many plans and adjusted their tactics. Previously, each tribe worked with their own members. But now, all tribes are cooperating together. The most important point is that only the Wild Lion tribe has bone spears. The bone spear-wielding members of the Wild Lion tribe form small teams with other orcs without spears to fight the Eagle Spirit tribe. Each beast form orc is accompanied by at least one Wild Lion tribe orc. Fortunately, the Wild Lion tribe sent the most orcs this time, so the division is enough. Even those without spears can fight well in beast form if they work together. The Eagle Spirit orcs did not expect other tribes' orcs to suddenly appear on the ground, and they were shocked. What made them even more hopeless was seeing the chaos from the sky, with Bai and others flying down. The orcs from the White Eagle tribe each have members from the Wild Lion or the Fierce Wolf tribe. When they land, they bring despair to the Eagle Spirit tribe, like the sky falling. Recently, the Eagle Spirit tribe has been attacking other tribes everywhere. Their orcs are not many, and facing attacks from 5 tribes plus their cooperation, the Eagle Spirit tribe is clearly losing. Yanli has no chance to make a move. At that moment, a White Eagle clan beastman arrived carrying 3 injured Gray Bear clan beastmen. Lord Yanli, these are the beastmen exchanged from the Eagle clan. They are all hurt. Who among you is Qingluo's mate? I am. The injured beastman lying on the far right, covered in wounds, answered weakly. Yanli took out the medicine he had prepared earlier and applied it to their wounds. Congratulations, you are now the father of 2 cubs.
What?
Bear Sheng's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Yanli, with confusion. Yanli said, Qingluo gave birth to 2 cubs for you. Two? Bear Sheng couldn't believe it. The other tribe members lying nearby also found it hard to believe that 2 cubs were born at the same time. Isn't it usually difficult for their tribe to have even one? Hearing that he had 2 cubs, Bear Sheng's lips twitched, trying not to laugh. Qingluo is safe and still alive. Seeing his expression, Yanli immediately understood what he was thinking and delivered good news. Yes, Qingluo is fine and still alive. Bear Sheng was stunned. Really? Qingluo is okay? His eyes welled up with tears, ready to burst out at any moment. The news that Qingluo was alive was even more exciting for Bear Sheng than the fact that he had 2 cubs. Your wound isn't too serious. Take him back so Kino can treat him and he can see his mate and cubs soon. After speaking, Yanli arranged for 4 beast men to them back. Once they left, Yanli turned her attention back to the village situation. The Eagle clan outside the village had been completely dealt with. Jibai and the Gray Bear clan had already entered the village, and the noise gradually quieted down. Yanli led reinforcements into the village. The beast men lying on the ground were all from the Eagle clan, and the strong smell of blood still made her feel uncomfortable. Inside the village, they searched through the food stolen from the Eagle clan during the raid. The females and cubs were gathered together. Some females begged, "I'm not an Eagle clan female. I was captured.
Please don't kill me.
I am not an Eagle clan female either. Can you send me back to my tribe?" Most of these females had been taken from outside by the Eagle clan. They begged Mo Yi and the others not to kill them or to set them free. Seeing this scene, Yanli's eyes involuntarily grew a bit sore. Regardless of gender, on this continent, the weak often endure harsh trials. The females wanting to return probably didn't know that their tribes had already been destroyed. Yanli approached Mo Yi and asked, "It seems we haven't decided yet how to handle the females and cubs of the Eagle clan." Mo Yi heard Yanli's voice and froze slightly, feeling nervous. "Why are you here?" he asked. "I won, so I came to see," Yanli replied.
Mo Yi didn't speak.
He looked around and wrapped his large hand around Yanli's waist, pulling her close to him, holding her tightly. He kept glancing around to check for any hidden dangers. He looked like a stingy king worried that a thief might steal his coin. Since they were so close, Yanli could feel the firm strength of his body. It felt strange and a little uncomfortable, but she didn't want to push him away. She cleared her throat and said, "Don't be so nervous. It's okay." But Mo Yi didn't listen obediently. Yanli felt helpless and noticed someone's gaze meeting hers. She looked up and saw it was the Gray Bear King. The Gray Bear King asked straightforwardly, "Can you give us all of them?" The ones still alive were all females. Because of difficulties in producing offspring, the Gray Bear tribe had few females, and their numbers had decreased a lot. They wanted to take all the females. "I have no objection. Our White Eagle tribe only wants our own females and those from the Red Phoenix tribe," Jibai said confidently. Balin also said the same. "Our Fierce Wolf tribe won't accept females from other tribes. The Wild Lion tribe also doesn't need them," Mo Yi added. The Wild Lion tribe was already strong and had females of their own, so they didn't need outsiders. They were confident enough to stand alone. Reno said, "I think our tribe has the most females. Does anyone have an issue with that?"
Yanli shuklat shufli.
Everyone's words are getting more and more arrogant. "My tribe needs people, but I can't take care of too many females. 3 is enough. Who wants to come to my side?" Yanli was willing to expand her tribe if the opportunity arose. The females looked at Yanli with confused expressions. These were females from nearby villages. They knew that the Gray Bear tribe was gentle and wouldn't attack others easily. Sometimes they even helped other tribes' beastmen. They all wanted to join the Gray Bear tribe, but didn't want to join Yanli's tribe. Yanli waited for a while, but no female stepped forward. She shrugged and said, "All right, since no one wants to come to my side, I'll give them all to you, Gray Bear King." The Gray Bear King nodded. "Our tribe will take good care of them. I believe you. If your tribe has females that need to have cubs and you're worried about any issues, you can come find me," Yanli said. The Gray Bear King's brown eyes rarely showed a smile, but now he slowly nodded. The smell of blood gave Yanli a headache. She didn't stay here long and left ahead of everyone. On the way back to the camp, they would pass through a desolate forest that had been completely eaten by locusts, leaving no green leaves behind. After crossing this forest, they would see a large group of locusts nearby, busy devouring all the green leaves of the surrounding plants. In the past few days, they had been busy dealing with the Eagling tribe, so the locust problem was put on hold. Yanli looked at the increasing number of locusts but wasn't too worried. She knew how to deal with them, and solving the problem would soon be easy. When they returned to the camp, Yanli shared the good news of victory. Everyone cheered loudly after hearing it. Not long after, others also came back. Just as they sat down to rest, the king of the gray bears slowly approached Mo Yi and respectfully nodded. Young lion, may I ask you for a favor? What's the matter? Please let us stay here for one night. The gray bear king's voice was slow and deep. Everyone listened patiently as he finished speaking. Hearing his request, Mo Yi didn't reply immediately. Instead, he looked at Jibai, Lai Yan, and others. Actually, the bamboo house they had built wasn't enough for all the orcs to live in. Without wooden walls for protection, the orcs couldn't sleep peacefully. The weather was still somewhat warm from summer, and most orcs found it too hot and crowded. At night, they preferred to sleep outside in beast form. The bamboo house built by the lion tribe was already occupied by the female members of the swift snake tribe. There was hardly any space left. It depended on whether the white eagle tribe and the fierce wolf tribe were willing to share. Let's give them the second floor here, Jibai suggested. Only for the females. The orcs can find a place outside to sleep. We won't sleep, said the gray bear king. Yen Li looked puzzled. Why do you want to stay in our camp if you're not sleeping? In the gray bear tribe, if a cub is born, everyone gathers around the fire to perform a blessing dance for the newborn, singing words of blessing until dawn. When morning comes, they bathe the cub in the first light of dawn. This way, the cub receives the blessing of the beast god and grows up healthy. A celebration?
Can we join too?
Yen Li asked excitedly. She turned to the gray bear king. Gray bear king, can we participate? Of course. The more blessings the cubs receive, the better, said the elderly gray bear king with a gentle smile in his eyes. With permission, Yanli quickly told Mo Yi and the others, since arriving at the camp, we've been busy fighting locusts. Later, we also need to deal with the Eagle clan. Everyone is very tired. Let's take this opportunity to relax and celebrate the birth of the new cubs. Whatever you decide, Mo Yi replied softly. Jibai also agreed. After defeating the Eagle clan and winning the battle, we should celebrate properly. I'll go ask Schwanger and the others to prepare some delicious food tonight. Yanli eagerly tried to leave, but a thick arm with some bloodstains stopped her. Yanli looked at the arm's owner. Kino, with a slightly dark expression, looked at her with some regret. Lady Yanli, I'm glad that no beastmen died in the fight against the Eagle clan and the injuries weren't too serious. But small injuries can become big ones if not treated. Do you understand? Yes, she replied. Then, can you help me treat the injured beastmen? When the beastmen returned, the injured ones gathered around Kino, asking for help. He kept looking for Yanli, hoping she would come to assist. After waiting a long time without her arrival, he decided to find her himself. Yanli was surprised and said, Sorry, no uninjured beastmen came to find me. I thought everyone's injuries weren't serious. I'll go with you to bandage their wounds. She then obediently followed Kino. The beastmen waiting to have their wounds treated saw Yanli being brought over and exchanged glances filled with mild reproach. They thought their injuries weren't severe and wanted Yanli to rest. That's why they came to ask Kino for help. But he went ahead and brought Yanli over again. Couldn't he let Lady Yanli rest a bit longer? Mo Yi saw Yanli go to bandage the injured beastmen and stood up to do what she wanted. He went to the food storage room and saw Nana and the beastmen moving the meat they planned to cook tonight. Make more delicious food tonight, he said. Nana, and I can't make very good dishes, Nana frowned and replied. Mo Yi asked, why not? Because the hunting team is having a hard time catching new fierce beasts. It's probably because of the locusts. They have to travel far every day to find one or two, but these days, they haven't caught any, Nana explained. A few days ago, they were busy dealing with the Eagle clan, so Mo Yi hadn't paid attention to what they ate daily. They still have some meat, but it's all dried and preserved double-headed wolf meat. Knowing that the hunting team hadn't caught new prey these days, Mo Yi fell silent and said, try to make it as tasty as possible. Let Yanli do it. No matter how she cooks, it will always taste better than ours. They had been cooking for several days. Because they made large amounts, they still couldn't get the seasoning just right or cook the food to the perfect level. Their pots were also limited. Currently, they used porcelain pots because large stone pots were too heavy to move easily. So, They chose lighter porcelain ones. The porcelain was hurriedly made to kill locusts. Since they needed bigger pots, only 4 were made. These 4 large pots couldn't cook food for hundreds of people all at once. They cooked one pot after another, which caused a problem. By the time all the food was ready, the earlier batches had cooled down. Food that is cooled isn't as tasty. Limitations on ingredients and tools prevented them from making delicious food like in the village. Nana told Mo Yi about these difficulties. Mo Yi, who doesn't cook often, didn't realize how hard it was to cook. He was easygoing about food, just eating was enough. Who knew that cooking in the camp was so challenging? Just do it as usual, Mo Yi decided, giving up on making something special. Meanwhile, Yanli was bandaging the injured orcs and didn't forget about making tasty food. Just as she was about to go to the kitchen, she met Mo Yi. Going to the kitchen? Mo Yi asked.
Yanli nudda.
With the cubs arriving and our victory over the Eagle clan, these are 2 good reasons to celebrate. But we don't have much food, Mo Yi told Yanli about the difficulties Nana had shared. Yanli listened, frowning slightly, about to say something when Shi'ais and others, who were hunting, returned happily. Shi'ais cheered. Lord Yanli, we're back. We had good luck today. We caught 3 black sheep. Hearing this, Yanli and Mo Yi exchanged a knowing look and smiled. It seems our luck is really good, they said together. Luck is good, but we don't have many pots, Mo Yi said, not wanting to dampen Yanli's happiness. But it was true.
Yanli grina te se la y.
Mo Yi, have you forgotten how we used to eat meat before we had pots? Grilled?
Exactly.
Tonight, let's have grilled lamb skewers.
Yanli charat.
Mo Yi didn't know what lamb skewers were, but if Yanli said it, it would surely be delicious. After deciding what to eat tonight, they began preparing ingredients and tools quickly. The orcs went to hunt sheep and cut bamboo skewers. The women washed, cut, and marinated vegetables. In the camp, as long as the orcs are not seriously injured, they join in preparing a good dinner at night. They work until evening, placing the marinated meat on a stone oven. The hot charcoal forces out the juices from the lamb, and soon, the marinated lamb emits a tempting aroma. When it's almost cooked, they sprinkle cumin powder on top, then bake it a little longer before serving. Grilled meat has its benefits. If it cools down, just reheat it, and it will be hot again. Since the oven is built with stones, there's no worry about running out of cooking space. Stones are everywhere, so anyone can cook if they want. In the camp, the orcs sit in small groups, grilling meat. Occasionally, laughter rings out as they tease each other. Some joke about eating meat that's not fully cooked, others about burning their meat but still not eating it, and some sneak away with cooked meat when no one is looking. Everywhere is lively and full of joy. Yanli finally finishes grilling a skewer of meat. She turns around and sees Isido transform into a human form with a bright, eager face looking at the meat in her hand. If his tail hadn't been hidden, she's sure it would be wagging happily now. Yanli understands what he's waiting for. She splits the grilled lamb skewer in half and gives him a piece. The little rascal, holding back his excitement, calmly says, "Thank you." She turns around and sees 3 young female members of the serpent tribe looking at him eagerly. "Big brother, I want one too." "Big brother, I'm hungry." "Big brother, can I have one?" Under their persistent pressure, Isido can't hold back and has to let go of his skewer. Yanli calls this situation praying mantis catching cicada, with the sparrow behind. She smiles, sits down, and Mo Yi also finishes a skewer of lamb. He asks, "Want some?" "I'll try a bit." Mo Yi, who has learned cooking from Yanli for a while, is quite skilled. His grilled meat is perfectly cooked, with just the right flavor. "It's very good," she praises. At this moment, Nana comes over holding a grilled lamb skewer. "Yanli, want to trade?" Nana is too obvious about her feelings. Once Yanli looks into her eyes, she immediately knows what Nana is thinking. Yanli glances at Nana's grilled meat. It looks well cooked from the outside, but she's not sure about the taste. She doesn't mind and exchanges half of her own meat with Nana. Nana happily thanks her, then goes to swap with Suesu and Liu. Yanli watches them, shaking her head helplessly. They really think I'm easy to deal with. If you don't want to trade with them, you can refuse.
There's no need for that.
They're here to trade, and at least the meat isn't bad. Yanli took a bite of the lamb skewer, exchanged with Nana. The flavor and cooking were just right, neither bad nor particularly good. It was a simple, normal taste. Barbecue is free if you want to eat. Just pick your ingredients and skewer them yourself. The cubs and females are all cared for by the beast men, so there's no need to worry about them going hungry. Yanli ate while watching, and then she noticed that the beast men were sitting together in mixed groups. Around the fire pit, there were the Lion Clan, the White Eagle Clan, the Fierce Wolf Clan, the Swift Snake Clan, the Crimson Phoenix, and the Gray Bear. They sat together joking and chatting, without fighting or showing contempt. Seeing this scene, Yanli was momentarily stunned and looked at them in disbelief. Previously, beastmen always sat in their own clans. When did they start sitting mixed like this? Emoyi looked in her direction and said after a moment, "They've gotten used to it. Over the past few days, to coordinate their tactics, they've been spending a lot of time together, so they naturally sit like this." Ji Bai was still eating meat. Hearing Moyi, he glanced at the scene and said, "It's not surprising to see this. From the moment we came to fight the locusts, I guess this kind of situation would happen someday." "That's good," Yanli said. Ji Bai sighed softly. "Yes, it's good. But it doesn't feel real. Thinking back, we used to dislike each other so much. After you arrived, all the grudges from before disappeared in just a few months. Suddenly, I feel a bit guilty to our ancestors. The clans had held grudges long ago, but by their generation, they had made peace." Ji Bai's feelings were complicated. When fighting the Eagle Clan, Ji Bai and Moyi sometimes had the same thoughts. That feeling of sharing the same ideas with others, he had to admit, he quite liked it. Without Yanli, would our three clans still be like before? When the locusts come, would we turn into the Swift Snake Clan, the Eagle Clan, and the Gray Bear Clan like they are now? Lai Yan asked. "We won't become the Eagle Clan," Moyi said. "If the locusts hadn't been stopped and food became scarce, we wouldn't steal your food. But if you come to steal ours, I won't let you go. If we don't steal, then we might leave our current village because of the lack of food." "That wouldn't be good either," Lai Yan replied. Moyi didn't answer, but deep down he agreed with Lai Yan. Without working together to deal with the locusts, when they arrived at their village, they would probably leave because of the food shortage. That wouldn't be a good thing. Now it is early autumn. Autumn is the harvest season, the time when this continent has the most food. If the crops are taken away by locusts, winter will come and the weather will be cold. People's appetites will also increase. During winter, if there isn't enough food and they have to leave their tribe, even the fierce lion tribe will find it hard to survive that winter. "We three tribes should avoid fighting and arguing in the future," Ji Bai said. "We didn't know before, but now that we've teamed up, we realize it's not so hard to survive." Ji Bai looked up at Yanli with admiration. "I didn't understand before why you wanted to form alliances with other tribes, but now I see why. It's good that you understand and think it through. That way, I won't have to be caught in the middle when you argue," Yanli said with a smile. Ji Bai smiled and swore on the reputation of the White Eagle King. From now on, the White Eagle tribe will no longer be enemies with the Fierce Wolf tribe and the Wild Lion tribe. Moyi and Lai Yan listened, their eyes showing smiles. Moyi said, "After returning to the tribe, I will persuade my father not to be enemies with you anymore." Lai Yan also said, "I will talk to my father too. We will no longer be enemies." Their unexpected conversation left Yanli momentarily stunned, unable to fully process it. He looked at them blankly for a while before finally reacting. The few who reached an agreement looked into each other's eyes, their previous hostility and contempt gone, replaced by openness and understanding. Tonight is truly a good day for celebration. Yanli couldn't help but think to himself. After a good meal, it was time for the Gray Bear tribe. The Gray Bear tribe had prepared firewood long in advance. They stacked the wood, added fire starters, and lit the fire. The huge flames pierced through the darkness. The beast men and females of the Gray Bear tribe gathered hand in hand around the bonfire. They sang in a deep, steady voice in an ancient language that was hard to understand. They danced with lively, rhythmic movements that looked strange but had a clear beat. They performed a blessing dance to pray, for the newborn cubs. Yen Li and the others couldn't understand the words, couldn't sing along, and could only watch from the side. The beast men of the Gray Bear tribe were tall and moved slowly. During the prayer for the newborn cubs, they appeared serious and focused. After circling the bonfire a few times, the Gray Bear King stepped out from among them. He walked to the side, carrying a cub wrapped in a fluffy animal hide. The king of the bears held a wooden bowl filled with yellow dye made from unknown flowers. As he muttered to himself, his rough fingers dipped into the dye and drew a line across the nose of a young cub. When the king finished, he and the others turned to approach Yanli. "Beautiful and brave female, please bless our new cubs," they said.
How should I do that?
Yanli asked. The king replied, "Just dip your finger in the dye and draw a line on the cub's face." "Lord Yanli, I heard from Qingluo that it is because of you they are alive."
Thank you.
"We will never forget your kindness," said Xiongxing sincerely and respectfully, bowing to Yanli. Yanli smiled, dipped her finger in the yellow dye, and drew a line on the white cheek of a small cub. After finishing, she looked up at Xiongxing. "It's not enough to just forget. When they grow up, let them come to my tribe and see me." "Of course." Xiongxing happily agreed. Xiongxing held the cub and accepted the blessings from the beast people in the camp. Only those with higher status, like Yanli and Mo Yi, could draw on the cub's face. Others simply offered their blessings in words. The cub was so small that if everyone drew on his face, his whole body might not be enough. After receiving the blessings, he was returned to his mother. When dawn approached, he would come out again to accept the morning light's blessing. Yanli couldn't wait until dawn. She wouldn't dance the blessing dance of the bear tribe until then. She and Schwanger and the others went back to their room to rest. The flickering firelight on the wall reflected the low singing of the bear tribe, like a lullaby, making Yanli feel sleepy. Just as she was about to fall asleep, she heard Schwanger whisper nearby, "Yanli, are you asleep?" "Not yet." "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I just keep thinking about Qingluo's cub and mate when I close my eyes." Yanli chuckled softly. "You want to become a mate with Jibai and have little Jibai too?" "Yanli, don't joke." "Why is that a joke?" Yanli turned to look at Schwanger's face in the firelight and asked, "Your tribe has already accepted you. They don't stop you from becoming Jibai's mate. Once the locusts and the eight-eyed spiders are dealt with, go back and be together." "Yanli, if I become Jibai's mate, I won't be able to stay in your tribe for long, nor can I learn more from you. I want to stay with you a little longer." "Doubler, if becoming Jibai's partner makes you less free, that's okay. If you can't come to see me, I will go to see you instead. As long as you want, I will go. Aren't we friends? So don't think about unnecessary things. Jibai is the person you love, and he loves you too. You should become partners and spend your lives together."
Yanli.
Doubler's voice choked with emotion as she reached out and hugged Yanli tightly. Behind her, another hand also embraced Yanli. Nana said, "Yanli, we are friends too, right? I know I did wrong to you before, but I have already apologized. I won't do that again. Whatever you need me to do in the future, I will do it. Yanli, I will also treat you well. If you need anything, just ask me. I am willing to go anywhere, even dangerous places," Su added. Liu also spoke up confidently, "Me too. Even if you don't consider me a friend, I see you as one. If anything happens, I will help you. Anyone who dares to say anything bad about you, I won't let them go first." Even Jibai can become good friends with Maya, so how could Yanli not accept Nana and the others? "You three want to be my friends, but you must promise not to bully females from other tribes. Even if life is hard for yourselves, others are struggling too. We must tolerate and help each other to get through tough times." "We understand," they replied in unison. "It's getting late, time to sleep." The girls huddled together and fell into dreams as the Gray Bear tribe's lullaby-like chanting lulled them to sleep. Yanli didn't wake up with the first sunlight. The Gray Bear tribe's ceremony had already ended. When she woke, the tribe was preparing to leave. Xiongxing brought Qingluo and the young ones back to thank Yanli and Qinghua. After Yanli told Xiongxing to take good care of Qingluo, they were allowed to leave. The Gray Bear tribe first went back to settle the females rescued from the Eagle Hero tribe. After settling them, they joined forces to fight the locusts and the eight-eyed spiders. Yen Li and her friends also had no free time. Starting today, they had to deal with the locusts again. It would take several days to handle them, and the number of locusts had increased quite a bit. Luckily, with the Eagle Hero tribe's help, they worried less and could focus on killing the locusts. Today was the day the village sent food supplies. Yen Li ordered the beastmen to steal some locust eggs. Locust eggs hatch in 5 days. Yen Li took 15 eggs that had just been laid. The eggshells of the locusts are hard, but Yen Li is still worried they might accidentally break during the journey home. She lines the cage with some weeds, so if the eggs on the way back, the weeds can serve as food for the locusts. When the orcs delivering the food arrive, Yen Li asks them to take the eggs back. After the eggs are transported, there are no more worries. With the help of the Swift Snake clan and the Gray Bear clan, they managed to eliminate the locusts that threatened to destroy the area in 5 days. After killing the last locust, everyone cheers loudly, showing their happiness openly. Jibai happily walks over and tells Yen Li, now we only have the eight-eyed spiders left. Yes, Yen Li looks up at the sky. It's high autumn, and perhaps because they dealt with the locusts, they can see birds flying by. After lunch, we'll go see the situation with the eight-eyed spiders, she says. Jibai has no objections. They pack up and return to their camp. After washing up and having lunch, they rest for a while. Then, Jibai, Yen Li, Moyue, and Bailing head into the forest where the eight-eyed spiders live. The forest is covered in spider silk, which entangles the lush leaves of the trees. The dense silk blocks out the sunlight, making the inside dark and dangerous. The eight-eyed spiders are slightly toxic. A bite can cause numbness and loss of sensation. While a single bite usually isn't deadly, many bites could be dangerous. The forest, wrapped in spider silk, looks very dangerous from the outside. The four exchange glances. Jibai asks, should we go in? Let's check it out, but be careful, Yen Li says seriously. Moyue takes out a bone spear. I'll go first. Follow behind me and be careful. The others agree and nod. Moyue cuts the spider silk between the trees with his spear. As they step into the forest, a strong rotten smell hits their noses, making their stomachs react. They immediately step back, leaving the forest and breathing fresh air again, trying to forget the disgusting smell. But sad memories are hard to forget. The orcs have keen noses. The smell almost made their noses stop working altogether. Why does it smell so terrible? Jibai covers his nose, overwhelmed by the strong stench. His eyes react, turning red and almost crying. Look at this, Yen Li pointed toward the forest, and everyone looked in that direction. The silk threads cut by the bone spear had gathered many eight-eyed spiders, mostly small ones about the size of a fist, crawling densely across the entire web. Jibai suddenly cursed. The three of them looked at him in confusion. Yen Li asked, what's wrong? All eight-eyed spiders. There are some about our size inside. Jibai's eyes were not afraid of the darkness. He could see what was happening deep in the woods. Yen Li frowned slightly. This is their home. There's a strong rotten smell, probably leftover food debris. There's no fierce beast nearby. Could it be because of the eight-eyed spiders that no other predators come here? Mo Yi suddenly asked. Jibai replied, eight-eyed spiders also need to eat. In such a large forest, it's possible that the nearby fierce beasts are their food. Earlier, they only wanted to deal with the locusts, thinking that the lack of predators was because the locusts kept them away. But now they realized that the absence of predators might also be related to the spiders, since the spiders need to eat too. How should we deal with these eight-eyed spiders? Balin asked. There are so many here. If they keep spreading, they might soon reach our territory. Everyone fell silent. Mo Yi looked up at the forest. The webs cut by the bone spear had been repaired by the small eight-eyed spiders, as if warning others not to enter their territory. Just outside, there were so many spiders. What about inside? Mo Yi didn't dare to think further. Eight-eyed spiders are much harder to deal with than locusts. Most locusts are larger than the spiders and eat the leaves of trees, exposing themselves to the sun and even laying eggs openly for everyone to see. They are not very strong and are quite straightforward to fight when united. But eight-eyed spiders are different. The giant ones are as big as small hills. The smaller ones are about the size of an adult's fist. They turn the forest into a dark, web-filled place. Fighting in the forest is very difficult for beast men, especially since these spiders have slight venom. Moi found it hard to think of a good way to deal with them. There's actually a way to solve the eight-eyed spiders, Yanli said. What way? Ji Bai asked eagerly. Set fire to them. Set fire? That won't work, Ji Bai exclaimed. If we burn the spiders, the fire might destroy all the forests on the Arman continent. Just set a controlled fire, Yanli said. We will clear the trees and weeds outside the eight-eyed spider's territory to create a firebreak. This way, the fire can only reach the eight-eyed spider and won't spread elsewhere. Ji Bai still didn't fully understand. Yanli asked him to transform into a beast and fly into the sky to observe the terrain. To the left of the eight-eyed spider forest, there is a river, and other areas connect to different forests. From above, Yanli explained what a firebreak is. A forest firebreak is of land cleared to prevent a fire from spreading from one forest to another. It involves dividing the forest into sections and creating a 40 to 50 meter wide to stop the fire from burning all the forests. Considering the wind and timing, Yanli decided to make a 10-meter wide firebreak outside the eight-eyed spider forest. They prepared water for firefighting and increased the number of watchful beasts to prevent the fire from spreading to other areas. After understanding Yanli's plan, Ji Bai and others agreed to carry it out. Back at the camp, they began assigning beasts to cut trees and clear weeds from the firebreak. Once the firebreak was ready, they would set the forest on fire. Fortunately, the eight-eyed spider had not expanded its territory too much, so it would take several months to build the firebreak. They spent 10 days splitting up the beasts to cut trees and clear dead leaves, creating a firebreak about 10 meters wide. On the day of the fire, all the beasts stood along the firebreak. Each beast had a wooden bucket filled with water, hollowed out from cut trees. Before starting the fire, Yanli told everyone she would begin counting down. When she reached 1, she would throw a torch into the drywood pile to ignite the fire. They needed all parts of the forest to catch fire at the same time. Some beasts would start the fire, while others would hold back. The eight-eyed spider would run away from the unburned areas. Once everyone was in position, Yanli began counting down from 100. The beast next to her recited the numbers aloud, matching everyone else's voice. When she reached 1, Yanli threw the torch into the drywood pile. The drywood crackled loudly as it caught fire, and the flames grew bigger, transforming into a fierce beast that ruthlessly devoured the forest. As the fire blazed, the intense heat was so strong that even a meter away, they could feel their skin burning. Beasts sensitive to heat retreated slightly, and Yanli also moved back a bit. The jungle is burning, with thick smoke rising into the sky. Yanli watches the scene, feeling her right eyelid twitch nervously. She hopes that dealing with the eight-eyed spider will be easier than handling the locusts, so they can go home tomorrow. But can this big fire really solve the problem of the eight-eyed spider? Yanli feels worried. The firebreak they dug is more than 3 meters away from the spider's nest. They kept a distance to prevent the mother spider from expanding her territory suddenly and to avoid being noticed if they cut down trees too close. Soon, the fire spreads into the spider's forest. It seems the spiders are angry and scream loudly, their cries like waves crashing. Suddenly, the ground shakes violently. Among the flames, the largest giant eight-eyed spider rushes toward them. The giant spider pushes aside burning trees, crashing through everything in its path. Yanli's expression changes as she looks at the mountain-like giant spider. She knows the giant spider won't be easy to defeat. Other spiders escape as the giant one clears the way. Yanli shouts, "Stop them." Wild beasts remember grudges. They burn down the spider's home. Even if they run to the ends of the earth, that spider will chase after them. The orcs understand this well. Even if they die here, they must defeat all the spiders to protect their tribe and families. Yanli had anticipated this situation. The giant spider, as tall as a mountain, can walk several meters away after escaping the fire. It's not hard for it to get out of the flames. Anyone who cooks knows that bigger animals are harder to cook thoroughly. What she didn't expect was that the giant spider would destroy the burning trees and escape with the other spiders. Having thought this through, they had a plan. Following the plan, the orcs of the White Eagle tribe transformed into beasts. They flew onto the backs of the giant spiders, riding with bone-tipped spears in hand. On the swaying backs, the orcs stabbed the spiders with their bone spears and clawed at their skins with sharp claws. The orcs from the Gray Bear group saw the spiders escape the fire and transformed into beasts again. They rushed into the still-smoking forest in groups of 5, grabbing one of the spider's legs to hold it steady and prevent it from running away. The small 8-eyed spider, following the follower of the 8-eyed spider, saw its mother being attacked and let out a furious roar as it charged forward. The fierce wolf tribe and swift snake tribe, already waiting for them, transformed into beasts and crushed, bit, and strangled the spiders one by one. In front of them was a chaotic battle. Yenli couldn't stand by and watch, so she was about to help.
Movye grabet herarm.
Yenli, don't go. Mo-yi, now is not the time to just watch.
But.
Mo-yi, I'll be fine.
Trust me.
Haven't you always believed in me? Mo-yi hesitated, looking at Yenli. Even though he trusted her, he was still scared. The fear felt deep in his bones. Just thinking about it made him afraid. Mo-yi had never been this scared before.
He didn't know why.
He hadn't known Yenli for long, but every time he saw her, it felt like they had known each other for a long time. In his mind, he unconsciously thought, as long as she's safe, everything is fine. Shirhao. Seeing Mo-yi hesitating, Yenli turned and called out to Shirhao. Shirhao's injuries had healed, but he was still with the reinforcement team and hadn't been sent back.
He was still there now.
I'm here, Shirhao replied. Take the beast men from the reinforcement team to cut down trees. Let the beast men of the White Eagle tribe pile the cut trees on the path made by the giant 8-eyed spider. The big one can't block it, and the smaller ones, you all stop them. Yes. Shirhao immediately turned and led people to cut trees. Yenli didn't wait for Mo-yi to speak. She had already transformed into a beast. Mo-yi opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but after a moment of hesitation, he chose not to say anything. He followed Yenli's figure into the chaos. The beast men of the Gray Bear tribe were very strong. They held back the giant 8-eyed spider's movements and headed toward the river. Yenli didn't go over to join the fun. The giant spider was too big for her small body to handle much. She obediently fought the smaller 8-eyed spiders with Lai Yen and others. She was quite skilled at dealing with the small spiders. Her agile movements and spear attacks, like dragons and thunder, pierced through each spider one by one. She handled the small spiders with ease. Seeing this, Mo-yi's worried heart gradually eased. Mo-yi, come help. Ji-bai suddenly flew over and said, that giant 8-eyed spider is too hard to deal with. We alone, along with the Gray Bear tribe, can't handle it. Mo-yi looked at the giant spider not far away, nodded gently, and turned to Yenli. Be careful. Okay, you too. Mo-yi jumped onto Ji-bai's back and flew toward the giant 8-eyed spider. Yenli continued to block the small 8-eyed spider's path. Before long, the beast men of the White Eagle tribe grabbed fallen trees from above the sky and threw them onto the path blocked by the giant 8-eyed spider. The fire was still burning, and the trees laid across the road. Soon, the fire reached those trees, and the 8-eyed spider that couldn't escape was once again stopped by the flames. They fought the 8-eyed spider near the fire, their foreheads sweating and faces covered with ash, all looking very exhausted. After dealing with the escaped 8-eyed spider, the one blocked by fire couldn't get out, giving them a moment to breathe. Yenli stuck his bone spear into the ground and gasped for breath. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the ground shook. She turned to look in the direction of the tremor and saw the giant 8-eyed spider had fallen down. Thank goodness, it's finally over. It took a lot of time and effort, but it was a good ending. Yenli, we won again. Lai Yen ran over happily. Yenli also smiled with relief. Yes, we won again. You should have someone count to see if anyone is hurt. If anyone is seriously injured, send them back to the camp for Kino to treat.
Okay.
Lai Yan happily wagged his beast tail and went to check on everyone. At this moment, Ji Bai hurried over in a panic. Yan Li, Mo Yi fell into the river. Into the river? Yan Li asked casually. Falling into the river shouldn't be difficult for Mo Yi. The giant eight-eyed spider bit Mo Yi's arm. When it fell, it dragged Mo Yi into the river too.
What?
Yan Li didn't hesitate and immediately jumped onto Ji Bai's back. Take me there quickly. Ji Bai flew as fast as possible toward the river. The beast men couldn't swim. When Mo Yi fell into the river, they could only watch anxiously from the side. The huge eight-eyed spider was covered in wounds, its head submerged in the river, and it didn't move anymore. Yan Li didn't have time to land. She leapt directly from Ji Bai's back and gracefully jumped into the water. As soon as she entered, she immediately looked for Mo Yi. Soon, she found Mo Yi in the river. Mo Yi's arm wasn't bitten by the spider, but was wrapped in the silk spun by the eight-eyed spider. The silk tightly wrapped his entire right arm. The silk should have been easy to break free from, but Mo Yi was like seaweed, with no strength to resist, swaying with the river. He had been poisoned by the eight-eyed spider. Seeing that Mo Yi wasn't struggling at all, Yan Li quickly understood what was happening. She quickly swam over, touched Mo Yi's hand, took out a dagger, and separated his hand from the spider silk. After freeing him, Yan Li carried Mo Yi and swam to the surface. On the shore, a beast man saw them come out and immediately helped pull Mo Yi out of the water. Yan Li was also pulled ashore by a hand. Master Yan, Master Mo Yi seems to have stopped breathing. A beast man from the wild lion tribe said tremblingly. Yan Li immediately went to check. Mo Yi was lying quietly on the ground with his eyes closed, showing no signs of breathing. Her body stiffened, and a sudden flash of a similar scene appeared in her mind. A sharp pain struck her head again, but she ignored the pain and went to Mo Yi's side. She cleared the debris from his mouth and nose, pressed her hands on his chest, then opened his mouth and blew oxygen into him from her own mouth. Live survive.
Mauvais.
In her blank mind, only this sentence echoed. The beast man standing nearby saw Yan Li performing strange first aid on Mo Yi, and they were shocked by her artificial respiration. Kissing was something only partners did. Yan Li didn't think much. Her hands kept pressing on Mo Yi's chest, growing tired and weak, but Mo Yi still showed no reaction. She refused to give up. Finally, she heard Mo Yi cough loudly, spitting out the water he had swallowed. Seeing this, Yan Li quickly turned his head to the side to prevent him from choking on the water again, which might cause him to inhale more. After spitting out the water, Mo Yi's breathing finally returned, and his pale face gained some color. Yan Li saw this and let out a breath of relief, exhausted as she leaned on Mo Yi's chest. Some emotions surged from her chest, disturbing her thoughts, and her body trembled with this unknown feeling. So this is what fear feels like. A deep, bone-chilling fear. Master Mo Yi, are you okay? Sure Hao asked worriedly as he crouched down. Mo Yi wanted to speak, but the venom from the eight-eyed spider paralyzed his body. He had no strength at all and could only move his eyes, looking at Yan Li, who was lying on his chest. Ji Bai said, "It was Yan Li who saved you.
You
shouldn't have tried to protect me." The giant eight-eyed spider's target was originally Ji Bai, who was flying. When Mo Yi saw this, he used his body to block the spider's silk and fell into the river along with it. If Yan Li hadn't saved Mo Yi, the White Eagle tribe would forever owe the Wild Lion tribe a debt that could never be repaid. Mo Yi couldn't speak, only stared at Yan Li. Yan Li seemed to be sleeping peacefully, lying on his body. Mo Yi, although paralyzed by the venom of the eight-eyed spider, couldn't feel Yan Li's warmth or anything else. However, he could see her trembling slightly. Sure Hao didn't know what to say, and quietly withdrew the spider silk wrapped around Mo Yi. Just as the silk was about to be fully pulled back, Sure Hao was about to speak when Yan Li slowly lifted her head. She wasn't crying, only her eyes were red. When she met Mo Yi's gaze, She couldn't help but feel a little resentful, saying, "Didn't we agree to be careful?" Mo Yi couldn't speak. Yanli said, "Mo Yi, you made this old iron tree bloom for me, but you almost caused it to die right then. Can you take responsibility?"
Mo Yi.
He couldn't find the words to reply. If he could speak, he would definitely say, "Okay." Yanli's mood also calmed down quite a bit. She had been through so many years. She wasn't naive. Knowing Mo Yi couldn't speak, she stood up and told everyone, "Let's go back." The venom of the eight-eyed spider only temporarily numbed the nerves and senses. Even the venom from a giant spider was similar, so Yanli didn't give Mo Yi any universal antidote. Back at the camp, she began to count the casualties among the orcs. Fortunately, the giant eight-eyed spider escaped, causing some trouble, but the fire attack was effective. No orcs had died or been seriously injured. Many orcs had been bitten by the spider, experiencing partial numbness, and some had burns. After all, they were fighting near the fire, so some burns were expected. 2 hours later, the bitten orcs gradually regained consciousness, and they finally achieved victory. Everyone wanted to take out all their food to celebrate, but unfortunately, the weather turned bad. By evening, dark clouds gathered, and it started to rain lightly. The orcs could only rest inside the tents, pack their things, and prepare to leave the next day. Although a heavy rain couldn't make everyone happily celebrate, it was a timely rain. With this rain, they didn't have to worry about their fires spreading accidentally. While packing up, Yanli went to Mo Yi's room to rest. The room was dimly lit by a faint fire. Mo Yi was lying quietly on the ground. Yanli walked over, squatted down, looked at Mo Yi's sleeping side profile, and suddenly her mind was filled with fleeting images. "Ada, are you there?" she asked. There was no response from the other side. Yanli continued confidently. "Last time I said I wanted to seek revenge against the Eagle Spirit tribe, you said you would pay more attention to me. Bear, don't think I don't see through you. Just because I'm talking to you now doesn't mean I can be fooled." "Host, what do you want to say?" "Why do strange images sometimes appear in my mind?" "Host, this isn't something you should ask me. You should ask yourself. It's your personal matter. I have no way of knowing these things." "Then tell me, why do strange images keep appearing in my mind?" "Based on my guesses, there are 2 possibilities. First, these might be the original owner's memories. The memories you see are from what the original owner experienced over the past 3 months. I don't know what happened before that. Second, you've noticed something else. Your current body looks just like your original body. You've been to many worlds on missions, and perhaps in one of those worlds, you met someone who looks very similar to Mo Yi. Maybe something happened then." "Bear, I don't really believe what you're saying." "What do you mean?" "The original owner and Mo Yi definitely don't have any memories together. The 3 months of memories already prove everything. She came to the lion tribe because her own tribe was destroyed. According to the habits of beast men, females wouldn't leave their village alone. The idea that she met Mo Yi before doesn't hold. Second, Mo Yi is so handsome. If I had met him before, I wouldn't forget. Yanli, no matter how much doubt you have about these sudden memories, remember what I told you. This is your personal matter." Bear emphasized seriously, "I am here under the orders of the Supreme Tao of Heaven to oversee you. Your private affairs are none of my business. Don't bring your personal issues into this. The Supreme Tao of Heaven sent you to oversee me?" The Supreme Tao of Heaven is the most powerful and influential figure in the immortal realm. Unless something major happens, they wouldn't interfere. Yanli's death was somewhat absurd, but Lord Hongyu and Lord Xianming had already made up for her mistakes. Logically, it shouldn't be the Supreme Tao of Heaven who is sent to oversee her. Moreover, just the word oversee felt suspicious to Yanli. Bear knew he had slipped up, but quickly regained his composure and said calmly, "Lord Hongyu and Lord Xianming made a big mistake, so it's natural that the Supreme Tao of Heaven is involved. As for why you need to be overseen, it's because the world you're in is one of killing and survival of the fittest. The Supreme Tao is worried you might go astray, so they sent me to watch over you. Isn't killing just hunting prey and eating meat? Have you forgotten about the Eagle Hero clan?"
Yanli frowned.
"You only had good luck at the start, meeting Moyi. If you had begun in the Eagle Hero clan, you wouldn't be so carefree. Their killings are beyond your control. Also, even if you met Moyi at the beginning, things wouldn't have gone smoothly. At that time, besides Moyi, no other female orcs were willing to accept you. On the Amond continent, strength is everything. The environment is tough, and the natives here are straightforward and honest, fighting just to survive. They have a fierce, beastly nature inside them. But you've done very well. You've changed the prejudices of the fierce lion, white eagle, and fierce wolf. This is the result of countless missions you've completed over the past 500 years. In Bai Er's words, Yenli recalled her earliest days on this continent. When she first arrived, she only wanted to go back, hoping to meet many orcs to earn merit and return home. At first, her relationship with the fierce lion clan and others was not good, but she didn't take it seriously. Having lived over 500 years, she had experienced many hardships and was used to them. These experiences had also made her stronger. Several setbacks and harsh words. If she couldn't endure even these, what kind of immortal would she be? Bear, if I die here, can I still return to the flood wilderness? Yenli suddenly asked an unexpected question. Host, when you arrived here, I told you one thing. Don't give up on yourself or your life. From this, it's clear that if you die here, no one can save you, let alone return. Even dying of old age here isn't allowed?
No.
Yenli didn't answer. She still liked her life here. At first, she just wanted to go back, but after her relationship with Moyi and the others improved, perhaps because it was the first time someone treated her well, or because she was doing everything for her tribe for the first time, this new experience made her reluctant to leave. Host, you are now meeting more and more tribes and orcs, and your cultivation and merit are increasing faster. If you don't want to return too quickly, you can find ways to control the pace of your cultivation. You're so smart. You should know how to slow down your progress. Do you understand me so well? Have we met in the flood wilderness? We have met, but I know you, and you don't know me. And you are very easy to understand, always straightforward in everything you do, never hiding your true thoughts. Xianming Xianzun once told me that among all the immortals, you are the most interesting. You have no trace of the typical immortal aura, and your emotions are the most vivid. After looking at your face for a while, it's easy to see what you are thinking because I am older than you. Are you already an immortal?
Yes.
So, you are my senior. Do you usually respect elders and care for the young? Yes, but I don't show respect to seniors. Bar remained silent, not wanting to talk to her. There's nothing else. I'm leaving now. You can do whatever you want in the beast world. I'm just here to supervise you and prevent you from doing great evil. If you have nothing to do, don't bother chatting with me. Why haven't you been credited for the Eagle Spirit Clan's matters? Yenli had wanted to ask this for a long time, but was busy fighting locusts and spiders, so he hadn't gone to ask Bar. The Eagle Spirit Clan handled their own affairs. Although you participated in the battles, most of the fighting was done by the beast men. Also, you didn't take part in the war, so your merits weren't deducted. Understood. Thank you. Bar paused politely and replied, no need. After ending the conversation, Yenli no longer asked Bar questions and silently looked at Moyi. 500 years for an immortal is a long or short time, but forgetting some things is enough. Yenli could no longer remember how many unforgettable moments had happened in the past. Now, looking back, they all seem like insignificant feelings. She still remembered what Xianming Xianzun once told her. I sealed your emotions. From today on, you will become a cold person. I don't want you to be like that. If possible, I hope you remember what happiness feels like and have thoughts of caring for others. When it comes to sad things, worry and care less. Life is full of ups and downs. Most of the time, things don't go as planned. If you hold on to every disappointment, you'll never truly understand what happiness is. In this regard, Yenli did not disappoint Xianming Xianzun. She quickly forgets unhappy things and still has a heart that enjoys happiness. But recently, memories related to Moyi keep flashing in her mind, and they appear in bad situations. Yenli wondered if she had met Moyi somewhere before, and if something unpleasant had happened, that matter was even serious enough to involve life and death. If it was a deep experience of life and death, she wouldn't forget that memory. The memories people can never forget are the happiest and the most painful. Fortunately, as long as I stay by Mo Ye's side, I occasionally recall certain images. I think that even if I die on the Amand continent without understanding what happened between us, I will never return to the primordial realm. This fairy, I might as well give up. The next morning, Mo Ye woke up with the first rays of sunlight. Last night, it rained steadily until dawn, and only stopped when it was nearly bright. The air was cool with the rain, and everything felt fresh and clean after being washed. Mo Ye blinked, trying hard to see clearly who the small person in his arms was. He couldn't believe it. If he hadn't smelled that familiar scent on her, he might have thought it was just a dream. His head still felt a bit dizzy. The venom from the giant eight-eyed spider wasn't deadly, but it was much more toxic than that of smaller spiders. Only when he truly felt the warmth coming from Yan Li's tiny body did Mo Ye realize it wasn't a dream. But this was the resting place of the orcs. Why was she here? Mo Ye was confused. Yan Li came last night to check on Mo Ye. She stayed until she was tired, and then lay down to sleep. Orcs have tough skin and thick flesh, so they don't feel cold after sleeping all night, but Yan Li felt cold. Because it rained all night, the temperature was much lower than usual. She felt cold and curled up into Mo Ye's arms. When Mo Ye woke up, he received such a big blessing. He felt as if he was in a dream, so unreal. His limbs started to regain strength. He looked around and saw that Yan Li was unharmed, which eased his heart a lot. He stared at Yan Li, never getting tired of looking at her. Seeing her peacefully asleep, he wished everything could stay like this forever. Just as Mo Ye was lost in admiration, a brown lion's tail rested on Yan Li's stomach. His brow furrowed in displeasure, and he looked up at the owner of the tail, Shihao. Shihao had been cold last night and, unknowingly, had turned into a beast. He was surrounded by a few tribe members, sleeping in a group. They had been sleeping soundly, but his dirty tail crossed the line. Mo Ye reached out, disgusted, and threw Shihao's tail away. But the tail came back again. He threw it again, still coming back. Mo Ye had the wicked thought of breaking off the tail. Instead, he thought of another way. He held Yan Li and moved to the other side to block Shihao's restless tail. Luckily, Yan Li didn't wake up when he moved her, so even if someone tried to sell her, she wouldn't know. Mo Ye's fussing didn't wake her. On the other side of Mo Ye is a wall. There's no need to worry about anyone coming to disturb Yan Li. He calmly watches the person. At this moment, Yan Li's eyelids twitched slightly, showing signs of waking up. Mo Ye was startled and quickly closed his eyes, pretending to be asleep. Yan Li slowly woke up, opened her eyes, and looked at her situation. Her mind froze for a moment. She looked up at Mo Ye's handsome face and quietly left, whispering, "Why did I fall asleep here?" She looked around, reached out, and touched Mo Ye's smooth forehead. His forehead was no longer hot like last night. She breathed a sigh of relief. The poison should have automatically cleared. That's good. After saying this, she tiptoed away quietly. When she heard her footsteps approaching the stairs, Mo Ye turned around, watching her leave, feeling a mix of regret and a little happiness. Yan Li stayed here because she cared about him. The sky was fully bright now. Era led the kitchen team to prepare the last breakfast at the camp. They had already packed everything they could yesterday. After breakfast, they would leave directly. They brought very few things, just animal skins covering their supplies and some food for the journey. The extra food was left for the Swift Snake tribe and the Gray Bear tribe. The reason was simple. They no longer wanted to eat dried double-headed wolf meat. During their time here, they had almost eaten double-headed wolf meat every day. In the past, it was enough just to fill their stomachs, but as they had more food, their tastes became pickier. They didn't want to eat the same thing every day. Thinking about the food left in their tribes, although the locusts and the eight-eyed spiders had been dealt with, the damage they caused still lingered. It was still difficult for the Swift Snake tribe and the Gray Bear tribe to find food nearby. Since they didn't want to eat the same food and were short of supplies, they shared their extra food with each other, taking only what was enough for the journey. They also left a pot for both tribes, as they were skilled at making ceramic ware. After organizing everything, the group prepared to leave. Have you decided? Reno asked seriously to Chino. Chino nodded apologetically. King, I'm sorry. The tribe raised me, but in the end I chose to leave the tribe. Don't say that. When you were in the tribe, you treated all the sick and injured members. Without you, our tribe would have been gone long ago. Following Yanli is a good choice. Yanli is a very unique female. Being with her, you can learn many things. Also, Yanli is willing to form an alliance with our tribe. If you go to her tribe, you are still part of our group. Come back and visit when you have time. Thank you, King, Chinoa said gratefully. He wants to learn medical skills from Yanli. It's hard to say how long it will take. Moreover, Yanli works hard to teach him medicine, and it feels a bit unfair that he still belongs to the snake tribe. Therefore, he made a big decision to leave his original tribe and join Yanli's tribe. Yanli welcomed his joining, but he felt a little guilty about leaving his old tribe. Reynold could see his guilt and patted his shoulder to comfort him. From now on, your king will be Yanli. And really, there's no need to feel sorry for your tribe. Without Yanli and their help, our tribe would eventually be destroyed by the Eagle tribe. Yanli helped us solve the Eagle tribe problem, allowing our tribe to survive. You should work hard to help her in her tribe, as a way to thank her.
Okay, Reno nodded firmly.
Goy and Adams from the Swift Snake tribe will also go with them. They have allied with Yanli, so they know where her tribe is for future communication. The Gray Bear tribe also sent 2 warriors to return with them. Both the Swift Snake tribe and the Gray Bear tribe are willing to ally with Yanli. Jibai, as another king this time, also wants to form an alliance with them. This journey to fight the locusts has completely changed Jibai's old-fashioned view. He no longer dislikes outsiders and enjoys working with other tribes to fight enemies. The Wild Lion tribe and the Fierce Wolf tribe don't have kings, but Mo Yi and Lai Yan both expressed willingness to ally with them. These 2 future kings agree that even if they can't form an alliance now, they will definitely do so later. After finishing this, the team finally set out to return home. Perhaps because they were eager to get back, the warriors walked very lightly. In 3 days, they arrived home by the evening of the 2nd day. Yanli returned to the valley, a peaceful, beautiful mountain valley under a reddish sky. She looked at it with a mix of feelings she couldn't quite identify. Why aren't you leaving? Are you tired? Yisudo looked at Yanli, who hadn't caught up, shook his dragon tail, slightly lowered his body, and asked, Want to ride on my back? No. Thank you, Yisudo. Yanli smiled and gently patted his head. Feeling the gentle touch, Yisudo happily smiled. Yanli headed towards home, looking around at the scenery on both sides. She saw fields where spices were grown, well taken care of, with the spices thriving. In the valley, there were many houses made of wood and blue bricks, neatly arranged. In another corner, she saw darkened tiles that had been sun-dried. Before leaving, she had given instructions, and Chi Yun and the others had done very well. Seeing this made her feel very happy. With so many materials, they could start building the wooden house tomorrow. King is back. Mother, father, King is back. Wendy's small voice suddenly echoed through the valley. Yanli looked toward the sound and saw a small brown bear running quickly toward her. It ran up and tightly hugged her leg. King, you finally came back. I missed you so much, King. You finally returned. Chi Yun and the others came over and gathered around Yanli, looking at her with mixed emotions. Their eyes were slightly red. What's wrong? I'm back, and you're not happy? Instead, you look so sad. Don't want me to leave? Yanli pretended to leave. Aisha quickly grabbed Yanli and hugged her. King, we're not unhappy. We're just too happy. While you were away from the tribe, we were all very scared. Scared of what? With so many beasts around, I knew I could come back, Yanli said casually. Chi Yun and the others looked at Yanli, speechless. Even though they knew Yanli was very powerful, they couldn't help but worry. Because Yanli was with them, they had lived better than ever before. The things Yanli taught them could help them live well even if she wasn't around. But they had already decided that Yanli was their king, the most important person in their lives. No matter how strong Yanli was, as long as she wasn't in front of them, they would worry. Seeing the worry in their eyes, Yanli comforted them. I've come back, so all your worries should be put away. I've traveled a long way, and my stomach is already growling. If you don't prepare something tasty for me, I might really get into trouble. Hearing this, Chi Yun and the others didn't dare delay. They quickly told Yanli to rest and eat something. Dinner was still being prepared, and the only food available was fruit. Yanli ate a few pieces before going to take a bath. She washed away the dirt and fatigue, feeling much cleaner and refreshed. When she came out, she saw Mo Yi bringing Chi Nua and the others over. Kino and the others first went to see Night Tuesday. Among all the orcs, the Lion clan is the strongest. Yanli had no opinion on who they should meet first, as the order didn't matter to her. Lady Yanli, you really love bathing. No matter where you go or what you do, your first thing is always to take a bath, Goi said with a smile, noticing Yanli's wet hair. Yanli's short hair now reaches her shoulders. When she first arrived in this body, she was lacking nutrients, and her hair was dry and yellow. After some time of care, her hair became much softer and darker. Yanli didn't plan to cut it again. That's okay. Being clean is part of my personality, Yanli asked. What did you talk about with the Lion Queen? We discussed forming an alliance. The Lion King agreed to ally with us, Goi said happily. That's good news, and Yanli was glad for them. On the way back, Yanli was hungry, not lying about that. After chatting with Goi for a while, Aisha finished cooking dinner. Yanli invited them to eat together. The food made from fresh ingredients was much tastier than wolf meat. Goi finally understood why some orcs still looked displeased when they saw the food. After tasting such delicious food, of course they would be picky. After dinner, Yanli arranged rooms for them to rest. She was very tired, so after settling everyone, she went to sleep. The next morning, Yanli woke up early before dawn. She went to the waterhole to rinse her face and wash up. Feeling refreshed, she wandered around the valley to see the changes during her absence. First, she visited the cave. It was still warm, with a fire burning inside. Next to the cave, there were many black bricks and tiles stacked. In the animal raising area, a new cage made of wood and vines had been added. It held the locusts they brought back. It had been nearly a month, and the locusts, still in their egg stage, had grown as large as Yanli. Their rapid growth was truly amazing. King, Kino's voice suddenly sounded behind her, breaking the quiet of the valley. Yanli turned around upon hearing him. You woke up so early? King, you also woke up very early, Kino replied. I went to bed early last night, so I naturally woke up feeling rested, Yanli asked. Are you used to it? Kino nodded. Very used to it. It's much better than in the Swift Snake clan. That's good. My clan has few people, and the environment is simple. As long as you're used to it, that's fine. Yanli wasn't just being modest. Her clan was small, and although there seemed to be many houses, each was simple and makeshift. A house built without any preservation or anti-corrosion treatment has been exposed to months of sun, rain, and wind. Some areas have already developed black mold, and by next spring, it is likely to become unsafe to live in. King, there are so few orcs in our clan, yet you own more houses, food, and other supplies than the Swift Snake clan. That's impressive, Kino praised.
Yanli smiled faintly.
Kino, I need to tell you something in advance. Please go ahead. You joined my clan to learn medical skills, but I'm sorry to say that before going to fight the locusts, I plan to build a house. Now that the locust problem is solved and the building materials are ready, my main task is to finish the house. I can offer you a place to study medicine, and if you have questions, you can come ask me. That's the help I can give you for now. Building a house has always been Yen Li's dream. With food and supplies in place, the house must be built. Kino was not disappointed. King, that's enough. I used to study medicine alone in the Swift Snake clan. With your help here, I believe I can learn much more.
All right, aimless research only wastes time.
How about I give you a task? Please, King, arrange it. Yan Li patted the cage where the locusts were kept. The blood of locusts can neutralize many poisons. I want you to extract serum from their blood to make an antidote. Kino paused, somewhat surprised by the information. How can locust blood detoxify? Yan Li explained why locust blood has detoxifying properties. Kino listened, suddenly understanding, but still feeling amazed. Yan Li said, in the wild, judging whether fruits or weeds are poisonous is simple. The smartest animals for this are birds. They know what's toxic, what's safe, which fruits are sweet, and which aren't. If many birds eat the fruit from a tree, it's safe to eat. Similarly, locusts eat all kinds of plant leaves without any problem. This shows they carry a natural detoxifier, making them immune to poisons. The detox effect of locust blood depends on its concentration. Extracting serum to strengthen this effect could allow even a small amount to neutralize deadly toxins. Yan Li turned to look at the cicada inside and said, "Take your time. If you need anything, just tell me, and I will try to help you." "Thank you, Wang." When dawn broke, the valley became busy. Yan Li asked Xingyun and Wenze to take Goya Adams and others out for hunting, and also taught them how to hunt, and about the alliance between the Gray Snake tribe and the Bear tribe, helping their clans grow stronger. This was also good for Yan Li. Xingyun and Xiongxing were responsible for building a small house for Chino to develop medicine. Since Chino learned that cicada blood could detoxify, he wanted to study it quickly, so he went to help build the house. Yan Li wanted to build a beautiful wooden house to store food and other supplies. After getting the blue bricks, she started thinking about how to make cement to use the bricks to reduce the amount of wood needed. She asked Kai Ge to bring 3 orcs to cut the prepared wood into pieces, coat them with moon herb juice, and dry them so they could be used anytime. After giving all the instructions, Yan Li went to work with mud, trying to figure out how to make the black bricks stick tightly together so they wouldn't fall easily. She tried all possible methods alone in a small corner, working seriously when suddenly she heard Yitu call out, "Yan Li." Hearing the voice, Yan Li looked over. "King of the wild lions, why are you here? I have something to tell you. Do you have time now?"
"Just a moment."
Yan Li went to the water hole, washed her muddy hands, and invited the king of the wild lions and Mo Yi to sit in the pavilion. Aisha saw the visitors and brought hot water without being asked. Yan Li poured them each a cup of water and asked, "King of the wild lions, what do you want to tell me? You guys handled the 8-eyed spider, the eagle spirit tribe, and the cicada bugs. The tribe members spent the whole night talking to me about it. They are quite energetic. I was so tired when I got back that I went to bed early," Yan Li teased. Yitu didn't laugh at her joke, but looked at Mo Yi with a serious expression. "Yan Li, thank you for saving Mo Yi. Without you, I might never see him again." "You're welcome, King of the Wild Lions. I brought Mo Yi here. No matter what danger he faces, I will protect him. But some of the people I brought with me didn't come back." Thinking of the dead wild lion tribe orcs, guilt spread in Yan Li's heart. Remembering those dead orcs, Yitu also felt sad. "That's not your fault. If they had been stronger, maybe they could have survived. However, after dealing with the locusts, the eagle clan, and the 8-eyed spider, some members of our tribe will leave us. This was expected. Without you, we might lose even more tribe members. Knight 2 is not a foolish king. He understands the dire situation if the locusts are not dealt with. Of course, losing a few tribe members makes us sad, but thinking about more survivors makes it easier to accept. Yan Li, Mo Yi, I leave him to you from now on." Knight 2 suddenly changed the subject. Yan Li replied, "No problem.
Mo Yi is with me. I will teach him more knowledge."
"Yan Li, I'm not giving him to you, so he can just follow you and learn like before," Knight 2 said. Yan Li looked at him confused. "King of the Wild Lions, what do you mean by that? You saved Mo Yi's life and even shared a bonding kiss with him. So I want to give Mo Yi to you as a partner." Mo Yi and Yan Li both looked at Knight 2 in shock. "King of the Wild Lions, I only did that to save Mo Yi. That action wasn't a kiss, it was delivering oxygen. Even if someone was drowning that day, I would have used the same method to save him," Knight 2 explained. "Can you kiss anyone?" Mo Yi muttered softly, showing his surprise. Yan Li was stunned but quickly explained, "I'm not someone who can kiss anyone." That was just a rescue act, just to save him, nothing more. Yanli, do you think I'm not a worthy beast man for you to kiss? How did the conversation turn to this? Yanli suddenly felt a headache coming on. Moi also felt a bit disappointed. He had fainted then, and didn't know Yanli had kissed him. When he heard the tribe members talk about it, he felt happy. But now Yanli told him that the kiss had no other meaning, just a rescue, nothing more. Moi had never realized how much those 5 words could hurt. Seeing Moi's disappointment, Night 2 cleared his throat and said, Yanli, I don't care whether that kiss was important to you or not. But to Moi, it's very important. If you're willing to take responsibility for him, become his partner. If not, let Moi stay in your tribe and do work. Anyway, besides you, he won't form a bond with any other female in his life. A flicker of cunning appeared in Night 2's eyes. For beast men, there's only one bonding kiss. Once it's gone, they can't find another partner. Yanli. Is he forcing her to marry Moi? By making the situation seem so serious, Yanli thought, maybe she should go teach Chino how to perform artificial respiration soon. Next time such a task arises, she would let Chino do it. Yanli glanced at Moyue and asked Yitu, King of the Wild Lions, Moyue is your cub.
He married me.
What will happen to the next king of the Wild Lions? Yanli Yitu said kindly, our wild lions are now allied with your 10,000 Beast clan. A strong wild lion means a strong 10,000 Beast clan. So even if Moyue becomes your partner, he can still manage the wild lions, right? King of the Wild Lions, you. Yanli understood his meaning. Are you asking me to become Moyue's partner, and then he manages the wild lions while I manage the 10,000 Beasts clan? Yanli, don't worry. I can still move. After you become partners, I can manage the wild lions for a few more years. Maybe after you have cubs, I can keep managing and even help take care of the cubs, Yitu said confidently, almost pounding his chest to assure Yanli. Yanli already understood how much Yitu wanted to give Moyue to her. She quietly looked at Moyue for a moment and then said, King of the Wild Lions, can I talk with Moyue over there?
Yes.
Yanli gave Moyue a look, and the two of them moved a good distance away from Yitu before stopping. Before she could speak, Yanli let out a heavy sigh. She looked serious and wrote the words difficult on her face. Moyue said, Yanli, if you really don't want to become my partner, I can stay by your side and help with things without being a partner. Moyue, it's not that I don't want to be your partner. You're such a good beast man. I feel very happy to be your partner. Honestly, I can't think of anyone more suitable than you. Moyue was different from ordinary beast men. He was smart, handsome, and had a forgiving heart. He had rationality that most beast men didn't have. Sometimes, Yanli felt Moyue didn't seem like a beast man at all, but rather like her, coming from somewhere else. So, from a rational point of view, Moyue was the most suitable partner for her among beast men. Hearing Yanli praise him, Moyue's eyes flashed with joy. Then, why don't you want to? Moyue, do you remember what I told you? I am sent by the god Amon to train. When I finish the task he gave me, I will go back. A partner is someone to spend the rest of life with. I can't spend my life with you. The thought that I will spend less time with you than with other partners makes me feel sorry for you. Yanli also had feelings for Moyue. From the beginning, Mingyi was seen as a benefactor. Over time, Yanli had to admit that being with Mingyi was very comfortable and without any burden. Furthermore, they always spoke honestly and clearly about everything, never hiding anything. Yanli liked this honesty and equality. But he realized his feelings for Mingyi when Mingyi was caught by the eight-eyed spider and fell into the river, risking his life. Seeing Mingyi barely breathing, Yanli had never been so scared. Sometimes, memories related to Mingyi would flash through his mind. These memories were full of sadness and longing. Yanli could feel that he probably liked Mingyi long ago. Otherwise, after 500 years of memories, why would he still think of him now, even after his feelings were sealed and memories forgotten? Yanli, if you leave, will you still think of me? Mingyi asked. Yes, Yanli answered without hesitation. Mingyi smiled happily and said, That's enough. Before I met you, I never thought I would have a partner. I thought I would be alone for my whole life. But after meeting you, at first, I just couldn't bear to see you, a female, wandering alone outside. I wanted to protect and feed you. As I saw you more often, I gradually became attracted to everything about you. You're smart. You know how to cook with stones what can be eaten in the sea and how to turn seawater into salt. When I first learned what salt tastes like, I realized how delicious food could be. You are strong. You live alone in a cave, but never show fear. When your tribe and the Firewolf tribe rejected you and spoke badly of you, you didn't care. You continued your life happily, not sad about their rejection. You are kind. Even if others once rejected you, you still wanted to help and teach them. You didn't hold hostility toward all orcs at first. When you saw they still harbored hostility after contact, you chose to give up. You are considerate. If someone doesn't threaten your life, you tolerate their rudeness. But if someone tries to harm you, you won't hold back and will fight back. You are the messenger of the god Amand. You are destined to be different from other females. I also understand that you are different from others, but I never thought you would be so different. I am the only one who knows you are the messenger of the god Amand. I've wondered if I am worthy to be your partner. But Yanli, I just like you and want to be your partner. Yanli, can I have foolish hopes? Mo's continuous confessions hit like a bomb. For the first time, Yanli was confessed to so strongly and directly. Her mind went blank, and she couldn't respond immediately. Under Mo's steady gaze, she slowly regained her senses. Mo, I'm not as good as you think. I understand these things because I've lived too long. I'm not that kind-hearted either. The things I do are just to earn merits and cultivation points I can use later. I'm not just helping people out of kindness. It's all for myself. What does it mean that a lover's eyes see a beauty? If it weren't for Mo's words, Yanli wouldn't have known. Yanli, even if what you do is for yourself, does it hurt others? Mo asked. Yanli shook her head. No, but it's all for myself. I'm so selfish. Yanli, I like you and want to be your partner. That's also selfish. I want to keep you for myself and not let you contact other beastmen. That's selfish too. Everyone is selfish. As long as our selfishness doesn't hurt others, what's wrong with that? It was like a revelation. Yanli didn't expect to be enlightened by Mo one day. Mo, sometimes what you say doesn't sound like an orc from Amand. It makes so much sense. It's because you taught me well. Among so many beastmen, you've taught me the most, Mo said softly with a smile. Seeing his smile, Yanli also felt happy. That's because you're smart. It's easy for me to teach you. Then, Yanli, can I become your partner? Mo didn't let Yanli change the subject and still remembered this matter. Yanli still felt a bit hesitant. Mo, can you wait a moment? Wait? Yanli nodded. King of the Wild Lions said that even if we become partners, I can still manage my tribe. But the most important thing that comes with being partners is having children. If I get pregnant, there are many things I can't do. The 10,000 Beasts tribe is my creation. It's not fully formed yet, and I still have many things I want to do. First of all, I need to teach Kino more medical skills. If something goes wrong during childbirth, he might be able to save my life. So, at least until next spring, we can't become partners. Giving birth is so painful that Yanli can't deliver herself while giving birth. A doctor is definitely needed. Currently, Yanli is planning to build a house. The beastmen of the Bamboo House Wild Lion tribe can help build it, but she is not building a bamboo house herself. She must supervise the entire process, running back and forth. If she becomes pregnant, she won't be able to do it. Everything must follow a proper order. Finding a partner and having children also have to wait. Yanli is seriously considering these matters. Suddenly, she hears a light laugh from Mo beside her. Confused, she looks at him and asks, "What are you laughing at?" "I'm happy," Mo replies. "Yanli, you even think about having children." Seeing Mo's smile, Yanli suddenly imagines a scene. In the scene, a gentle voice says, "Yanli, please be kind and stay with me." That voice is Mo's. The tone is different, but the voice is exactly the same. Yanli stares at Mo Yi in surprise. Memories keep surfacing in her mind, making her more certain that she and Mo Yi met in a past life, in a different world, and that their relationship was special. Now, their relationship is also unusual. Could this be a reunion from a previous fate? Without dwelling on the past, Yanli and Mo Yi are starting fresh in this life. After they agree, they tell Yi Tuesday Yi too is very happy. As long as you're willing to accept Mo Yi, that's fine. It doesn't matter if it's later. He's always been indifferent to other females. I'm worried he might like beast men instead. Father, don't joke like that. Mo Yi frowns seriously.
Yetu smiles.
Having a partner makes you more confident. You never used to talk to me like this. Alright, I'll go back now. In the future, you should spend more time with Yanli, help with chores. Only after finishing work can you do what you want. Yi Tu gives Mo Yi a meaningful look. Yanli feels speechless. Why does Yi Tu keep teaching Mo Yi strange things? After Yi Tu returns to the village, Nana and the others come to congratulate her, happily treating her as if she is a partner. Yanli sends Mo Yi away to do other things. When he is a bit farther, she asks her friends, now that I am a partner with Mo Yi, are you really not angry at all? Why would we be angry? We're happy for you, Nana says. Yanli looks at Mo Yi's back and whispers, Mo Yi's mother is from another tribe. You haven't accepted her before, right? When she learned that Mo Yi's mother was from another tribe, Yanli didn't ask for details. Now, her status is different, and she naturally wants to know more about Mo Yi. Talking about Mother Mo Yi, Nana, and the others look a bit guilty. The three of them are silent for a moment, and Nana speaks first. Yanli, Lord Mo Yi's mother isn't as impressive as you think. The things she did weren't particularly special. Yanli doesn't speak, just looks at them, signaling. Keep going. Chui Su gathers her courage and boldly says, we don't know much about Lord Mo Yi's mother. She died when we were young because she was sick. We've heard from our mother that Lord Mo Yi's mother used to sew beast clothes, and she was good at it, even better than her. She also cooked better food, and was healthier. Liu nods in agreement. My father said that Lord Mo Yi's mother was not in good health. The king often sent them to dangerous places to find herbs. During that time, it hadn't rained for a long time, and many nearby rivers dried up. Many fierce beasts came to drink from our river. Food wasn't a problem, but there were many fierce beasts, so we had to go out in groups of several beast men. It was dangerous outside, and water was hard to find. Everyone thought Lord Mo Yi's mother was quite troublesome. In fact, what everyone fears most is when Lord Mo Yi's mother was pregnant, Nana says. At that time, they were all very scared. The cubs born from her would take her beast form. If the beast form followed her, our lion tribe would be ruled by outsiders. The beastman's king is inherited from generation to generation, so generally, the king cannot form a partnership with females from other tribes. Otherwise, their cubs would have the beast form of the outsider female, and the tribe would become another beast tribe. After hearing their story, Yanli roughly understands why they dislike Lord Mo Yi's mother. Hongyu is a female from the fierce wolf tribe. She is no different from females in the Amand continent. She only knows how to sew beast clothes and cook. She has no other skills and lowers herself to please them. No matter how hard she works, she can't gain recognition or respect. The king's partner is a very noble position. Without some ability, just like the king, it's hard to make the beast men below obey. Yanli sighs, you are quite realistic. Fear the weak and respect the strong. This is similar to animal behavior. Only the strong can earn respect as a king, while the weak are obediently oppressed and looked down upon. Yanli, that was our old way of thinking. It's not like that anymore. Nana straightens her back and says, with shining eyes. Yanli glances at her and asks, how do you think now? A female from another tribe is very weak, but the entire tribe of orcs is strong. We shouldn't dislike all females from that tribe just because of one. As long as we form an alliance, we won't fear any difficulties. During the journey to kill locusts, everyone worked together, and Nana also realized the strength of teamwork. Yanli, from now on, I won't dislike any females from other tribes, especially those in our alliance. If she needs help, I will help her. I want to be good friends with her and face challenges together. Yanli, I also won't dislike females from other tribes as long as they are willing to help with work. Me too, Chui Su and Liu agreed. Hearing this, Yanli felt somewhat reassured. Knowing your mistakes and correcting them is the best. It's good. In the future, treat others kindly. Don't judge people without understanding them, or you'll only show hostility and malice. Without kindness, even the nicest person won't become your friend. Yanli, we understand now, Nana said sensibly. Yanli nodded with satisfaction. Nana approached with a happy smile. Yanli, you and Moyi have become partners. Can we come visit you often? Yanli looked at her, without speaking. Nana hurriedly said, We're not just here to eat your food. We will help out too. Mainly, we want to learn. Following you, Yanli, we can learn many things. She smiled in a friendly way. Yanli couldn't refuse her. Just come whenever you want, but I won't be gentle when I ask you to do chores. No problem. Yanli, just tell us what to do. Nana said confidently, patting her chest. After about 10 days of effort, Yanli finally managed to create cement that could stick black bricks together. The reason she succeeded was mainly because of her intermediate identification skill. This skill allows her to identify all kinds of materials. She suddenly thought of cement. Cement is made by crushing limestone, clay, iron ore, and other materials, then heating them at high temperatures. Yanli and Moyi spent a lot of time gathering raw materials. From crushing to firing, it took some time. Finally, after testing, they succeeded. Once the cement was ready, they began collecting and firing more materials. They needed enough to build at least a house before starting construction. Since Yanli and Moyi confirmed their relationship, Yi too daily sent orcs to ask if she needed help. Yanli, not holding back, directly ordered the orcs of the Wild Lion tribe to help with chores. After the beast men of the Wild Lion clan did many things for Yanli, they now completely changed their view of her. They support whatever she does and want to learn more from her. Some even argue about who should come to help Yanli today. Of course, Yanli doesn't know about this. She is only focused on building a house. Unknowingly, the seasons have turned to autumn. The weather has become much cooler, and the flowers that bloom during this season quietly spread across this beautiful continent. Yanli is sitting in a pavilion, drawing the design of her house with charcoal. She is very focused. Aisha walks over and says, King, someone from the Red Phoenix clan is looking for you. Yanli looks up when she hears this and sees the approaching people. There are 4 of them. Besides Xiaofei, whom she recognizes, there are 3 strangers. The leader is a beast man who looks to be in his 40s. That is King Fengjin of the Red Phoenix clan, Moyi whispers in her ear. After knowing who they are, Yanli puts down her pen and folds her design. She walks over to greet them. Hello. Fengjin does not immediately greet her. Instead, he looks her over. She is a small female beast man with a pretty face. Is she really the female who led the beast men to defeat the locust swarm, the 8-eyed spider, and the eagle clan? Fengjin thinks to himself. Xiaofei speaks first before Fengjin can say anything. Yanli is my father, the king of the Red Phoenix clan. I am Yanli, the king of the 10,000 Beasts clan. Is there something you want to discuss, King Fengjin? Xiaofei has been asking me to form an alliance with your clan. I came to see, Fengjin says. I've heard from Xiaofei about your deeds. You saved his life. However, Xiaobai has already repaid you, so I didn't come to thank you. As for defeating the locust swarm, Xiaobai borrowed people from us in his name. I only lent them out because of the friendship between our 2 clans. Yanli blinks in surprise. Fengjin's words seem to be trying to distance himself and his clan from their previous relationship with her, making it very clear. Yanli doesn't know how to respond for a moment. Fengjin continues, therefore, I come as the king of the Red Phoenix clan to formally invite you to form an alliance. After the alliance, you can come to us whenever you need help without going through Xiaobai. Only then does Yanli understand what Fengjin means. He hopes she will keep the Red Phoenix clan separate from the White Eagle clan and not mix the 2 clans when talking. Okay, the 10,000 Beasts clan is willing to form an alliance with the Red Phoenix clan, Yanli replies. Foam Jean sighed with relief and said, in the future, I will ask Zhuofei to come more often and learn from you. Also, in a few days, I will send some of my people to deliver an alliance gift. If possible, I hope you can come with the Beast Men to visit our tribe on the day we deliver the gift. Thank you for the invitation, King Hongfeng, she replied. But I am very busy lately and can't leave my work. However, I will send some of my tribe members to visit your tribe. All right, Foam Jean agreed easily. At this moment, Zhuofei came over and asked, Yanli, I saw you seemed busy earlier. You can go back to your work. We can play by ourselves. Yanli looked at him. Zhuofei leaned close and whispered, my father isn't very good at talking. If what he said just now was not good, please don't be angry. Although he spoke very softly, he was close enough for the Beast Men to hear clearly. Foam Jean heard every word and glanced at him helplessly. Seeing his expression, Zhuofei playfully stuck out his tongue. Although Zhuofei isn't Foam Jin's biological son, the White Eagle tribe and the Red Phoenix tribe are brother tribes, and they treat each other's members like family. Foam Jean cares deeply for Zhuofei and has no dissatisfaction just because he is not his biological son. I've heard about your tribe. Since it was just established recently and has many things to do, if you're busy, just focus on that. We can look around and observe your tribe, Foam Jean said, following Zhuofei's words. Yanli nodded and replied, if needed, you can find me. I am busy in my tribe. Foam Jean, along with 2 tribe members, looked around Yanli's village. Yanli reopened her design drawings. After several days of work, she found no mistakes. She then went to check the site for building the house. Kaiga led the tribe members to lay the foundation. The foundation was already completed, and construction could start tomorrow. The Red Phoenix tribe is a day's journey from here. Yanli invited them to rest for the night. The next day, Foam Jean bid farewell and returned to his tribe. Zhuofei stayed behind, saying he wanted to play a few more days with Yanli, but she suspected he was just craving the food here. Since she was busy building the house, she didn't have much time to play with him. Early in the morning, she took her tribe and the beast men from the wild lion tribe to start building. After breakfast, Nana, who was here to visit, saw Zhuofei and asked, Why are you here? Zhuofei proudly said, Our Red Phoenix tribe has also formed an alliance with Yanli. Nana was a bit surprised when she heard this, but quickly calmed down. If I were you, I would have already convinced the Red Phoenix King and Yanli to form an alliance. Yanli saved your life, and she's so powerful. Why are you dragging this out so long before teaming up with her? Back when I first talked to my father about teaming up with Yanli, he said the White Eagle tribe was already allied with her, so it wasn't necessary. But this time, when we went to kill the locusts, the other tribes agreed with me and Yanli to persuade my father, and only then did he agree, Zhuofei explained. Anyway, now we are allies. Nana looked at him with a mischievous smile. Our Wild Lion tribe is allied with Yanli, and your Red Phoenix tribe is also allied with her. So, in a way, we are allies too. Zhuofei thought for a moment and said confusedly, Maybe so. Zhuofei, since you're just hanging around with Yanli anyway, do you want to come with me to pick mushrooms in the forest? Yanli will make us a delicious dinner with the mushrooms we gather tonight. Sure. They agreed happily and carried their bamboo baskets out to pick mushrooms. The orcs were full of energy, starting to build houses with a strange method, using magical cement. When Shun Yunxiong saw the black bricks they painstakingly made finally being useful, he was so excited his eyes turned red. Now that he knew what the black bricks could do, he was motivated to keep working. They continued to burn bricks with renewed enthusiasm. Yan Li also helped build the houses. She wanted to build a house with a classic look, combining black bricks and redwood. The orcs from the Wild Lion tribe had built bamboo houses before. They changed the materials but kept the same style. Yanli explained a little, and they understood what to do, so the building went quickly. A day passed quickly. In the evening, Yanli looked at the sunset and went to wash her hands by the river. She was about to go to the kitchen to help cook dinner, when suddenly a bouquet of flowers appeared in front of her, and someone wrapped their arms around her waist. Yenli, these flowers are for you. Yenli took the flowers and turned to Nana. Why are you giving me flowers? Nana explained, we went out to pick mushrooms and saw flowers everywhere, so we picked some to bring back for you. You've been staying in the village a lot lately and haven't gone out much. Yenli looked at the bamboo baskets full of mushrooms and asked, you two went mushroom picking together? Aren't you afraid Zhuofei will take you away? Yanli, what are you saying? Even if I wanted to take her, I wouldn't dare. What's wrong with me? I'm pretty strong now, aren't I? Also, I'm the most handsome female of the wild lion tribe. Are you upset that I might take someone? Before Zhuofei could finish speaking, Nana angrily interrupted him, whispering, when we were picking mushrooms earlier, weren't you also quite happy? I haven't finished my words, Zhuofei said with a sad look. The reason I don't take your side is because Yanli is our ally. If I took her, she wouldn't be our ally anymore. Besides, you really are very pretty. He shyly glanced away and mumbled the last part. Hearing his explanation, Nana's mood improved. I only asked you to come mushroom picking with me because of your alliance with the Red Phoenix tribe and Yanli. I'm not the kind of female who just goes out with outsiders for fun. Just picking mushrooms, and you two are already looking for partners? Yanli asked with curiosity. Nana said, of course I look. I can't run off with outsiders. That's what my mother told me since I was young. In the past, Nana wouldn't even leave the village, let alone go mushroom picking with Zhuofei. Because of the change in the old beliefs of the tribespeople, Nana dared to go out with Zhuofei to pick mushrooms. The tribespeople are changing, and the females are changing too. It's a good thing. Yanli, are you cooking tonight? Nana asked. Yanli replied, yes, I am. What's wrong? Nana secretly cheered inside. She tried to hide her feelings, saying, Yanli, look at all the mushrooms Zhuofei and I collected. Why don't we make a nice meal with them tonight? She loved eating mushrooms the most. The fragrant mushroom, especially the umbrella mushroom, has a rich aroma. When used in soup with meat, the flavor hits the taste buds hard. The common mushroom is crispy and sweet, making a crunchy sound when bitten, with a sweet aftertaste when swallowed. It's especially delicious when stir-fried with meat. Nana usually loves to pick mushrooms, but the females in her tribe are always a bit less skilled than Yanli. Recently, Yanli has been busy, so she has had less time to cook. But Nana always came with hope, and tonight her wish finally came true. Yanli looked at the mushrooms they had collected. There were many kinds, each suitable for different dishes. Cook 2 plates and the rest you can take home. No need. I'll give them all to you, Nana said excitedly. Even if you cook more tonight, it's even better if you finish them all. Finish them all? You'll eat them? Yes, I will, she answered so cheerfully. Yanli looked at her with some doubt. Tonight, I am cooking something, but it doesn't matter to Yanli. All the ingredients are fresh, so whatever I make will taste good. The reason I am cooking myself tonight is simple. We finally finished building the house. Building the house is a big happy event for me. On the first day of construction, I naturally want to make something delicious to celebrate. Nana is helping in the kitchen to prepare dinner. She notices that most of the ingredients used tonight are mushrooms she and Zhuofei picked. Her excitement is obvious, and her hands are moving faster than usual. When it gets completely dark and the first star appears, the orcs working on the house stop their work, wash their hands, and go to eat dinner. Yanli and Aisha are setting the dishes when suddenly they hear a splash. Then they hear the orcs shouting nervously, Lord Moyue, are you okay? Yanli's heart tightens. She quickly walks over and asks what happened. Moyue awkwardly stands up from the water pit, his orc clothes soaked. Someone pushed me, and I fell into the water. A wild lion orc stepped forward and apologized. It was just a small accident. I tripped over a stone and fell. It was just a minor accident, and Yanli breathes a sigh of relief. She reaches out and helps Moyue up but notices that he is trembling slightly. Yanli looks at Moyue with curiosity. He meets her gaze but quickly avoids it, seeming panicked. I need to go change my orc clothes. Yanli holds onto him, saying, I have spare orc clothes here. Change into them. Changing clothes has always been Aisha's task, and she has never stopped doing it. To ensure that the new orcs arriving later will have clean clothes to wear, there is a special place for spare orc clothes. Moyue doesn't refuse Yanli's offer and changes into a new set of clothes here. After dinner, the wild lion orcs prepare to leave. Yanli doesn't let Moyue go immediately and asks Moyue, "Are you afraid of water now?" Moyue is silent for a moment and doesn't answer right away, but his expression shows that he is. He has been brave for many years and has never been afraid of anything, but when he almost drowned while fighting the eight-eyed spider, he was terrified. Even though his mind told him not to be afraid, his body remembered that fear. Now, even falling into a water pit that only reaches his waist makes him scared. "Moyue, do you want to learn how to swim with me?" Yanli asks. "Moyue, what is swimming?" "It's like a fish swimming in the water, moving back and forth. If you are afraid of water now, it's because you don't know how to control it. Once you learn, you won't be afraid anymore." As an orc, Moyi is not allowed to have things he fears. Although he doesn't know what swimming is, he trusts Yanli completely. He nods seriously and says, "Okay, I'll learn from you." Yanli plans to teach swimming in the afternoon. In the morning and noon, they focus on building a house. When the sun tilts in the afternoon, they go to the river to learn swimming. The river is deep, and downstream there is a waterfall. For beginners, it's not a safe place to learn, but Yanli has no other options. She makes sure to take safety measures. She weaves 3 nets, tying them with wooden sticks on both sides of the river to create a protective barrier. Of course, 1 net isn't enough for safety. 3 nets are better to prevent accidents, like being swept under the waterfall. They find a shallow spot where the water only reaches Moye's stomach. Yanli goes into the water first. She stands in the water and looks at Moye, who is hesitating on the shore, and says, "It's okay. The water isn't deep." "Are you afraid of this?" Isido teases, giving Moye a quick look. He transforms back into his human form, a boy around 10 years old, bare-bottomed, and jumps into the water with a splash. Isido jumps in too forcefully, splashing water everywhere. He's not tall enough, so when he hits the water, he sinks in completely. After struggling for a while, he finally pops his small head out. His eyes sting from the water, his nose feels uncomfortable, and so do his ears. Isido is brave to jump in, but he can't shake off the discomfort of being in the water. He shakes his head and wobbles his ears. His entry isn't graceful, but it still gives Moye a shock. Moye doesn't want to be outdone. He slowly steps into the water. The icy river touches his toes. His body remembers the last time he almost drowned and tries to pull his foot back. Suddenly, Yanli grabs his hand. "It's okay, it's okay. I'm here. I won't let anything happen." Yanli comforts him softly. Moye almost wants to laugh. A big, strong beast man like him isn't braver than a girl. He can't keep losing face. He gathers his courage. Though his body trembles, he steps into the water. Unknowingly, as he puts his other foot in, he slips and falls toward Yanli, pressing her down into the water. Moye is so scared he doesn't know what to do. He tries to pull Yanli out, but once in the water, his limbs don't listen to him at all. He flails like a land duck, splashing around helplessly. Yanli quickly steadies herself and wraps her small arms around him. "It's okay, I'm here." Feeling the small hand's strength, Moye gradually calms down. He looks at Yanli with guilt. "Are you okay?" "It's okay. I can swim and move freely in the water."
How about you?
"Are you feeling better?" Yanli's voice was unusually gentle.
Muy bien noted.
Yanli slowly separated from him. "Let's get used to the buoyancy of the water first. Don't be afraid. I will hold your hand tightly." Moye held Yanli's hands firmly, and his steps moved with her body. As he moved from the shallow water to the deep area, he clearly felt the difference in buoyancy. When he couldn't see the bottom of the river, Moye's foot slipped again. He leaned forward and hugged Yanli completely in his arms. Holding Yanli's small, soft body made his mind go blank. For some reason, even though Moye was afraid of water, he felt no fear at this moment. Instead, he felt a little happy. "It's about time to let go," Yanli reminded him. He could still stand steadily here, so why was he holding on for so long? Moe told himself to listen to Yanli, but his body refused and didn't want to let go. He looked at Yanli, and the look of grievance in his golden beast-like eyes was like a puppy being scolded by its owner. "Dad, I can't move." Is he really afraid of water? Yanli knew that people often carry trauma after severe hurt, but Moe seemed strong. Why was he so afraid? "Follow my steps slowly and come back up." Yanli was still patient with Moe. He let him hold on and returned to the shallow water area. Finally, half of his body was out of the water, and Moe sighed in relief. As he loosened his grip, suddenly Isidro bumped into him, causing Moe to fall awkwardly back into the water. "Father once told me that no matter what you're afraid of, you have to face it yourself. You keep holding on to Yanli. You're more like a cub than I am." Moe was angry, his eyes burning with rage. He glared at Isidro and muttered softly, "You don't understand. How could it be so natural and open to hold Yanli? How many chances to be comforted and treated gently would he get?" Yanli rubbed Isidro's small head. "Isidro, what your father said makes sense, but letting someone who can't fight go into danger isn't helping him grow. It's just asking him to die." Moe has experienced the fear of drowning. Being afraid of water isn't something to be ashamed of. You always stick up for him. Isidro pouted angrily. Yanli said, "You're always by my side, saying you want to protect me. The reason you treat me so well is because I treated you well at the beginning. When I first came here, the first person to treat me kindly was Moe. So, it's not strange that I treat him well. Just like a young bird's attachment, I first came here and immediately valued those who treated me well. Moreover, she and Moe are now partners, so it's natural for her to care for him." "Your words always leave people unsure of what to say next," Isidro muttered in frustration, swimming away in a dog paddle. Yanli saw he wasn't causing trouble and reached out to Moe sitting in the water. "Let's learn to swim quickly, or else Isidro will keep looking down on you." "Am I afraid he'll look down on me?" Moe thought silently. He shares a bit of Yanli's attitude, not caring about others' opinions. Let others think he's weak. The truth is, being truly weak is despising oneself. Moe is straightforward. He enjoys physical contact with Yanli but can't deceive himself too much, nor does he want to see Yanli work hard to teach him, pretending he doesn't know. By the 5th day of learning, he finally mastered the basics of swimming. He could open his eyes in the water and knew how to control his breathing. In the following days, Moe was able to swim freely in the water. After learning to swim, he completely overcame his fear of water and even started to enjoy it. Yanli sat on the shore, watching him swim happily in the river, feeling very pleased. Isidro leaned beside her and suddenly snorted. "What's wrong?" Yanli asked, puzzled. Isidro said, "I will soon swim better than him." He had also been practicing nearby these days, but unfortunately his talent was not as good. He didn't learn as quickly as Moe, and his swimming was only slightly better than dog paddling. "Isidro, why do you like competing with Moe so much?" Yanli asked. This question touched Isidro's inner pain. He shook his head in frustration and muttered softly, "He's just a little stronger than me, but soon I will be stronger than him." The Night Dragon clan is naturally proud. Because of this pride, they want to be stronger than other orcs in everything. For example, they send young cubs to the forest to train, making sure their cubs are stronger than those of other clans from a young age. Isidro's constant rivalry with Moe is also because he recognizes Moe's strength. Hearing his mumbling, Yanli probably understood this too. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly heard Nana's voice. "Yanli, I'm back." Yanli looked up and saw Nana running over with a bunch of flowers in her arms, followed by Zhuefei, also holding flowers. "Yanli, I have picked all the flowers you asked for. There are many flower buds in the open space over there, and in a few days, many will bloom again," Nana said. Since learning that these flowers have medicinal value, Yanli has been sending Nana out regularly to pick some. Nana is very diligent, going out every day without fail. Now is the season when pink chrysanthemums bloom, and you can see them all over the hills. Yanli nodded gently. "Good job, Zhuefei." Why are you here again? He just returned a few days ago, and now he's back again in less than 3 days. Father has something to discuss with my brother. I went to the Baying tribe, and also came to see you. What are you doing here? Zhuo Fei asked. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Yi suddenly appeared from the water like a fish. His appearance startled Zhuo Fei. How is Mo Yi in the water? He's learning to swim, Yanli replied. Nana proudly said, Yanli is teaching Lord Mo Yi how to swim. Now Lord Mo Yi is like a fish in the water, able to go wherever he wants. She was proud as if she had learned it herself. Zhuo Fei couldn't believe it, looking at Mo Yi's expression as if to say, Are you kidding me? Mo Yi glanced at him calmly, then dove underwater again, swimming for a while before surfacing to breathe. Seeing this again, Zhuo Fei was excited. How is this possible? Our Red Phoenix tribe's beastmen and females never dare to go into deep water. If they fall in, they'd sink and couldn't be saved. Yanli said, Just learn it. It's not hard. Yanli, teach me too. Zhuo Fei wanted to learn, and Yanli had no objections. Seeing her agree, Zhuo Fei put down the flowers he was holding and was about to jump into the water. Nana stopped him. First, let's take the flowers back. There are so many. I can't carry them all alone. All right, I'll come back later, Yanli. Zhuo Fei carried the flowers and Nana back to the valley, jogging along the way. At this moment, Mo Yi swam over and said, I will teach him. Really?
Mo bien 어때 seriously?
As a beginner, he knew what would happen when someone first learns to swim. He wouldn't let Zhuo Fei get close to Yanli even a little. Zhuo Fei had no other feelings for Yanli. He just genuinely wanted to learn to swim. Hearing that Mo Yi was going to teach him, he was a bit doubtful, but as long as he could learn, it didn't matter who taught him. Yanli didn't insist on going to teach him herself. She wasn't in a hurry to gain merit or increase her cultivation now. At first, she was eager for cultivation and merit, but now she was quite indifferent. Staying here for 10 or even 20 years wouldn't be bad. There was plenty of delicious food, and she wouldn't get tired of it. Zhuo Fei needs to learn how to swim here. He asked the orc from the White Eagle tribe to send a message back to Feng Jin. Feng Jin received the message quickly and sent someone to respond, explaining that the reason was for him to learn here. They also sent some food and animal skins to thank Yanli for taking care of him. Yanli watched them from the shore for several days. Seeing Mo Yi already fully mastering swimming, and even Isi Duo swimming confidently, she focused on building the house again. Occasionally, she would come over to check on them. After Mo Yi, Zhuo Fei, and Isi Duo learned to swim, other orcs from the Wild Lion tribe also came to learn. Soon, a wave of interest in swimming spread through the tribe. Yanli was worried that too many people might overwhelm Mo Yi, so she arranged for them to learn in groups. She thought that if something went wrong with so many people, Mo Yi wouldn't be able to handle it all. They listened to Yanli's advice. Another month passed quickly. The weather became much cooler, and plants looked more withered. The first floor of the storage house was built, but as the season turned colder, Yanli suddenly remembered an important thing. Winter would bring heavy snow. The house wasn't warm enough. Sleeping in winter would be no different from sleeping in a cold cellar. Realizing this, Yanli immediately went to find Yi Tu to discuss how to survive the winter. Yi Tu understood her worries and said, The orc's winter is actually quite manageable. After transforming into beast form, they can wear a large beast coat for hunting, which keeps them warm. They also sleep in beast form, but females will have a harder time because they can only semi-transform, without full fur coverage for warmth. During winter, females usually stay inside and light fires to stay warm. Do orcs do everything during winter? Yanli asked. Yi Tu nodded and replied, Yes, winter is tougher for the orcs. They have to do all the work. Females just stay inside the house, but during the coldest times, some females and young ones might freeze to death. Is the only warm clothing the beast skins? Yanli asked. Yes, is there anything else? Yi Tu asked back. Yanli shook her head and didn't say more. Clothes made from animal skins are indeed very warm and good for winter. She wasn't worried about clothing this year, They could use animal skins to get through the cold. Next year, they could think about weaving fabric. But at night, staying warm while sleeping was still very important. Yanli, are you asking me this suddenly because you're worried about surviving the winter? Yi Tu smiled. Don't worry. Now you have Moyi. At night, let Moyi transform into beast form and hold you while you sleep. Cover yourselves with 2 animal skins, and you'll stay warm all night. Yanli, the king of the wild lions, what do your female members do in winter if they don't have mates? They have their fathers. All right, she asked too hastily. The females sleep with the beast men in winter purely for survival and warmth. King of the wild lions, can you lend me more people? Yanli asked. Yetu nodded. Sure. What do you need them for? I want to build another house, for warmth in winter. The house she was building now. Yanli hadn't planned the season well, and didn't think much about it. It was just for storing food and other items, so it didn't have underfloor heating. Winter here is very cold. Although the beast men have ways to stay warm, Yanli still hopes to have a house that can stay warm even if she sleeps alone. Building a house with underfloor heating is a must. How does the house stay warm? Yetu wondered. Without waiting for Yanli to answer, he said generously, forget it. Do whatever you want. Just tell Moi how many beast men you need. I can't understand everything you do just by listening. Once you finish building the house, I'll come see it. Yetu readily agreed to lend people, not asking how many, giving the impression that Yanli could have as many as she needed. The Wild Lion clan no longer worries about food. They haven't finished eating the dried double-headed wolf meat, and the white-horned rabbits they previously kept are breeding so fast they have more than they can eat. They also have other fierce beasts they raise. When it comes to meat, the Wild Lion clan has no worries. Their main focus for winter is gathering wild vegetables. Gathering vegetables is safe and doesn't involve hunting dangers. They don't need many beast men for this. As long as the clan members have enough, lending some to Yanli won't be a problem. With the help of the Wild Lion clan, Yanli started drawing new plans that same night, trying to remember how houses with underfloor heating were built in the past. She spent the whole night working on the new house design. There are over 2 months before winter, and based on the current female members of the clan, she calculated what kind of house would be most cost-effective, saving time and ensuring everyone could live comfortably. Even if she finished the design, a new problem would arise. There wouldn't be enough black bricks. The main point of a house with underfloor heating is to use fire, and wood is definitely not an option. If it catches fire, the house she worked so hard to build could be destroyed. Black bricks are in short supply, but Yanli quickly thought of a new alternative: stone. There are plenty of stones, but using stones directly from nature has a drawback. They come in all sorts of strange shapes. A common problem is that one side might be high while the other is low, which tests the builder's ability to adapt. In a situation where black bricks are scarce and time is tight, Yanli still chooses to build the house using both stones and black bricks. On the first day of planning to build the house, Yanli takes everyone out to find stones. Moyi hears that she plans to gather a large amount of stones and, quickly, suggests a good place. At the latest hunting plain they found, there is a river. The water isn't deep, and after years of erosion, the riverbank is full of big and small stones. Going there to pick stones should be enough. Hearing this, Yanli immediately heads over. The new hunting ground for the Wild Lion tribe has been mentioned by Moyi and others before, but they never had a chance to visit. This is their first time here. The new plain isn't as big as the previous one, but it still has many fierce beasts. There are brown creatures with 2 large horns that look like bulls, and snowy white herbivores. In a hidden part of the plain, there are wolf-like predators watching closely, waiting to hunt. They stare at the peaceful herbivores, and when they aren't paying attention, they pounce to bite. Fierce beasts are rarely gentle. While herbivores usually don't attack orcs first, if they are attacked, they will fight back fiercely. When Yanli and the others arrive, they see a group of fluffy wolves trying to steal a young giant horned cow. The calf's screams are quickly heard by the herd. One of the giant horned cows rushes over and uses its huge horns to knock a fluffy wolf 10 meters away. Seeing how aggressive the giant horned cow is, Yanli asks, "This beast is hard to catch, isn't it?" Yeah, if it gets hit by their horns, its bones could break. There are traps to catch them, but if one of their companions gets lost, they will follow the scent to find it. If they find their friend dead, they will attack everything around. To catch a giant horned cow, we have to catch them all. Yanli nods lightly and says, I've learned something new. Let's go pick stones over there. Will it attack us? As long as we don't hurt them, they won't attack us, Mou replies. Understanding that they won't be attacked, Yanli feels at ease and joins them to gather stones by the river. Halfway through collecting stones, the wild lion tribe orcs who are here picking wild vegetables see them and greet them. Yanli looked toward the direction they were heading. Ahead was a large grove of hard fruit trees. Many hard fruits grew high up on the tall trees. Some creatures, similar to monkeys, skillfully climbed the trees, grabbed a hard fruit, and ran away. The beastmen of the lion tribe used a long stick to knock down the yellow hard fruits and place them into baskets on their backs. They had gained experience in collecting these fruits. They avoided the green ones and only picked the yellow ones. There was a large area of hard fruits. They knocked down one tree at a time, filling their baskets quickly. Yanli couldn't help but feel envious. With so many people, gathering food was easy, and they could fill a basket effortlessly. Do you want some hard fruits? Mou asked when he saw Yanli staring at the fruits. Yanli nodded without hiding her desire. Of course I want something edible. When we go back, I'll have some of our people bring you 2 baskets. Is that okay? We have a whole house full of hard fruits. My father said that since you've helped us a lot, we can give you anything you want. Hearing this, Yanli didn't hesitate and asked for some. They collected many stones and then headed back to the village. Today, Liang came. When Yanli returned home, Wendy came to tell her. Yanli put down what she was holding and went to see Liang. Since she last fought the locusts, Yanli hadn't seen Liang again. When they met again, she noticed that Liang looked much older. The white streaks in his hair and the wrinkles on his face made Yanli doubt if this was really Liang. King Lai Wolf, what's wrong with you? Yanli asked softly, frowning with concern as she looked at Lai Ying's pale face. Liang said, It's nothing, just a little illness. I'll check your pulse, Yanli offered. But Liang pulled his hand back, unwilling to let her examine him. There's no need. I'm old enough now, and I've lived long enough. Yanli, I came to tell you that in 5 days, Lai Yan will become the new king of the lion tribe. Will you come to see his crowning ceremony? This is such an important event. Of course I will go. But King Lai Wolf, you really don't need me to check on you? Yanli, I always refuse you, Liang replied vaguely. Since the founding of our lion tribe, we've never lived peacefully with other tribes of beastmen. We've never accepted outsiders. We've always thought we were strong and didn't need help from others. From the first time I met you, I could see everything you showed. You are a very different female. But what our ancestors passed down tells me I can only accept you as a member of my tribe, not as an ally. I have lived by those rules for many years and understand them well, but truly changing them is very difficult. When our alliance first failed, Lion would always tell me good things about you whenever he had free time. I wanted to renew the alliance with you, but I couldn't bring myself to ask. Until you saved Yaya, I kept telling myself in my heart that if we didn't renew the alliance, our Lai Wolf clan would never grow strong. Liang spoke calmly and steadily. Today, Lai Yan did not come. He was accompanied by 2 beast men from the Lai Wolf clan. Yan Li was hearing Liang speak openly for the first time. He felt a little strange inside. King Lai Wolf, are you telling me this because Lai Yan will become king in 5 days? Liang smiled. You are very clever, yes. I hope you can forgive what I did to you before. Since Lai Yan will become the new Lai Wolf King, please be kind to our clan. At first, I couldn't accept you, but Lai Yan liked you from the beginning. He really wanted to stay close to you and see what you would do. After we returned from killing the locusts, he wanted to meet you. But I was unwell, and since he should become king, I let him stay by my side for now to learn what a king needs to do. Unlike me, when Lai Yan becomes the new king, he will support you unconditionally. Whatever you want to do, he will be with you. Also, regarding the locusts, the clan members already have opinions about you. Some even said they want to form alliances with the Wild Lion clan and the White Eagle clan. Liang looked at Mo with deep and meaningful eyes. If I were king, even if Lai Yan begged me, I would never agree to such alliances. But now that he is about to become king, I can't control what he does. Everyone must obey the king's orders. That is our clan's rule. I will never reconcile with the Wild Lion clan, but Lai Yan doesn't hold such hatred. After knowing about your relationship, he actually feels a bit happy. After all, he now has an older brother. Mo remembered how Lai Yan had been with him. They didn't talk much, but Lai Yan didn't seem to hold much hostility towards him, unlike Jibai and Isi. Most of the time, Lai Yan would just watch him from a distance. Yanli turned to Mo and smiled. Now that you have a little brother, do you have any thoughts? Mo shook his head and said nothing. Liang said, Lai Yan is still young. As a king, he still has many shortcomings in managing the clan. Yanli, if you have time, teach him these things. Rest assured, King Lai Wolf. Whatever Lai Yan says or does, he is my friend. If he asks for help, I will support him. I'm relieved now. If there are any issues in the clan, I will go back first. Don't forget to come to the Fierce Wolf clan in 5 days. Okay. Yanli took Liang outside the valley. Watching his back as he left, he sighed softly. The king of the Fierce Wolves suddenly said so much. It feels like he's entrusting the clan to us. He also didn't want me to check his health. Older orcs usually step down and let the younger ones lead, hoping they can improve the clan. The king of the Fierce Wolves probably wants to pass the throne to Lai Yan, which is why he refused your treatment. If he wants to step down, let him. Why fight against his health? Liang is as stubborn as he said. He loves to listen to what the ancestors left behind. But as Lai said, he's been doing things by the rules for decades. He's like an old tree. What he becomes is what he is, and he won't change because of outside influences. Maybe, when Lai Yan becomes the new king, he can order him to accept your treatment. Mo suggested. Yanli looked at him with a smile. Are you also concerned about the king of the Fierce Wolves' health? He is my maternal uncle. If he gets better, my mother will be happy too. Then, in 5 days, do you want to attend Lai Yan's coronation? Yanli asked. Mo they didn't invite me, so I can't go. But I will send you and wait outside their territory for your return. It's what a beast man should do. Their partner somewhere farther away. 5 days passed quickly. The 2 houses were built neatly according to the plans. Before leaving, Yanli gave some instructions and then went with Mo to the Fierce Wolf clan. Autumn had arrived, turning the leaves yellow. The fallen leaves in the forest covered the ground thickly. With some time before noon, Yanli and Mo reached the edge of the Fierce Wolf clan's territory. Mo who hadn't received an invitation, stayed outside the territory. Yanli entered the village of the Fierce Wolf clan. A new king's coronation is very important for a clan. Everyone in the Fierce Wolf clan, except the cubs, was busy. They brought Yanli to see Liang. He hadn't seen him for 5 days, and Liang looked worse. He sat in the king's seat, while Yaya and other cubs played nearby. Sitting alone, Liang looked a little pitiful for some reason. Yanli sat in front of him. Just as he was about to speak, Liang looked up. You're here. Yes. Are you alone? Mo is here too, but he didn't receive an invitation, so he's waiting outside the territory. Let him come in. Lai Ying's voice was weak and faint, like a whisper, giving an unclear feeling. King Lai Wolf, are you really willing to let Mo come into your village? Yanli asked firmly. Liang nodded. Yanli, you're finally here. We haven't seen each other in a long time. Lai Yan happily approached. Yanli looked at him. Lai Yan had just bathed at the river, water still clinging to his brown skin. Congratulations on becoming the new king today. This is a gift. Inside, there's a blend of 5-spice powder and cumin powder I made from ingredients and 2 kitchen knives made from turtle bones. The gift isn't much, just a token of my goodwill. Yanli handed him a package wrapped in animal hide. Lai Yan looked at the gift, smiling, but then his smile froze. Yanli, I really like your gift, but I don't want to be king. What are you saying? Don't you see what day it is? You're about to become king, And now you say you don't want to?
How can you lead the tribe like this?
Lying scolded angrily. Lai Yan was scolded into silence. Yen Li also advised, taking on the king's role is heavy, and it can be tough. But if you work hard to make your people's lives better, you'll be proud of your efforts.
Got it. I will do my best, Lai Yan replied.
Yen Li said, Mo Yi is also here, but he didn't receive an invitation outside the territory. Would you like him to come to your crowning ceremony?
Of course.
Quickly let him in, Lai Yan said happily. He's older than me, but I became king earlier. Looking at it this way, I'm not weak, right? Yen Li didn't know what to say. Given Mo Ye's current condition, it was impossible for him to become the new king of the wild lion tribe in 3 years. In terms of status, Lai Yan was indeed a bit higher than him. However, Mo Yi never cared about status. When Yen Li told him he could attend Lai Yan's crowning, he readily agreed. In the village of the Lai Wolf tribe, some orcs were curious about Mo Yi, but those who had fought locusts together with him saw him as an old friend, with no sense of unfamiliarity. After a short stay in the village, Lai Yan came out of the cave dressed in the most beautiful red beast clothing in the village. Clothes make the man, and a good outfit made Lai Yan look less childish and more steady. His eyes seemed to hold the stars, full of determination. Lai Yan approached him, pleased with his appearance, and nodded. Let's begin. The crowning ceremony. During the crowning ceremony, the former king would take the new king to visit the graves of past kings. Only the king could go. Others were not allowed. After Lai Yan went out with Lai Ying, Yen Li and the others waited in the village for their return. The trip took about half an hour. The villagers were used to this and busied themselves when Lai Yan and Lai Ying hadn't come back yet. As the sun tilted westward, Lai Yan and Lai Ying finally returned. Before they could speak, the villagers had already lined up. Lai Ying looked at the villagers confidently and said, Lai Yan has made his vow in front of many lost ancestors and the king. From today, he will be the new king. He will consider the well-being of the tribe in everything he does. If he fails, he will face the punishment of the beast god. Lai Yan stepped forward and said, I will do everything I can to protect the tribe and find a better life for you all. I won't let you suffer any injustice. The beastmen of the wolf tribe listened to the father and son and did not cheer or celebrate. They all knelt down and said, We will always follow the new king's orders, guard the tribe, and never betray him. The atmosphere was serious and solemn. The crowning ceremony officially ended, and the celebration feast began. The busy villagers brought out all kinds of delicious food. Yen Li and Mo Yi sat together with Lai Yan, looking at the food in front of them. Mo Yi frowned and didn't seem to want to eat. Next to him, Lai Ying asked, Are you afraid to eat? Mo Yi turned his head and thought for a moment, then said, I can't eat spicy food. Your mother really likes spicy food. Lai Ying looked into the distance with nostalgia. She really loves it. Every time she cooks, she adds a lot of hot peppers. When she wants to eat with you too, I told her that the beastmen of the wild lion tribe don't eat spicy food. Can you get used to it there? She said she would, no matter how much I tried to stop her. She still went to be with Yi Tuesday. Lai Ying lowered her head, her eyes showing a bit of sadness, and asked, Is your mother doing well in the wild lion tribe? The villagers never accepted or recognized her. I think she isn't doing very well, but she often tells me that as long as she opens her eyes and sees me and my father, she feels happy. As long as my father and I are well, she doesn't care about anything else, Mo Yi said. Maybe my mother thinks she's doing well. Lai Ying smiled and said, I can imagine the expression on her face when she said that. She has always believed that it's possible to get along well with outsiders and that females can go hunting outside the village. She often sneaks out and gets scolded for it. She never listens to us, doing whatever she wants.
But now...
Lai Ying paused, then looked at Yen Li. It would have been better if you had appeared earlier. If you had come sooner, I would have woken up earlier and understood that forming an alliance with outsiders isn't a bad thing. When she asked me to see her one last time, I should have gone to see her. His throat choked with emotion, and he couldn't speak further. From his expression, it was clear he felt regret. Yen Li said nothing. She looked at Mo Yi and Lying, then raised her head to meet Lai Yan's gaze. Neither of them dared to speak. Mo Yi was silent for a moment before speaking. Father has always been good to Mother. He often says it's for the tribe and the people, but secretly, he worries that Mother might be wronged. He even asked Mother if she wanted to return to the Lai Wolf tribe, but Mother wants to stay with us. Night 2 and Hongyu truly love each other. Yanli thought to herself. Whether it was Hongyu or Night 2, becoming partners involves many difficulties, but they don't care what others think or say. Together, they raised Mo Yi. In the beast world, hearing such love stories is truly rare. That's good, Lying sighed softly. Mo Yi didn't speak again and sat quietly. Yanli took a fruit and offered it to him. You can't eat spicy food, so how about a fruit to fill your stomach? Mo Yi smiled faintly and took the fruit. Suddenly, Lying asked, why are you in the Lai Wolf tribe with someone who isn't your own kin, but with Mo Yi? I've already confirmed that Mo Yi and I are mates, though we haven't had a ceremony yet, Yanli replied.
What?
Lai Yan exclaimed in surprise, opening his mouth wide. We just met recently, and you're already mates? It's not surprising that they become mates, Balin said. When they were fighting locusts, you could tell just by how they were together. How can they become mates? Lai Yan muttered quietly with a frown, finding it hard to accept this news. Yanli, after you become mates with Mo Yi, won't the Ten Beasts tribe disappear? Are you both going to join the Wild Lion tribe? After I become Mo Yi's mate, he will still be part of the Wild Lion tribe, and I will still be part of the Ten Beasts tribe. The Wild Lion King hasn't forced us to join anyone's tribe. If it were me, I would do the same. Liang said, you're such a good female. You can choose for yourself. If someone insists you join the Wild Lion tribe, you probably wouldn't become a partner with Mo Yi. It's hard to say what might happen. She had a past connection with Mo Yi, and both past and present made her realize there was a special feeling she only had for Mo Yi among all the beasts. So, she didn't know what changes she might make for Mo Yi. Liang said, it's good that you two can become partners. Among so many young beasts, I can't think of anyone more suitable for you than Mo Yi. I think so too, Yanli replied bluntly. Liang smiled, straightening his back against a large rock behind him. You young beasts can eat slowly and chat. I've had a busy day, and I'm tired too. I'll rest for a while. He leaned against the big rock and closed his eyes wearily. Yanli and the others also started chatting casually. Time passed quickly. The sun was setting, and dusk was near. Yanli said, we should go back now. Li Yan refused, it's so late, and it's already dark. You can stay here and sleep tonight. That's true, Mo Yi agreed. Yanli thought for a moment, and then agreed to Li Yan's suggestion. The sun seemed to set in the blink of an eye, and a star appeared in the sky. After eating and drinking enough, everyone, tired from the day's work, returned to their mountain cave to rest.
Janli shook Liing sitting nervi.
King of the Wolves, time to rest in the cave. After a while, Liing didn't respond. Yanli shook him again, and suddenly, Li Ying collapsed like a broken puppet onto Yanli's shoulder. Li Yan squatted down and asked, Father, if you're tired, you should go into the cave to sleep. Don't press on Yanli. He reached out and shook Li Ying's hand. Yanli's face suddenly turned pale, and his hand trembled as he reached toward Li Ying's nose. For a moment, he didn't know what to say, and he looked up at Li Yan with worry and a bit of fear. Yan had never seen such an expression on Yanli's face. He stood stunned in place. At that moment, he noticed that Li Ying's hand was resting on Yanli's hand. He reached out and grabbed Li Ying's hand, only to find it ice-cold, with no warmth at all.
How?
How is this possible? Yan choked, tears filling his eyes. He knelt on his knees, leaned over Li Ying's legs, and cried loudly, Father, Father. Balin's eyes also turned slightly red. His trembling hand reached toward Li Ying's nose, trying to hold back his sadness. Mo Yi stared blankly at them. He looked at Li Ying's slightly raised mouth and closed eyes, seeming just to be asleep. Li Ying's body was already cold, indicating he had been dead for some time. perhaps after he said he needed a rest, and then left. They sat with Lying, unaware of his condition, and still talked happily. Li felt uncomfortable. She was a doctor and skilled in medicine, yet she couldn't see that Lying was different. The beastmen of the Lai Wolf clan gathered around upon hearing the news of Lai Ying's death, their eyes reddening with grief. It took a long while for everyone to calm their overwhelming sadness, but Lai Ying's sudden departure still cast a shadow of sorrow over the entire clan. Li was assigned to sleep in the same tent with 2 female beastmen of the Lai Wolf clan. She asked and learned that they had gone to kill locusts not long ago, when Lying was suddenly bitten by a black insect. After being bitten, Lai Ying's health kept declining. Sometimes he would fall asleep while sitting or cough non-stop through the night. When Amand returned, Lying also felt he wouldn't live much longer. He spent every day pulling Lai Yen aside to teach him the duties of a king. Today, with so many things to do, Lai Ying's strength should have been exhausted long ago, but he kept holding on, passing the clan's leadership to Lai Yen. Once he let go of his burdens, Lying felt lighter and no longer forced himself to endure. That night, Li couldn't sleep. She had seen people die before, but never experienced someone dying in her own body without knowing it. It was too painful. With her eyes open, the cave was dark. She relied on the faint firelight for a little brightness. Until she heard the birds singing outside the cave, she realized it was morning. The beastmen of the Lai Wolf clan were still immersed in grief. Early in the morning, everyone looked exhausted. Lai Ying's body couldn't be kept for long. They found dry wood and burned his corpse. On Amand continent, beastmen are usually cremated after death because burying them in the ground might attract fierce beasts that smell blood and dig up the bodies. Being eaten by fierce beasts is considered an insult to beastmen, so they use cremation. Lai Ying's funeral ended at noon. Li comforted Lai Yen briefly before returning with Mo Yi. After sending Li back to the clan, Mo Yi returned to the Wild Lion clan to report to Yi Tu about his overnight stay with the Lai Wolf clan. Yi Tu also seemed unsurprised. After hearing the news, he noticed Mo Yi was still looking at him with strange eyes and asked, "Is there anything else?" Lying, the former king of the Lai Wolf clan, died yesterday. Night Chin paused, looking surprised and stunned for a moment. He then finally regained his composure, but still seemed a bit doubtful. Mo Yi nodded slightly. Night Chin asked, "How did it happen?" The Wolf clan member said that he was bitten by a black bug, and his health kept getting worse. Maybe realizing he was not going to recover, he gave his position to Lai Yen. Night Chin sighed deeply. He is about the same age as Lying. Because Hong Yu is his partner, he doesn't dislike Lying much. Instead, he feels some sympathy for Lying because of his guilt towards Hong Yu. He never thought Lying would leave so early. If nothing unexpected happened, they could have argued and fought for many more years. When he left, you were there too. You could say you helped your mother send him away, Night Chin said with a sigh. Mo Yi lowered his head slightly and said nothing. Night Chin continued to sigh. On this continent of Amand, you never know what might cause someone to die. You and Li should cherish each other. I understand, Mo Yi replied.
Go ahead.
I want to be alone for a while, Night Chin said. Mo Yi stood up and left. Outside the house, he heard Night Chin let out a long sigh. When Li returned to her tribe, she found Isido playing with Wendy. Isido, do all bugs fear moonflower grass? Isido looked at her with doubt and nodded. Yes, haven't you seen that bugs won't go near places where there is moonflower grass? Li thought about what she saw last time near the sweet tree. She went to the storage room, found some crushed moonflower grass, and then went to the kitchen to get hot water. After mixing the hot water with the moonflower grass powder, she carried a bamboo tube to the corner of a house. She saw ants crawling and poured the mixture on them. The ants immediately scattered and ran away. Those that didn't escape struggled in the moonflower grass water and soon stopped moving. Li caught more bugs to experiment. In the end, she found that bugs simply dared not approach places with moonflower grass. If they stayed too long, they would die. Li, what are you doing? Isido kept watching her actions from nearby. Li said, it's nothing. I just don't want to see any beastmen being bitten by bugs. Bugs that bite can be deadly. My mother told me that if you're afraid of bugs biting, plant moonflower grass around your house. That way, bugs won't bite us. Is that enough? Yenli asked. Isido nodded. My old home had a lot of moonflower grass planted, so I was never bitten by bugs. With such a good method, Yenli immediately set out to dig up moonflower grass, took a basket, and left. At the valley's entrance, she met Mo Yi. Where should we go? Mo Yi asked. Yenli replied, Mo Yi, hurry and get a basket. We're going to dig up some moon-scented herbs to plant. Plant moon-scented herbs? Yisudo said that places with moon-scented herbs don't have many bugs. If you dig some and plant them near the house, there won't be bugs. Since bugs can harm people, Yenli quickly thought of ways to deal with this.
Mov admiret her kuikakçın.
The two of them took baskets to dig up the moon-scented herbs. Yisudo, who knew more about the herbs than they did, acted like a little grown-up, looking proud. Moon-scented herbs don't need to be dug up. You can break some branches and plant them in the soil, and they'll grow. Really, they're so hardy? Yenli asked. Yes, but you can't break them randomly. You should pick branches that are not too old or too young. Young ones might not survive, and old ones might die in a few years. So, it's best to find branches that are just right. Yisudo broke a branch and showed it to them as a sample. Yenli looked and nodded, understanding. Yisudo was proud because he could teach Yenli something new. He happily watched her break the moon-scented herbs, wagging his tail left and right. They collected 2 full baskets of moon-scented herbs and headed back to the village. By then, evening was approaching. After teaching Yenli how to plant the herbs, Yisudo and Mo Yi went to the wild lion tribe to see where it was best to plant. After planting the herbs, evening arrived. The kitchen was filled with fragrant smells of food, and Yenli went to check on the progress of 2 houses being built. The clever orcs, even without Yenli watching all the time, built the houses neatly and correctly. Looking at the progress, both houses should be finished before winter. There was no need to worry much about the house building. The next day, Yenli asked the wild lion tribe to help deliver some moon-scented herb powder to the white eagle tribe and the fierce wolf tribe. These tribes lived in caves and couldn't grow the herbs, so they sprinkled the powder inside to repel bugs. Li Yan, now the new king, had many things to do. The day after delivering the herb powder, Balan and his people came to thank them. Suddenly, Li Yan left, catching the tribe off guard. Balan looked still upset when he arrived. Yenli couldn't say much to comfort him, only encouraging them to look forward. Not long after Balan left, Yi too came. He went into the valley to see the houses built by the wild lion tribe's orcs. He saw for the first time a house built with stones, black bricks, and wood. Using these 3 materials to build a house, although it was not yet finished, looked quite good from what he could see. Yet to push the finished wall gently, the stone brick wall was very strong and couldn't be moved easily. After trying, Yeta carefully stared at the wall. Yenli happened to pass by, glancing at him out of the corner of her eye, and asked, King Lion, you came but didn't say a word? Nothing to do, so I came to take a look. Seeing you're busy, I didn't want to disturb you. Yenli walked over and looked at the dark wall in front of her, asking, How is it? How did you use stones to build a house? Stones are very strong, but if you just pile 2 stones, they can easily fall. How did you make so many stones stay in place? Concrete. I found a way to make concrete, and concrete is essential for building houses where I come from, Yenli explained. King Lion, did you come here just to see how the house is being built? Yeta nodded. Almost half of our tribe's people borrowed to help you. I came to see why your house needs so many beastmen, why it's so big and different. Now I understand why you need so many beastmen. Yenli smiled. Thanks to you, King Lion, for lending so many people. If it were just my tribe, we wouldn't be able to finish a house by next spring. Right now, the King Lion tribe and the 10,000 Beasts tribe can lend you many people. But since your house is so good after it's finished, can our King Lion tribe also build such houses? Of course. You understand how to make concrete, and you know what preparations are needed before building. You can start building anytime you want. Yenli didn't have much time to do everything herself. Making concrete requires finding stones and crushing them. She didn't know how much time it would take alone, so she taught the beast men of the King Lion tribe to help. The beast men helping with the construction had experience building bamboo houses. Yanli gave them some guidance on this house, and their building skills improved a lot. If the King Lion tribe wanted to build houses, even without Yanli supervising, they could do it themselves. Yet to listen to Yanli and showed approval. You always share everything with us, teaching us what you know. In the past, how could beastmen have shared their knowledge with outsiders? Mutual exchange helps us improve and live better. I still have many things I don't understand about the Arman continent, just like how Yueshiong grass was still taught to me by Isido. Isido, standing nearby, suddenly heard Yanli praise him. His eyes lit up with happiness, and he wagged his tail joyfully. Yato looked at Isido with a kind expression toward the young cub. Why does this young night dragon always like to stay close to you? Can I stay with her? Isido asked unhappily. Yanli gently rubbed his small head and held back his growing pride. Maybe he feels he owes me something, so he follows me everywhere. I only stay with you because I think you're too weak. I help you with things, so I don't owe you anything, Isido said proudly, turning his head away. He is still in beast form, so these small actions are especially cute. His tone is a bit arrogant, but Yetu doesn't mind. The Night Dragon clan is even more proud than our Lion clan. If he keeps following you, he probably likes you a lot. I just don't dislike her, Isido replied. Emoyi patted his small head. Why did you hit my head? That's the difference, Emoyi said. When Yanli touches your head, you're not angry. When I do, you get upset. Your hands are different, Isido said. She touches more comfortably. Isido treats them differently because Emoyi isn't pressing hard. 3 days after receiving Yanli's moon-scented herb powder, Ji Bai personally brought a gift. He arrived at the valley and saw the new house Yanli and others were building. He was curious and walked over. Seeing the house that was already taller than him, Ji Bai asked, I haven't been here for a while. Your village has some new things. Is this a house? Yes, Yanli nodded. Have you been busy back with your clan? I've been gone for a while. Nothing big happened in the clan, but there are many small things. Also, winter is coming, and we need to store enough food before it arrives. Why don't you store food and build a house? I started doing that before I went to hunt locusts. I continued when I got back. Besides, our clan's houses are too poor. During winter, the wind blows in and makes it cold. So I built more houses. We have plenty of food, so no worries, Yanli explained. Ji Bai pointed to what he brought. The moon-scented herb powder you gave us works very well. After we got it, we followed your instructions. We found many bugs in the cave. There used to be so many we didn't know. Even in damp, dark caves, bugs are common if people live there. Ji Bai asked again, why did you suddenly want to give us the moon-scented herb powder? Because the Wolf King has left. Yanli sighed. The new king of the Liling clan is Lian Yan. The Liling king died from a bug bite that wasn't treated in time. Ji Bai paused, surprised. He had been busy lately and hadn't even visited Yanli, let alone the Liling clan, which didn't have a good relationship with him. But hearing that Liling had left, he was still a bit shocked. After a moment of silence, Ji Bai came back to himself and said, Yanli, I want to become partners with Shuang. Really? Yanli asked, confirming. Ji Bai shyly scratched his head. Besides the village matters, I've been busy with Mai and Shuang's affairs. We will hold a partnership ceremony tomorrow. Today, I brought you some gifts and also invite you to join the ceremony tomorrow. Whenever there is sadness, there is also happiness. Yanli was happy for them. I will go. Mo Yi, do you want to come too? Yanli asked Mo Yi standing nearby. Mo Yi didn't answer immediately. He looked up at Ji Bai. Ji Bai felt a little awkward under his gaze and said, come too. The Beiying clan has formed an alliance with the Guangshi clan. Our relationship has improved a lot. We won't be as hostile as before. Your participation in my ceremony can help strengthen the bond between our two clans. Since Ji Bai personally invited him, refusing would seem unkind. Mo Yi nodded in agreement. I have some things to do in the clan. I'll go back first. Tomorrow, I will send beast men to pick you up. After speaking, Jibai led his clan members and flew away. Yenli watched their figures leave, then smiled slightly. It's been a while. I'm happy to hear good news about them. I'm not very happy.
Why?
Do you think Jibai will find a partner quickly, but you haven't, and you're a bit jealous?
Yeah.
Yenli was just joking. He didn't expect Mo to admit it directly, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Seeing Mo's sad little eyes, he smiled and said, all right, let's not be jealous. Even though we haven't officially become partners yet, among so many beast men, I only like you. I won't change my mind, so don't worry. Really? Yes.
Yanli nudda firmly.
Mo was a bit skeptical. If a more handsome or stronger beast man appears, you wouldn't like him?
No. Why?
Because I'm faithful. I will like whoever I like and stick with them. Besides, you've made this old iron tree of mine bloom. I have to be responsible and not think about other crazy things. This old iron tree rarely blooms. It would be hard for it to bloom again. Yen Lime understands that she is not the type to easily like someone or hold someone close to her heart. Without Mo, she fears she might never like anyone again. Mo happily hugs her, saying, I'll take responsibility for as long as you want. Humph. Isido snorts coldly nearby, glaring at Mo. He's not that impressive. If I were as big as him, I would be even better. Little guy, where did you get your competitive spirit? Yenli laughs as she gently pats his head. Isido angrily turns away. I'm not a little guy. Our Night Dragon clan will grow up soon and you'll see. After saying that, he walks off angrily. Yenli is confused. Why did he suddenly get angry? Mo replies, little guy, he's got a bad temper. The next morning, a beast man from Jibai's group comes to pick them up to go to the Buying clan. Yenli brings the prepared gifts and goes with Mo to meet the Buying clan. The marriage ceremony is a big event for any tribe. When they arrive at the Buying clan, Yenli sees the beast men busy decorating the mountaintop. They gather many flowers and decorate the whole peak, making it look like a beautiful garden. Jibai is directing how to make the decorations even prettier. Yenli walks over and gives him the gift. Jibai, the marriage ceremony is happy. After becoming partners with Shuang-er, you must treat her well. I know. Shuang-er is my favorite female. Even if I suffer, I won't let her suffer.
Good.
That's what it means to be a beast man. By the way, where is Shuang-er? She's still in the cave getting ready. I'll go find her. Yenli separates from them and goes to the cave to find Shuang-er. The Buying clan's caves are family homes, each with a window. They are not too deep, so walking inside doesn't make it dark. Yenli arrives at Shuang-er's home. Shuang-er's mother died early, and she relies on her father. Before the marriage ceremony, females are not allowed to stay with any beast man, not even their own father. So, only Shuang-er is at home. Yenli stands outside the door and softly asks, Can I come in? Yenli. Shuang-er turns around, excited to see her, and quickly runs over to hug her. Yenli opens her arms to welcome her. How are you? Are you nervous? Nervous. I couldn't sleep all night. Shuang-er says excitedly. Yenli said it's normal. Even if you love Jibai and become his partner, you'll still feel nervous. Don't worry, I just asked Jibai, and he said he will treat you well. I know one will treat me kindly. He's been good to me since I was little, Shuang-er said, blushing a little when talking about Jibai's kindness. Yenli looked at her outfit. Besides the different beast fur clothes she was wearing today, there wasn't much change. Jibai said you were dressing up and you look great now. I brushed my hair for a long time, Shuang-er replied. Here, they didn't have fancy hairstyles or makeup. Even brushing hair was just done with hands. Yenli took her and sat her down. Sit here. I'll go find some things to help you get ready. Today is your big day, and you shouldn't look so plain. Yenli left and found some vines and a tree branch. She sharpened the branch into a simple hairpin with several forks at the end, making it look natural and nice. She grabbed her hair, tied it into a ponytail, tore a small piece of vine to tie around the ponytail, then wrapped the vine around her hair and fixed it with the wooden pin made from the branch. She looked at Schwanger's face. Her silver hair was, with a few loose strands hanging at the sides. This simple hairstyle made Schwanger, who was already gentle, look even more graceful. Good looks are good looks. Even just messing with your hair makes you look nice. Yenli sighed.
Schwanger blueshitzlichtli.
Yenli, you look good too. I know, but today, the most beautiful person must be you, Yenli said. She tore the vine into small pieces, twisted it into a braid, wrapped it around Schwanger's styled hair, and decorated it with fresh flowers. Schwanger, more beautiful than a flower, was so captivating that Yenli couldn't look away. She looked at Schwanger's white beast for clothes and said, "It's a pity I haven't learned to weave cloth yet. If I could, I would make you a beautiful wedding dress." Yenli, I am already very happy. Being the king's partner and knowing you as a good friend is enough for me, Schwanger said, hugging Yenli with emotion. For females living in the village who rely on beast men to survive, meeting a caring and loving beast man is extremely important. Yenli was happy for Schwanger. Beast men are half animals, honest and pure, but they have their own views on love. They don't mess around and want to always treat the person they love well. Even as the king of their tribe, they each only have one partner. I don't know how other orcs do it, but as the king of the wild lion tribe, Naigu disregarded his tribe's opposition and became a partner with Red Jade. After Red Jade's death, he raised Moe alone, showing their loyalty to love. Because of their loyalty to love, even if there are few females, orcs do not casually choose a female as their partner. Thinking of this, Yenli suddenly understood why her old iron tree bloomed. Because Moe's feeling for her is that he will only recognize her for his whole life. Are you ready, Schwanger? The king's side is prepared. Lara flew into the cave. Seeing Schwanger's current look, she paused. Schwanger, you look so good like that. Her silver white hair was styled up, decorated with branches and flowers, with torn vines braided into twists and used as embellishments. At first glance, it looked like flowers blooming on Schwanger's head. Schwanger, praised, blushed slightly. It was Yenli who did it for me. Although she couldn't see exactly what Yenli had done, she believed Yenli would make her look beautiful. Xiaoer circled around Schwanger, curious, looking left and right. Yenli, how did you make your hair like that? Later, I will teach you. Currently, the most important thing is the partner ceremony between Schwanger and Jibai. Schwanger, with her hands transformed into wings, easily flies to the peak, while Yenli, who can't fly, can only rely on the help of the orcs.
Wow.
Is that Schwanger? How did Schwanger's hair become like that? Seeing Schwanger arriving, the orcs began to discuss. Today, Schwanger and Jibai are the focus of the tribe. Everyone's eyes are on her, and every move she makes draws attention. Jibai looked at the slightly dressed-up Schwanger, stunned, with admiration in his eyes. Schwanger walked to his side. Although they had loved each other for a long time, when she looked into Jibai's eyes, her cheeks involuntarily flushed. "King," she softly called. Jibai suddenly came back to himself. "Schwanger, you look so beautiful."
It was Yenli who did it for me.
She can do everything. Ahem. The tribe's elder cleared his throat twice, interrupting their conversation. "King, the partner ceremony should begin."
Okay.
The elder led them to the front. Yenli sat next to Moe. Moe handed her a small red fruit, not very big, about the size of a cherry. Yenli raised her hand to put the fruit in her mouth, but Moe quickly stopped her. "You can't eat this. It's for Jibai and Schwanger." Yenli just realized that everyone is holding a fruit and asked, "Why can't we eat it?" Curious, Yenli activated her identification skill. There was nothing special about the fruit. It looked like an ordinary fruit. This fruit has 2 seeds inside, connected together. It is given as a gift to future mates in a pairing ceremony to wish them eternal togetherness. Yenli looked at the fruit and couldn't see anything inside. Does the wild lion tribe have this custom too? In the wild lion tribe, female mates eat this fruit all day long. Yenli didn't say anything. She turned to look at him, her eyes asking, "Why?" Moyua understood her look. The fruit has 2 seeds. Giving it to females hopes they can conceive 2 cubs at once. Yenli nodded. Has anyone in the wild lion tribe ever given birth to 2 cubs at once after eating this fruit? Yes, some females have given birth to 3 cubs at once, but the smallest one didn't survive. That topic was not suitable for today. It might ruin the mood. On the underdeveloped Amand continent, it is already impressive for females to give birth to 1 cub. Having 3 at once is a heavy burden. Jibai and Schwanger, under the elders' leadership, announced their loyalty to each other. Then, each held a large wooden bowl, and in order, everyone, including the cubs, placed their fruits into the bowls. Once the bowls were filled, new bowls were brought out. Everyone received blessings, and then it was time for a big feast and entertainment. The orcs, who had just fought off locusts, gathered around the campfire, learning the prayer dance of the Gray Bear tribe. At first, they just played along, but suddenly someone suggested creating their own tribe's prayer dance and song. A group of orcs gathered to discuss which moves looked good. Chao didn't forget to ask Yenli how to do her hair. Yenli shared her knowledge generously, and other females gathered around to learn too. They played happily until the afternoon. Yenli checked the time and said goodbye to Jibai. Jibai wanted to send them back, but Moyue refused. Moyue can fly, so he would take Yenli back himself. They could enjoy some quiet time together on the way back, chatting and relaxing. From today, Jibai has a partner. Moyue understood what he was thinking just from a glance, so he let them go back alone. Autumn has arrived. The sun is high, but not too hot, and the cool autumn breeze feels very refreshing. Looking into the distance, some plants remain green and strong even during the cold winter. The arrival of autumn cannot weaken their green color at all. Some plants turn yellow early in autumn. As the season deepens, their leaves turn a bright golden color. Many unknown flowers bloom in white, yellow, and pink. Autumn brings many colors to the continent of Amand. It is more colorful than the lush green of summer. Yanli is admiring the distant scenery from Moye's back. She says, it would be nice if there were fewer fierce beasts on the continent of Amand. Such a beautiful place is full of hidden dangers. Moye asks, what's wrong? He suddenly says something strange. Yanli rests her chin on her hand. Moye, I suddenly think it would be good to live here forever. Over the years, I've done everything to become an immortal, but I don't know what I should do after that. Should I keep striving for higher status or just relax and wander around? But now I think living here with you and working hard for a lifetime is pretty good. Don't you want to go back?
Mohi asks.
I wanted to go back when I first arrived. But now I've met so many people and made good friends. Most importantly, you are here. I don't have any desire to go back now. After saying this, Yanli silently called out for Bar several times, but there was no response. It seems Bar was not here. If Bar heard what she said, how would he react? Yanli thinks, maybe I should find a time to ask him. Moye feels happy hearing this. If Yanli stays here forever, he can be with her always. Yanli, do you like me? I do, Yanli answers honestly, without any shyness. I've liked someone before, but now that I like you, I don't want to be apart from you. Before, I used to laugh at those who fell in love and acted like fools. Now I understand why they were willing to be fools. Once you like someone, your mind is full of their image. When you see you smile, I smile too. When you're upset, I feel upset. I want to do everything for you. Isn't this love a little silly? Yanli asks. Moye's golden beast eyes are full of happiness.
Not silly.
Because of you, I am happier than anyone else. Yanli smiled happily and hugged Moye's neck. Moye, you really are good at talking. Since that's the case, I won't go back. I'll stay here with you forever. Yanli, can you really stay here with me? Will the god of Amand call you back? Moye was glad that Yanli wanted to stay, but he understood that Yanli would ultimately have to listen to the god of Amand. It's like how the orcs in the tribe must obey the king's orders. Yanli said, he won't call me back on his own.
He sent me here to do a task.
As long as I haven't finished the task, I can't go back. When I have accumulated enough merit and cultivation, about 100,000 points, I will exchange them for other things. That way, I will never reach the point of having only 100,000 merit and cultivation. Moyi didn't respond to Yanli's words. He was still worried and felt that things wouldn't be as simple as Yanli said. Days passed peacefully into early winter without any incidents. The temperature suddenly dropped overnight, becoming painfully cold. Yanli put on a thick, furry wolf hide coat. The outer layer of the wolf hide was very hairy. When she wore it, Yanli looked like a small bear, fluffy and warm. Before winter arrived, they finally finished building a house. The first house was for winter living, while the storage house for supplies would take a few more days. The winter house had 2 floors, mainly made of black bricks and stones. The first floor had a kitchen and a bathroom. The entrance to the fire pit for heating was in the kitchen. It was the first time they built a house with underfloor heating, and Yanli wasn't sure if she could succeed. As soon as the house was finished, she went to the kitchen to start a fire. In winter, the windows and doors were tightly closed. After a while of burning firewood, Yanli could clearly feel the temperature inside the house rising, becoming much warmer. The warmth on the second floor was slower to develop, but as the fire continued burning, the entire house grew warmer and warmer. The house was a success. Yanli asked Aisha and the others to wash their belongings and move into the new house. The new house was beautiful and sturdy, with a floor paved with black bricks, very clean. The orcs had to take off their animal skin shoes before entering. The newly built house could comfortably house about 30 people. Currently, the orcs of the 10,000 Beasts tribe were not many. After dividing the rooms, 5 extra rooms remained. Yanli arranged the rooms for them and went to move the belongings. The beds were made of bamboo, somewhat old and moldy. Seeing the beds, Yanli thought about just sleeping on the ground and decided to build herself a new bed out of wood while she was at it. Thinking about these things, Yanli only took the animal hide. She usually keeps herself very clean, and the hide not only was clean but also had a faint fragrance. Carrying the hide into her room, Yi too was in the living room. When he saw Yanli bring in the animal clothing, Moyi had already stepped forward to help. Yanli, your house is really nice and warm. I've lived for so long, and this is the first time I've seen such a beautiful and cozy house, Yi too sincerely praised. Yanli said, this house was built by the beast men of the wild lion tribe. They know how to build it. When you go back, tell them to start building. If they work quickly, we should be able to move in before winter ends. I already asked them to prepare when I was helping you build the house. They're already working on it, but Yi too stopped halfway through. Yanli asked, but what? Building a house takes some time. This winter seems to be colder than usual. It usually isn't this cold at this time. It's still early, but it's so cold now. I'm a bit worried about the young ones in the tribe. Yanli, if you have extra space, could the young ones stay here for a while? I will give you some things as compensation. How many young ones does the wild lion tribe have now? Yanli asked. 13. Moyi gave an exact number. Yanli thought about her current room and arrangements, then nodded gently. All right, the young ones are small and can sleep close together. Yanli agreed so readily that Yi too smiled happily. Yanli, how come someone as good as you is willing to agree to everything we ask? Wild Lion King, you can praise me, but I still need to receive what is due, Yanli replied. Yi too smiled. I dare to give even Moyi to you. Nothing is more important than him. Yanli also smiled in response. After Yi too left, he asked the females to bring the young ones over. Nana, Liu Chui, Su, and others came to join the fun. As soon as they entered the house, they looked around, and then came over to praise Yanli. Yanli was used to such praise and didn't find it strange. She didn't gain any cultivation points from building the house because it was mainly built by the beast men. Yanli only directed from the side. Since she didn't personally do the work, the system wouldn't give her any cultivation points. Even though she didn't get any points for finishing a house, Yanli didn't feel angry or regretful. Now, she preferred that her cultivation points come slowly. After the females brought the young ones, their father sent over animal hides for warmth. Yanli asked them to lay the hides in the room. There was no bed, only mats on the ground. The orcs laid several animal hides on the ground to serve as bedding, folding some aside for their own use. Their young ones stayed on Yanli's side, and every orc came over to thank Yanli. The cubs came to Yanli's house, feeling a bit shy without their parents nearby. Their eyes showed some fear. Yanli nudged Isido, who looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" "Big brother Isido, could you please take care of them?"
You.
Isido hesitated and muttered, "Why do you always ask me to watch the cubs?" "Because you're big brother Isido." Looking around, none of the cubs in the house were older than Isido. Isido looked at the eager cubs staring at him and sighed softly. A small lion cub, still not able to control its beast form well, walked up to Isido, nuzzling his leg with its tiny head and calling softly, "Big brother?" Isido's heart softened, and he helplessly picked up the little lion cub. "All right, I'll take care of you all. You must listen to me, okay?" The cubs all looked at Isido and nodded obediently, "Okay, big brother." Yanli watched the reluctant Isido, while behind him, his dragon tail wagged happily and more actively than usual. Once again, Yanli successfully convinced Isido, trusting him to take good care of the young cubs of the wild lion tribe. Actually, Isido's work wasn't too difficult. Some female members stayed here to watch the cubs, and by evening, they would return home to be with the orcs. Even though there were many female lions, at least a third of the cubs didn't have mothers and were cared for by other females. Seeing the cubs happily playing, Yanli didn't stay inside the warm house any longer. He picked up an animal hide coat and went outside to take a walk, thinking about what to do next. The storeroom would be cleaned up in a few days. Yanli went to check the stored food and other supplies. Although the locust plague caused more food expenses than expected, Ku Yun and the others hadn't been lazy. They had gathered a lot of food and dried wild vegetables. Yanli walked to a corner and saw a pile of wool. It was from the black sheep, accumulated over several months, totaling about 10 baskets. Yanli looked at the wool, thought for a moment, then turned to the kitchen to find a large wooden basin. He took out the wool basket by basket, washing and drying it. Winter water was freezing cold, but luckily, the more he worked, the warmer his hands became. After finishing all the wool, it was noon. Elsa came over to invite Yanli to lunch. Yanli hung the last piece of wool to dry. When she stepped into the house, a warm feeling greeted her, making her feel very comfortable. Since having rice, the diet of the beast tribe has become similar to Yanli's old eating habits: 3 dishes, 1 soup, and a bowl of rice. The young cubs of the lion tribe ate green rice for the first time and found it very delicious. At this moment, someone entered. Nana saw them eating and sat down next to Yanli, without hesitation. "Yanli, some people from our tribe brought over a lot of things. Lord Moyua put them in the storage room. Do you want to go see?" "No need. Yanli, I just took some things to the storage room and saw you drying a lot of black sheep wool. Why are you drying it?" "To make clothes." "How do you make them?" "Black sheep wool is so short. After twisting it into yarn, I can weave it." Just listening, Nana might not understand completely, but Yanli never does pointless work. She asked, "We throw away the wool from black sheep, but the place where we throw it should still be there. If you find it useful, do you want us to get it for you? Such good wool. It's a shame to throw it away. Go get it later." Although animal skins can be used for clothes, if wool is usable, it should be used. It can also make different styles of clothes. Yanli thought, it's such a waste to throw away useful things. Nana nodded in agreement. Not long after, the door was pushed open. Moyua entered with the beast men from the lion tribe. Moyua went behind Nana and waited quietly for her to give him space. Nana immediately understood his gaze and stood up obediently to the side. Moyua sat down without courtesy. "My father brought a lot of food for you. He said it's for the young cubs staying here, and if you need anything, just tell him. He'll bring it to you." The young cubs are the hope of the tribe. Not just Yetu, but other beast men also wish to give them the best things. Yanli said, "It's enough for now. If it's not enough, I'll tell you. Have you eaten? Do you want some?" she asked while holding a piece of meat with her chopsticks. Moyua didn't hesitate and took a bite of the meat from her chopsticks. "I've already eaten." "After eating, you still eat my meat?" Moyua smiled. "The tribe is building a house. I need to help, so I won't be able to come often. Don't miss me too much." Where does he get such confidence? Are you planning not to come find me until the house is finished? No, I'll come every day. If I don't come for a long time, I'll miss you. Hearing this, Yanli just smiled. All right, dear best. Although I have a lot of work every day, I will find some time to think of you. Yenye's eyes held a warm smile. The person sitting nearby heard their conversation and got goosebumps. Why are these two so cheesy? After lunch, Yenye returned to the wild lion tribe. Even in the cold winter, Yenli's house was so warm that the beast men of the wild lion tribe wished they could build their houses overnight. That way, their females could stay warm even in winter. But building houses requires materials and skills, and even if they hurried, it would take a lot of time. Yenli gave them some leftover materials for building the house. Those materials couldn't be used to build new houses. They would have to wait until next spring. For now, they needed to start storing food again, in case of emergencies. Nana went back and told the beast men to bring back the black sheep wool they had discarded. The wool, exposed to sun and rain, was covered in dust and some weeds. Cleaning the wool and picking out the debris took a lot of effort. Nana also helped wash it. When she was tired and sore, Chi Yun and the others returned from hunting. Their hunting today was quite successful. They caught 3 snow sheep. Seeing Yenli busy, they placed the prey into a pen and came to help. While they were working, Shur-Xian came over to Yenli. Lord Yenli, I have something to talk to you about. Shur-Xian looked nervous. What is it? Yenli asked. Shur-Xian hesitated, unable to speak right away, standing there tangled in his thoughts. Qi Yun saw his hesitation and helped say, King, Shur-Xian wants me to stay with Lily tonight. Yenli didn't reply immediately, waiting for Qi Yun to finish. Now that the words were spoken, there was no reason to hide it anymore. Qi Yun continued, King, the young cubs of the wild lion tribe are temporarily staying with us, but there's no place for the females to stay together. Lily is still young, and Shur-Xian and May are worried about her. So, Shur-Xian hopes that May can stay here tonight to keep Lily company. Yenli suddenly remembered that today the young cubs of the wild lion tribe had been sent over, but May and Lily weren't there. Lord Yenli, this is just my personal wish. May doesn't want to trouble you. She said that with me here, she will stay warm at night. However, I sleep very deeply and do not pay attention to my surroundings when I sleep. Last night, I took the animal hide that May was covering herself with, and today she is coughing and feeling unwell. Shur-Xian feels very guilty, thinking that because of his actions, May and Lily are suffering, but he feels powerless. He just wants to hit a wall to vent his frustration. King, I know that if we let females also live here, the house might not be big enough. But Xingyun and I can give up our rooms for May and Lily, Qi Yun said. As beast men, even if we stay in the original house and sleep covered with animal hides after transforming into beasts, it will still be warm. So we don't need to move to a new house. Request failed. Making candles is not difficult. Yenli has already done it before. There are several raw materials for making candles: beeswax, animal fats, and resins. It's winter now, so collecting resin is impossible. Beeswax is also out of the question. Yenli has not seen a bee on the Amand continent, but they have plenty of animal fats. Yenli asked Xingyun and others to make small jars for the candles. Before the jars are ready, Yenli prepares to make paper. To ensure success on the first try, Yenli checked the system. Since deciding to stay on the Amand continent with Mo Yi until old age, she has rarely opened the system and almost forgotten about it. When she checked, she was surprised. Her merit had increased to 23,468, and her cultivation level was 8,420. She guessed that the merit increase came from helping the beastmen build houses and turning the wool of the black sheep into yarn to knit sweaters, which she had accumulated. Yenli didn't bother to check how Bai Er had awarded her merit. She converted 10,000 merit into cultivation points, then looked at the system and opened the skills for papermaking and weaving. Both skills require 4,000 cultivation points each. After choosing them, her points dropped by 8,000. She then checked the papermaking category, which includes subcategories like ink making, printing, and brush making. Printing requires 10,000 cultivation points, while ink making and brush making each need 2,000. Without hesitation, she learned these two skills as well, costing another 4,000 points, which left her with only 6,420. She was not upset about losing the points. She then looked into weaving, which includes embroidery and dyeing. These require more points. Each needs 5,000. Clothing doesn't require embroidery or dyeing right now. Yanli isn't in a hurry to decorate. She looked through her skills and surprisingly found the skill to make wax. Without much thought, she chose the wax-making skill and spent another 1,000 cultivation points. The wax-making skill provided many raw materials, allowing Yanli to make at least 10 candles. She didn't hesitate and immediately started making candles. Outside, she sat by the candlelight, with cold wind blowing strongly. The nearby fire burned brightly, helping to chase away some of the cold. While busy, she heard footsteps behind her. She put down what she was doing and saw Mo Yi walking over. Mo Ye's usually calm face showed some worry. Yanli asked, "What's wrong? Your expression looks so bad. Did you have trouble building the house?" "Not exactly. The house is coming along well." Mo Yi hesitated and stopped talking. Yanli wasn't in a rush and asked again, "What is it?" Mo Yi looked at Yanli, hesitated for a long time, then finally gathered courage. He stretched out his hand and opened his palm. There was a simple necklace resting quietly in his hand. The necklace string was made from torn vine fibers twisted into a braid, brown in color. In the middle of the string was a pink and white shell, with its tail flattened. The string went through a small hole in the shell, and a green round fruit seed was tied to it. The seed had been polished and drilled with a hole, and the string passed through the shell's hole and threaded the seed. The necklace was very simple, but the color combination was quite nice. Yanli usually didn't like jewelry, but when she saw this shell necklace, she happily took it and examined it carefully. "It's so pretty. How did you make it?" she asked. Hearing her say it was beautiful, Mo Ye's worries eased a bit. "First, I found a shell. After polishing it, I went to find a fruit seed. This is a seed from a green fruit and it can last a long time. The females in our tribe like to use the polished sides of the fruit shells. After removing the contents, they thread the shells onto a string to wear around their necks." He looked at Yanli and asked shyly, "Do you like it?" "Yes, I do," she replied. "Really?" Mo Ye's words were filled with nervousness and uncertainty. Yanli didn't say anything. She just looked at him. Under her gaze, Mo Ye expressed his inner worry. "You might have seen better ones before, but the best I could think of is this." He knew Yanli very well and understood that a simple necklace like this might not seem special to her. "I have always accepted Yanli's gifts, and if I didn't give something back, he would feel guilty. Gift-giving is mainly about sincerity. As long as there's genuine feeling, that's enough," Yanli said softly, glancing at him and asking, "Did you work on this secretly at night after busying yourself with building the house during the day?" Without surprise, Moyua nodded. Despite being busy, he took time to find shells and braid cords, showing how much effort he put into it. Yanli put on the necklace. The pinkish-white shell necklace stood out against his brown animal hide coat. "Very pretty," Yanli said. "I like it a lot." Moyua's lips curved into a slight smile. The shell necklace Moyua made was worn openly by Yanli, who didn't take it off when he returned to the house and removed his coat. Its bright color quickly caught Nana's attention. "Yanli, how did you make this?" Nana asked. "I don't know. Moyua made it," Yanli replied casually. Nana was surprised. "Really? Lord Moyua made it?" Then she hesitated and seemed a bit doubtful. "Lord Moyua can't really do these things. He's not skilled with his hands. He finds it hard to make small items." The orcs mainly did hunting and carrying work. Sewing clothes and making jewelry were difficult for them, as those were tasks usually done by females. "It should be Lord Moyua who made it," Liu said. "He came to learn how to braid cords a few days ago. He practiced for several days before finally getting it right. I was a bit annoyed teaching him, but I didn't expect him to learn so quickly in other areas, yet take so long with braiding cords. I also saw Lord Moyua throw away quite a few broken shells," Chui Su added. At the time, I didn't know where he got so many broken shells.
Yamli didn't speak.
She hadn't realized how difficult it was for Moyue to make this necklace. Lord Moyue really likes Yamli, Nana suddenly said. In the past, Lord Moyue wouldn't even look at us females, let alone make things to give us. Hearing this, Nana looked downcast.
Cui su parte der shoulder.
Nana, it's not surprising that Lord Moyue likes Yanli so much. We like Yanli too. That's right, I like Yanli very much too, Nana said, hugging Yanli. Yanli, wait for me. I'll also give you lots of things. No need. Don't bother trying to give me gifts. Just learn everything I teach you and do well. I don't need those, Yanli said directly, refusing Nana's kind offer. She only accepted gifts from people she truly trusted. After shaping the candles, since it is winter and cold outside, the candles solidified in less than an hour and could be used. A total of 12 candles were made. Yanli gave 3 to Kino so he could have light in the dark. The remaining 10 candles were placed on a wooden rack in the corner of the corridor. There are many miscellaneous items in the beast tribe, including raw materials for making candles. After learning how to make candles, Yanli went to the wild lion tribe to ask for some raw materials. The wild lion tribe is large and has plenty of food. They have over 10 jars of animal fat, which they couldn't finish eating. They were worried about how to handle it, so Yanli told them how to make candles. Night 2 generously gave Yanli 3 jars of animal fat. Once Yanli made enough candles, she started making paper. The tools for making paper were provided after she activated the system, so she didn't need to spend time making them herself. Yanli, along with Xingyun, Kino, and Xiongluo, focused on making paper outside. The female members wanted to help, but the cubs inside the house needed someone to watch over them. Yisudo could play with them, but with so many people, he couldn't keep track of everyone. The females couldn't help with making paper, so they continued knitting sweaters inside. Yanli made the first sheet of paper by activating her skill. Sure enough, with the skill, she succeeded on her first try. However, Yanli was not someone who relied solely on skills for success. She used her first attempt to familiarize herself with the steps. The second time, she didn't activate the skill. Before activating the skill, she did all the steps well, except for copying the paper. The paper she produced was either too thick on one side or too thin, with some parts empty. Yanli spent 2 days mastering the technique of copying paper. Without relying on the skill, it took her 13 days to produce enough paper. After that, she focused on making brushes and ink. Making brushes was easy. They had plenty of beast hair, so finding hair to make brushes was simple. Making ink was more difficult. The raw materials for ink included tung oil, vegetable oil, soybean oil, pig fat, and pinewood. Yanli still had animal fat, but she didn't have pinewood. Fortunately, she remembered an old artist who loved painting. He used fruit shells, colorful flowers, and other natural items boiled in water to make ink for writing. Finding rotten fruit shells wasn't difficult. Outside the valley there was a wild fruit tree. Some fruits would fall and rot on the ground if not picked in time. Yanli went to the fruit tree outside the valley, pushed aside the snow, and found many rotten fruits with only the seeds left inside. She collected half a basket of these, washed them, and then put them in a pot to boil, boiling for half a day. The clear water in the pot turned dark black. After filtering out the leftover fruit seed debris, she continued boiling until the ink became slightly sticky but not too thick. Yanli then found a bottle to store it. Finally, the ink was ready. Yanli took a brush and wrote the first character on paper. The ink made from fruit seeds was not black but brown. Yanli left the paper for 2 days. After 2 days, she saw that the writing was still there and hadn't faded, so she confirmed the ink was usable. With paper, ink, and brushes ready, she moved on to making a writing table. The table was easy to make. The beast tribe had plenty of wood. She exchanged some nails from the system, and soon a simple table was built. Since it was winter, Yanli didn't bother making a stool. She made the table a bit lower and sat on a beast hide on the ground. During the long process of making paper, ink, and brushes, Yanli also took time to teach Chino to recognize simple characters. She didn't delay Chino's learning at all. Once Chino understood the benefits of reading and writing, he studied very hard. With paper, ink, and brushes, Yanli also spent her days teaching Chino. Chino was an adult orc, so he learned quickly, and Yanli found teaching him very easy. Today, they were studying again, in the living room on the second floor. Chino was copying an article, while Yanli sat on the other side, thinking of new articles to teach him. Suddenly, she heard rustling sounds coming from the staircase. She turned around and saw Isido with a group of small ones peeking at them. Seeing Yanli turn to look, Isido quickly hid behind with a small lion cub in his arms. The other little cubs weren't as clever. Their shiny black eyes stared at her with confusion, probably not understanding why they were hiding and watching Yanli. "Isido," Yanli called. Isido lowered his head and stepped out, holding the small lion. "We didn't mean to disturb you. Can you tell me why you're hiding over there?" Isido looked at Chino with envy and said, "I want to learn to read too."
Sure.
"Really?" Isido looked at Yanli happily. "I don't have to watch them anymore?" He looked at the group of little ones. "As long as the female of the wild lion tribe is watching over them, it's fine. If you want to learn, go bring a table here," Yanli said. Hearing this, Isido immediately went to bring a small table. Yanli gave him paper, brushes, and ink, and also handed him some teaching materials she had written before. Isido sat obediently, his face showing uncontrollable excitement. Yanli was about to teach him how to read and write when a small lion cub ran around from Isido's back to his knees. "Big brother, are you not playing with me anymore? I need to learn things, I don't have time to play." Isido picked him up and set him aside, patting the lion cub's back. "Go find your mother." "But I don't have a mother," the little lion said sadly. "I don't have a father either." Hearing his sadness, Isido's expression changed. He gently picked him up again. "Just sit here. Don't talk or move around, understand?" The little lion lay quietly beside Isido, his golden eyes occasionally watching Isido's actions. He was still young and didn't understand complicated characters. Yanli wasn't confident in teaching cubs of different ages, so he didn't say anything about teaching him. Recently, Isido had been secretly learning. He recognized some characters, but since it was his first time using a brush to write, he didn't know where to start or how to hold the brush properly. Yanli first corrected his way of holding the brush, then taught him how to write each step by step. Time passed quickly during their learning. Suddenly, the sky outside darkened, and the visibility inside the house decreased. Yanli lit a candle, and below, Aisha called for dinner. They went to the first floor hall. The door was pushed open, and Moyi carried a stack of papers into the room. "Father asked me to bring this to you. Where should I put it?" Yanli looked at the stack of papers, surprised. "You guys made papers so quickly? Much slower than yours." Yanli had already made ink and brushes and had been teaching Chino for several days. Only now had they finally mastered papermaking. "Why didn't you keep the paper for yourselves after finally learning how to make it? You just brought it all to me? Father said you need it more than us. Also, the house will be finished soon. After that, we'll make paper, ink, and brushes. Father said he will come to learn from you, and we will be responsible for the paper and writing tools." Hearing that the house was almost finished, Yanli was surprised. "How come you're so fast at building the house? Everyone didn't want to trouble you and wanted to bring the females and cubs back quickly, so we worked hard. We started early in the morning and worked until dark, not daring to rest for a whole day, just to finish the house." Emoya's gaze softened a little. "I also want to finish the house quickly, so I can stay with you again." Suddenly, his words felt like love, and Yanli was momentarily stunned before reacting. After hearing this, her heart warmed. During winter, most fierce beasts hibernate in their own ways. Although some come out to hunt for food, the thick snow makes movement difficult for the orcs. Hunting under these conditions is very risky. Every year, they stock enough food before winter arrives to reduce hunting and avoid danger. This year, with Yanli's help, they stored enough food for the winter early on. Because of this, they didn't have to worry about food while building houses, making paper, and doing other tasks. This winter was the busiest year for the orcs of the wild lion tribe in many years. They finished building the houses, brought the females and young back to the village, and some orcs were sent to learn writing from Yanli. With paper and ink, their writings could be saved. Orcs who learned writing could take what they learned back to teach others who couldn't study because they were busy working. This way, even those who couldn't learn from Yanli could still learn. The winter passed quickly in busy work. Early in the morning, Yanli opened the window. Warm sunlight shone into the room. The air was still a bit cold, but it was much warmer than winter. After washing up, Yanli ate an egg and drank some goat milk. She then went back to her room and finished knitting her sweater. After finishing, Yanli looked at the bright sky outside. She hesitated for a moment, folded the sweater, and put on her hat. She went to Isido's room. She knocked on the door, which was opened quickly. Isido peeked out, looking at Yanli with confusion. Yanli handed him the sweater and hat. I wanted to give these to you in winter, but I was too busy. I just finished them now. The sweater is a bit big, so if you don't grow much taller, you can wear it next winter. Why did you make this for me? Isido asked, taking the sweater and hat, looking puzzled. Yanli said it's a thank you. Since you joined my tribe, you've helped a lot. Also, you're growing fast, so you should have some clothes ready. Although spring had begun, the weather was still cool, so the clothes could be worn a few times.
Isido didn't speak.
He stared at the sweater silently, then suddenly turned around, voice choked with emotion. You, this female, always do annoying things. Why did you make clothes for me? I will leave your tribe someday. I eat and drink here, but I'm so foolish to make clothes for you. It's okay, Yanli said, rubbing his head. We are already friends. Even if you leave the wild beast tribe, you will still be my friend.
Fool.
Isiduo's voice still carried a hint of tears. Yanli ignored the proud little black dragon. After giving him a sweater, she went to check the storage room. Over the winter, many things had been added to the storage room, but some items were also gone. There was one room dedicated to storing pens, ink, and paper. She made the pens and ink herself, and the paper was given for free by the wild lion tribe when they had extra. Unknowingly, the pile of paper and ink grew tall. On another shelf, there were white candles, some made by herself, others given by the wild lion tribe. When they had extra supplies, they liked to send them over, filling their storage without them noticing. There were many miscellaneous items now, but food had become scarce. After a winter with fewer hunts, even the most abundant food supplies would run out. After walking around before class started, Yanli called Chi-Yun to go fishing at the beach. Chi-Yun and Wenze immediately grabbed their baskets and followed her. At the beach, they found Mo Yi and others also fishing. Seeing Yanli, they greeted her warmly. Shihao asked, Yanli, why are you here fishing too? Are you running out of food? No, we still have plenty. But if we keep eating like this, we'll run out soon. Are the wild lion tribe supplies almost gone? Yanli asked Mo Yi. Mo Yi shook his head gently. We still have a lot of food. It's just that everyone hasn't hunted for a while, so we let them come fishing at the beach. Yeah, we're just here to have fun. Yanli, we're giving you these fish and shells, Shihao said, carrying a basket of fresh fish. That basket of fish weighed at least 30 jin. No need, we can catch our own, Yanli declined. The wild lion tribe liked to give them things. At first, it was fine, but after accepting so much, Yanli started to feel a bit embarrassed. Shihao said, Yanli, just take it. You don't know, we haven't come to the beach to fish all winter. The water holes everywhere are full of fish, so many we can't count. We only fished for a little while, and caught this much.
Take it.
The fish are pierced by bone spears, and if they're not eaten, they'll die. We can't eat that many, Mo Yi added, trying to persuade her. Looking at the basket of fish, Yanli said, I'll take this basket. But fish can also be preserved by salting and drying, like the double-headed wolf meat. If you catch too many, you can store them that way. Not interested, Shihao frowned in disgust. After the locusts, I saw the double-headed wolf meat and found it disgusting. I don't want to turn delicious fish into that. No way. Lionhao's head was shaking like a rattle drum. Yanli said, different foods used for pickling will have different tastes. What if the dried fish turns out to be delicious?
I don't want to eat that.
I want fresh food, Lion Hao strongly refused. Then he suddenly thought of something else. Yanli, I will catch more fish later and bring them to your tribe for dinner. The weather has finally warmed up and we haven't visited your place for a long time. Yanli didn't reply, but looked at Mo Yi. Mo Yi said, if you don't want to, just refuse. It doesn't matter to me. I'm just thinking, Lion Hao is your clan member. He brought food here to share.
Aren't you all angry about that?
Yanli asked. Lion Hao said, no, I just bring my food to your place. Lord Wang and Lord Mo, you won't be angry. The clan members were visibly starting to change for the worse. This was Mo Ye's first feeling. In the past, they would always ask Yi Tu's opinion before doing anything, but after spending more time with Yanli and forming a closer relationship, they became less disciplined. The most obvious examples were Nana, Cui Su, Li Yu, and Lion Hao. Unless they were assigned tasks, they would run to Yanli without asking when they had free time. Nana and the others are females, and the clan doesn't restrict them much, but among the beast men, only Lion Hao dared to be so bold. Go ahead. Mo Yi didn't blame him and agreed to let Lion Hao go. The clan member's good relationship with Yan Li was a good thing for him. In the future, the Wild Lion Clan and the 10,000 Beasts Clan would become very close brothers, sharing happiness and facing difficulties together. No clan member would have prejudice or disputes with each other. Mo Yi allowed the beast men of the Wild Lion Clan to visit the 10,000 Beasts Clan freely, and Yi Tu also agreed. Hearing Mo Ye's approval, Lion Hao happily said, great. Yanli, did you hear? Lord Mo Yi agreed. I can go to your place. Alright, you can come. Going to eat means working. Don't just bring food and wait to be fed, Mo Yi advised. Lion Hao nodded. Don't worry, Lord Mo Yi. I understand. I'll keep catching fish. Then he grabbed his bone spear and ran back to catch fish. The Wild Lion Clan sent a basket of fish, and when Qi Yun and Wenze caught fish, they would occasionally toss the big fish they caught into their baskets. Qi Yun and Wenze didn't need to fish themselves. They just stood aside holding baskets, and the beastmen of the Wild Lion Clan would automatically put the caught fish into their baskets. Seeing this scene, Yanli shook her head. If this keeps up, our orcs will be spoiled by them.
More similet.
It can be even better. We can treat you even nicer. That won't do. If you spoil us like this, what will we do if we face danger later?
No worries.
We will protect you. Yanli was speechless, not knowing what to say in response to their constant chatter. She didn't stay long by the seaside. She had to go back soon to teach a class. She asked Qi Yun and the others to go back on their own, while she and Mo Yi headed back to the valley first. Before reaching the valley, they heard someone shout loudly, Yanli, Mo Yi. Ji Bai descended from the sky and stopped in front of them. Long time no see. You both look like you're having a good winter. His tone was cheerful and happy. Yanli replied, long time no see. After a winter apart, it seems you're doing well too. Of course, we're doing great, Ji Bai said proudly. The hunting methods you taught us helped us store a lot of food. This winter, our orcs didn't go hunting much. When winter ends, we'll still have plenty of food. This has been the easiest winter we've had in many years. Hearing that the orcs of the White Eagle tribe had a good winter because of her teachings made Yanli feel happy too. You and the Fierce Wolf tribe haven't sent anyone to visit me all winter. I thought you were doing well, and just didn't bother with me. How could we ignore you? Ji Bai said. Winter is coming soon, and we're worried about not having enough food. We spent the whole autumn storing food, so when we have enough, winter will arrive. Heavy snow is not friendly to us eagles. It's high, cold, and snowy. If our wings get covered in snow, it will be very cold. So, we waited for winter to pass before coming to see you, Ji Bai explained. Lian should be even busier than me. He's become the new king, taking over the tribe's affairs, and busy figuring out how to survive winter. It's strange if he could come to see you. Then I should go see him, Yanli said with a frown. No need, Ji Bai replied. The orcs know that during winter, they should stay inside unless necessary. Going outside in heavy snow means risking being buried by snow or chased by fierce beasts. Look, I only came after the snow started melting. Ji Bai kept chattering nonstop, as if trying to say everything he hadn't spoken during the winter. His tone was cheerful and excited. Yenli asked, "Jibai, are you so happy just because you had an easy winter? Do I look very happy?" "Yes, very happy." Jibai couldn't hide his joy, smiling happily.
Schwanger is pregnant.
He whispered to Yenli. Yenli was surprised. "Really?" "Of course, I can joke about this. You guys are so fast." Even though someone in good health can get pregnant quickly, Yenli thought their relationship just started yesterday. Now they're expecting a baby so soon. Maybe they spent the whole winter busy in the cave planning to make a family? I also think it's very quick. Schwanger got pregnant so fast. Everyone in the tribe is happy for us. I wanted to wait until the weather warmed up to tell you, but I couldn't wait, so I came to tell you now. Jibai looked happily and proudly at Moyi. You too, work hard and try to get pregnant quickly. Moyi wasn't sure whether to be happy or jealous. He didn't speak and looked at Yenli for answers. Yenli was surprised and thought about how fast time passes. Last fall, she said she would wait until spring to tell Moyi about becoming partners. Now, spring is almost here. Why aren't you saying anything? What happened between you two this winter? Are you not planning to become partners anymore? Jibai asked, noticing the atmosphere. Yenli replied, "We will become partners, but time passes too quickly. I still have many things unfinished. Things will never be fully done. We can take our time to become partners." Jibai said, "No matter how many things there are, just tell Night 2, and the beastmen of the lion tribe will come help. I'll just supervise. Amand needs everything, but if she has to do everything herself, she can't manage." She looked at Moyi with hopeful eyes and said, "When the weather gets warmer, we'll hold the partner ceremony."
Moyi simile tappili.
Okay. Jibai put a hand on their shoulders. "On the day you become partners, I'll bring Schwanger to celebrate. You two should be as happy as I am with Schwanger." The three of them happily walked back to the valley, chatting and laughing. When they returned, Jibai saw the two new houses in the valley, along with ink, paper, and a lesson. His happy expression quickly faded. He looked at Wendy, wearing a sweater, and sighed. "Yenli, you really went too far, you know?" "How did I go too far? I just didn't come for one winter, and you've already made so many new things." He anxiously scratched his head. "Schwanger is pregnant with a cub. I originally wanted to spend more time with her, but now, how many fierce beasts do I need to hunt to learn what you did in winter? The White Eagle tribe lives in caves. You don't need to learn how to build houses or use cement. Just exchange some food with the Wild Lion tribe. You can also smear cement around the cave to make it stronger. You can trade paper, ink, and brushes with the Wild Lion tribe instead of learning yourself. Of course, if you really want to learn, you can. But the most important thing is to learn how to read and write, which others can't teach you." Yenli made a suggestion to Jibai. Jibai still looked a little disappointed. "What else can I do? I'll take it slow." "That's right. Take your time to learn. Anyway, I am here, and if I am not, someone else can teach you," Yenli said. Her teaching materials were all prepared, and she could exchange them with other orcs who could teach. With Yenli's comfort, Jibai's mood gradually improved. After calming Jibai, class time arrived. Yenli started teaching them. Jibai wasn't in a hurry to go back, so she listened nearby. She only returned at noon. Lai Yan came to find Yen Li when the weather had fully warmed up and the snow had mostly melted. The new king, Lai Yan, looked quite tired, with visible fatigue. He lacked his usual lively spirit and didn't show the excitement or curiosity that Jibai did when seeing the changes in Yenli's tribe. After greeting them briefly, he left looking exhausted. As the weather warmed up completely, Yenli prepared to start the couple ritual with Moyi. Unfortunately, the weather was not on their side. Several days of continuous heavy rain. The once warm weather turned cold and damp. The rain disrupted the Wild Lion tribe's plan to build more houses, so they focused on hunting instead. Although it kept raining, spring had arrived. The continent was coming back to life. The fierce beasts, having slept through the entire winter, began to come out to find food. Hunting for fierce beasts was still possible despite the rain. The couple ritual was delayed because of the rain. Over the past 2 days, Mo's face looked very worried. He kept hoping that tomorrow would be a good day. But nature seemed to be against him. The rain grew heavier and thunder roared across the land, making the continent incredibly noisy. This morning, Mo was awakened again by thunder. He walked to the window, where the rain was pouring down heavily. He let out a faint sigh, almost inaudible. Night Tua came over and saw his worried face. He patted his shoulder and said, "The rain will stop. You and Yanli are doing so well now. Whether you marry early or late doesn't really matter." "Father." Mo was about to speak when he suddenly heard Shi Hao shout anxiously, "King, Lord Mo is in trouble." "What happened?" "The river has risen. The water has flooded the wooden bridge, and some of it is flowing toward Yanli's village." Hearing this, Mo immediately turned into a beast and flew over to check. After several days of heavy rain, the river level had risen a lot, and the water was now spilling over the riverbank. The trees Yanli used to make the bridge had been submerged, but luckily Yanli had built supports on both sides of the trees to hold them in place, so they weren't washed away. However, the floodwaters were flowing downward from the river surface. The plain that was once flat had turned into a small lake, with extra water continuing to flow downstream. There was no need to worry about water pooling in the valley and flooding it. Mo flew to the valley entrance, which was on the right side of the plain. The terrain there was higher, and although some water had collected at the valley mouth, it was difficult for it to flood inside. He went to find Yanli and told him about the rising water level. While the river couldn't flood into the valley, the clouds made it impossible for them to go hunting there, so they could only hunt in the nearby woods. Overall, it wasn't a big problem. They could set more traps in the woods here and still catch some fierce beasts. If they couldn't catch any, it wasn't urgent. They still had stored food. After telling Yanli to be careful, Mo returned to the tribe. Since the bridge was unusable, Mo and others waited. His fur, soaked by the rain, became very heavy. Today, the beastmen of the wild lion tribe stayed in the village to learn, instead of going to Yanli's side for new knowledge. Mo's body finally dried, but then a tribe member ran over and said, "King, Lord Mo, the Lion Sky family's house collapsed. He's trapped under the rubble." Hearing that someone was hurt, Mo and Yi Tua immediately went to check. The Lion Sky's house hadn't been repaired with fresh hay and supports for a while. The heavy rain soaked the dry grass on the roof, making it very heavy. Today's rain was so intense it seemed like the whole world might be flooded. A strong wind blew, and the house finally couldn't withstand the storm. When Mo and Yi Tua arrived, Lion Sky had already been rescued by other beastmen. Luckily, he was the only beast man in his house. When the house collapsed, he was hiding in the corner. Besides some scratches, he wasn't seriously hurt. I took him to the newly built house, where the female inside was applying medicine to the lion. Yitu looked at the spacious and clean house and said, "The house built by the Yanli sect requires many materials and is a bit complicated to build, but it's not much worse than our previous houses. Our house is outside in heavy rain. Inside it's drizzling, but here not a single drop of rain falls," Yitu said, patting the sturdy wall. "Once the rain stops, let the villagers quickly finish building their houses." Mo also hoped for clear weather so that the wedding ceremony with Yanli could be held. "King, Lord Mo," another villager hurried over. Yitu, feeling a bit tired, asked, "What is it? Has something happened again?" "The beastmen from the Lilang tribe have arrived." "Why would they come here in such heavy rain?" Yitu asked, confused. The beastman said, "We don't know. All the members of the Lilang tribe are here. Their king hopes Lord Mo can take them to Yanli. All the tribe members are here?" Hearing this, Mo and Yitu went to the village entrance. Outside, the beastmen from the Lilang tribe were standing in the rain, including the young ones.
Movie.
The frontmost Lilang beastman, Lian, looked tired. "Can you help us send the females and the young ones to Yanli? We just came from there. The bridge is gone, and the river is fast and deep. We can't cross." Why do you want to take your tribe members to Yanli? Our home is gone, Lian Yen said, struggling to hold back tears. The river suddenly flooded our village, the cave was submerged, and many tribe members were swept away. We have no home anymore. This year, they faced the heaviest rain in many years, and their village was downstream of the river. After so many days of rain, the river rose fiercely and swept through everything. The beast women who couldn't escape in time are now unknown. In one night, half of the Lilang tribe's beast men were lost. Their home was still being flooded, and they truly had nowhere to go. Request failed, yes, Yanli said. The Lilang tribe is allied with me. Many beast men fought alongside us in the locusts. They are in trouble, and I can't do nothing.
Move je fronet.
He also wanted to help the Lilang beastmen, but under these circumstances, how could he do so? Although the rain wasn't falling constantly, when it was heavy, it was very frightening. Their orc group went out in the rain to find someone, and it was fine. But Yanli is a female with a fragile body. If something happened outside, what would she do? Yanli didn't think too much about it. She went to the materials hut, found some bamboo strips that had been sitting there, and took them to the main hall. The materials hut was filled with various supplies, all ready to be used when needed. Yanli skillfully used her hands to make a frame for a straw hat. Seeing this, Manhwa also started learning how to weave nearby. Yanli finished the hat frame and set it aside. When Chi Yun and the others returned with leaves, they would dry the water from the leaves using animal skins, then place the leaves neatly on the frame. They layered 3 sheets to prevent leaks, then stacked a second frame on top, pressing the leaves firmly in between. Using thin vine thread, they bound the 2 frames together at the edges, tightening them well. That completed the straw hat. She put the hat on her head and found it didn't stay fixed well. So, she tied a vine on each side, placing them behind her ears, and tied a knot under her chin to secure the hat firmly. After making the first hat, Yanli continued to make more. Chi Yun and the others changed into clean beast clothes and came out. Seeing the hats Yanli made, they asked, "Lady Yanli, what is this?" "A straw hat, it can block rain and sun," Yanli replied. They usually stayed indoors during rain and had never experienced continuous heavy rain for 10 days straight, so Yanli never thought about making hats before. She also knew how to make raincoats. After all, she had learned many survival skills from her ancient times. Straw hats are a type of bamboo weaving, which is part of basic bamboo craft skills. Even if she didn't know how, Yanli could just activate her skills to make them. But since she knew how, there was no need to activate the skill. Qian put on a hat and went for a walk outside. When he returned, he happily shared, "Really, this hat can block all the rain outside. Wearing it, you won't get wet." The others, curious, also went out for a walk and confirmed how useful the hats were. Yanli asked them to learn how to weave these hats so they could bring them along for rescue missions with the Lilang tribe's orcs. The hats Yanli made for herself were smaller, but since the orcs are bigger, their hats needed to be larger. Before weaving the straw hat frame, Yanli first measured the size of her head. Only then did she start weaving, so the hat would fit her head perfectly. After Mo Yi learned to weave the hat, the rain also stopped just in time. He returned to the tribe and asked the villagers to help make the hats. The beastmen of the Lilang tribe heard that weaving bamboo strips was to help rescue tribe members swept away by the flood, and without hesitation, they joined in the work. Today, it's impossible to go find the beastmen of the Lilang tribe because they arrived too late. By the time they get there, it will be dark. For safety, they also need to prepare properly before searching for people. Going to rescue without preparation would only put themselves in danger. Seeing that everyone could weave the hats, Yanli went to the hay house and carried out a bunch of dry grass. This dry grass was used to start fires and feed fierce beasts. There are 3 houses just for storing dry grass. Now it's spring. Everything is coming back to life, with fresh wild grass. Old dry grass can only be used to make fire. She wove the dry grass together, comparing it to her body to make sure it fit well. Once confirmed, she took leaves to make the hat and sewed them along the edges with bone needles. Finally, she added a piece of dry grass about the same size as the woven one, layering it over the sewn leaves. With the dry grass for protection, The inside of the hat would be less likely to be punctured. This way, the rainproof cloak was completed. Yanli only made one cloak for herself. The beastmen are strong and not afraid of a little rain. But Yanli was different. She knew her body was weaker than theirs, so she took time to make a raincoat for her own safety. Last night, she had already finished the raincoat late into the night. That night, Yanli slept poorly. She dreamed of the beastmen of the Lilang tribe desperately raising their hands in water, calling for help. She wanted to rescue them, but her legs felt like they had roots, stuck to the ground, unable to move. She watched as the beastmen of the Lilang tribe were gradually submerged by water. Feeling helpless and sad, Yanli was pulled from her sleep. She couldn't fall asleep again, and got up to check the supplies needed to rescue the beastmen. She went to the first floor and heard a faint crying sound. Holding a candle, Yanli went over and saw Lian Yan crouched on the ground, hugging her knees and crying softly. "Lian Yan," she called. Lian Yan froze for a moment, quickly wiped her tears, and looked up at Yanli. "Yanli, why aren't you asleep yet?" "I woke up," Yanli said, observing her. "Still crying?" Lei Yan wanted to explain, but he couldn't find the words. He turned his head away. Yanli placed a candle on the table and sat beside him. Lei Yan looked at the candle he had never seen before. His eyes no longer showed the joy and curiosity he had when seeing new things from Yanli. He glanced briefly and then looked away. Yanli said, "I never thought I would become king so soon. I thought my father would still be king for a few more years. I could slowly learn what a king should do. But my father left so suddenly." Lei Yan's voice choked with emotion again. "Being king is really exhausting. I have to do everything. If I make one mistake, more problems will follow. Baalin is more suitable to be king than I am." Yanli didn't know how old Rian was now. From his appearance, he looked about 19. His looks and the way he behaved around so many beasts made him seem like a naive and innocent young boy. He had no many thoughts, just wanted to be happy. Suddenly becoming king and losing his home so quickly made him feel defeated. Even the strongest people can feel sad when faced with so many setbacks. Just because Zen didn't cry doesn't mean he wasn't hurting. He simply showed his sadness openly. "At first, I also made a big mistake. That mistake almost made me give up and filled me with hatred for the world. But I slowly pulled myself together." "Do you know why?" Yanli asked.
"Why?" Lei Yan asked.
"Everyone makes mistakes. No one is born perfect. We all start as blank pages and learn as we grow," Yanli explained. "When a baby is born, their limbs are soft, and they can only lie down. They need their mother's help to eat, drink, and go to the bathroom. As they grow, they learn to turn over, stand up, walk, and run. All babies fall and bump into things. They sometimes fall off the bed when turning over. When they learn to stand, they sit down again and again. When they learn to walk, they fall many times. When they run, they might get hurt. Everyone grows up by stumbling and falling, gradually becoming stronger. No one is born a perfect king. No one has never made mistakes. But the most important thing for a person is to be strong. There are many things that can defeat you, but sometimes the only person who can truly defeat you is yourself. I don't want to give up easily on anyone. When I fall, I stand up again. When I make mistakes, I correct them. I came into this world alone, so I must live my life without regrets and find happiness. Only then can I repay the hardships I've endured and tell them that they cannot defeat me." These were words once taught to me by the immortal Mingxian. Yanli never thought he would use them to teach others one day. Li Yan listened quietly to Yanli's words, lost in thought for a long while. Yanli didn't disturb him and sat quietly by his side, waiting for him to come to his own understanding. It wasn't long before Li Yan's expression relaxed. "Yanli, I should come to see you more often. When I face trouble, I shouldn't fear the snow or rain. I should come to talk to you. If I do, maybe my clan wouldn't be in such a state." "Lian, don't think too highly of me," Yanli smiled. "Natural disasters like floods are beyond my control, even if they happen to me. But there are things I can do: comfort my people, rescue those swept away by the water, and work hard to help the remaining members survive. Lian, although you have many shortcomings, you're doing well. You didn't cry in front of your people, and you brought them to see me. You're already doing great.
Now you just need to stay strong.
Yanli patted his shoulder. Encouraged by Yanli's words, Lian's face regained some of its previous spirit, less dejected than before. The two sat in the hall. Not long after, a faint light appeared outside the window. As dawn broke further, Yanli, the revitalized Lian, and Chinua, who had prepared medicine, headed toward the Wild Lion clan. The rain stopped in the late night and started again at dawn. Today's rain was gentler than yesterday's thunderstorm, more like the gentle spring rain described in books, no longer the destructive spring thunderstorm that seemed to threaten the world. Leaving the valley, the water in the plain was knee-deep. Fortunately, the rain had stopped, so no large river waters rushed down. The river was higher than usual, but not yet overflowing. The wooden bridge was still there, not washed away by the flood. With the bridge intact, they didn't need to wait for Moe to come pick them up, they could cross on their own. At the Wild Lion clan, Chinua and Yanli first treated and bandaged the injured orcs. After their treatment, Lian told the clan's people he would go look for those swept away by the flood. Moe had already told them about this yesterday. They had been learning how to weave straw hats to prepare for today's search. Lian repeated this to them, and they put on the straw hats they had woven. Seeing how united the clan's people were, Lian felt ashamed of himself for only crying yesterday. Yetuan found Yanli and said, "Some beast men from the Wild Lion tribe want to go with you." They said that during the Locust invasion, the Fierce Wolf tribe, which was with them in a small team, is not here. They also want to find and bring them back. After the Locust invasion, several tribes split into small groups. At that time, Yanli just wanted to cooperate for easier fighting. Unexpectedly, this became a chance for them to build better relationships. Having more people to help find them is good. It would be even better if the White Eagle tribe could help, Yanli said. The White Eagle tribe, which can fly, could provide better assistance in the rescue. Yetuan said, "I can ask the beast men to find the White Eagle tribe and see if they're willing to help." "Thank you. No need for many words. Let's go find them," Yanli replied. Yetuan didn't stay long, and they set off toward the Fierce Wolf tribe. There is a flat road leading to the Fierce Wolf tribe, but because it's on a high mountain, it's not flooded by water. Below the road, there's a river. The river, usually calm, is now very turbulent. The muddy water has turned orange and is rushing away. Everyone's eyes are on the river. They hope to see the beast men of the Fierce Wolf tribe in the water, but they're also afraid of seeing them there. As they get closer to the Fierce Wolf tribe, they suddenly see 3 red wolves being attacked by fierce beasts. It's the tribe members. The beast men of the Fierce Wolf tribe immediately went to help. After the 3 tribe members were swept away by the water, they were covered in injuries. The smell of blood attracted fierce beasts. They were exhausted, having been injured and not eating all day. When they saw their tribe members, they happily shouted, "King! Lord Balin!" Lian looked at the injuries on the 3 tribe members, but didn't say anything. He vented his anger on the fierce beasts. Yanli ran over and saw a pale, unconscious female behind the 3 Fierce Wolf tribe beastmen. The young female was covered in wounds. Because she had been wet all the time, her face was pale and frightening. Although her body was still warm, it was dangerously low. Seeing she was still breathing, Yanli didn't hesitate. He took out a low-grade nutritional potion and fed it to her. She didn't wake up immediately, but her complexion gradually improved. Take them to Chinua. Chinua was in the Wild Lion tribe. Yanli was worried that a thunderstorm might come again and flood the river bridge, so he kept Chinua in the Wild Lion tribe. In the wild, giving medicine to injured beast men is often ineffective. Most medicines are extracted from plants on the Aming-Day continent. They work to some extent, but with many limitations. Moreover, since it is now rainy and there is no waterproof tape, applying medicine would just be washed away by the rain. Therefore, Yanli only feeds nutritional supplements to the more seriously injured or female beasts, helping their wounds to heal and their strength to return so they can endure and return to the Wild Lion clan for Chino's treatment. The injured beasts and females are taken away, and the fierce beasts are also dealt with. They continue moving forward. Lian walks to Yanli's side and softly says, "Yanli, thank you. If it weren't for you, those 4 might have died from the fierce beasts. Thank you for helping me save them." After thanking her, Lian feels even more ashamed when thinking about his depressed state yesterday. Yanli smiles and says, "I will get my thanks back, so be prepared to return it. All right, whatever you want, we will give it to you then." As they get closer to the territory of the Wild Wolf clan, Yanli encourages them to shout loudly in all directions. "Is anyone here?" Since the Wild Wolf clan's beasts were scattered, it's unpredictable where they might appear. Moreover, by shouting like this, they find 5 injured Wild Wolf clan beasts. With the 8 Wild Wolf clan beasts they recover, both Li Yan and the other clan members look much better than yesterday. No matter how many of their people were swept away by the flood, each life saved is a victory. While searching and moving forward, they finally arrive at the former territory of the Wild Wolf clan. But the territory of the Wild Wolf clan no longer exists. Their mountain cave, which they relied on for survival, was directly washed away by the flood. Half of the mountain has collapsed, and the mountain is still being eroded by the floodwaters. It's gone, really gone. Even if the flood recedes, their home is lost. Seeing this scene, Yanli slightly frowns. The Wild Wolf clan has over 300 members. Over 300 people living in mountain caves. How large must these caves be? Yanli has lived in a mountain cave of the Wild Wolf clan, and the room she stayed in was quite spacious. If all the other rooms are similarly large, then half of the mountain's foundation has been dug away by the Wild Wolf clan. Unstable mountains, after more than 10 days of continuous rain and floods, can no longer hold. Living in mountain caves is convenient, but it depends on how big the caves are. Moreover, the Wild Wolf clan didn't build supports to hold up the mountain. Their home is gone. It can only be said that the Wild Wolf clan has overlooked too many things. Amon civilization was already backward, so it's not that they didn't understand. The beasts of the Wild Wolf clan, seeing their longtime home gone, have tears in their eyes but hold back their tears without crying. Let's keep searching downstream. The orc who is swept away might come back along the river, Yanli said. Li Yan and the others also cheered up and started walking downstream to find people again. At that moment, ZH Bai's shout came from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw ZH Bai bringing many tribe members. They landed on the ground, looked at the former home of the Lai Lang tribe, and showed some sympathy. They walked over to Yanli and asked, "Do you need us to help with anything? Help us look downstream along the river. Once you find someone, just tell us," Yanli replied. He looked at the darkening sky and asked, "Can you fly in heavy rain?" "No. Our Baiang tribe forbids flying in the rain. Falling rain feels like heavy gravity pressing on us. When our feathers get wet, they become heavy. Also, there might be a bright light in the sky that could hit us. Our elders told us not to fly outside during rain, or we might be punished by the god Amand," ZH Bai explained. ZH Bai was probably talking about lightning. Lightning during storms is very dangerous. If unlucky and struck, it could be fatal. Moi handed them extra hats. "Fly as far as you can before it rains. See if you can find any orcs from the Lai Wolf tribe. There are medicines inside. If you see an unconscious or seriously injured orc, give them this to drink. Starting from here," Yanli said, taking out an animal hide bag for ZH Bai. The bag contained 5 bottles of basic nutrients and 2 of intermediate level. After giving instructions to ZH Bai, Yanli nodded in agreement. ZH Bai took the bag, put on a hat, and sat on a tribe member. While the rain was still light, they quickly went to find people with the others. The White Eagle tribe's orcs also came to help, which made the Lai Wolf tribe's orcs feel warm inside and more secure. They looked at Yanli with admiration. If Yanli had refused to ally during their first attempt, the Lai Wolf tribe might have faced the flood alone. Many tribe members could have died in the flood. Without a home, they had nowhere to go. Injured and not treated in time, they could have died from their wounds. Thinking about what might happen, the Lai Wolf tribe's orcs felt deeply grateful to Yanli. With help from the White Eagle tribe, their search speed increased greatly. In just a moment, the White Eagle tribe helped find more than 10 people. Most had some wounds, but their tough orc skin kept them going. Today, the sky was already very kind to them. It only drizzled lightly in the morning. By the afternoon, dark clouds grew thicker, and with a few thunderclaps, the rain became heavier. The White Eagle tribe's beasts could no longer fly in the sky and had to stay on the ground to continue searching for people. As it was getting dark, they found 2 injured beasts from the Fierce Wolf tribe. Since it was too late to keep searching, they moved to a high place and under a large tree. The beastmen from the White Eagle tribe collected big leaves nearby, along with vines and branches. They built a shelter using branches and vines, placing it above the leaves to keep out the rain. The wide leaves effectively blocked the rainwater. In the pouring rain, they finally found a safe spot protected from the rain. Yanli asked the beastmen to gather some dry branches, then took out fire-starting tools and dry grass. She wore a raincoat that kept her dry. Knowing they would be outside overnight in the wet weather, she brought fire and dry grass to make a fire. They struggled to start the fire, but once it caught, the warmth made their cold bodies feel alive again, as if they had been reborn. Using this fire as a base, the beastmen built other shelters and lit fires elsewhere. After finishing these tasks, they skinned the fierce beast they had killed today, cut the meat into pieces, skewered them on branches, sprinkled salt, and roasted the meat to eat. Yanli took a couple of bites, then felt sleepy. She bent down and rested her head on Emo Ye's lap. Emo Ye was startled by her action. "I'm sleepy," Yanli said, lifting her head to look at Emo Ye. She looked like a lazy cat, with tired eyes, naturally leaning on Emo Ye.
Montag jest schwarmt unkontrollably.
Seeing Yanli suddenly so obedient and dependent on him, like a lazy cat that always seeks his approval but never gets close, he felt a strange happiness, like being unexpectedly favored. Without thinking, Emo Ye reached out and gently stroked Yanli's small head. Satisfied, Yanli closed her eyes happily and nuzzled his hand. "Just sleep if you're tired. I'll stay here and watch over you," he said softly. Yanli lazily responded with a hum. With shallow breathing, she drifted into sleep. Yanli was very good at falling asleep. She could do it instantly. It was no surprise that she quickly entered her dreams. Last night, Emo Ye made a raincoat and stayed up very late. He woke up shortly after falling asleep and sat with Lai Yan until dawn. Then, he spent the whole day rescuing beast men from the Lai Lang tribe and occasionally fighting fierce beasts that appeared suddenly. It was a very busy day, and even the beast men couldn't handle it, let alone Yanli. Thinking about this, Emo Ye gently rubbed her little head with concern. "You and Yanli seem to have become closer. When are you planning to have a partner ceremony?"
Jibai asked.
Whenever the topic of a partner ceremony came up, Emo Ye felt annoyed. "Before winter, I promised Yanli that we would wait until spring to hold the ceremony. When the weather warms up, we would do it."
But then...
He looked up at the sky, and the light rain seemed to mock him. Jibai also looked up and saw the sky, then smiled. "The rain will stop someday, but you can't wait for it to stop before preparing for the partner ceremony." As someone experienced, Jibai straightened his back. A partner ceremony isn't something you do just because you say so today. You know, females are very delicate. Although they don't have to go out hunting fierce beasts, the most dangerous day for them is the day they give birth to their young. Even the healthiest females become weak after giving birth. Some only survive a few days, others only a few years, and some leave with their young before they are born. Females know what they face when they choose to be our partners, but they still do it. That means they give their lives to us. From the day they become our partners, we beast men should give them the best things we have. Don't think that rain will delay your partner ceremony with Yanli. Maybe this rain is a gift from the god of Amand, giving you enough time to prepare everything for Yanli. Jibai patted Emo Ye on the shoulder. Hearing this, Emo Ye suddenly understood and gratefully looked at Jibai.
"Thank you."
"You're welcome," Jibai said with a smile. "Was what I just said reasonable?" "Yeah," Mo Yi honestly admitted. Father has always told me that females are delicate and should be treated kindly. After having a partner, I should treat her even better. However, Father mainly taught me how to protect our people and tribe members. Ji Bai nodded thoughtfully. My father also only taught me to protect our tribe and people. But my mother left very early. I saw many females leave after giving birth to their young. At that time, I wondered why females are willing to become mates with beast men, even though it's so dangerous to have offspring. If they didn't become mates, could they live longer? For a while, I thought about just not finding a mate at all, until Schwanger appeared. When talking about Schwanger, Ji Bai's lips unconsciously curled up. I would do anything for her. I used to worry that if we became mates, our lifespans might shorten. I never told her about becoming mates. It was Schwanger who suggested we formalize our relationship. She said she was willing to give everything for me, just to be my mate. Does that mean Schwanger loves me very much? Ji Bai proudly boasted to Mo Yi. Mo Yi didn't discourage him and nodded in agreement. Yes. Becoming mates with Schwanger, my first thought was to protect her no matter what happens. She's willing to risk her life for me, and I would do the same for her. I suddenly thought of this on the day we formalized our relationship. When you and Yanli become mates, you will probably feel the same. No one can always protect you, but your mate must be protected at all costs. That's exactly how I feel now, Mo Yi said. When he saw Yanli seriously injured, the fear he felt and the thought that he couldn't take her pain away filled his mind. From that day on, he understood how important Yanli was to him. Since then, he would protect her. Schwanger is pregnant. Ji Bai looked down at Yanli. If it had been before, I would be very scared. But now, I'm not afraid because Yanli is here. Her medical skills are as powerful as the goddess Amand. The females she has helped give birth are all healthy, whether they are young or females. Schwanger should be able to stay with me longer. Mo Yi's gaze also fell on Yanli. Ji Bai's words awakened him, but also made him feel confused. Does he deserve Yanli? Mo Yi looked into the distance. For some reason, this feeling seemed familiar, from a long, long time ago. The rain was still falling lightly. After the beast men had eaten their fill, some rested while others patrolled. By late at night, the rain stopped. Without the noise of rain, everyone slept peacefully. While Mo Yi was dozing off, the guard orc shouted, "Lord Mo Yi, we have found more orcs from the Liling tribe." The orcs suddenly opened their eyes. Lielian, who was lightly sleeping, hurried over. Under the protection of the White Eagle tribe orcs, more than 10 orcs from the Liling tribe came forward. When they saw Lielian, their eyes slightly reddened. King. None of these orcs were seriously injured. They had survived by grabbing onto nearby trees during the flood. After the flood subsided a bit, they escaped to a safe place. They didn't know where to go, so they just followed the river upstream. Although they weren't badly hurt, they had been hungry for 2 days. Lielian shared the food he brought with them. The group waited until dawn, then the White Eagle tribe sent them to the Kwangsher tribe to see Kino for treatment. They continued searching for missing tribe members. At first, they were lucky, but as they went further, they found many dead Liling tribe orcs along the riverbank. The first day's rescue seemed to give them hope, but the next day's rescue brought despair. Some orcs had been eaten by fierce beasts, others had been pierced by debris and washed away in the river. After seeing another orc's corpse, Lielian suddenly collapsed to his knees, frightening everyone. They hurried to check on him. Yanli touched his body and found that Lielian was burning hot. "Send him back to the Kwangsher tribe," Yanli ordered. Lielian froze for a moment, stubbornly grabbing someone's arm, trying to stand up. But he couldn't summon any strength. "Yanli, I'm fine. I can still keep looking for the tribe members." As he spoke, he staggered and almost fell again. Lielian wanted to clear his mind, but everything was blurry. Darkness slowly swallowed him, and finally, he blacked out and lost consciousness. "Take him back. Anyone feeling unwell, just say so. Return with Lielian, or it's a waste of effort to keep running back and forth." 2 injured Liling tribe orcs stepped forward. Yanli ordered the White Eagle tribe orcs to send them back. Once they left, Yanli, and the others resumed their search for the tribe members. As king, Lielian is a bit weak, Jibai whispered into Yanli's ear. My father always taught me that if the tribe faces trouble, we must endure no matter how hard it gets. Everyone is different, and it's understandable that the fierce wolf king is a bit spoiled toward Lai Yan. His first cub was a female, and after she was born, he left. Without a mate or cubs, it's natural that he would love the remaining cub more. Lai Ying was very fond of Yaya when he was alive. It was Yanli who saved Yaya that changed Lai Ying's stubborn mind and made him agree to form an alliance with her. To change his stubbornness for his granddaughter, he couldn't help but love his only cub. As a king, if he loved his cub too much, it could be dangerous. Because he's a future king, being too weak could lead to the destruction of the entire tribe. Yanli looked at Jibai without speaking. Jibai felt a bit nervous under her gaze. What's wrong? Don't say that in front of Lai Yan.
Why?
His tribe has just gone through a big disaster. He's already hurt enough. Let him recover first, then talk about other things. Also, this wasn't Lai Yan's fault. Natural disasters can't be blamed on anyone. The only thing to blame is that our ancestors didn't choose a good place for the tribe. If they had picked a better spot, the wolf tribe wouldn't have faced this flood. Once a tribe of orcs settles in one place, they usually don't leave unless unavoidable. They won't leave unless something serious happens. What do you mean? Jibai asked, confused. Yanli explained the terrain of the wolf tribe's village and the problem of poorly made mountain caves that weren't protected well. After hearing this, Jibai immediately worried. Isn't my tribe in danger? You're safe, Yanli said. Your caves are high up and spaced apart. As long as you add some supports inside, they won't collapse easily. The biggest problem for your tribe is that water isn't easy to access. When she mentioned water, Jibai agreed. That's true. We have to send people daily to fetch water. Everyone conserves water, unlike you, who needs to wash often. We just wipe ourselves. If you were in our tribe, I don't know how much water we'd need. Did she really dislike my frequent bathing? Yanli countered, taking regular baths is good for your health, especially when your body is dirty. There are many bacteria on the skin, and not bathing means carrying those bacteria everywhere. If you're healthy, nothing will happen, but if you're weak, you might get sick. Also, too much dirt can cause infectious diseases. You might not understand this fully, but think of it like this. If you kill a dangerous beast and get its blood on you, you might think it's nothing, but that blood could be very toxic. If you get close to someone, they could be poisoned too. Jibai looked at her with confusion, seeming not to believe what Yanli said. Don't believe me? Yanli asked. Under her gaze, Jibai hesitated. I believe you. You have a point. I'm just worried. If everyone in the tribe has to take a bath every day, how much water would that need? Loving cleanliness is necessary. Find a way to get more water. Jibai said nothing, seriously thinking about Yanli's words. The situation remained grim. They saw no survivors among the beast men of the fierce wolf tribe. By evening, they reached a waterfall downstream from the river. The waterfall was taller than 100 jong, about 500 meters. The loud roar of water could be heard clearly from far away. Looking down from above, it was so high that it made people's hearts tremble. Seeing this waterfall, everyone lost the desire to keep searching. Falling from such a height meant almost certain death, not to mention they had already seen many dead fierce wolf tribe beastmen along the way. Let's go back. We won't find anyone, Jibai said.
Yanli nudda.
She took out a few pieces of paper from a leather bag, recording the names of rescued fierce wolf tribe beastmen and those who had died. 37 beastmen had been rescued. Among those they saw dead, there were 63. The fierce wolf tribe had over 300 members. 101 had gone to the wild lion tribe, and besides those found later and the dead, over 100 beastmen were missing. Seeing these numbers, Yanli felt very uneasy. The beastmen from the wild lion tribe and the white eagle tribe, who came to search, looked at the hopeless waterfall with tears in their eyes. We haven't found Wolf Fong yet. When we fought the locusts, the eight-eyed spider, and the eagle tribe, he survived. Why didn't he survive this time? Lang Yu too. As they mentioned the names of the fierce wolf tribe beastmen they knew, their voices choked with emotion. Yanli silently took a deep breath and said to everyone, "Let's go back. We've done all we can." Everyone lowered their heads and headed back in disappointment. After walking for a while, it got dark. They stayed outside for another night and hurried back early the next morning. Back with the wild lion tribe, the rain stopped and the sun, which had been missing for more than half a month, finally appeared. Yanli told the beastmen of the waterfall about the loss of their brothers. The beastmen, having lost their kin, found it hard to bear the grief. They mourned deeply, with Lai Yan's eyes red and full of tears, still trying to hold back his sadness. Yanli gently patted his shoulder and said, "We are still allies. If you face any trouble, come to me. We can help you. Also, before you rebuild your home, you can temporarily stay with us. Or you can stay with us," Yitu said. "We built new houses, and there are extra rooms. You can live there." "I will discuss with my people," Lai Yan said weakly. The beastmen of the wild wolf tribe moved aside, and Yanli and Yitu waited for their news. Feeling bored, Yitu looked at Yanli and said, "You've worked hard these past few days. Saving some of the wild wolf tribe's beastmen wasn't too difficult, but unfortunately, not many were saved. When the wild wolf tribe beastmen first arrived in my group, their faces showed sadness and confusion. They didn't know where to go after losing their homes. And they certainly wouldn't think about searching for their tribe members swept away by the flood. Honestly, if it were the wild lion tribe in this situation, our first thought would be how to rebuild the tribe and where to go. We wouldn't consider searching for those taken by the water. Only you Yitu think about finding them," Yanli said admiringly. "You always do things very differently from us. Rearranging the living arrangements for the survivors and then searching for those swept away by the flood. There's nothing wrong with that order," Yanli replied. Yitu smiled but said nothing more. Lai Yan and his people discussed for a long time, and Yanli started to feel sleepy. Yitu also noticed they were exhausted from searching, so he asked the females to prepare some food and invited the White Eagle tribe and Yanli's group to eat together. Halfway through the meal, Lai Yan led the beastmen of the wild wolf tribe to stand in front of Yanli, all with a fearless look. They knelt down in unison. "We are willing to follow you from now on, to serve you as king, to give our lives for you, and to be absolutely loyal with no betrayal. Please accept us, Your Majesty." Everyone looked at them in shock. Even Yanli was startled by their sudden declaration. "Li Yan, you haven't been king for long. If you work hard, you can rebuild your tribe." "You really?" The Lai Wolf tribe was the last to agree to ally with her. At first, even though they saw her skills and abilities, they refused to form an alliance. But it was clear they were loyal and trusting of their own tribe. Now they are willing to give up their tribe and join hers, which feels like giving up on themselves. "Yanli, with your strength alone, you can build a tribe. Our people are still many, and with your help, rebuilding the tribe isn't impossible. But with your help, rebuilding the tribe and joining yours, what's the difference? Yanli, when our tribe was swept away by the flood, it was you who suggested helping to rescue us. The injuries we suffered were treated by you. We owe you a lot already. If we help rebuild the tribe again, we might have to give our lives in return. No matter what, we want to give our lives to you. So, it's better to join your tribe. At least, after joining, you can repay the debts we owe to the Wild Lion tribe and the White Eagle tribe. You can definitely repay what we owe this time, right?" Yitu smiled. "Li Yan, this is the smartest choice you've made as king." Yitu patted Yanli on the shoulder. "Yanli, don't think that bringing everyone into your tribe is a good thing. Once they become your tribe members, you'll owe us a lot. The so-called debt was just a way for the Lai Wolf tribe to make things easier for themselves. Yanli's help made them realize how much they owed her, and they knew they would still owe a lot during the ongoing rebuilding. As Li Yan said, the debts they owe will have to be repaid with their lives. It's better to join Yanli's tribe to avoid many troubles. Moreover, Yanli becoming their king doesn't mean they won't have good days ahead. During the Locust Journey, they saw Yanli's abilities and understood how good life could be after becoming her tribe members. Likewise, the Locust Journey changed the stubborn mindset of the Lai Wolf tribe. In the past, Even if their tribe was destroyed, they wouldn't join other tribes. But now, they understand that coexisting with other tribes is beneficial for them. When Li Yan proposed joining Yan Li's tribe, they were initially stunned but did not oppose. Yetu also understood the thoughts of the Fierce Wolf clan, so she helped push them. Even if the Fierce Wolf clan joined Yan Li's group, they still owed more to the Wild Lion clan. It was unlikely that Yan Li would let them owe her just because of this small matter. Yan Li was not foolish. She saw through all of this. I can accept you joining my group, but before that, I want to say 2 last things. After you join, you will be members of the 10,000 Beasts clan, no longer beastmen of the Fierce Wolf clan. Once I accept you, I will also accept other beastmen from different clans. You need to be able to accept them, not conflict with them, and forget your original clan identity, Yan Li said seriously and sternly. Accepting over 100 beastmen at once surprised even Yan Li, who was used to big challenges. She knew the Fierce Wolf clan beastmen admired her now, but some might have joined just to follow the majority. Yan Li wanted to cut off this potential problem now, to prevent future issues. Yan Li, since the day we allied with you, we already knew about your clan. So don't worry. We thought carefully before joining your group, Lai Yan said. Yan Li stood up and walked to a beast man she had never seen before. This beast man was from the Fierce Wolf clan. She was sure he hadn't gone with her to kill the locusts. Are you truly willing to make me your king and give your life for me?
Yes. Why?
Lord Yan Li, you are very powerful. Everyone says that following you can learn a lot and become stronger. So, I want to follow such a strong person like you, and it will help me become strong too, he replied. Yan Li pulled out a bone dagger and threw it in front of him. Since you are willing to make me your king and give your life, then stab this dagger through your throat and show me your loyalty.
Yan Li.
Lai Yan stood up excitedly. Yan Li's sharp gaze swept over him, signaling him to be quiet. He hesitated, words caught in his throat. Looking at Yan Li, he suddenly felt very unfamiliar. The Yan Li he knew was kind, warm, and friendly. But now, Yan Li was completely different from what he expected. The wolf looked at the bone dagger with some wavering eyes. Lord Yan Li, I want to live and learn from you, but I want you to die. Wolfyu saw the cold gaze in Yan Li's eyes and the icy dagger in her hand. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes and stabbed the tip into his own throat. Suddenly, a hand stopped him. Wolfyu opened his eyes and saw that the person stopping him was Yan Li. Yan Li sighed in relief, took back the dagger from his hand, and said, "You're so foolish. Making such unreasonable demands and actually doing it, you wolves are so stubborn." Wolfyu. Yan Li sheathed the dagger at her waist, stood up, and looked around at all the Fierce Wolf tribe members. Their expressions were blank and confused, with no signs of hatred or anger. I'm sorry for testing your loyalty in such a harsh way. When I first met you, your dislike and distrust felt like they were just yesterday. I find it hard to believe that all of you genuinely want to join my tribe and are willing to give your lives for me.
But
what's your name, Wolfyu? Wolfyu didn't go with me to fight the locusts, nor did he join the rescue mission. I didn't save him during the rescue either. His foolishness made me believe you all truly want to serve me as king. If you are sincerely loyal, I will do my best to give you a good life and protect you. But as you saw earlier, I am not just the kind old man you usually see. If anyone dares to betray me or do something harmful to the tribe, I will not spare them. Yan Li looked at everyone seriously. Her delicate face was bright with a pair of dark, shining eyes that seemed to sparkle like stars, dazzling and intense. Her strong presence also made people feel a chill down their spines. Yi too watched Yan Li with admiration. He whispered to Mo Yi, "A king should be like this. You can't always seem easy to talk to. When you need to be strict, you have to be. Otherwise, when the tribe members don't listen, being gentle won't help." Yan Li's tribe needs her authority. After all, her tribe is made up of different kinds of beasts. Right now, everything is fine, but what about when there are more people? Now is the time to let the wolves see how powerful she is. I first met Yan Li when she wanted to form alliances with every beast she saw. I didn't expect that now someone would choose her, and she would be so fierce to others. Jibai joined the discussion after hearing Yi Tu. Yi Tu said, at first, Yanli had nothing, so she wanted alliances. But now she is everything, and she can't act as casually as before. She now considers the future in her decisions. Before, she only cared about the present. Indeed, at first she didn't think much, and was quick to ally with anyone she met. I used to think her female mind wasn't very sharp, but now I realize it's a good thing she was a bit naive back then. When you talk about others' secrets, could you please speak farther away? I could hear everything. Yanli, we're just praising you for doing well, Jibai said. Yanli rolled her eyes at him and told the beast men of the Lialongju to stand up. There aren't enough houses in the tribe right now. She looked at the clear sky and said, go to the village now and start building some simple wooden houses to live in. We will slowly build proper houses for everyone. Lion nodded and took some people back to the tribe. Nightmo looked at their departing figures and said, Yanli, you can let them stay with us for a while longer.
It's okay.
My tribe still has plenty of space. The females and younglings can live in the newly built houses, and the storage room on the first floor can also be used for living. The rooms we cleared earlier can still be used. We can squeeze in a few simple wooden huts for temporary living. That should be enough. There are indeed over 100 beast men, but Yanli can handle it. Moreover, rebuilding houses in the valley is much more convenient. With new tribe members joining, there will be many busy tasks ahead. After saying goodbye to Nightmo, Yanli returned to the village to arrange things. First, she had the beast men of the Lialongjuo register their names and identify their relatives. While registering their names, she judged their ages based on their appearance. After each person was registered, Aisha gave them a set of clean beast clothes. The Wine Shizu didn't have that many beast clothes, but luckily some of the clothes on others were dry, so they could wear old clothes for a couple of days. 2 sets of beast clothes were enough for some beast men to go outside and cut trees to build simple wooden houses. If their clothes got wet from dew on the leaves, they still had spare clothes to change into. Aisha, along with the females, sewed clothes for the beast men without new ones. When they ran out of beast skins, they borrowed some from the Gongsuju. The first thing new beast men did after joining was to deal with housing. Yanli, Lian, and others went to find stones, soil, and to make cement and black bricks. Some beast men were responsible for gathering stones to build houses. As soon as dawn broke, Moishin arrived in the valley. The busy Yanli had already left with the beast men. The Wanshuzwu in the valley, which was somewhat quiet due to fewer people, was now lively with over 100 new beast men, much more bustling than before. Since she couldn't find Yanli, Moishin also returned to the tribe. Night 2 saw him looking dejected and asked, "Why didn't you go see Yanli today?" "I did, but as soon as I arrived, she went out busy. There are suddenly so many beast men in her group, so she has a lot to do. Please help her more." Night 2 said, "If you finish all her work, she will have time to hold the ceremony with you." No one knew a father better than his child. Moi felt upset about this matter. Finally, the heavy spring thunderstorms that lasted over half a month ended, and the sky cleared. There was time to talk about the ceremony, but Yanli was too busy because of the addition of the fierce wolf tribe. "Father, can I borrow some people?" Moi asked. Night 2 understood what he wanted to do. "At most, I can give you 20 people. The village still needs beast men to build houses, hunt, and take care of dangerous beasts. Although we have many people, we also need a lot of food, so I can't give you more." 20 people are enough, Moi said. Night 2 nodded and patted his back. "Be a little more diligent in helping out."
Okay.
Yen Li and Lai Yen returned after gathering materials. Seeing many fierce lion tribe beast men working on building houses and noticing Mo Yi among the crowd, she quickly walked over. "Mo Yi, what are you guys doing? The beast men of the fierce wolf tribe haven't learned how to build houses from you, and teaching them again is quite difficult. I asked my father for some tribe members to help you. Tomorrow, you can teach the fierce wolf tribe beast men how to build houses with them. I will go out to find materials." Thinking about how Mo Yi was considering her, Yen Li didn't know what to say for a moment. "My tribe has grown so much, yet you still need help from others. Yanli, this isn't help, Mo Yi said. It's a betrothal gift. Betrothal gift? Yanli looked at him in surprise. Who taught you that word? I don't know, but I think I used it correctly. To help you become my partner faster, I also need to work harder. The last sentence, Mo Yi whispered softly, as if speaking to himself. Hearing his mumbling, Yanli's lips curved slightly. She said, Mo Yi, please bend down a little. What's wrong? He asked, and Mo Yi bent down. Yanli tiptoed and gave him a light kiss on the cheek, like a dragonfly touching water. Here's your reward. The gentle touch made Mo Yi feel as sweet as honey in his heart. He looked at Yanli's face and kept giving her light kisses on her cheeks. 2 rewards. Greedy. To you, I still have many unspoken greedy thoughts. Silent sweet words from Mo Yi often catch Yanli off guard. Her cheeks uncontrollably flush, burning all the way to her ears. The feeling of shyness clearly shows on her face. How are you so good at talking? Yanli pinched his face. Mo Yi smiled slightly. Do you like hearing it? Yes, I quite like it. After you become my partner, I'll tell you more. Huh. Can I say more before we become partners? Now I'm kind of looking forward to it, hoping to hear more sweet words from you. Mo Yi picked her up like a young animal. Then I'll make you look forward to it even more. You're so mean. Cough, cough. Sorry to interrupt. La Yan cleared his throat nearby. I know it's rude to bother you too, but I'm a bit worried you'll keep talking here all day. We still have work to do. Mo Yi rolled his eyes at him and put Yanli down. Go to your work. Okay, after I finish, we can chat slowly. Mo Yi nodded gently, and Yanli happily went back to her tasks. La Yan turned to his own work. Suddenly, Mo Yi asked, You wouldn't try to compete with me for Yanli, right? La Yan paused. What ability do I have to compete with you? Yanli isn't someone I can own. She should become a partner with someone strong, but I am very weak. Saying he doesn't like Yanli is a lie. Such a strong and wonderful female. Any beast man would like her. La Yan didn't understand his feelings for Yanli before, only that being with her made him happy. But if Yanli was close to Mo Yi, he'd feel unhappy. He had never felt that way before. When he realized it, he knew he wasn't worthy. Now, La Yan has no extra thoughts about Yanli. Being part of her tribe and offering his life for her is enough. Yanli set aside the prepared materials. At that moment, Aisha hurried over.
King, look at this.
Aisha held a handful of green millet, but it had sprouted roots. King, Yunji and I went to the storage room to grind the millet into rice, but during a rainstorm, a window was blown open by the wind, and rain got in. We immediately took the rice out to dry, but some of it still sprouted and grew roots. Sorry, King. Aisha's voice choked with emotion as she spoke. The tribe now has many new members. Currently, they have a few days' worth of food, but what if the hunting beastmen fail to catch enough food? Thinking about these things, Elsa felt sad for not taking good care of the food. It's okay. The sprouted rice has grown roots, so we can use it for planting. Since it's spring now, and it rained heavily for over half a month, many mushrooms have appeared in the woods, and there are plenty of fresh wild vegetables in the plains.
There's no need to worry about food. Please bring out all the sprouted rice.
Yanli reassured her. Elsa nodded and went to gather the sprouted rice. There weren't many sprouted rice, mainly because they didn't have much to start with. The sprouted rice looked different from the water rice Yanli had seen before. It curled around like vines, hanging in bunches like grapes. It should be easy to care for once planted. But the question was where to plant it. Yanli thought quietly for a long time and decided to plant the rice at the water outlet of the village's pond. There was enough water there, at least solving the watering problem. However, there were many big trees around, so they would need to clear some land. Yanli asked Wendy and Isido, the young ones, to help mold small mud balls. She then planted the sprouted rice into these mud balls. After preparing the sprouted rice, Yanli took 2 orcs to clear the land, cutting down weeds and trees, then turning the soil and loosening it. While digging, they found many tuber-like fruits, similar to sweet potatoes, which were confirmed to be non-toxic. Yanli told them to set these aside. As a result, they dug out quite a few fruits, piling up like small hills. Yanli went back to get a basket, brought the fruits back, and asked Elsa to wash some and steam them to try. After giving these instructions, Yanli returned home. The orcs kept digging happily, but Yanli didn't bother them. The land they needed to turn over was already done. She divided the prepared land into sections, made small holes, and planted the mud balls with rice inside. While planting, she was watering the sprouted rice. When she looked back, the orcs were still digging. That's enough. Do you even know if these are edible? If they aren't, all the ones you dug up will have to be thrown away, she warned. The orcs reluctantly stopped their work. Yanli told them to put some branches around the planted rice to prevent wild beasts from accidentally stepping on and damaging the crops. After giving these instructions, Yanli went to find Elsa to check if the fruits she dug up were ripe. Elsa had never cooked these fruits before, so she didn't know if they were ready. Yanli took a chopstick and inserted it into the boiling fruits. If the chopstick slid in easily, it meant they were cooked through. Yanli picked up the fruit and placed it on the table, then used chopsticks to try opening it. This fruit is white on the outside with a yellow center. Yanli took a bite, and the taste was similar to sweet potato, very sweet, with a slightly sandy texture. Eating too much might cause a sore throat, but overall, it was quite good and edible. Wang, what are you eating? Wendy happily ran over when she saw Yanli eating. Yanli split the sweet potato in half and shared it with the young ones, who eagerly ate their first time trying such fruit. Yanli asked Aisha to wash the remaining pieces so they could steam and eat them. The beastmen showed great love for the sweet potato because it was sweet. The fierce lion tribe's beastmen didn't like spicy food but had no resistance to sweet things and loved eating them. The fierce wolf tribe liked both spicy and sweet foods, and there was no conflict between the two. Soon, evening arrived. The full beast fierce lion tribe beastmen went back to rest after eating and drinking. The beastmen of the 10,000 beasts tribe also filled their stomachs and went to rest. The night sky was clear without rain, with a bright full moon hanging high. The silver moonlight was the only light in the dark night. By the seaside, the waves gently crashed onto the beach. At this moment, two figures slowly walked toward the sea from the ocean. When they reached the shore, one of them picked up a piece of paper, looked around, and asked his companion, "Is this the fierce lion tribe?" "Yes, I remember that reef. Their village should be up above," replied the companion. "They should all be resting now. We can go find them tomorrow," he added. Responded the other. "Sweet potatoes are edible. Today, the beast men who went out to farm with Yanli volunteered to dig up sweet potatoes. Since they were looking for food, Yanli agreed to their request. The beast men each did their own tasks. At this moment, Yanli noticed that the beast men waiting for materials were still there. She approached and asked the leader of the wolf tribe, "Lang Yu, why haven't you left yet?" "King, we are waiting for Lord Mo Yi. He hasn't arrived yet." The sun was already high in the sky. By now, Mo Yi should have led his people far from the valley, but he still hadn't arrived, which was strange, because Mo Yi was not someone who was late. "You already know what kind of materials to find, so go ahead on your own. Lang Yu, today you lead the team and make sure everyone stays safe," Yanli said.
"Yes," Lang Yue responded energetically.
Yanli accompanied them out of the valley. When they reached the gate of the fierce lion tribe's village, she saw two handsome men wearing linen clothes, with striking blonde hair and sapphire blue eyes. They are truly beautiful, with delicate features and fair skin. Seeing such fair-skinned people on the Arman continent is rare. They didn't expect to meet Yanli when they went out, so they both stopped walking. The one on the left said, "Now even the female members of the wild lion tribe dare to leave the village?" The one on the right carefully looked at Yanli, observing her appearance, and said, "She doesn't look like a female of the wild lion tribe." Most females of the wild lion tribe have brownish-yellow hair and flaxen eyes, but some have different hair and eye colors. However, Yanli has black hair and black eyes, a color not seen among the females of the wild lion tribe. Yanli said, "I'm not from the wild lion tribe. I am the queen of the 10,000 beasts tribe. Who are you two?" "We are messengers of the sea people," said Haya. "I'm Zhe Su," added the other. They responded friendly. Yanli had never heard of the Sea People before. Seeing them come from the wild lion tribe, she was about to ask why they left that tribe. Haya asked, the 10,000 Beast tribe? I've never heard of this tribe before. Was it established recently? Yes, I founded it last year, Yanli replied. Haya and Zhe-Su looked at Yanli carefully for a moment, both with a curious gaze. Haya asked, you founded this tribe? Are you the queen of the 10,000 beasts? Yes, Yanli confirmed. They still looked a bit doubtful. Even though they were from the Sea People, it was the first time they heard of a female being a queen. The Sea People are the strongest among all orc tribes because all orcs that swim in the water belong to the Sea People. On land, orcs of the same species are divided into different tribes based on their hair color. But the Sea People are different. Regardless of whether their form is a shark, dolphin, or orca, they all belong to one tribe. Because they unify all the Sea People, they are the largest orc tribe. The Sea People are the most knowledgeable and experienced orc tribe, which is due to their strength. Yet, even with their power, it was the first time they heard of a female being a queen. They looked at Yanli with suspicion, as if to say, is this female still not awake? May I ask what your purpose is for coming to the wild lion tribe? Yanli knew they didn't believe her, so she didn't mind and instead asked about their reason for being there. Haya said, we came to invite the wild lion tribe to join our Sea Festival. Sea Festival? We will select the strongest orc tribe during the Sea Gathering, recognizing them as one of the top 3 among many tribes. We will also send them plenty of food and special items that only the clan leader can have. Clan leader? We, the Sea People, unify all the sea tribes. The person in charge is called the clan leader, not king. The clan leader says this makes it feel more friendly. It doesn't matter what rulers are called. Yanli thought for a moment and asked, can I join your sea gathering? She was curious to see other tribes and was quite interested in going. Yes. Bring enough food and water and wait at the coral beach for our ships to pick you up, Haya replied without hesitation, telling her the meeting spot. When Yanli heard this, she was surprised to learn there were ships. She became more interested in the Sea People.
Yanli.
Moya's voice suddenly sounded tense. He hurried over and grabbed Yanli's arm. Haya saw him coming and said, Moyi, please think carefully before answering about the sea gathering. Lord Busui is looking forward to your arrival. Lord Busui, is he an orc or a female? Yanli asked. Haya answered, he's an orc, the son of our clan leader. Oh, Yanli nodded in understanding. Haya and Zhe-Su needed to inform other orc tribes, so they didn't stay long with Yanli and Moyi and turned to leave. Yanli watched their figures and asked, the sea tribe seems very friendly. I don't like their tribe, Moyi replied.
Why?
Strong members in their tribe speak loudly. They treat strong people well, but look down on the weak. The weakest orcs do the hardest work, live in the worst houses, and eat the worst food. I don't like their prejudice.
Yanli blinka.
She thought Haya was easy to talk to and seemed like a good tribe, but she didn't realize they had their own rules. Strength is everything. The weak are slaves. It really fits the survival environment of the beast world. They invited you to join the sea gathering and you refused? Yanli asked. Moyi didn't answer immediately, his brow furrowing slightly. Do you want to go? Yanli asked again. Moyi hesitated and wanted to speak, but stopped. Yanli could tell he was struggling. Are you worried that since the weather has cleared, it's time to talk about us becoming partners, so you don't want to attend the sea gathering? Yes, Moyi admitted honestly. Go ahead. Yanli and Dao said, Silent Night, I don't care what kind of bond it is. I have already decided that you are my partner. I have never liked being a burden to others. Being a burden makes me feel very uncomfortable. So, don't think that just because I am your partner, I will become a burden to you. I want you to trust me and let me stand by your side freely and equally. We are partners supporting each other, okay? Yanli looked at him gently. Under her kind gaze, Silent Night honestly explained, the Sea Festival of the Sea People happens once every 3 years. 3 years ago, on the day of the last contest, I suddenly fell ill. The one I was supposed to compete against, Busui, won because I couldn't participate. Other beast men from different tribes said I faked illness because I didn't want to lose badly. I couldn't get over that. I wanted to compete and win against him. Then let's go and beat him, Yanli said with a clever smile. I just told Haya that I want to join the sea festival. He agreed to let me go. I can go with you. No way, Silent Night said excitedly. Yanli was confused. Why can't I go? Afraid that other beastmen will take you away.
Ugh.
Yanli crossed her arms, raised a hand, and pinched his nose. Are you trying to hit me? You don't trust me that much? I already have you, so why would I want other beastmen? Don't you trust me that much? Silent Night naturally hugged her in his arms. It's because you're so wonderful. The females of the sea people can have many partners. One female has 6 beastman partners. Is she that impressive? Yanli asked, swallowing nervously. Do you want that many too?
No.
I'm very conservative. I believe in one partner for life. Silent Night affectionately kissed her cheek. Then after you go, you must stay by my side all the time. TSK, 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 such control issues, Yanli said with some disdain. Are you that afraid? Yes, Silent Night replied. If I miss you, I will have no other partner.
Yanli smilata pili.
This beast man really loved her deeply. Although Silent Night was worried, he still agreed to let Yanli go to the sea festival with him. They told Yi Tu about their decisions. Yi Tu happily patted Silent Night on the back. I told you not to worry. If Yanli knew about this, she would definitely go with you. She loves to join lively events. When she hears about such a lively sea festival, she will definitely want to participate. I don't want Yanli to attend the meeting. Yanli, just go with confidence. Even if you don't attend the sea meeting, the village still needs to do things like building houses and settling the newly joined Lilang tribe. It will take some time for Mo Yi to become your partner. You and Mo Yi can go to the sea meeting, and I will take care of the village for you. I will make sure they finish building the houses quickly. Yetu completely ignored Mo Yi's small muttering. Yanli nodded. I will also tell the tribe members. If there's any trouble, they can come to you. I will arrange everything before I leave. By the way, Yanli, you are quite brave. The Lilang tribe just joined your group, and you dare to leave for so long. Aren't you worried they might drive out your people and take over the village while you're away? King of the Wild Lions, do you think the Lilang tribe is that bad of a beast man?
No. I believe they are not that bad.
Besides, if they dare to steal, I will take it back. I won't let them take it, said Yi Tuesday. Since we are so close to the King of the Wild Lions, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. The King of the Wild Lions and the 10,000 Beast tribe now have such a good relationship that they are like one tribe. With their help in watching over things, even if the Lilang tribe had the intention, they wouldn't have the strength. It's because the King of the Wild Lions is here that I feel safe leaving. Yanli took the opportunity to flatter him. Yi Tu is pleased. All right, even if you don't say these nice words, I will still watch over the village for you. Yanli smiled and left the King of the Wild Lions. She returned to the village to tell everyone that she would attend the sea meeting. Chiyun and the others were already used to Yanli, often leaving the tribe to go elsewhere. Hearing that Yanli was going to attend the sea meeting didn't surprise them. Since Li Yan and Wenze had only joined the tribe a few days ago, Yanli was about to leave for a while, and they were so scared they couldn't speak at first. Yanli, what will we do without you for so long? Li Yan asked. Yanli said, the King of the Wild Lions told me that if you encounter any difficulties, you can go to him. He has been king for many years and has his own way of handling things. The tribe's hunting affairs are managed by Chiyun and Wenze. The house building is handled by Xiong Luo, and the raising of fierce beasts and planting are managed by Xingyun. You, Bailing, are responsible for gathering materials for building houses and other things. Li Yan, you can continue to set traps and catch fierce beasts and collect wild vegetables and fruits. Kino, I have written a medical book about common illnesses. For difficult words, I added pinyin and explanations. I will give it to you soon. You will be responsible for more medical research in the group and for treating our people. I will also leave some medicine for you. Only use these medicines when absolutely necessary. Kino was excited to hear that Yanli had written a medical book. His eyes lit up. King, you actually have time to write a book? Just enough time. The medical book is very important. The more medical skills you master, the better it is for the 10,000 Beasts tribe, Yanli said. Kino nodded happily. Yanli looked at Lai Yen, who looked worried and upset. He said, Lai Yen, in the 10,000 Beasts tribe, you're not the only orc. Others are here too. If you face any problems, talk to Baron, Wenza, Kaiga, Chiyun, or Xingyun. Just like I did when I sought alliances with different tribes, one person's strength is limited. There are many things I can't do alone. But with everyone here, no problem is too big. I hope my people are smart enough to solve problems during crises. A tribe isn't truly strong if only one person is strong. True strength comes from everyone working together. Lai Yen looked worried, clearly troubled. Yanli just wanted him to understand that the 10,000 Beast tribe is different from the Wolf tribe. He doesn't have to carry everything alone. Hearing Yanli's words, Lai Yen gradually relaxed and looked more at ease. Yanli, I will do my best to complete the tasks you've given me, but if there are other things I can't do, please forgive me. Don't worry. I won't blame you for everything or say you're at fault for everything, Yanli assured him. Hearing this, Lai Yen felt completely at ease. All the work arrangements were clear, and the leaders were the same few people. After Yanli finished speaking, he told them to continue their tasks and called Kino to his room. In the room, Yanli handed the completed medical book to Kino. Kino opened it and saw that Yanli's handwriting was elegant and tall, much prettier than any of the other orcs. The difficult words were marked with pinyin and explanations. Pinyin is fundamental for learning characters. Yanli had already taught him from the start. Even if he saw a new character for the first time, with pinyin he knew how to read it. The departure was scheduled for 3 days later. Yanli hurried to teach Kino medical skills, doing as much as he could. The tribe's current skills in pottery, bamboo work, building houses, raising animals, and farming are not very advanced, but they are enough. Only medical knowledge is still lacking. Kino studied very hard, learning as much as he could. He asked questions early when he didn't understand and took notes with pen and paper. Time quickly passed in 1 day. The next morning after breakfast, Yanli continued to teach Kino. Midway through, Wendy came over to tell Yanli that Jibai was looking for her. Yanli let Jibai in. As soon as Jibai sat down, he directly explained why he came. Yanli, I heard you're going to attend the Sea Festival of the Sea People. Yes, how did you find out? Moyi sent someone to tell us. The messengers of the Sea People informed the nearby beast tribes about the Sea Festival, and they passed the news along. So, we all know about the festival, Jibai said. Are you going? I won't go, Jibai replied. Schwanger is pregnant, and I can't let her face the danger of giving birth alone. I want to stay with her. However, I will send some tribe members to participate. If you go, can you help take care of them on the way? No problem. Those traveling together will look out for each other, Yanli said. You just protect Schwanger within the tribe, and I will handle the Sea Festival. Jibai sighed in relief and looked at Yanli's relaxed expression, asking, Why do you seem so eager to attend the Sea Festival of the Sea People? Of course I look forward to it. Many beast tribes will send their warriors. I want to see how the Sea People manage to keep so many tribes together without fighting. Bringing different tribes members together is very difficult for Yanli. He thought it was hard, but the others did it easily, which made him even more curious. Jibai sat cross-legged in a more comfortable position and said, The Sea People are the strongest tribe among the beast tribes. When they first invited others to the festival, few beast warriors wanted to go. It wasn't until the first warrior returned with fire that things changed. Fire? Yes. According to the old beast elders, the earliest beast tribes didn't know how to use fire. The Sea People taught them, and everyone became curious about the Sea People. Gradually, more beast warriors were invited to go. At first, they fought when they arrived, so the Sea People suggested a contest to find the strongest warrior. This way, they resolved the fighting issue. When beast tribes gather, they tend to fight. But if they compete directly and win, everyone recognizes the victor. So, beast tribes actually like this method, using fists to settle things, which reduces arguments. With such a good method from the Sea People tribe, why did you keep fighting the Wild Lion tribe before? Yanli asked curiously. Jibai shrugged. Can we really be the same at the sea meeting? Behind the scenes, the two tribes are just fighting among themselves. The sea meeting involves all the beast tribes, but even if you win, you only need to show some respect to the other side. The arguments still happen. The sea meeting is just a way for beast people to get along peacefully for a while, not forever. Many tribes still hold grudges after the meeting. The defeated beast people would dislike the other tribe for making them look bad, or they might say something rude during the fight, which could offend other tribes. With such bad relations, how can the Sea People tribe still show respect and be friendly for now? Yen Li asked. The Sea People are very strong. They are good in water, but they are also very strong physically. They can easily lift a big stone. Fighting them is hard because once they hide in the water, you can't do anything. But they can also come ashore and fight you. It's easy to fight others, but very hard to fight the Sea People, because as soon as we go into the water, we might die. Ji-bai suddenly remembered something and said, I remember Mo Yi can now swim in the water, like the Sea People. Yes, but he's probably still far behind them. Even if he is trying to learn to swim, his natural advantages can't compare. Being able to swim is already good. In the past, we beast people didn't dare touch water at all. By the way, I plan to move to a new place for our village, but since you're going to the sea meeting, our house might not be built in time. Why are you thinking of changing the place? The fierce wolf tribe's situation worries me. I fear something similar might happen to us someday. Even if we live high up, we are still in a cave. Also, I think your kind of house is pretty good, clean and bright. Ji-bai looked around Yen Li's house. The furniture was still few, but it was clean and bright. Sitting on the ground, he didn't worry about beast clothes getting dirty. It was very comfortable. You can ask the wild lion tribe beast people. They built their own houses and know how to do it.
No need for me to teach.
Yen Li suggested. Ji-bai thought for a moment and said he would consider it. After chatting a bit more, he hurried back to his tribe. One day before leaving for the sea meeting, Zhuo Fei arrived at the 10,000 beast tribe. He carried 5 beast people from the Red Phoenix tribe, with big and small bags. Yen Li saw his things and asked, Are you going to the sea meeting? Yes. Zhuo Fei responded cheerfully, My brother told me you're going to attend the sea meeting. My father asked me to bring everyone along, so you can go together. He said it's safer with you on the road. You really trust me, Zhuo Fei said. Of course. After you bring back what you've learned, everyone in our clan wants to see you. But my father doesn't allow it, saying you're busy and shouldn't be disturbed easily. Hong Feng Wang is quite kind, Yen Li said. Zhuo Fei smiled happily. There was only one day left before departure. Yen Li didn't have much time to chat with Zhuo Fei. She used paper and pen to plan for possible future events and arranged everything for her clan members. While taking notes, she opened the system and checked her accumulated virtue and cultivation levels, which she hadn't looked at in a long time. Wow! Her virtue was 43,628, and her cultivation was 19,872. She had never seen so much virtue before, and was a bit shocked. She looked through her backpack, which was filled with unused items. Ever since she obtained the stone turtle bone, many tools had been replaced with ones made from it. She hadn't taken anything out of her backpack to use recently. This was because, in the past, she was alone and didn't ask where her items came from. Now that she had more people, she found it awkward to take things out, especially since someone was watching her. She glanced at her virtue and cultivation levels, then decided to exchange some medicines. Medicines were always in short supply, so she exchanged 4 bottles of universal injury medicine. She wanted to take out one more, but noticed the icon for the universal injury medicine was darkened. She had never encountered this before and didn't understand what it meant. She kept clicking, and at that moment, Bai Er's long-lost voice echoed in her mind. Stop clicking. You've reached the limit. There will be no more universal injury medicine in the future. Whatever you have now is all you get. What does that mean? You're taking too much medicine. The fairy of Fuyue, who refines pills in the immortal realm, is about to draw her sword against the supreme of the heavenly way. Fuyue Fairy is the most famous alchemist in the immortal realm. She controls all the divine herbs and medicines used for refining pills. She has a sweet appearance, but her personality and looks are very different. If she gets angry, anyone dares to provoke her. Thinking of the irritable Fuyue fairy, Yanli nervously asked, "Are all the medicines I exchanged from the system made by Fuyue fairy? Otherwise, can she create things out of nothing?" Naturally, Fairy Fuyue treats the pills she makes as her own children. How could she easily let others take them without asking why? Is treats as her own the right phrase? Can you think of a better one? No, I can't. Everyone in the immortal realm knows that Fairy Fuyue's pills are the best, and she cherishes them most. If someone takes her pills without permission, she will definitely take them back or give a stern punishment. Yanli has never seen anyone value pills more than their own life. Yanli is very nervous now. Thinking about how all the pills he usually uses are given by Fairy Fuyue, his desire to return to the primitive realm grows stronger. Since these pills are made by Fairy Fuyue, why are they called such strange names? What kind of universal pain relief medicine or nutritional supplement sounds nothing like the medicines from their primitive realm? The name and packaging were changed by Shanming Shenzhen, claiming it was to match the system. He has already been scolded by Fairy Fuyue for this. TSK serves him right. Causing so much trouble, he deserves more scolding. Friendly reminder: when you return, you'll also get scolded. Think quickly about how to make the scolding lighter. What's that got to do with me? Yanli exclaimed. I didn't know anything from start to finish. If it weren't for me catching Bov, I wouldn't even know how long he's been pretending to manage the system to deceive me. I was also forced. I will try to help you speak on your behalf. That's right. Bah, we are both humble cultivators, not yet at the immortal level. We should help each other. Minli fell silent, glancing at the faded pattern. Suddenly, he was shocked. Bah, I just thought of something. What? I wonder if there will be limits on the items I exchange in the shop in the future? Bon hesitated but didn't answer immediately. Yanli could imagine a small head staring at the system, looking left and right, or a short-legged figure running to ask someone. Before long, Bar responded. Yes, there will be limits on everything you need in the future. That shouldn't be necessary. Salt, soy sauce, and vinegar are available in the mortal world. You can exchange for them there. There's no need for limits, right? Yanli said. Baz replied, during the half-year in the beast world, Salt has already learned how to extract ingredients. You've found substitutes for chili, five-spice, and cinnamon. You even know how to make cement now. Given some time, you could probably find iron. Yanli, you already have enough survival skills. There's no need to rely on the shop's items, and besides, you rarely exchange things, right? Who said that? I just want to save some for later. If I encounter an emergency and need to exchange something, what if I don't have enough cultivation or virtue? Yanli said excitedly. She doesn't want there to be a limit. If there is a limit and she exchanges all her items, her accumulated virtue and cultivation would increase, and she might be forced to return. Yanli, do you still want to become an immortal? After hesitating, Yanli did not answer confidently as she used to. That of course I do. If you want to become an immortal, there's no need to stay there too long. Yanli, now you are allied with 5 beast tribes, and over 100 people from the Fierce Wolf tribe have also become your clansmen. If you do nothing, you will earn over 200 virtues every day. You travel among the 5 tribes teaching them writing and other skills, and your virtues will grow faster than you expect. Yanli, as long as you want, your virtues and cultivation can grow quickly. Although you ended up in the beast world by accident, you now have a chance to become an immortal in one step. You are smart. You have worked hard for many years just to become an immortal. I hope you don't forget your original intention. Finish your task early and come back. Don't waste time on romantic feelings. Yanli looked expressionless. Air had been watching her closely, so she knew he was aware of everything she did. He definitely knew about Mo, and his reminder was very clear. Yanli was sure that Air was not a bad person. From the beginning, he had been giving her reasonable advice and showing kindness. After all, Air kept revealing information about the immortal world, which showed his good intentions. Romantic feelings are indeed not good for immortals. Because of this, Yanli had always strict self-discipline, avoiding falling in love with someone different from herself. Even if she liked someone, she would only choose an immortal. Moye, and she didn't even live in the same world. This love was truly unsafe. Now, the items in the marketplace exchange all have limits. Even if she exchanges everything, she would still have to return because her virtues and cultivation are full. Her virtues and cultivation are growing faster now than at the beginning, but the beastmen still need a lot of teaching. What should she do if this continues? The marketplace items have limits. Can you tell me in advance? I will organize the item quantities overnight. You can check them then.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yanli fell silent, feeling heavy-hearted. Waited a moment without her reply and said, "If there's nothing else, I will leave now."
Okay.
Yanli, listen to my advice. Don't spend too much time and emotion there. You don't belong there. Those words really hurt. Yanli has never felt so upset hearing something. She didn't reply to Bai Er, and Bai Er didn't speak again. Yanli looked at herself, lying weakly on the ground. She thought about her efforts in the beast world over this time. Things seemed to be going well, and she finally had a long overdue conversation with Bai Er, but she kept hearing bad news. Leaving the 10,000 Beast clan for a few months might be a good thing. Going to the ocean meeting is just for fun, not for teaching others. If there are fierce beasts on the way, she can hide safely and let others deal with them. This way, her cultivation and virtue growth will slow down.
Sigh.
Yanli sighed helplessly. She sat up again. Her bright, clear eyes looked at the notes and the 4 bottles of universal healing medicine. She bit her lip, picked up a pen, and continued planning for after the ocean meeting. She didn't care about the limit on exchange items or what doesn't belong here. As long as she's here, she's one of them. She arranged everything she needed to, worked hard every day, and didn't care when she would return to the primal world. Even if she went back, so what? The immortal Ming Xianzun and Hongyu Xianzun brought her here, which means even if she returns, she can still come back. When the time comes, if immortal Ming Xianzun doesn't forbid her from returning, she will come back even if she has to disobey orders. Who cares? Yanli spent the whole day making arrangements. Before leaving, she handed the work schedule to the leaders of each group. Basically, I've arranged everything you need to do. Also, I assigned an extra task to Kaiga defense around the village. Although our 10,000 Beasts clan is protected by the Wild Lion clan, so we don't worry about other beast attacks, it doesn't mean there's no danger. We still need to have some defense skills. These are the beastmen I arranged. You will lead the team. Yanli handed the list to Kaiga. You can assign some people to patrol and others to find the Wild Lion clan. They've learned a lot from me, including physical techniques. They also have enough combat experience, so you can learn a lot from them.
Okay, Kai nodded.
Yanli looked up at everyone. Their faces showed some worry. Don't worry, this won't be the last time. Yanli smiled. I know what you're thinking. You're all afraid that after I leave, the tribe will fall into chaos. But I want to tell you here that on the Amand continent, survival depends not just on the king's ability, but on everyone in the tribe. You have experienced your tribe being wiped out by others, and you've faced the danger of almost being destroyed yourself. You've been alone through it all. But if you have the ability to protect yourselves, even if you leave the tribe, you can still survive. So, to live on, you can't always rely on others. You must rely on yourselves. As I said, this won't be the last time I leave you and leave the tribe in your hands. I will leave again, and maybe I won't come back. You are the beast men of the 10,000 Beasts tribe. I hope you become strong enough to not need me. The people listened to Yanli's words, their expressions complicated and hard to describe. The tribe has always depended on the king for support and leadership. They've never experienced a time when the king was absent and everyone managed on their own. Seeing their confusion, Yanli looked at Kino and called out, "Kino, come forward." Kino stepped out, confused. "Kino, when I am not here, small matters are for you to handle, and big matters are for you to decide."
"King, why me?
I'm the weakest among the beast men," Kino exclaimed in surprise. He is a healer, not like the other beast men who are strong and good at hunting. You may be a bit weaker, but the one thing that sets you apart from the others is that you are a healer. Healers understand the value of life more. Also, you always study medicine and hold less hatred toward other tribes. After considering everything, I think you're the most suitable person to act as the temporary king and help manage the tribe. After explaining, Yanli saw that everyone still looked confused. Telling them to become stronger on their own still seemed unrealistic. There was no choice but to select someone to help manage the tribe temporarily. This was the first time Kino faced such a big responsibility. He looked worried and anxious. He then looked up at Yanli's face, thinking that Yanli could do everything. She was busy every day, but still managed the tribe so well. If Yanli could do it, maybe he could too if he worked hard. Thinking this, the worry and confusion on Kino's face disappeared. King, don't worry. When you're not here, I will guard the tribe well. After finishing her tasks, Yanli was about to pick up her packed belongings when suddenly a small hand snatched the bag and held it close to her chest. The beautiful eyes looked at Yanli confidently and naturally took the lead to walk ahead. Yanli looked at Yisudo, who had already gone ahead, and paused. Yisudo, are you coming with me? I'm not from the beast tribe. You can't tell me where to go. This cub isn't even at the rebellious age yet. Why is he so defiant? Yanli shook her head and turned around to ask Aisha to prepare 2 sets of Yisudo's beast clothes. Yisudo said, I've already prepared them. You little guy. Yanli walked over and tousled his hair. Among the many orcs around, only Yisudo shows admiration for her, but he often acts disobediently. Your Majesty, do you want Yisudo to go with you? Chi-Yun asked. Yanli nodded. The Night Dragon clan will probably attend the sea meeting. When we get there, I will return Yisudo to them and see if we can build a friendly relationship. The Night Dragon clan won't be friendly with you, Yisudo muttered softly. Yanli also wanted to send Yisudo back. Leaving a young cub outside for trials is very dangerous. This bad habit must be changed. There are many ways to become stronger, so there's no need to take such risks. At the Lion tribe, Mo Yi and the lions Hao and Zay were already waiting at the door. The orcs of the Lion tribe stood nearby to see them off. Yanli noticed Nana, who was standing next to Lion Hao with a basket on her back. Yanli, I want to go with you too. Before Yanli could ask her doubts, Nana, unable to hold back her feelings, blurted out first. What are you doing coming along, girl? Father said there will be many dangers on the way to the sea meeting. Zhua Fei exclaimed excitedly. Nana propped her elbows and suddenly pushed hard into Zhua Fei's stomach. Don't underestimate me. I've already beaten 5 orcs. Father and the king agreed to let me go. I'm not a fragile girl anymore. Nana, that's too much.
Qui su complained.
You secretly practiced without telling us. Humph. Li Yu snorted silently, saying nothing. Yanli asked, what did you secretly practice? Just the things you taught the orcs. I watched from the side and learned a lot, and I also learned to swim. Nana proudly inserted her hands on her hips. Seeing all the things you did, Yanli, everyone now has a better opinion of girls. So I also want to work hard and change everyone's view of us girls. That's great. The once delicate little princess has surprisingly become capable of defeating 5 orcs. Her transformation is truly remarkable. Fortunately, she is still kind at heart. If she had used her efforts to hurt or bully others instead of becoming a strong woman, Yanli's life probably wouldn't be so peaceful. Yanli, Shirtian stepped forward. When you were in the village, Nana often bullied you. As her father here, I want to say sorry. Sorry for taking so long to apologize. She lost her mother when she was very young, and I've always spoiled her and rarely scolded her. But after she made peace with you, she completely changed. She no longer cries over small cuts, nor does she care about wearing pretty flowers on her head every day. She can cook, pick mushrooms in the forest, catch small fierce beasts, and even learn to treat her own wounds when injured. When faced with danger, she no longer hides but faces it bravely. She has completely changed because of you. She still isn't very strong, but I agree with her going to the sea meeting. It's to help her protect you on the road, even if it's to make up for her past wrongs. That's all in the past. We get along well now, so there's no need to keep dwelling on those things. Remembering them only makes things awkward, Yenli said. Sure, Tion shook his head. Yenli, making mistakes means paying the price. Nana hasn't paid hers yet. We can't just forget it. Let her make up for her wrongs this time. His gaze softened as he looked at Nana. Nana's face became serious and sincere. Yenli, my father is right. Even though you forgave me quickly, I can't just pretend I did nothing wrong. You've taught me good things, and now I want to use what you taught me to protect you. And I'm sorry. Old wounds that had been forgotten still remained in their hearts. Yenli didn't have much power to forgive Nana and the others. She was simply an outsider occupying this body. If the original owner hadn't been bullied to death, she wouldn't have been reborn into this body. Nana had bullied her twice, once by grabbing her hair when they first met, and once by throwing things into her cave. But each time she was bullied, Yenli fought back directly. In her own view, she held no resentment toward Nana and the others. As for the original owner, honestly, if the original owner hadn't died, her timid personality wouldn't have dared to hate anyone. Some people are like this, extremely timid, so afraid of being bullied that they dare not fight back. The original person belongs to this kind of weak female who makes others angry just by her cowardice. But Nana has changed. She is kind by nature, but her initial training led her astray. She knows she was wrong, and is now trying to make up for it. Saying sorry is good, but it takes real actions to show sincerity. People like her are actually quite good. Knowing your mistake is enough. Let's go now, don't waste more time, Yanli said. Nana nodded, and the group set off toward Jiaowang Beach. The spring sun shone brightly, illuminating the lush, tall trees. From afar in the woods, cheerful bird songs could be heard. It was Nana's first long trip to another tribe, and she was happily walking forward. Zhou Fei didn't understand and asked, "You've been so happy since leaving the lion tribe. Why is that?" Nana took a step forward and smiled, saying, "From now on, every step I take will take me farther from my tribe. Although I've been to hunt locusts before, that wasn't far. Plus, Chui Su and Liu are with me. This is my first time leaving my father, Chui Su, and Liu to go to a tribe far away." "Is the Sea tribe far away?" Yanli asked. Moe nodded. "It takes about 10 or 20 days to reach Jiaowang Beach." They only started learning about numbers last year, and their sense of time began then. Moe didn't know exactly how long it would take to reach Jiaowang Beach. Eagle Chu took a step forward and said, "Lord Yanli, if you want to get there faster, we can transform into beasts and fly you over. Flying is quicker." Yanli looked at Moe and asked, "This is my first time attending the sea meeting. I don't have much experience. Moe, since you're leading this trip, what do you think we should do?" Moe looked around at the other beast men who came with them. There weren't many. 4 from the Lion tribe, 5 from the White Eagle tribe, 3 from the Red Phoenix tribe, and the rest were Yanli and Yisudo. There's no need for too many people to attend the sea meeting. Even if one person from a tribe wins, others will think that tribe is strong. Other tribes also don't usually send many beast men. If too many go, the tribe's village might be left unguarded. If rival tribes find out many beastmen are away, they might attack. So, they usually select the 2 strongest beastmen from each tribe. This time, they're going with other tribes' beastmen, many of whom can fly. We currently have 14 people. 10 of them are flying beasts. Even if we go quickly, the sea won't hold a ceremony immediately. But if we reach the sea tribe faster, we'll spend less time on land to avoid dangerous beast attacks. Among the flying beasts, Yisudo is the youngest, so he is not included. The 9 flying beasts are divided into 3 groups, each with 3 members, taking turns to fly. Nana, Yisudo, and Yanli are lighter, so the beasts carrying them can carry more supplies. The other 2 beasts each carry 4 items. Is that okay? Moe asks the flying beasts. The Red Phoenix tribe and the White Eagle tribe have large beast forms. Carrying 4 people might be tiring but still manageable. I don't want to. Yisudo jumps out. I can fly by myself. I don't need to sit on anyone. Having 3 beasts take turns flying is to ensure we have a beast on night patrol. We are in the wild now, and there isn't much time for extra protection. Moe looks at Isido and asks, although you're still a young one, you really need some training. You can fly yourself and carry some luggage, okay? Isido hates being a burden to others. Since he has this choice, he agrees. The other beasts also agree with Moe's plan. According to Moe's arrangement, the 3 groups of flying beasts will take turns to fly, and at night, they will organize night patrols. On the way to the beach at Jiaowang, they pass by the place where they previously fought the 8-eyed spiders. The forest of 8-eyed spiders, burned by their fire, has experienced winter and is now spring again. The dark land is alive with new growth, young green leaves on trees, tender grass sprouting on the ground, and unknown flowers blooming. It is almost evening. They rest at the place they temporarily used as a camp. They thought the camp might be abandoned or damaged by fierce beasts during their absence, but before reaching it, they see smoke rising from the direction of the camp. Getting closer, they see tall wooden fences surrounding the camp. It's clear the camp has been taken over by other beasts. Moe hesitates whether to go further, but then hears a familiar voice cheer loudly, Lord Yanli. Yanli and Moe look down toward the sound. Among the lush trees, Goi climbs to the top, waving happily. Moe signals everyone to land. As they reach the ground, a huge golden python wraps around a tree and quickly descends, transforming into Goi's form. Lord Yanli, why are you here? Is something wrong? Goi warmly asked Yanli as soon as he caught her. Yanli said, I am going to attend the Sea Festival. I happen to pass by here, so I want to rest at the camp. Then go quickly. Wang will be very happy to see you. Goi took Yanli to the camp gate. Yanli entered the wall and saw the busy beast men of the Swift Snake tribe working hard in the camp. They saw Yanli and happily gathered around, asking if she had been well during the few months she was away. When Reno heard Yanli had arrived, he immediately came out of his house. Seeing Yanli surrounded, he walked over and said, Yanli, long time no see. Long time no see, Swift Snake King. Come sit here. You can continue with your work. Reno dismissed his tribe members and took Yanli to a pavilion to rest. Yanli was not unfamiliar with this place. They had all discussed here how to deal with the locusts, 8-eyed spiders, and eagle tribes. After you left, I thought the houses here were so beautiful that it would be a shame to abandon them. So I brought the tribe here and made this our new village. Before Yanli could ask, Reno admitted, we took over this place. You won't be angry, right? Reno was a bit nervous. They decided to move in when winter arrived. He wanted to tell Yanli, but the weather was too cold to travel far. In spring, they were busy finding new food and had no time to look for Yanli. Before they could tell her, Yanli arrived first, feeling a bit guilty, as if she had stolen something. Why would I be angry? Yanli said. This place was originally our camp to fight the locusts. We never intended to keep it, but you moving in here means our hard work building the houses wasn't in vain. That's good. Reno sighed in relief. That's good. Yanli, why did you suddenly think of coming here? We're not specifically here. We're going to the Sea Festival. On the way, we happened to pass by here, so we decided to rest for one night and continue tomorrow. Time for the Sea Festival again. Reno was surprised and asked, Yanli, can I send 2 tribe members to go with you? Just to see the festival, and also to protect you. Yanli didn't answer immediately. She looked at the team leader. The team leader didn't refuse and said, yes, more beastmen can go. They can patrol at night and help if there are dangerous beasts. Our leader agrees. Swift Snake King, you can arrange everything. Leader? That's right. This time, the leader of the sea meeting is Moe. Even I followed his plan. Yanli said this, leaning his small head toward him, showing a bit of pride. Ronald saw how close they looked and asked, are you 2 partners? Yes, but we haven't officially completed the partnership yet, Yanli replied. Ronald smiled and said, when you finish, let us know. I will definitely attend. Okay. Ronald arranged for Goi and Auditory to go with them to the sea meeting. With 2 more beastmen, Moe divided the 3 groups of beastmen into 2 groups, with some taking turns. The groups weren't very different in their relationships. They flew for a while and arrived at the Gray Bear tribe. Now, the Gray Bear tribe has many more females and some young cubs. The group is much livelier than before. The Gray Bear King knew why Yen Li and his friends came here and asked, "There are only a few of you. Is it safe? Do you want me to send someone to protect you?" "No need. The beast men with us are the strongest in the tribe. Each can handle dangerous beasts alone. No special guards are necessary. If you want your tribe to learn more, you can send someone to go with us. What do you think?" Yen Li asked Mo Yi while speaking. Mo Yi didn't reply but nodded, indicating yes. The Gray Bear King thought for a moment and then said slowly, "All right." He turned to a tribe member nearby and said, "Call Sherbert over." The tribe member nodded and walked outside at a steady pace. After some time, he called Sherbert in. Sherbert, broad and strong, looked no different from any other beast man of the Gray Bear tribe. He stood expressionless and somewhat silly-looking. The Gray Bear King said, "Go back and pack 2 sets of beast clothes. You'll go with Yen Li to the sea meeting."
Yes.
Sherbert obediently turned around and went to pack. The Gray Bear King then said, "Remember to listen to her and protect her when you're with Yen Li, understand?" Sherbert stopped and turned back, nodding obediently.
Yes.
"Go pack your things." This time, the Gray Bear King didn't stop him. Sherbert went straight to his house to pack. The Gray Bear King said, "If Sherbert doesn't listen to you on the way, just leave him behind.
Don't worry about him."
Yen Li couldn't help but laugh.
All right.
This Gray Bear King is just too honest. Yen Li no longer worries about what kind of trouble the bear spirit might cause when following them. The Gray Bear tribe has a good reputation among nearby groups, and with their honest appearance, it's hard to believe they would cause any trouble for themselves. Also, when the female from the Eagle clan was rescued, Yen Li took a quick look when she first arrived and saw that everyone was smiling happily. It was clear that life was good for them in the Gray Bear tribe. They only stayed in the Gray Bear tribe for a short while, had lunch, and then continued their journey. The team grew by 3 more people, but it didn't add much burden to the trip. Sometimes, when bears were around, they only needed the night guard, which was their turn. The Gray Bear tribe's ears are much sharper than those of other orc groups. When they sleep, they like to press their ears to the ground. If the ground slightly vibrates or makes a sound, they can judge how far away a dangerous beast is and roughly how many there are, based on years of experience. Within 100 meters, Shirgu can usually guess correctly. Beyond 300 meters, predictions may be less accurate. But having the skill is already impressive and has helped them avoid many attacks. On the 15th day of their journey, at dusk, a beautiful sunset painted the sky red. They found a place to rest for the night. Yen Li, Nana, Yisudo, and Shirgu went to pick wild fruits and vegetables, while Mo Yi and the others went hunting for tonight's food. As they walked through the forest searching for edible plants, suddenly a breeze blew in, carrying a foul smell. Yen Li immediately covered her nose. Nana, Yisudo, Shirgu, and even Mo Yi also caught the scent and quickly covered their noses. Ugh, it's so foul. What's going on? Why does it smell so bad? Nana asked. Even with her nose covered, Yen Li could still feel the foul smell everywhere. She guessed maybe some dead dangerous beast nearby has decayed. Let's go somewhere else to pick vegetables. The smell was very complex. Some of it was rotting flesh, some was waste. It was incredibly foul. Hearing this terrible smell, Yen Li couldn't stand it anymore. She called everyone to leave. Suddenly, Yisudo said, "Yen Li, are there many injured orcs lying here?"
What?
Yen Li asked, puzzled. She walked over, bypassed the big tree Yisudo was standing behind, and saw the person lying there. She was startled and quickly pulled Yisudo back a few steps. Yen Li's face turned pale as she saw over 20 injured orc-like creatures lying on the ground. They had mud on their bodies, emitted a foul smell, and looked very weak. Some of their skin was decayed, with white pus and dried blood. Others were lying on their sides, foaming at the mouth. Based on her medical knowledge, Yen Li suspected they might have a contagious disease. She immediately used her identification skill.
Danger.
Please leave quickly. The illness here is contagious and very dangerous. Stay away. Yanli pulled EC Duo back several steps. Yanli, what's wrong? Nana and Shixiong asked, trying to come closer. Don't come near. Yanli hurriedly said. Stay away from us. There are sick orcs here. Their illness can spread. That means even if you don't have the disease now, you might get it after staying with us for a while. Go far away. Nana, go back to the camp and tell Mo Yi and the others. Don't come close to me, or EC Duo. Nana and Shixiong froze in place. Yanli spoke quickly and urgently, and they didn't know what to do. Don't misunderstand what contagious means. Just listen to me. Shixiong, stay away from us. Nana, go back and tell Mo Yi that no matter what happens, don't come near us. Hurry.
Yanli kumanda.
Nana turned around and ran back in confusion. Shixiong also took a few steps back, keeping some distance from Yanli and EC Duo.
Yanli protected EC Duo in her arms.
EC Duo looked at the sick and injured orcs, and then looked up at Yanli. She asked, Did I do something wrong? It's okay. We just need to find a safe place to stay alone for now. Maybe we'll be fine. Once we're safe, we'll leave this place. In a world where medicine was not advanced, contagious diseases were deadly. Yanli wasn't sure if the medicine she carried could prevent infection, but she knew caution was best. Save me. I still have a young one. The closest orc suddenly reached out and grabbed EC Duo's foot. Startled, EC Duo quickly dodged away. Yanli was also shocked by this move and hurriedly moved away with EC Duo. After leaving the dangerous area, Yanli and EC Duo found a cave. Shixiong was still following from afar. Yanli said, Shixiong, EC Duo, and I will stay here for now. Go back and tell Mo Yi and the others. Remember, don't come near us or those orcs. Stay far away from that place. Yes, Shixiong obediently left. Yanli sat on the ground and looked at EC Duo, who remained silent. Isoido bit his lips, his face full of guilt. It's okay. I'm here for you. Yanli gently patted his small head. Tears shimmered in Isoido's eyes. Should I not get close to those orcs? I saw how badly they were hurt. Thinking about the terrible state of the orcs, Yanli took a deep breath. Isoido, I'm glad you want to help others, but you need to be careful when you do. Did you see those sick orcs? They were bleeding in some places. Fierce beasts are very sensitive to the smell of blood. But they didn't approach, which means even the fierce beasts know their blood is poisonous. So, next time you see someone who needs help, make sure you understand the situation first, okay? Isoido nodded. Soon after, Mo Yi and others arrived. When Yanli saw them, she said, Don't come closer. Just stand there and listen to me. Tell us, Mo Yi said. Bring the animal skins we use at night and my first aid kit. Mo Yi, we might need to stay here for a few days. Once I and Isoido are sure everything is okay, we'll continue our journey. Also, don't go to the places where Isoido and I have been. Stay far away. Once we're sure it's safe, we'll leave. Okay. Mo Yi didn't understand why Yanli and Isoido suddenly acted like this. They had just returned from hunting when Nana suddenly told them Yanli was in trouble. He hurried over, but the first thing he heard was, Don't come closer. Yanli's words were trustworthy. All orcs knew that. So Mo Yi could only listen to her. He brought the animal clothing and first aid kit Yanli asked for, placing them a little distance away. Yanli then told them to leave. She took disinfectant from the kit and disinfected Isoido's foot, which had been grabbed by the orcs, and washed her hands with disinfectant too. After finishing, it was completely dark. Yanli was about to gather some branches for fire when Shixiong and Goi brought the collected branches outside. Lord Yanli, Lord Mo Yi said you should stay safely in the cave. We will bring whatever you need. The food will be ready soon. Just wait a little, Goi said. Got it. Thank you for your help, Yanli replied. She moved the firewood they had gathered in front of the cave and started a fire. Isoido helped her. Soon, the fire was burning and Nana brought food. She placed the food at a distance from the cave. After she left, Yanli went to get it. Ishu and Goi stood guard at a place a little away from Yanli, waiting for Mo Yi to arrive later. He sat on a tree a short distance from Yanli's cave, with golden eyes watching the cave entrance. He called out, Yanli.
Mo viens?
Yanli peeked out to look, but saw nothing in the dark surroundings. Mo Yi, where are you? I'm on the second tree to the right in front of your cave. Yanli, what exactly happened? Yanli recounted everything she saw in detail. She said, I was close to Isido and the others, but when I noticed something was wrong, I quickly moved Isido away. Although he was touched on the foot, I disinfected it so it shouldn't be a big problem. Still, we need to observe him for a few days. Once we're sure he's fine, we'll leave. We'll stay outside the cave to watch over you. You can sleep peacefully. Thank you for your help. If nothing's wrong, please avoid that area when you leave. All right, rest early. You too. After the conversation, Yanli covered Isido with a beast hide. Isido looked at Yanli gloomily. He turned around and apologized, sorry. It's okay, little one. Isido didn't reply. He felt very guilty. He hadn't expected the other's illness to be so severe or frightening. The thought that if Yanli got hurt was his fault made him feel so guilty he wanted to sacrifice himself to make up for it. Yanli truly didn't blame Isido. A boy not yet 14 couldn't understand everything. Seeing someone hurt or sick and calling out to her was not strange. After all, he didn't know medicine. They just had bad luck finding food in such dangerous places. Now, Yanli hoped that nothing would happen during these few days of quarantine, and then they could leave. But things didn't go as smoothly as she hoped. That night, Isido suddenly started coughing violently. Yanli checked his forehead and found he was burning up. Yanli immediately took out a piece of cut beast hide and tied it around his nose and back of his head. She carefully examined Isido's condition. The initial symptoms were high fever and cough. She took some medicine from her medical box for colds and fevers, poured water from a gourd into a bowl, added herbs, and started boiling. What's wrong with Isido? Mo Yi's hoarse voice asked. Yanli frowned and said he's sick. I don't know if it's the disease from those beastmen, but if it is, it could be very serious. I'll try to treat him first. Be careful. Not knowing what else to say, Mo Yi could only offer these words. Yanli responded with a nod and continued boiling the medicine. While waiting for the medicine to cook, she told Isido to drink it slowly. After drinking the medicine, Isido's cough eased, but his fever remained dangerously high. Yanli used a damp towel to wipe his body, gradually lowering his temperature. By late at night, Isido's condition improved slightly, but by dawn, he was coughing and running a fever again. Yanli fed him some medicine she had, but it only provided temporary relief. Clearly, the medicine she had could not cure Isido's illness completely. For an unknown disease, Yanli had no clear solution. She opened the system and looked at advanced medical skills. Learning advanced medical skills required 15,000 points of cultivation and 5,000 points of virtue. Fortunately, Yanli had 20,080 cultivation points and 23,510 virtue points, enough to unlock it. However, she wasn't sure if the advanced medical skill could solve this problem. If it couldn't, she wouldn't have enough points left to unlock other skills. After thinking for a moment, Yanli decided to proceed. She clicked to unlock the advanced medical skill, and the system displayed a bunch of options. She didn't check what was offered. She went straight to the skills. When she opened the advanced medical skill, 2 new skills appeared. One for diagnosing the cause, and one for preparing medicines. Yanli clicked on the cause analysis. She placed her hands on Isido's head, and soon the cause was revealed. Infection caused by a contagious virus invading the lungs. If left untreated, lung function will decline, leading to sepsis and other complications. Please choose medication based on the cause analysis. Seeing this message, Yanli selected the medication preparation. No herbs available, unable to prepare medicine. No herbs available, unable to prepare medicine. When she opened the medicine preparation skill, this message kept appearing repeatedly. Yanli closed the skill and stood up. Mo Yi, have someone guard outside the cave with Isido. I need to gather herbs. Okay, sure Xiong, Goi, watch over Isido outside the cave. Understood.
Yes.
Both responded at the same time. Leaving the cave, Yanli used her appraisal skill to find herbs that could cure Isado's illness. Once she found similar herbs, she began preparing the medicine. The preparation was based on the cause analysis, making it targeted and not blind searching for herbs. When she identified the herbs and held them in her hand, words like minimal effect appeared. Putting a small amount of herbs together in her hand, she received a prompt. Herb dosage too low. Please add more. With such precise guidance, Yanli found it easy to prepare the medicine. The only remaining challenge was whether the herbs would be effective. While carefully gathering herbs, Yanli suddenly felt someone tugging at her animal cloak from behind. She turned around and saw a dirty, muddy, and foul-smelling young creature, about 10 years old, standing before her. She couldn't see the child's face clearly, nor his features, but was startled by his strong smell. I am very hungry. Do you have anything to eat? The child asked in a shy voice. Yanli frowned and asked, Where is your father? The father is sick and lying in bed, unable to move. He told me to find food myself. She looked at the child with concern, worried that he might come from a group with contagious diseases. Yesterday, she only saw those sick beast people, so there must be such a group nearby. But what if this child is from another group? She looked into the only visible eye and said firmly, Come with me. The child looked at her nervously and followed her hesitantly. Yanli took him to a nearby river and said, Go wash yourself in the river. Cannot wash. Father said, If I wash clean, I will get sick. What nonsense. Washing won't make you sick. It's strange that he's so dirty and not sick. If you want me to give you something to eat, then wash yourself clean. Otherwise, find your own food, Yanli said firmly. The little one's eyes welled up with tears. Dad, I am really hungry. Go wash yourself, and you'll have something to eat. Under Yanli's firm attitude, the child reluctantly went to the river to wash, crying as he did so. Yanli frowned deeply and moved upstream to wash some herbs. Yanli! Moi's voice sounded behind her. Yanli looked back and saw him in a tree nearby, her brow still furrowed. What is it? She asked worriedly, noticing her serious expression. Moi hesitated and said, Can you go get some food? That little one said, He's hungry. Wait here, and don't go far, Moi instructed. Yanli nodded and watched the crying child. She noticed a large red patch on her arm where she had washed, with a wound in the center oozing pus. Her brow furrowed even more. This little one probably belongs to the same group as those sick beast people and has already been infected. From the moment Yanli saw this little creature, she had a strange feeling. She wanted to run or hide, but the other was just a young animal. Besides, Isado was already infected, so she was probably infected too. Her body was healthy now, but the symptoms hadn't appeared yet. Still, how much better could she really be? Maybe because she knew she was already infected, Yanli decided to give up and talk to the young animal. The little creature hadn't washed properly and was about to get out of the river. Yanli shouted to stop her. Wash yourself thoroughly, and wash your hair too. Father said if I wash too clean, fierce beasts will eat me. I don't want to be eaten by a beast. Boo-hoo. The little one cried. Yanli was stunned. Could it be that their beast tribe tries to scare away the beasts with bad smell? If so, only bugs could stand that stench. Are all your tribe members sick? Yanli asked. The little creature looked confused. I live outside the village with my father, but he told me everyone is sick and can't move. He's gone to take care of everyone, but he's also sick. Don't your tribe like to bathe? Yanli asked. The little one nodded. If we wash too clean, the beasts will eat us. Not being clean means you'll all die from illness, Yanli said seriously. Beasts can survive fighting, but sickness can take all of you. The little creature was still young and didn't understand what Yanli meant. Her big eyes looked at her with confusion. Yanli didn't want to explain much more. She said, Wash yourself clean. If a beast comes, I will protect you. But if you don't wash properly, I won't give you food or protect you. The little one raised her hands. The mud on her hands had been washed off. Without the mud for protection, she was worried a beast might come out and eat her, so she sniffled and continued washing, forcing herself to do it. Mo picked some fruits and placed them a little away from Yen Li and the others. Yen Li, food is here. Yen Li went to get the fruits but didn't give them to the little creature right away. Instead, Mo brought back a piece of beast hide, and the little one was told to take off her animal clothing and wash herself more thoroughly. Seeing her body, Yen Li realized she was a young female. The young female had probably only bathed a few times since birth. After about an hour of washing, she finally was clean. Her skin showed signs of neglect, with parts decayed and red spots in many places. Her skin looked dull and lifeless, and she appeared very weak and unenergetic. When Yanli saw that she had washed herself almost clean, she took out soap and washed her again. The fragrant smell of the soap made the little girl's hungry stomach rumble. She lowered her head to lick the soap, but Yanli quickly stopped her.
You can't eat that.
Just one last time, once you're clean, you'll get to eat. Really? The girl asked. Yanli nodded. What's your name?
Lily.
What is your tribe called? The Snow Rabbit Tribe. Rabbits? To make Yanli believe her, Lily half-beast transformed. Her claws turned into soft little paws, and her ears, unlike the rabbit girls Yanli had seen, were long and furry, positioned on top of her head. Lily's ears were in the usual place, but after transforming, they became long oval shapes, white and hanging over her shoulders. Behind her bare bottom, she also had a fluffy tail. Are the beast men in your tribe strong? Yanli asked, changing the subject. Lily thought for a moment, pouted, and shook her head. Everyone is sick. They are lying down and can't move. Yanli washed her body thoroughly, wrapped her in animal hide, and gave her the fruit sent by Mo to eat. Finally seeing food, Lily eagerly bit into it, without caring about her image. Yanli analyzed her illness. She diagnosed malnutrition and a skin disease. The areas where the skin was rotting were likely caused by not bathing for a long time and covering herself with mud, leading to skin problems. Her skin didn't show signs of Isado's disease, so it could be confirmed that Lily hadn't been infected yet. But since Lily was with her now, Yanli was worried she might have already transmitted the disease. While Lily was eating the fruit, Yanli took out the gathered herbs again and placed several medicines in her palm. At that moment, a line of words appeared. Effect quite good. Yanli's beautiful face lit up with joy. It was clear she was happy. Doesn't that mean the medicine works? After collecting herbs for more than a morning, she finally found some valuable ones. Yanli carefully noted the appearance and properties of these herbs. She wrapped the herbs in a leaf and was about to return to her cave when Lily, wet from her clothes, hummed and put on her damp beast garment, holding the fruit Yanli gave her, ready to run. Yanli quickly grabbed her clothes to stop her. Where are you going? Big sister, thank you for the fruit. But my father hasn't eaten in days. I want to give him the fruit. Once he eats it and gains strength, we will return the fruit to you, Lily said obediently. Yanli calmly said, You can't go back. Your father is sick. If you go back, you'll catch his illness, and then you'll get sick too.
Stay here with me first.
The little girl doesn't have an infectious disease, although her condition will eventually cause her to get the same illness as her tribe. But right now, Yanli has already infected her, so she can't let her leave. Lily's eyes reddened slightly, and she asked, But Dad is still hungry. Yanli looked at the little girl, hesitating for a moment, then compromised, I need to go back and prepare medicine now. Stay with me while I do that. Once the medicine is ready, I will take you to find your father. As long as you come with me, I will give your father some meat to eat.
Meat?
Hearing about meat, Lily swallowed hard, her eyes shining brightly. Although they are from the Snow Rabbit tribe, they are still beast people, and their love for meat is just as strong as that of the head beast people. Yes, if you come with me, you'll get to eat meat. Big sister, you won't cook me and eat me, right? I'm not a fierce beast. How could I like to eat you? Don't worry, it's the meat of another fierce beast, Yanli said. Lily felt reassured and followed Yanli back into the cave. Inside the cave, Isado was alone, coughing non-stop. He felt like he was being roasted over a fire, his whole body burning with heat. His heart was pounding wildly, and he could hardly hear anything except the beating of his heart. When Yenli returned and saw Isido being pulled out of the water, she quickly took a towel to wipe his body. Lily entered the cave and, seeing Isido, looked at him curiously with her big, red eyes. "Little brother is also sick?" "Yes, he has the same illness as your tribe. But he doesn't look as bad as our tribe members. Our people even spit stuff out of their mouths," Lily said innocently. Hearing her soft, gentle voice, Yenli reached out and gently rubbed her little head. "Can you help me take care of Isido for a while? I need to prepare medicine. Once it's ready, I will give you some meat." "Okay." Yenli taught her how to take care of Isido, and Lily obediently listened beside her. "Moyi, are there bamboo trees nearby?" Yenli asked. "Yes." "Go get a bamboo for me." Moyi didn't go himself. Instead, he asked the nearby guard, Shixiong, to bring back a bamboo. After bringing it over, Yenli cut the bamboo into sections, soaked them in clean water, then chopped medicinal herbs and put them inside. Finally, she placed the bamboo over the fire to boil. Yenli looked at the bamboo. It wasn't very heat-resistant, so she had to take it off the fire before it burned, or the medicinal herbs inside would be wasted. Suddenly, Lily ran out to complain, "Sister, that brother said I look ugly. Is Isido awake?" "Yes." Lily nodded heavily. He suddenly opened his eyes, looked at me, and then said I was ugly. Then he closed his eyes again. "Father says I am the most beautiful female in our clan. I am not ugly. Even a young female of only 14 cares about her appearance." Yanli looked at her damaged skin. It was probably because she was used to the pain. The little girl had never cried from those small wounds and was lively and jumping around. Yanli took the medical kit and found some medicine for treatment. She said, "Isido might have seen these parts of you and called you ugly. I will put medicine on your wounds. Once they heal, he won't call you ugly anymore." When Yanli was about to put medicine on her arm, Lily quickly pulled back her hand in fear. "What's wrong? Does it hurt?" Lily looked shyly at the medicine in Yanli's hand. "Father used mud to cover my wounds, and it hurt a lot." Hearing that kind of pain, Lily shivered. Yanli frowned. What kind of misunderstanding made the Snow Rabbit clan like to use mud to treat wounds? It turns out different tribes really have all kinds of strange habits. "It doesn't hurt. Once the medicine is on, your wounds will heal quickly." "Okay then." Lily stretched her hand back. "Sister, I believe you. Please don't make me hurt so much." Yanli smiled and first disinfected her wounds with antiseptic water. As she disinfected, the little girl excitedly called out. After Yanli fed her some meat, she immediately quieted down, biting her lip to endure the pain while Yanli applied the medicine. After applying the medicine, the herbal decoction was ready. Yanli took a bamboo cup and divided the medicine into 4 cups. Moyi also came to tell them lunch was ready. Moyi followed Yanli, knowing about her promise to Lily. She brought enough food for 4 people. When Lily saw the meat, she happily started eating. Yanli fed Isido some easily digestible meat broth. After he finished drinking the broth, she gave him the prepared medicine. Once Isido finished, Yanli also took some herself and made Lily drink some too. Since she was with Isido, they must have been infected. Even if the symptoms didn't show, taking medicine as a preventive measure was wise. The gathered herbs were not bitter because they were cooked in bamboo and had a faint bamboo scent. Lily cheerfully finished all the medicine. After drinking the medicine, Isido's expression gradually eased, and his body temperature slowly went down. He was no longer as uncomfortable as at the beginning, and was able to sleep more peacefully. Seeing this, Yanli knew that the medicine was working. She used animal hide to cover her mouth and nose, then took a pair of gloves from the system. After putting them on properly, she followed Lily to meet her father. Moyi followed behind them, walking and asking worriedly, "Yanli, is it safe to go there?" "It might not be safe," Yanli replied confidently. Moyi was even more worried. "Why do you need to go?" "I prepared some medicine, and it works well. If I didn't have medicine, I wouldn't get close. But with medicine, I can't just ignore someone in need." At first, she didn't want to go near, but Lily's appearance and the success of the medicine changed her mind. Yanli, who had been a good person for 500 years to become an immortal, couldn't just stand by when someone needed help. Helping those in need had become a habit. Will you be okay? Moyi asked. I will be fine. The medicine is ready. Unless there's another contagious disease on them, but this disease no longer affects me, Yanli said confidently. Moyi's uneasy heart finally felt at ease. Lily took Yanli home. As they got closer, the foul smell grew stronger. Several times, it almost made Yanli want to turn back. She endured the terrible smell and finally arrived at Lily's house. Lily's house was built on a hillside. Looking down, they could see a village with small wooden houses and a large, dark lake in front of it. From afar, Yanli saw floating rotting beast intestines and white wriggling corpse insects on the lake. The sight almost made her. Why is the lake like this? Yanli simply couldn't understand. Lily pushed open the door and happily went inside. Father, I found a sister who can give me meat to eat. Don't go inside. Stay outside. Yanli stopped Lily from entering and told her to wait outside the door. Why can't I see father? Lily asked confused. Yanli explained, your father is sick. If you go in, you'll get the same illness. Will I get sick if I go in, sister? It probably won't, Yanli said uncertainly. Lily stood there, thought for a moment, then said, Sister, you gave me meat to eat, so I'll listen to you. Good girl. Yanli took the meat soup and medicine inside. Before going in, she prepared herself mentally. She thought that the orc's house, being so dirty, would be messy, but it was much cleaner than she expected. The furniture inside was neatly arranged, and it wasn't as dirty as she had imagined. Yanli looked out the window and saw Lily's father. Lily's father had cracked, dry mud on him, with his eyes tightly closed, but his chest rose and fell, showing he was still alive. Yanli approached and gently lifted his head, slowly feeding him cooled meat broth. In his hazy consciousness, Occam saw a shadow in front of him. Something was flowing into his mouth. He was sick and couldn't taste the food's flavor. However, his dry throat and hungry stomach made him open his mouth uncontrollably, drinking all the broth Yanli offered. The broth was finished quickly, and Yanli then gave him medicine to drink. After he finished the medicine, Yanli used a skill to analyze the cause of his illness. Occam had been sick for 3 days, with symptoms exactly like Isido's. After drinking the medicine, his expression gradually changed. He looked less pained than when Yanli first entered, and his condition improved a lot. Lily peeked her little head inside the door, happy to see her father drinking broth and medicine. She smiled happily. Yanli found a set of beast clothes in the house that fit Lily's size. The clothes were very clean. Holding the beast clothes, Yanli left the foul-smelling place and asked Lily to change into them. Yanli, do you want to take her with you? Moyi asked. Yanli shook her head. Even if I want to take her, she probably wouldn't want to go with me. Moyi, I've put all the herbs I need here. You can ask Nana and the others to gather these herbs for me. Are you trying to save those beasts? Moyi asked. Let's try. I just visited Lily's father. His illness is the same as Isido's. The medicine works on both, so it should be useful. I'll give them those medicines and see what happens. Yanli, at most 5 days. After 5 days, no matter what happens, we have to leave here. Okay. Moyi took the herbs Yanli gave him to find Nana and the others. While they went to gather herbs, Yanli asked the time bear to cut more bamboo and bring it back. She made cups from the bamboo, filling the tall ones with water, adding chopped herbs, and boiling them over a fire. Yanli asked Nana to cook more meat broth. Whether it tastes good or not didn't matter. The main thing was to fill their stomachs. After preparing some broth and herbs, Yanli took the herbs to find the sick beast men of the snow rabbit tribe. She was the first to find the beast men she discovered in Isido. There were originally more than 20 beast men there, but after a day, only a few seemed to still be alive. Without time to feel sorry, Yanli fed the living beast men with broth and gave them medicine. Most of the beast men here have only a faint breath of life left, as if they are just one step away from death. It is very difficult to feed them. I have to force open their mouths to give them broth and medicine. I don't know if the broth and medicine will help, but after feeding them, Yenli stops caring. She places the items aside and musters her courage to walk into the Snow Rabbit tribe's village. As she gets closer, she sees the foul-smelling lake. The strong smell makes her feel like vomiting. She doesn't know where the Snow Rabbit tribe got their knowledge, but they believe that the smell is safe for the worse it is. The lake's smell isn't just rotten flesh. It also includes the smell of waste. It seems the lake is used as a natural toilet. There is a river running through the lake, but the Snow Rabbit tribe blocked both sides to create this toxic lake. Yenli endures the foul smell, takes a wooden stick, and walks downstream to carefully carve a small outlet to let water flow out, then moves upstream. Upstream, some distance away, the water is blocked with mud and stones. Yenli makes a small opening to let water in. The water in the lake must be kept flowing. Only then will the foul water be washed away. Back at the lake, Yenli looks at the polluted water, gently rubs her forehead, and asks, "Bar, are you here? There are 2 purification orbs in your backpack. You can take them out and throw them into the lake. They will purify about 2/3 of the polluted water. The rest will drain automatically." Yenli is slightly surprised. She doesn't speak but searches through her backpack and finds 2 green purification orbs. Carefully, she takes the orbs out and places them into the lake. As soon as the orbs enter the water, they bubble and fizz. Centered around the orbs, the dark, dirty water begins to gradually become clear. Seeing this change, Yenli feels amazed. "Bar, why do you come out immediately when I call? You've been staring at me all this time? Lately, things have been pretty quiet. Besides, your recent actions have become more and more strange. The Heavenly Tao Supreme has asked me to watch you more closely. Isn't my behavior pretty normal? What's so strange about it? Yenli, what are you thinking? You know better than anyone." Suddenly, Yenli feels like she has no privacy at all, constantly being watched. You don't need to cover your mouth and nose. With the protection of the Heavenly Tao Supreme, your body won't get sick. Even if it's contagious, it's fine. You can only get hurt from external attacks. I won't get sick?
Yenli exclaims in surprise.
Since coming here, she has never fallen ill, but she has been injured many times. Anyway, I am a fairy, so I probably have some physical advantages compared to other groups. You can go ahead and save those orcs. I will stay here and help you increase your virtue and cultivation. Bar, you can give less.
Huh.
Cough, cough. This time, I mainly saved people using my skills. Without skills, I am just useless. Without the system's medicine, I am still useless. So, there's no need to give me too much cultivation and virtue. If you can give less, that's even better. Currently, she was treating fewer than 10 Snow Rabbit orcs. She didn't know if they would survive, but it was better to be cautious. Yenli didn't want to finish treating these Snow Rabbit orcs and then suddenly gain tens of thousands of virtue points. Remember, saving one life grants 1,500 virtue points. I understand. I will watch how much I give. No need to watch closely. Give less, Bar. Don't you want more virtue and cultivation?
No.
Yenli firmly said. I think relying on the system to earn virtue and cultivation isn't honorable. It's not my real ability. There's nothing good about it. Bar was silent for a moment and then slowly said, Yenli, this system was specially made for you by Xianming Xianzun and Hongyu Xianzun. Do you know why?
Why?
All the skills in the system are things you learned when you were alive. You completed many tasks and played different roles. Over time, your memories will fade. If you live long enough, you will forget everything. But Xianming Xianzun has kept those memories for you. You might think you learned skills through virtue and cultivation, but actually, you just used virtue and cultivation to recover your past memories. That can't be true. If I knew so many things, I wouldn't have only lived for 500 years. I would have lived for 5,000. Bar was silent again. Then he changed the subject. I will watch how much virtue and cultivation I give you. You don't need to worry about how I give it. I will be completely fair. Bar, you're changing the subject. Are you implying that what I just said might be true? This system has sealed many of your memories. If you really want to know, why not try opening all the skills? Maybe then you'll remember something. Ada said, Yanli, I told you before, I've never even seen your face. I know you exist, but I don't know much about you. If you really want to know whether you've lived for 5,000 years or 500, you should find out for yourself, not ask me.
All right.
Thanks for understanding. Ada, I know nothing about the primal world right now. You always tell me news from there. Honestly, I should thank you for that. You don't know anything, so aren't you afraid I might be lying? Yanli smiled slightly. What's the benefit of lying? No matter what happens in the primal world, I can't see or do anything about it. Even if you want to deceive me, I will still do what I should. I've never been to be manipulated. Yes, as a future immortal, you've never really listened to anyone. It's hard to use you, and there's no need to deceive you. I have many things to do here, so I won't talk to you much longer. You should go do your own work. Yanli stretched lazily. Ada's calm and serious voice said, The Supreme of the Heavenly Way found out I've been slacking in my cultivation and told me to keep a close eye on you. Are you that worried about me? It's not about worry, just wanting you to come back sooner. After all, it's the fault of immortal Mingxian and immortal Hongyu over there. Yanli shrugged. She didn't want to return too early. Ada, you'll be watching me carefully all this time. Give me some privacy. Don't stare at me all the time. When I'm taking a bath, you won't be watching, right? I've cut off all emotional ties, and I have no desires. I wouldn't do something so inappropriate. I guess so. All right, go to your thing. Okay. She stopped talking to Ada and looked at the large lake in front of her. The water in the lake was gradually becoming clearer. The purification orb was very effective. Yanli checked her backpack again, but didn't find more purification orbs, and she didn't see any in the marketplace either. The orb should have been given after some skill system upgrade. Yanli didn't want to bother checking all the records. She knew her body wouldn't get sick and didn't need to worry about any contagious diseases. She took off the animal hide covering her nose and mouth. Without cloth masks, the thick animal hide served as a substitute. Yanli felt a bit regretful. Why didn't she make cloth masks last winter? She could have combined them with wool from that time. There's no regret medicine in the world, and now isn't the time to think about this. The water in the lake was purified by a cleaning ball, and the foul smell greatly decreased. Mou was outside the territory of the Snow Rabbit clan. The air here was too smelly. Even when he moved his nose closer, he could be overwhelmed by the stench. Although he wanted to follow, his body wouldn't allow it. Furthermore, the air here might carry infectious bacteria, so Yanli didn't allow him to come closer. Mou couldn't hear any of Yanli and Ba Er's conversation. He waited outside behind a tree, covering his nose, for Yanli to return. He didn't wait long before noticing the smell had lessened significantly, but he still didn't dare to go closer. Yanli was purifying the lake and releasing water from both the upstream and downstream to circulate and restore the lake to its original state. After completing these tasks, Yanli entered the village. Although the smell in the lake was reduced, the situation in the village was not good. As soon as she entered, she saw several decayed bodies. The condition of the corpses was too terrible to look at, so Yanli didn't want to see them closely. She entered some houses and found almost all of them had bodies lying inside, large and small. Judging by how rotten the bodies were, it was clear they had been dead for some time. The beastmen of the Snow Rabbit clan didn't even know how they died. Those still able to move tried to escape the village, running into the nearby forest. More than 20 people managed to escape, but some couldn't withstand the illness and eventually died, while others still struggled to hold on. Yanli walked around the village, but couldn't find a single living person. She left the village feeling very discouraged. The infectious disease was truly deadly. It could easily wipe out an entire tribe. Right now, Yanli could only ensure she saved Lily. The fate of the other beastmen depended on the situation. She returned outside the forest and saw that the beastmen she had given medicine to looked much better. Some of them, seeing their fallen companions, couldn't hold back tears and cried uncontrollably. Yanli approached a conscious beastman and said, "You can't stay here. Leave your tribe members, and go somewhere safer. If you have the strength, go to Lily's father's house. There were only about 10 living beast men, which was enough to reach Occam's house. Yenli didn't want to travel too far to care for them. It was better if they could stay together in one place. The awakened beast men still hadn't regained their strength. Seeing they were lying there, Yenli didn't bother them further. She was too exhausted to carry each beast man individually. I gathered some dry wood and leaves, lit a small fire in the middle to warm their bodies. After doing this, Yenli went to the river to wash herself, then disinfected her hands thoroughly before returning to the cave. Inside the cave, Isidua had already woken up. His expression was still not very good, but much better than at first. He sat on one side, while Lily sat nearby, her lively red eyes curiously watching Isidua. Yenli approached and asked, "How do you feel?" "My throat. Cough cough. It hurts a lot, and my chest feels uncomfortable," Isidua replied in a hoarse voice like a worn-out bell. Yenli checked his condition, thinking, this illness is quite serious. She had treated Isidua in time and given him effective medicine, but his body was still badly hurt. She stood up, left the cave, and took the herbs collected by Nana and the others. She reconfigured the medicine based on Isidua's current condition. His health had improved compared to before, and the new medicine quickly showed the words very effective. Yenli boiled the new herbs in a bamboo tube and also prepared the original herbs for other beast men. When Moya brought the food, Yenli fed Isidua and Lili dinner, then gave them medicine. After ensuring they were cared for, she carried food and medicine toward the beast men by following the firelight. The surviving beast men gathered together, using their limited strength to gather some firewood and add it to the fire. Yenli distributed food and medicine to them, then went to find Lili's father. Lili's fire was also lit, and the seriously ill Alkamu sat by the fire. Seeing Yenli arrive, he immediately asked about Lili. "Where is Lili?" His voice was also hoarse. "She's staying with me in a nearby cave. When you get better, she will come back. Eat first, then drink medicine." Alkamu took the food and medicine, looked at Yenli, and awkwardly ate everything. Seeing him finish, Yenli stood up to leave. Alkamu hurriedly called out, "Why are you helping us?" "I didn't plan to help you. I just happened to meet Lili. One of my companions was infected with this disease. When I treated him, I happened to prepare the medicine, so I thought I'd give you some to try. If it works, good. If not, I won't interfere." She didn't need to do much good work beyond her abilities. It was just a coincidence that she helped them within her power. All the beast men in the village are already dead. Yenli told him the bad news. "The illness you have is contagious. When one beast falls sick, it can spread to other beast men who come into contact with them. Also, your tribe lacks medical technology, so when someone gets sick, it's basically waiting for death." Occam's eyes welled up slightly with tears as he heard this.
How can that be?
"We did exactly what the king told us. How could we still get sick? Applying mud to a wound isn't called treatment. It's called risking death." Yenli said plainly, "What was your king thinking? Why did he think it was okay to smear mud on yourselves? It's not ordinary mud. It's mud that's been burned from firewood. Is there a difference? Fire is a dangerous thing. It can burn everything. The ash left after burning is very pure and clean, so our tribe uses that ash to cover wounds. Does applying it help the wounds heal, or help people survive?" Yenli asked. Thinking of those who were injured and treated, Occam fell silent. Request failed Limu, and the others followed the Snow Hare King's orders to leave the village and look for help. But not long after leaving, sickness gradually drained their strength. The beast men fell one by one and couldn't stand up anymore. Yenli heard their words and asked, "Do you think that, even if you find other beast tribes, they will be willing to come close to your village?" "Our village?" Limu couldn't answer. Actually, they didn't like the environment of the village either. Whether there was wind or not, the village always had a strong, foul smell. Occam, the king's younger brother, couldn't stand the smell. He moved outside the village with Lily. Although not very far, they could still smell the odor, but when the wind blew, it carried the smell away. That was definitely better than staying inside. Most beastmen of the Snow Hare tribe couldn't tolerate that smell, but the king said the smell protected the tribe, so they had to endure it. Even they disliked the smell, let alone outsiders. Your illness is caused by that lake. The foul smell can scare away some dangerous beasts, but it can also bring in bacteria.
I've helped purify that lake.
From now on, try to bathe every day and keep yourselves and your surroundings clean. Otherwise, if you catch other diseases, no one can help you, Yanli said. Limu and the others looked down, feeling discouraged. Their lives were saved by Yanli. Even if what she said was completely different from what the king said, the king claimed that the people of the tribe almost all died, and Yanli saved them. Everyone agreed with what Yanli said. If you have strength, go move your people's corpses together and burn them with fire. Don't leave them to rot, or new diseases will appear. Although not as strong as before, they had recovered half of their strength. Thinking of their people's bodies, Lim and others dared not complain about being tired. They went to gather the corpses and burn them. The lake was not as foul-smelling, and Mo Yi and the others dared to get a little closer. Seeing the rotten bodies of the Snow Rabbit tribe, Nana couldn't bear to look anymore and hid behind Zhuofei. Zhuofei also didn't want to look. He turned to Nana, whose face looked unwell, and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, just can't stand to see it," Nana replied. Illness is really scary, even more than fierce beasts. Fierce beasts can run away if they can't win, and even if injured, only one person gets hurt. But infectious diseases can't be escaped, and they can cause an entire tribe of orcs to face death. Zhuofei nodded in agreement. Hygiene is very important. The Snow Rabbit tribe incident was a good lesson for them. After burning the corpses, Yanli told them to take a bath and wash off the mud and dirt. The Snow Rabbit tribe no longer had a king. They chose to listen to Yanli, who had saved their lives. While they bathed, Yanli went to find medicinal herbs to treat their skin. When they finished bathing, Yanli called them over. After checking their health, she prescribed different medicines based on the severity of their illness. They took the medicines and went home to rest. Yanli asked them to wait a moment, then took disinfectant powder from the system, mixed it with water, and sprinkled it inside the village houses. After sprinkling, she told them to go back and rest. The lively tribe had become very calm. Lim and the others had been gloomy the entire time and hadn't cheered up. After they went to rest, Yanli washed her hands clean and looked at Mo Yi nearby. She waved at him, "Come here." Mo Yi saw and walked over, hugging her tightly to comfort her from the pain of not being able to touch or see her these past few days. "Are we leaving here tomorrow?" Mo Yi asked. Yanli said, "One more day."
Why?
Aren't they already fine? Teaching a person to fish is better than giving them fish. Simply saving them isn't enough. They are weak because their tribe is too fragile, and they came up with such a reckless way to resist enemies. Now, with fewer orcs in the Snow Rabbit tribe, survival might become even harder for them. Tomorrow, I will teach them some hunting methods so they don't try strange and dangerous tricks that could get them into trouble. If I don't teach them, I might waste my effort trying to save them. Okay. Teaching the Snow Rabbit tribe some hunting skills is not difficult, and will be finished quickly. Once done, I can leave immediately without wasting much time. Yanli went back to meet Nana and the others. Seeing Yanli, Nana gave her a big hug. "Yanli, I didn't help you much this time."
Who says you didn't help?
"Who gathered the herbs for me these past few days?" "Who went to pick herbs for me?" Yanli asked 3 questions in a row, making Nana blink in surprise. Then she realized and scratched her head with a silly smile. "I think I did help a little." "It's not just a little help. It's a big help. No one else helped me cook or gather herbs. I couldn't do so much alone," Yanli said. Nana's face lit up with a happy smile. Zhuofei proudly lifted his chin. "Even if we don't know much about herbs and treatments, helping Yanli gather food and herbs is still useful. We're not useless." Yanli smiled softly. "Actually, we got lucky this time. We found some medicinal herbs nearby. If we hadn't, the Snow Rabbit tribe and Yisudo might not have been saved." "Is the illness that serious? Doesn't the tragic scene of the Snow Rabbit tribe tell you everything? Over 100 beast men, and only 8 survived. Thinking about the terrible sight she saw, Yanli frowned slightly. In the village, the ground was full of bodies. She wanted to find a few survivors among the corpses to help, but reality hit her hard. Every beast man in the village was dead. Recalling the tragedy of the Snow Rabbit tribe, Nana shivered and said, "Yanli, from now on, I will listen to everything you say." "Aren't you always listening to me?" "Yes, but I will listen even more from now on." Yanli nodded and told them, "The illness among the beast men of the Snow Rabbit tribe hasn't been fully cured. Their bodies can't recover to their pre-illness strength yet. The medicines I gave them work fairly well, but we need to find the best medicine to completely cure their illness. Starting tomorrow, we will walk on foot and see if we can find some herbs we've never seen before." As soon as she finished speaking, Yisudo coughed twice, uncontrollably. After coughing, Yisudo looked at Yanli with a fearful expression. Yanli said, "I am a doctor. I know your health condition well. There's no need to endure it. Your current health is almost recovered but not fully healed, and there are some aftereffects. It won't spread to others, so don't be afraid." Yisudo heard Yanli's words and felt guilty. "I'm sorry," he said. "Getting sick isn't something everyone chooses. No need to feel sorry. Travel for a few more days. If you're lucky and find useful herbs, we can fully cure Yisudo. Then we will continue flying and set out," Yanli said. Everyone nodded in understanding. After resting for a night, early the next morning, Yanli went to find the beast men of the Snow Rabbit tribe. She showed them what the healing herbs looked like and said, "Remember these herbs and the doses I prepared. If you feel unwell again, like before, boil the herbs to treat yourself." "Big sister, why are you telling us all this?" Lily asked, tugging at Yanli's sleeve. Yanli replied, "I have urgent matters to attend to and can't stay here too long. Your health might still be worse than before, but your illness is almost cured. Staying here won't help. You should focus on taking good care of your health. If you recover fully, you'll return to your previous condition." While speaking, Yanli gently stroked Lily's soft hair. Lim, hearing that Yanli was leaving, immediately asked, "Can't we go with you?" He lowered his head and said sadly, "Our tribe is in such a bad state now, it's almost like being wiped out. Staying here just brings us more sadness. And you saved our lives. We haven't been able to thank you. Let us leave with you. No matter if your tribe accepts us or not, we will protect you." Occam stepped forward in agreement. "Lim is right. Without you, we would all be dead. You saved Lily and us. We want to follow you." Several other beastmen from the Snow Rabbit tribe also stepped forward to show their support. Yanli was not happy. She felt sorry for her 2 purification orbs. She had only treated them while saving Yisudo and never intended for them to join her tribe. So, she didn't think much and purified the stinky lake with her purification orbs, so they could survive here. Now they all wanted to go with her. Yanli just wanted to say, "Pay me back with 2 purification orbs." She sighed and rubbed her forehead. "Yanli, this is wonderful. They all want to join your tribe. The beast tribe is growing stronger." Nana came over to congratulate Yanli. Yanli was not feeling happy. "We still need to attend the sea meeting. If we go back after attending and they want to join the 10,000 beast tribe, I would welcome them. But now, you might as well stay here until I return from the sea meeting. We can also go to the sea meeting," Rim said. "We heard about the sea meeting from other orcs, but we've never attended. We really want to go someday. Can we go with you? Their bodies belong to them, so I think it's okay. Just remember, if you face danger, don't expect us to come save you right away. You need to have the ability to handle dangers yourself. If you can't, I won't help you when trouble comes. Also, you need to think carefully about one more thing," Yanli said. "My tribe is called the 10,000 Beast Tribe. It currently includes 4 groups: Cloud Leopard, Fierce Wolf, Yellow Tiger, and Strong Bear Orcs. More different orcs will join in the future. The first rule for joining my tribe is to accept other groups and not argue with them. Can you accept living with orcs from other groups?" Rim paused for a moment before answering. Living with orcs from different groups, will there really be no fights or trouble? He had never seen how different orc groups could live together peacefully for a long time. Actually, the sea people are groups of different orcs living together, but their shapes vary because of their tribes. I can accept that, Occam spoke first. I haven't lived with other orc groups before, but if orcs from the 10,000 Beasts tribe can get along, I think I can too. I can do it too. Seeing Occam agree, the other snow rabbit orcs also stepped forward and said yes. Yanli nodded. On the way to the sea meeting, you don't have to listen to me. Do what you think is right. After the meeting, if you still want to join my tribe, come with me. Yanli, why don't you admit now that they are your tribe members? Nana asked, confused. I want to see their living habits first. If their way of life is different from ours, I worry they might choose to leave later. That would be troublesome. Besides, I also want to see what they can do. Since Yanli no longer needs many tribe members and no longer needs to personally recruit wandering orcs like before, she now has time to observe their behavior and decide if they are suitable to join her tribe. Occam asked, what are your daily habits? Unless absolutely necessary, I must take a bath at least once a day. I love cleanliness. Yanli said seriously. I absolutely won't accept unclean orcs. Mo Yi and the others were not surprised by Yanli's request. After all, even on the way to the sea meeting, Yanli would never miss a chance to bathe if possible. Everyone who knows her well understands her love for cleanliness and baths. Lim and the others didn't find Yanli's request difficult. They also love being clean and feel uncomfortable when dirty. Yanli said everything she could, and Lim and the others still chose to follow her and leave. Before leaving, Yanli asked them to clear the rocks and mud from the upper part of the lake so that the river water could flow into it, thoroughly cleaning the dirty water in the lake. Although they didn't live here, everyone has a responsibility to protect the environment. After finishing, they left together. Yanli wanted to find some herbs. Her walking pace was slow but steady, and she quickly identified and gathered similar herbs to try. The snow rabbit tribe's beast men were in poor health. As they walked, they were already panting heavily, with sweat pouring down their foreheads. They had been sick for a long time, and their bodies had suffered significant damage. When Yisudo fell ill, he received treatment right away, so his injuries weren't serious. With timely care, his health recovered as if nothing had happened. Yanli didn't slow down out of concern for their condition. She kept walking until evening before stopping. When they stopped, Lim and the others, exhausted, collapsed to the ground, sweat beads on their foreheads like they had just washed their hair. Lily approached Occam, squatted down, and gently pressed his shoulder. Occam smiled happily. Father isn't tired. Tired? Father, you are covered in sweat, Lily said. Seeing them like this, Yanli came over and said, long journeys are your bodies. We're not far from your village. It's still okay to go back. I'll come to pick you up after the sea meeting. Lord Yanli, don't worry about us. If there's any danger, just leave us behind. We won't hold you back, Occam said bravely, supporting himself with his hands and sitting up. This isn't just wasting the medicine I gave you. Nutritional supplements are very precious. Yanli thought to herself. People often have this mindset. When they put effort into something and haven't succeeded yet, they keep thinking about it, believing that giving up would waste all the effort they've already spent. When that effort is wasted, feelings of frustration follow. Yanli crossed her arms and leaned against a tree, glancing at Moyue. Receiving her gaze, Moyue said, this is a chance to train myself, but I will do my best. Yanli chuckled softly. You're really being tested, giving me a good reason to save others. You take on all the hard work. Moyue, you're so spoiled that I might spoil you even more. Everyone knows that bringing 8 useless orcs to the dangerous Amand continent is just a burden. So, when Occam and the others wanted to follow her, Yanli made it clear she wouldn't care if they faced danger. She didn't mean to scare them on purpose. If they really encountered an unbeatable threat, she truly wouldn't help. A partner is meant to be spoiled, Moyue said gently, smiling. You all wait here. We'll go hunting for some food. Yanli nodded. Be careful. Moyue took Shurha and Ingxiu to hunt, while the others stayed behind, gathering firewood and cleaning pots. Yanli took out the prepared herbs and boiled them in clean water. Before the herbs boiled, Moyue and the others returned with a small wild boar. Xixiang and Auditory went to a river farther from the camp to process the boar. Killing fierce beasts in the wild is very dangerous. Their blood scent can attract other beasts. So, they handle the carcasses far away from the camp, near the river, where the strong blood smell draws the beasts away. The river is also where the beasts gather to drink water, so they often send 2 or 3 orcs to handle the food, to prevent danger. Moyue and the others knew the river was dangerous, so after quickly cleaning the beast, they hurried back. They cooked 3 small wild boars. One was used to make vegetable soup, and the other 2 were roasted for eating. Their cooking tools and ingredients were limited, enough just to fill their stomachs. When dinner was ready, Yanli's medicine was also prepared. She added the remaining half bottle of nutritional supplement to the herbal brew and shared it among them. After drinking the medicine, Akam and the others' faces looked healthier again. As they waited for the food, Xixiang suddenly lifted his head and said, "Lord Moyue, there are 3 fierce beasts approaching over there. We'll go deal with them." Eagle Chu stood up, followed by 2 White Eagle tribe beastmen who also rose. Night had fallen, and it was difficult for Mo Yi and the others to face the fierce beasts. It was safest to have the White Eagle tribe members with night vision handle it. Eagle Chu led the 3 fierce beasts away to a place far from their rest area, then dealt with the beasts. After dealing with the beasts, they washed the blood off themselves and returned. Everything was done quickly and neatly. By the time they returned, dinner was already prepared, and everyone was sharing the meal. The beast man from the Snow Rabbit tribe, after treatment, regained much of his taste. He tasted the delicious roasted meat and meat soup, his eyes showing surprise. Without saying anything, he just ate quietly. After dinner, Yanli took some herbs, crushed them with a stone, and applied the paste to the injured wounds. The medicine contained some nutrients which, combined with the herbal effects, worked very well. The damaged skin healed almost completely. After taking the medicine and eating lunch, they continued their journey. Akam and the others regained a lot of strength. They walked until nightfall, and their stamina no longer depleted as quickly as it had at noon. Although they still felt somewhat tired, their faces looked much better. On the way, they encountered some beast attacks, but they hadn't faced anything too dangerous yet. They kept moving forward and collecting herbs along the way. Yanli found many herbs and kept changing the medicine they applied. By the 20th day of traveling, Akam and the others' bodies had fully recovered. Once they were healed, Yanli and the others changed their walking method they took to the air. With the Snow Rabbit tribe members present, they couldn't abandon them, so the originally split flying teams merged into one. The Snow Rabbit tribe joined the night patrol. After another day of flying, they found a clearing near the river to rest for the night. As soon as they landed, Shixiong Mumu looked in one direction. He stared for a while, listening carefully to the sounds on the ground. Confirming something unusual, he stood up and said to Mo Yi, "Lord Mo Yi, there are a few fierce beasts over there, and I hear footsteps. They don't sound like beast men, but like a female." Female and fierce beasts? Yanli looked suspicious. In such a remote place, how could there be fierce beasts? Mo Yi, go check it out. Mo Yi called over Shi Hao and Ing Chu, and they examined the area. Following Shi Xiong Mumu's directions, they quickly found a female surrounded by fierce beasts. The unfamiliar female was dressed in a black beast suit. Her long black hair was tightly bound with vines, and the thick ends swung with her movements. A female is surrounded by several fluffy wolves. Next to her is a fierce-looking, black, wolf-like dog that fights alongside her against the fluffy wolves. Around her, 6 dead fluffy wolves lie on the ground. The injuries on her body show the results of her fierce fight. After seeing this, Mo Yi no longer stood by passively. He held a bone spear and easily took down the 4 remaining fluffy wolves. His sudden appearance startled the female. She and the black wolf stepped back. Seeing Mo Yi and his companions easily deal with the wolves and take away the bodies, ignoring her, she realized they had no hostility toward her. The female reverts from her beast form. Shi Hao notices many bites on her and asks, "Where are your people?"
Me?
The female looks at them, thinks for a moment, and answers, I got separated from them. Then you're in great danger, Shihao says without thinking. Feeling underestimated, the female is about to argue, but the other replies, would you like to trade the few fluffy wolves you killed for us? Shihao says, you're injured. Walking in the forest alone is dangerous, especially as night falls. We have a healer who can treat your wounds. If you trade us those wolves, it will be enough for us to eat, and we won't need to hunt fierce beasts. Afterward, Shihao asks Mo Yi, Lord Mo Yi, look, she's just a female. She can't eat that many fluffy wolves. Treat her wounds and we can exchange for 2 wolves. That's enough for us, and we won't have to go hunting dangerous beasts. Mo Yi doesn't want to cause trouble for Yanli. He looks at the unfamiliar female and the wolves. If they trade, it will save them a lot of time searching for fierce beasts. Are you willing? Mo Yi asks. Greenya, with her almond-shaped eyes, looks at them. She still doesn't sense any hostility from them. She then glances at her own wounds. She doesn't know how to treat injuries, but she understands how dangerous it is for an injured female to walk alone in the forest. She fears beasts terribly, small fierce creatures that run away at the smell, and knows that an injured female would only be attacked. She nods. I am willing to trade with you. Shihao, hearing her agreement, happily goes to pick up the dead fluffy wolves. After finishing, he says to Greenya, let's go. The black wolf approaches Greenya, who jumps onto its back and sits comfortably. The black wolf carries her as they follow Shihao and his group. Seeing this, Shihao's eyes show surprise. This fierce beast listens to you? It's not called a fierce beast. Its name is Black Moon. How can a fierce beast listen to you? Lion Hao asked. Greenya slightly frowned, feeling a bit unhappy about Lion Hao's disrespect towards Black Moon. But in the eyes of the orcs, fierce beasts are just fierce beasts. How could they be close to orcs? Black Moon has been raised by me since childhood. As long as I say so, it will listen. Really impressive. Does it really obey? Lion Hao said angrily, looking at Black Moon.
Sit down.
Black Moon, with its light-colored beast eyes, looked at Lion Hao with "you're an idiot" expression, then disdainfully turned away. Lion Hao saw this expression in his mind and exclaimed, Lord Mo Yi, come quickly and see. That fierce beast's look just now was very interesting. He called out. Mo Yi, feeling lazy, continued walking forward. When they reached the riverbank, Mo Yi asked Lion how to bring over the fluffy wolves for processing. Lion Hao asked, should we also help you deal with the wolves you want to eat? Processing them by the river can reduce the blood smell, so it won't attract other fierce beasts. I want 2 fluffy wolves. The rest can be yours, Greenya said.
Muy bien, Otet. Okay.
One doesn't need to be processed. Just give it to Black Moon to eat. Greenya jumped down from Black Moon's back. Lion Hao threw 1 fluffy wolf onto the ground. Greenya patted its back. Go ahead and eat. Black Moon, given permission, pounced on the carcass of the fluffy wolf and ate eagerly. Seeing how fiercely Black Moon was eating, Lion Hao looked up at Greenya. He wouldn't lie. Whatever he was thinking was written on his face. Greenya clearly saw a message on his face. Why is this fierce beast with you, but not eating you? Greenya didn't want to explain too much. After all, they were outsiders among the orcs. When outsiders appear outside the village, even if they are in danger, they generally won't help. They might help because they see her as a female or because they want to use her for something. Greenya was cautious of them and didn't want to talk much. Mo Yi said, take her to meet Yanli. Lord Mo Yi, I wanted to tell you something earlier, Lion Hao suddenly said. You and Yanli are almost paired now. Why do you still call him Yanli like us? Shouldn't you call him more intimately? Mo Yi was stunned, the first time hearing Lion Hao say something useful. Lord Mo Yi, you should think carefully about this. I'll take her to see Yanli now. He's been bleeding for a while, and fierce beasts will come soon, Lion Hao said, walking ahead. Greenya followed behind him. Yanli and the others are busy with their own tasks. Shihao, bringing Leah, approaches Yanli and seems to boast, Yanli, we rescued that female. Yanli looks up at Leah, stands up, and notices her wounds. He asks, "Are you okay?" Realizing he's asking about her, Leah replies, "Just minor injuries." Yanli, "She used the fluffy wolf to exchange with us. Please help her treat her wounds," Shihao says. Yanli nods, "Sit down." He takes out a medicine box from his backpack. Leah looks around and sees that among these people, there are not only females but also a male and female cubs. They are busy preparing for dinner. Leah observes them. Each person's hair and eye color are different. If the colors of the beastmen's hair and eyes are different, it means they are not from the same tribe. Beast men from different tribes wouldn't gather together.
Ugh.
Yanli disinfects her wound. When water touches it, it causes pain, and she gasps. Thinking he hurt her, Yanli stops and looks at her with concern. "Does it hurt?" "No, it doesn't. I was just thinking about something else earlier," Leah says, trying to hide her discomfort. She looks away, worried that admitting it hurts might make others look down on her. "Why did you appear nearby alone?" Yanli asks. "I got separated from my tribe," she replies. "I'm Yanli. What's your name?" "Luya." After learning her name, Yanli stops asking more questions and quietly begins treating her wounds. They are just surface injuries. Yanli takes a leaf and wraps it with herbs that stop bleeding and promote healing. This herb can stop the bleeding. This one helps the wound heal. You can use them separately or together. I suggest using them together for faster recovery. Keep these, and if you see similar herbs on the way, pick and crush them to apply, she explains. Luya holds the herbs, her face showing obvious surprise. How could she tell which herbs are useful? Is it safe to teach an outsider beast man such powerful healing knowledge? Yanli notices her expression and says, "These herbs are all useful and non-toxic." "I didn't doubt that these herbs are poisonous," Leah shakes her head. "I just don't understand why you're willing to tell me what the healing herbs look like. There's nothing to hide about these herbs. There are many herbs on the Amand continent. Different herbs have different healing effects. There's no reason to hide the details about just 2 herbs. Most orc tribes' leaders only know 2 or 3 types of herbs. They don't know much themselves and naturally don't want others to find out. But Yanli is different. She knows a lot and doesn't mind if outsiders learn about her knowledge. Moreover, if someone wants to learn and is kind-hearted, she is willing to teach." Grinya is seeing Yanli for the first time and is surprised at her generosity in sharing knowledge. She still can't understand Yanli's actions when she hears her speak casually. "We Yanli know many things. She has saved people close to death several times. Occam and others are orcs Yanli recently rescued," Nana boasts. Yanli just smiles and continues working on the herbs she collected today. Besides creating medicines based on analyzing the cause of illness, she can also prepare medicines for other specific diseases. Yanli set a pneumonia disease based on the herbs she gathered and started making medicine. She is busy and doesn't have time to chat much with them. Grinya listens to Nana's bragging, looks at Occam and others, then at Yanli, who is busy with herbs. When she first met, Grinya wasn't sure if she should trust Nana's words. But Yanli seems sincere, and her gentle, kind appearance makes her seem friendly. She doesn't talk much, but from a female perspective, Grinya doesn't dislike Yanli. "Why are you all here?" Grinya asks. "We're going to the ocean gathering," Nana replies. "And you? Why did you get separated from your tribe?" I was also heading to the ocean gathering. I got separated on the way," Grinya says hesitantly. Nana is about to speak, but Yanli suddenly covers her mouth with her hand. "Go check if Moyi and the others are done eating. I'm hungry and want to start cooking." "Yanli, I haven't finished talking," Nana says. Yanli smiles slightly. "I know what you're going to say." "How do you know?" "I haven't even finished, and you already know what I want to say." "I just know." "Now go see Moyi and the others." Nana is confused, but is hurried away by Yanli. After she leaves, Yanli turns her gaze toward Nana. Nana isn't good at hiding her thoughts. If you have something to say, just say it. You should do the same, right? Yanli asks. Seeing her clear, honest eyes, Grinya feels like she has done something wrong and avoids her gaze. If you don't like lying, don't force yourself. Why are you here? Even if you tell us, it won't hurt you, Yanli says. Upon hearing they plan to attend the ocean gathering, Greenya's expression clearly changed. Her response also shifted, and Yenli immediately saw that she was lying. I am a female of the Black Tiger tribe, Greenya said. I secretly left my tribe to join the ocean gathering. Your tribe doesn't allow you to attend the ocean gathering? Yes, the beastmen in our tribe say females are weak and should stay inside. They believe attending the ocean gathering is a beastman's thing, and I am not allowed to go. Thinking about her tribe's prejudice against females, Greenya pouted unhappily. I can beat most beastmen in my tribe, but they still say I am weak. I got angry and sneaked out alone to join the gathering. I didn't want to tell you the truth earlier because I was worried your group might tell my tribe. Do your tribe members know you went to the ocean gathering? No, they don't. Just tell us the truth. We might not see your tribe members and won't tell them your whereabouts, Yenli said. She couldn't understand Greenya's way of thinking. Greenya also thought Yenli was right. She said, I was a little scared earlier. It's my first time leaving my tribe so far. The tribe always says you can't trust outsiders too much. If you want to listen to your tribe, why are you telling me now? Greenya was stunned for a moment. She realized she had told everything. She looked down at the few herbs wrapped in leaves. Since you told me this, I shouldn't lie to you. Yenli looked at the herbs and praised her. That's good. I like females who are grateful and willing to return favors. If you don't mind, come with us to the ocean gathering. I think Nana was just inviting you earlier. Nana's personality was easy to read. She looked eager to finish her words, clearly wanting to invite Greenya to join them at the gathering. Greenya hesitated a little. Yenli asked, Are you worried we might hurt you? Greenya shook her head. It's my first time meeting beastmen like you. I also encountered other beastmen on the way here. She hesitated, and Yenli guessed what those beastmen might have done to her. You are a brave female. Knowing that leaving your tribe and coming out here could be dangerous, you still ran out without hesitation. You're much braver than any female I've seen, Yenli sincerely praised her. Greenya's heart trembled, and the fragments of light in her almond-shaped eyes flickered. This was the first time someone agreed with her way of doing things. There's a fierce beast. Yenli, be careful. Zhuo Fei suddenly shouted. Yenli looked over and saw a medium-sized black beast, resembling a wolf or dog, approaching them from not far away. The beast's mouth was covered in blood. Just as Yenli was worried about someone being bitten, Luya quickly ran in front of Heiyu and stopped Zhuo Fei and the others. Heiyu is my friend. Please don't hurt it. Friend? A fierce beast is your friend? Zhuo Fei questioned skeptically. Luya turned to look at Heiyu. To prove that she meant no harm, Heiyu walked over to Luya, and its furry head rubbed against her small hand. Seeing this, Zhuo Fei and the others put away their weapons, but still looked at Heiyu with concern. Mo Yi also returned, handing the cooked wolf meat to Luya. This is for you. Thank you, Luya said, taking the meat and walking a little farther away. She picked up a flint and started a fire. Before the fire was lit, Nana came over. Zhuo Fei grabbed her arm and stared at Heiyu, warning, This fierce beast looks very close to her, but you shouldn't just go over. It's a fierce beast. What if it bites you? I'm not afraid. Nana pointed at Heiyu. Have you ever seen a fierce beast that's so obedient besides eating grass? I went to the river to find Lord Mo Yi. After eating the meat, it drank water by the river and didn't try to bite us at all. Look, now it's just sitting there, not even looking at us. Heiyu yawned, lay on the ground, closed its eyes, and seemed to be sleeping, showing a I don't want to bother with you expression. Zhuo Fei stared at it for a moment. You're right. It is a bit different from the fierce beasts we've seen before. Nana shook Zhuo Fei's hand away and walked over to Luya. At this moment, Luya's flint ignited some dry leaves, and Nana's curiosity was piqued. Wow, that's amazing. Why can just striking these two stones start fire? This is called a flint. I learned how to use it from my tribe, which is part of the sea people, Luyo explained. Nana asked again, and that fierce beast? Was it also given by the sea people? No, Heiyu is a stray I found outside the village. Its mother was attacked by other fierce beasts. I saw it was still young, so I rescued it. I treated its wounds, fed it for a few days, and then it started following me. That's so amazing, Nana said, sitting across from Yu and staring at it with bright, curious eyes. This is the first time I've seen such a well-behaved, fierce beast. Luya, can I pet Yu? Greenya looked at Yu and turned her head to glance at it. Yu half closed her eyes and looked at her calmly. She said, Yu is not angry. You can touch it. After getting permission, Nana reached out and gently petted Yu's head. Zhuofei watched nervously from beside her, worried that Yu might bite Nana at any moment. They were too close. If Yu lifted its head, its sharp teeth could easily bite off a few of Nana's fingers. But Yu did not do that. Petting its head felt nice, and Yu closed its eyes happily, lying on the ground to rest. The fur is so soft and fluffy. This is the first time I've touched a fierce beast like this. Nana happily shared with Greenya. Greenya saw that Nana didn't dislike Yu like the other tribe members did. Even though she had told the tribe many times that Yu wouldn't hurt them, they still looked at Yu with caution and hostility, not even willing to come within a step. There are many fierce beasts you can pet, Greenya said. Nana's eyes lit up. Really? You've pet many fierce beasts? I've pet quite a few herbivorous fierce beasts. The only carnivorous one is Yu. But with Yu here, I think as long as the fierce beasts are treated well, they will also treat you kindly. You're so brave. I don't even dare to pet our herbivorous fierce beasts. In our tribe, we keep a lot of white-horned rabbits. Those rabbits are very fierce. When they see humans, they hide in the corners and don't dare to move. But when our females go to feed them, they use their horns to bump into me. Look, I still have scars from their horns on my arm. Nana stretched out her arm, and indeed, there was a long scar on her left side. Seeing the scar, Zhuofei felt a strange pang of sympathy. What's going on with the lion tribe? Isn't taking care of fierce beasts something only beastmen do? Why are you a female doing it? Don't speak badly about my tribe. Nana glared at him angrily. I just don't want females to only do chores like cooking and mending beast clothes. That's why I went to feed the white-horned rabbits. Yanli has a scar on his belly, even worse than mine. What's my scar compared to that? Zhuofei remembered the wound Yanli received during the Eagle tribe's ambush and scratched his cheek. I just feel sorry for you. Such a beautiful arm, and it's left with a scar. Scars can be beautiful too. My father says I'm the most beautiful female in the lion tribe, Nana said. Greenya listened to their conversation, a faint smile appearing in her eyes. At first, she didn't really like Nana, but from Nana's words just now, it was clear that Nana was like any other female, only cooking and sewing for the tribe. Grilling meat like this doesn't taste good. Don't waste it. Take it over to our side and cook with us. Nana saw Greenya placing the meat between two sticks and roasting it over the fire, so she quickly snatched it away and took it to their side. Greenya was surprised and hadn't reacted yet when Nana ran far away. Zhuofei watched her energetic actions and said to Greenya, she already took your meat. Come over and eat with us. If I go over, will Yu come too? Greenya asked. Zhuofei looked at the calm people sitting nearby and said, Yanli and the others aren't afraid. Even Nana isn't afraid. If I were scared too, wouldn't that mean I'm a cowardly and useless orc? I'm not a cowardly and useless orc. Greenya couldn't help but smile. What is wrong with this group of orcs? Why are their words and actions so different from the orcs she has met before? Why are they so accepting of her? Come over. Everyone is waiting for you, Zhuofei said, and walked over first. Greenya looked toward their side. In the firelight, everyone was busy with their own things, but their faces were full of smiles, and they were accepting each other. It seemed that their side was truly her home. Yu stood up and nudged Greenya's arm. Greenya looked down at it and asked, Yu, is this the first time we've met orcs who are willing to accept us? Yu didn't speak. It looked steadily at them, then nudged the top of Greenya's hand with its head, signaling her to come over. Greenya didn't hesitate and went to their side. She found a seat and sat down. Yanli was not far from her, giving her a gentle smile. She nodded slightly in return. Big sister, can I also pet your fierce beast? Lily asked shyly. Garina looked at her and then at Occam, who was sitting behind her. Did your father tell you to pet it? Yes, Lily nodded obediently. Go ahead, but don't pull Heiyu's fur. Heiyu hates being pulled. Thank you, big sister. Lily went over to Heiyu and gently touched its fur. The soft fur made her eyes sparkle. Brother Isido, come quickly and try. The fur is so soft. Big Beast is so well behaved, it doesn't move. Before Isido could agree, Lily had already pulled his hand and placed it on Heiyu's head. Isido frowned slightly, but placed his hand on Heiyu's head without pulling back and gently stroked it. A fierce beast that eats meat was quietly touching itself in front of me, and this feeling was really strange. Heiyu was being touched all over and had given up struggling, lying on the ground and letting them play. Seeing that Heiyu showed no signs of attacking, Occam also relaxed. Your trained beast is very obedient. It makes me want to raise a beast too, Yanli said. Levia replied, Heiyu is special. After I raised Heiyu, I thought all beasts would be obedient. I tried raising another beast later, but I couldn't get close to it. If you want to raise a beast, it's better to raise herbivorous ones. Have you ever raised a herbivorous beast? Yes, but when our tribe was short of food, they were all eaten by the tribe members. Levia looked disappointed. Nana said our tribe also raises beasts all herbivores, but we use them for food. That's different, Levia said. I only raised 2 herbivorous beasts. They don't listen as well as Heiyu, but they understand simple words. I raised them as friends, but my tribe members never even asked me about them. That's too much. How can they eat your beasts without asking? Nana said angrily. The beasts we raise are known to be for eating, so everyone feels nothing special. But when your beasts are eaten, it must be very sad, right? Nana's words touched Levia's pain. Her eyes slightly reddened as she remembered what her tribe members said when they ate her beasts. Beasts are for eating. You raise them so big, but when you're hungry, you'll definitely eat them. Levia is strange. She raises beasts as friends. Is she trying to say we don't play with her? Who would want to play with her? She's a female, but she's not obedient at all. She runs outside the village all day. So, what if she's stronger than a beast man? She's still a female. She was born without a father or mother, no one taught her, so she does strange things. Levia, don't be sad. If your tribe can't accept you, just go to Yanli's tribe. Yanli will definitely let you raise beasts as friends. Seeing Levia almost crying, Nana quickly comforted her. Yanli couldn't help but laugh and say, Nana, I don't need you to do anything now. You've already helped me bring people into the beast tribe, haven't you? Because Levia is very talented. She can raise beasts and dares to bring her beasts into dangerous forests alone. I think you really like such a female, Yanli. Although Nana took the initiative to help her gather people, she was not wrong.
Yanli really likes Ria.
An independent female who is grateful and skilled is rare on the Amand continent. Bringing her into the group would be a good choice. Yanli said, if you want to join my group, I would be happy to welcome you. Let me tell you about my group. Yanli explained clearly about the beast tribe to Luya. Listening, Luya's surprise gradually hid in her eyes. You, a female, established a group? If you want to start a group, I won't stop you. If your group is formed and you don't mind, we can form an alliance, Yanli said. Luya quickly waved her hand. I have the courage to leave my tribe, but not the courage to build a new one. It takes a lot of time to establish a group. Not only females, but even a lone beast man would never think of building a new tribe. It's too difficult. Most beast men are hostile to those who don't look like them. After leaving their original tribe, it's hard to find others with the same appearance. That's why most beast men are reluctant to leave their tribes easily. In this tribe, all beast men look the same. Outside, they definitely won't find anyone identical. It's not just about forming a tribe. Surviving in the dangerous forests and having enough to eat is already a challenge. Beast men are strong and battle-ready, but their old-fashioned way of life has left their civilization behind. Leaving a tribe alive, being friendly to other tribes' beast men, and having knowledge to survive. Only Yanli has all these qualities. If you don't want to start a tribe, then why don't you want to join mine? Yanli asked. I don't refuse, I just got a little scared. Because a female built a tribe? Luya nodded. I always thought I was the strongest female, better than everyone else, but when I met you, You are indeed very strong. I wouldn't even tame fierce beasts, Yenli praised. Hearing this, Luya's eyes sparkled with a smile. Let me join your tribe. I sneaked out secretly, and my tribe probably won't accept me anymore. Of course, I never planned to go back since I left. I want to learn from your tribe. Luya's eyes shone brightly. Yenli also smiled and extended her hand toward her. Welcome to my tribe. Greenya looked at Yenli's hand. Although she didn't understand what this gesture meant, she blindly copied Yenli's action and held hands. Yenli's somewhat rough hand held hers, and Greenya felt warmth surround her. This warmth spread throughout her body. After agreeing to join the tribe, dinner was also ready. Emoyi divided the roasted meat among everyone and served each person a bowl of meat soup. Tasting the crispy, delicious roasted meat, Greenya's eyes suddenly widened. Nana noticed her small expression and asked, "Is it very tasty?" Greenya nodded vigorously. Why is it so delicious when it's all roasted meat? The roasted meat I ate in the tribe wasn't this good. That's all thanks to Yenli. She brought the seasonings to us. Since you joined Yenli's tribe, you'll be able to enjoy even better food in the future. Hearing Nana's words, Greenya started to look forward to life in the 10,000 Beasts tribe. After happily filling their stomachs, the night became quiet. Yenli and others took out animal skins. 4 females and 1 young one slept in the middle, protected by the orcs, while the night watch orcs looked around the surroundings. Late at night, a distant figure of a black moon suddenly lifted its head, alertly scanning the area, then moved toward Greenya. Hearing some sounds, the bear also woke up. He looked cautiously at the approaching black moon. After their eyes met, 1 bear and 1 wolf, the bear sat still without moving, while the black moon continued walking toward Greenya. Its dark nose nudged her smooth forehead several times. Greenya rubbed her eyes, sleepy, and asked, "What's wrong with the black moon?" How would the black moon howled at the sky? Greenya's expression immediately became tense. She stood up, moved to the side, and her hands and feet transformed into beast form, her strong limbs making a warning-like shake. She looked toward the direction the black moon was calling from. The black moon kept howling, waking everyone up. Emoyi came over to ask, "What's wrong?" "There's a fierce flying beast over there," Greenya said. Emoyi looked in the direction of the black moon's calls. It was too dark to see anything clearly, and under the silver moonlight, only a huge black shadow was visible, nothing else. "Ingchu, what did you see?" Emoyi called Ingchu over. Ingchu rubbed his eyes and tried hard to look in that direction. "I didn't see anything, just trees." "How?" The black moon roared at Ingchu. It swiftly ran toward the direction of the call with its agile and powerful limbs. Soon, a huge tree nearby suddenly began to shake. A hoarse scream, unique to birds, echoed across the sky. The tree that had been quietly waiting suddenly spread its huge wings and flew toward them. As the fierce beast approached, they realized it was a large predator. Its fur was black all over, with a bald spot on its head and a patch of red fur on its chin. Its sharp beak was full of tiny, pointed teeth. When it spread its enormous wings, it seemed to embrace the entire sky and earth. Having such a large beast nearby, they hadn't noticed it before. Emoyi immediately took out a bone spear, and Yenli also woke up. He led Lily and Isido to a safe place. "Isido, stay here and protect Lily. I want to go too." "Isido, remember what I told you. Protecting just one person is the hardest thing.
Trust me."
Isido looked hesitant, then saw Lily trembling and clutching his arm tightly. He gritted his teeth and nodded. "I understand."
"Good boy."
Yenli patted his head and turned to look seriously at the large beast. Akam and others had already transformed into beasts and attacked the predator, with Nana helping by wielding a bone spear. But such a big beast was difficult for these few people to handle easily, especially since the predator had suddenly appeared. Yenli drew his dagger and transformed into a beast to help. The large beast was even harder to deal with than they expected. Although its big size made it slow, Its thick feathers made it difficult for Yan Li's dagger to reach its flesh. When the dagger pierced the feathers, it quickly turned into a fluffy mass, unable to touch the protected meat underneath. The beast flapped its wings, and the flying dust and stones hit them, causing a prickling pain like being pricked by needles. After the pain on his cheek, Yanli felt something warm flowing down. He reached up and touched his face, noticing blood on his fingertips. The flying stones had scratched his face. Yanli frowned slightly, looking serious. The sudden appearance of this large beast caught them off guard. Unlike their previous encounters, where they had time to prepare before fighting the beast, this time they had no warning. In the past, they always knew about the beast beforehand and prepared well, often winning easily. But a sudden, unanticipated large predator was a big challenge for them. This beast's feathers were too thick. After transforming, the orc's sharp teeth and claws couldn't the flesh. Even biting only resulted in a mouthful of feathers. Yan Li's weapons were useless. Mo Yi and the others' bone spears could barely scratch the beast's skin, but that damage was far from enough to kill such a large predator. At this moment, Yanli saw Luya and Black Moon attacking the fierce beast with their sharp claws. Their sharp teeth and claws scratched against the beast's hard, steel-like claws, but it was useless. Yanli's eyes suddenly lit up, and she shouted, "Luya, Nana, come over here." Hearing the call, the two turned around without hesitation and ran toward Yanli. "Go find vines in the woods. The more, the better. Mo Yi, you and your team hold off this big beast. We'll be back soon." Mo Yi nodded in agreement. Yanli asked Nana to hold a candle since it was very dark, making it hard to find vines. Leah said, "Black Moon, take us to a place with lots of vines." Black Moon barked a command and ran ahead. Following Black Moon, they quickly reached a large patch of vines wrapped around trees. Yanli, in her beast form, leapt onto a tree, drew her dagger, and cut down the vines. The vines were very old, with rough bark and thick roots and branches. Yanli's hand couldn't even grasp one vine completely. Such vines would be hard to use. Yanli took the dagger, tore off the bark, which had many fibers with strong flexibility and could be folded easily. The bark could be used as material. Nana and Leah cut the vines, and Yanli quickly peeled off the bark, tying each peeled piece with a dead knot after removing one. The fierce beast was still making a lot of noise, and they could feel the ground shaking from the chaos. "Enough, that's enough. You two peel the bark, and when you're done, hand it over to me." Luya and Nana came down from the trees. Using Yanli's method, they peeled the bark, and Yanli tied the peeled pieces together. They made 3 piles as tall as small hills. Yanli said, "That's enough. Each of you take a pile of vine bark, hold the top, and wrap it around your shoulders. Remember to do it in the right order so that when you need to let go, it will be easy." Time was urgent, and Yanli didn't have the luxury to teach them slowly. She quickly prepared her own bundle, wrapping the vines around her shoulders. Once they had their vines ready, Yanli said, "Later, we will approach the big beast's claws. First, use the vines to tie up one of its claws, then wrap the remaining vines around its 2 legs. You can watch how I do it first, then follow along." Since weapons couldn't easily pierce the beast's tough skin, they had to restrain it. Tying up the beast so it couldn't move would make it vulnerable, like a piece of meat on a chopping board, ready to be dealt with as they pleased. However, Yanli wasn't sure if the vine bark alone could hold the beast's tough skin, so she planned to use plenty of vines, wrapping multiple times to ensure it stayed secure. Nana and Levia both looked a bit dazed and numb, nodding slowly. The 3 of them carried vine bark back to that place. Mo Yi and the others were not in good shape. Although they could avoid the attacks of the fierce beast, they couldn't hurt it even a little. If this continued, it would come down to who runs out of energy first. Yanli transformed into a beast. The vine bark was heavy, and Yanli's agility was not as light as usual. Fortunately, the fierce beast was not very quick, so Yanli was able to get close to its claws without injury. She held onto the claws, wrapped vines around them, and extended the vines easily. After tying one claw, she moved along to the other. As the fierce beast walked, it suddenly found it couldn't move its feet and staggered, falling to the ground. It fell right onto the fire they had set for light. The fire burned on its body, causing pain that spread, and the beast roared wildly. Eagle Quo saw why the beast had fallen and immediately flew to Nana's side.
Give me that.
He reached out for the vines, and Nana, stunned, handed them over. Eagle Quo took the vines and flew to the beast's head, telling Occam, hold its mouth down. Occam, hearing this, joined 2 other Snow Rabbit tribe monsters and worked together to hold the beast's mouth shut. Eagle Quo wrapped the vines around the beast's mouth, circling it. The beast was harder to control than they expected. It took a while for Eagle Quo and Occam to wind the vines around its mouth. Once one circle was done, things became much easier. Seeing their actions, Levayu immediately understood what the vines were for. Black Moon, let's go. Levayu and Black Moon went to the beast's outstretched wings. Black Moon bit the end of the vines, slipped under the wings, then jumped onto the top, handing the vines to Levayu. Levayu tied a knot and wrapped the vines around a nearby big tree, trapping the beast's wings. Moi saw what they were doing and quickly understood how to deal with this beast. He held a bone spear and, with Lion Hao and Lion Zhe, approached the only wing of the beast that was not trapped. They stood on the wing, and Moi stabbed downward with all his strength. He kept stabbing until he felt the spear hit something hard, then pulled it out with force after confirming it had pierced flesh. The beast was large, so even after finding a way to trap it, it took a lot of effort and time. Eventually, the beast stopped struggling fiercely. Once it was no longer fighting, everyone finally let out a sigh of relief. Yen Li and Moi met. Yen Li said, "The smell of blood here is strong. Soon, other fierce beasts might come. Let's leave this place."
Okay.
They went to pack their things. The pot used for cooking meat was crushed by a large fierce beast and is now useless. Some animal skins are stained with blood. Taking them would be like carrying a bait, signaling nearby fierce beasts to come and eat us. Some items are pressed under the beast and cannot be retrieved, so they had to give up. After packing up, they found that half of their belongings were missing. They didn't know how many fierce beasts would come sniffing for blood soon. Those items they couldn't take had to be abandoned. Luckily, the medicine box and seasonings were still with them. They took what they could and left this dangerous place. After fighting a big fierce beast at night, everyone had some injuries. Under the moonlight, they quickly found a place to rest. At the foot of a cliff, in an open space under a large rock, they started a fire again. Yen Li took out the medicine box to treat everyone's wounds. She first treated Shihao, who was watching the fire and trembling constantly. Yen Li thought he was badly hurt and asked worriedly, "Does it hurt anywhere?" "Hurt." Shihao turned his head to look at Yen Li, his eyes a bit confused.
Yen Li nudda.
Suddenly, Shihao's confusion turned into excitement, his eyes shining brightly. "It doesn't hurt at all. Yen Li, just a few of us took down such a big beast. So big." Shihao gestured wildly, unable to contain his excitement, and stood up. "Shirzai, can you believe it? We actually took down such a huge beast just now.
Wow.
We're so amazing." He was so excited he almost started dancing. The orcs, recalling how panicked they were earlier, all agreed with Shihao. It was very dangerous earlier, but after that, they could enjoy the victory. Yen Li asked, "Wasn't the 8-eyed spider we fought before bigger than this bird?" "That's different."
Shihao said.
"When we fought the 8-eyed spider, there were many of us. People from the Bai Ying tribe, Guangshi tribe, Lai Lang tribe. So many. But this time, it's just us, a few people. I suddenly feel so powerful. Last time, hundreds of people fought the 8-eyed spider, but this time, only about 20. Although the bird wasn't as big as the 8-eyed spider, the orcs rarely defeated such a large beast with so few people." Lim also said, "I've never defeated such a big beast before. Usually, when we deal with normal fierce beasts, many tribes have to work together. The Snow Rabbit clan's attack power is not high, but they are very good at escaping. As soon as they kick their legs, they don't know where they will run to. This time, when they saw a large fierce beast, their first thought was to run. However, Moy and the others seemed not to know the word escape. The first thing they did was to fight. They're no longer the same as their old group. Yanli and the others had no choice but to fight if they didn't want to run. The joy of victory made their bodies tremble with excitement. Yanli's way is good. If we hadn't caught its leg, we wouldn't have been able to defeat that big beast so quickly, Zhua Fei said. Nana proudly said that's right. Every time there's danger, Yanli always has a way to solve it. I feel safe with Yanli around. The only bad thing is that we lost half of our luggage. Thinking about the lost luggage, Nana couldn't help feeling sad. Yanli thought about the missing luggage and said, "Now I understand why so few people from our tribe go to the sea meeting. Who knows what dangers we might face on the way? Yes, only 4 of our tribe went, but they're the strongest." "But why do you think you didn't run away when you saw the big beast and instead went to fight it?" Levia asked. Yanli was stunned by her question and looked at Moy. Moy said, "We only run if we are injured when we see a fierce beast. The wild lion tribe is one of the strongest among the 3 major tribes. They have the pride to do so, and running away is not something they would do." Yanli also realized this and sighed. "We shouldn't have fought that beast. If we had run, we could have saved more of our luggage. Next time we see a large fierce beast, we should run." "But it's hard to run," Yisida said. "Once a fierce beast targets a beast man, it won't give up easily. And don't you find it strange? Such a big beast is so close to us, yet we haven't seen it even once." "I saw it," Lily said. "That big beast looks like a tree. It was already there when we arrived." Some animals can mimic the appearance of nearby plants. For Yanli, this wasn't surprising, but Moy and the others had never seen such a thing before. Hearing Lily's words, they looked surprised and couldn't hide their amazement. Shi Xiang was also startled by this incredible thing. He had been listening to the sounds on the ground, thinking he could judge if a beast was nearby, but he never expected such a large beast to stay close without being noticed. By the way, he also saw that direction. After all, that large fierce beast is taller than the surrounding trees, and a quick glance is enough to see it. "Some fierce beasts are very smart," Green Elegant said. "They can change their body color to match the surroundings, so when a beast man gets close, they reveal their true form. I've seen quite a few such fierce beasts. The big one we saw earlier was probably waiting for us to get closer. Since we didn't approach, it wanted to see us sleep and then attack. Thanks to Black Moon this time. Without Black Moon, we might not have reacted so quickly," Yanli said. "If the beast had moved first, we might have been caught off guard when we woke up, still feeling sleepy." Black Moon called them earlier and told them where the beast was, giving them a little time to prepare. Green Elegant looked down at Black Moon and said, "Black Moon isn't very strong either. It can sometimes spot a beast that blends with the environment right away, but other times it has to wait for the beast to move. The big beast was near us for so long before Black Moon noticed it, so it probably started planning to attack us from the beginning. The beast that watched us for so long won't let us run easily," Moe said. "If we tried to run then, it would catch us." "That's possible, but let's not analyze too much now. If anyone is injured, come over, and I'll put some medicine on your wounds," Yanli said. Shi Hao didn't care at all. Just a quick patch-up is fine. These small injuries are nothing. They were still happy about how they managed to deal with the big beast, and they didn't pay much attention to the medicine. Yanli didn't know what to say. She looked at the medicine in her hand, feeling a bit confused, when suddenly a hand took the medicine from her. Before she could react, Moe dipped his finger in the medicine and gently applied it to the wounds on Yanli's face. Her beautiful face had several cuts, and Moe felt very distressed. "Does it hurt?" "No, it doesn't hurt. These small wounds don't matter," Yanli replied. They were very close to each other. Green Elegant looked at them with a puzzled expression. Nana saw her gaze and leaned over, asking, "Yanli and Moe are partners, right? They seem to have a good relationship. Even someone as strong as Yanli needs a partner?" Green Elegant asked in confusion.